The apocalypse has descended upon the world. A sudden outbreak of a virus swept across the globe, transforming once thriving cities into hellish landscapes within just 5 days. Inside the security room of university, 3 burly men, one bald, one with a bushy beard, and the other with a sharp nose, looked disdainfully at Zhao Lei. The bald man pointed a finger at Zhao Lei, berating him. "You've managed to stock such a meager supply of food? Are you intent on starving us? What a waste of space you are." Zhao Lei bore visible bruises on his face, a testament to the beating he had endured. He struggled to speak. "There's zombies everywhere outside. Finding food is impossible, and you've consumed all my provisions. I haven't even had a sip of water." Rage simmered within him, yet he dared not unleash it upon his 3 tormentors. Zhao Lei, a security guard at Southern University, had taken in these rogues seeking refuge, only to find himself ensnared in a web of trouble. The bushy-bearded man, upon hearing Zhao Lei's explanation, kicked him twice with force, exclaiming, "You still think you deserve water? You're such a useless wretch. Feeding you is akin to wasting resources. Do you comprehend?" Zhao Lei fell to the ground, feeling even more aggrieved, but choosing to remain silent, suppressing his emotions. "I have nothing left to eat. I beg you to spare me and seek sustenance elsewhere." Zhao Lei's voice trembled as he pleaded. "Oh, so you think you can order us around, you worthless fool? It's already a mercy that we don't regard you as our food supply, and you dare to send us away? Get out there and find something to eat. If you fail, don't bother returning." With that, the 3 men proceeded to beat Zhao Lei once more, before unceremoniously tossing him out of the security room. "Ah, it hurts." Zhao Lei landed heavily on the ground. He could faintly hear the conversation inside the security room. "Do you think that useless one will be devoured by zombies out there? Why should we care about his life or death at a time like this? True enough, ha." As laughter echoed from within the security room, Zhao Lei felt an overwhelming urge to storm in and take vengeance upon them, but he was painfully aware of his own limitations. Damn it. At 50, the elder was a security guard, while Zhao Lei at 20 had only trodden a mere 30 years of his path. Had it not been for this viral outbreak, he would still be the ordinary university security guard he once was. Yet now, everything had been stripped away from him. With a heavy sigh, Zhao Lei resolved to leave, but as he turned, he was startled to see a zombie emerge from around the corner. Upon sighting the creature, he felt his legs give way, nearly collapsing to the ground. "Zombie, please don't notice me." Despair washed over him, rendering him immobile. Panic surged within Zhao Lei, and instinctively, he wished to flee, but his legs were paralyzed with fear. Standing frozen, the zombie quickly spotted him, its grotesque face marred with remnants of blood. The creature lunged toward Zhao Lei, who was gripped by sheer terror and summoned every ounce of strength to flee. "Move! Move!" Could it be that he was destined to perish here? The zombie was closing in on him. In this dire moment, Zhao Lei's mind raced from the corner of his eye. He spotted a security baton leaning against the Walla standard issue for guards. With no time for hesitation, he seized the baton and swung it at the zombie's head. "I'll fight you!" The baton struck the zombie's forehead, unleashing a flash of blue light, causing the zombie to collapse instantly. Zhao Lei stared, astonished, at the baton in his hand. What just happened? Zhao Lei pondered, bewildered that he had vanquished a zombie with a single blow. As he contemplated this, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating a zombie. Activation conditions for the system have been met. Ding! The Apocalypse cultivation system has been activated. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a common zombie. Cultivation points have increased by 10. Ding! One security baton detected entry-level staff skill acquired." As the mechanical voice faded, Zhao Lei felt a surge of techniques for wielding the baton flood his mind. Before he could comprehend the situation, a blue panel materialized before him. He focused his gaze. Host, Zhao Lei human cultivation level. None consume 100 cultivation points to increase cultivation points. 10. Staring at the system panel, Zhao Lei exclaimed in disbelief. Is this a system? Indeed, with zombies now roaming the earth, what was impossible? With clarity dawning upon him, Zhao Lei faced this new reality with a hearty laugh. Haha, fate has not abandoned me. However, his exuberant laughter attracted a horde of zombies toward him. and Zhao Lei felt a wave of dread wash over him. Even with his system and newfound skills, he was no match for a throng of zombies. Preserving life is of utmost importance. Without hesitation, he clutched the baton and fled desperately. As he glanced back, he saw more zombies emerging from the alley, joining the chase, and realized the gravity of his predicament. This cannot continue. The number of zombies will only grow, and he'll be overwhelmed. I must find a place to hide. Scanning his surroundings, he spotted a small convenience store and sprinted toward it. Upon entering, he swiftly pushed a cabinet against the door to barricade himself. "Let me hide here for a moment. I hope they don't find me." Bang. Just as he finished speaking, a sound reverberated from behind him, snapping him to attention. He instinctively turned to see a zombie. "Who's there?" Peering cautiously, he discovered the zombie's lower half was pinned beneath the cabinet. Realizing it was likely the store owner, Zhao Lei approached slowly with the baton in hand. "Sorry, bus." Without hesitation, he swung the baton at the zombie's head. Ding. "Congratulations, host, for killing a common zombie. Cultivation points have increased by 10. The familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind once more, and understanding dawned upon him. Killing zombies granted cultivation points. According to the system panel, accumulating 100 points would allow him to increase his cultivation level. Though he was curious about the changes that would bring, bang crack. As Zhao Lei pondered this, a loud knocking echoed on the convenience store door, followed by the sound of wood splintering. He gripped the baton tightly, aiming it at the entrance. Bang. 3 zombie heads forced their way through the gap in the door. Without hesitation, Zhao Lei unleashed a flurry of strikes at the zombies' heads. Ding. "Congratulations, host, for killing 3 common zombies. Cultivation points have increased by 30. With precision strikes, Zhao Lei dispatched the 3 zombies. Ding. "Congratulations, host, for reaching 50 cultivation points. A beginner's gift package has been issued. Would you like to open it?" Lost in the joy of his newfound points, Zhao Lei was abruptly interrupted by the system's voice. The mention of a beginner's gift package filled him with delight. As a seasoned reader, he knew what a beginner's gift package entailed. Without hesitation, he chose to open it. The apocalypse has descended. A sudden outbreak of a virus has swept across the globe. In just 5 days, once thriving cities have transformed into hellish landscapes. Inside a university's security room, 3 burly men, one bald, one with a bushy beard, and one with a sharp nose, looked disdainfully at Zhao Lei. The bald man jabs a finger at Zhao Lei and Appo's nose, berating him. "You've barely stored any food. Are you trying to starve us? What a useless waste." Zhao Lei's face is mottled with bruises, a clear sign of having been beaten severely. With great difficulty, he replies, "There are zombies everywhere outside, and I can't find anything to eat. You've consumed all my food. I haven't even had a sip of water." Internally, Zhao Lei's anger reaches a boiling point, yet he dares not retaliate against the 3 men. He is a security guard at Southern University. When the apocalypse struck, he kindly offered refuge to these 3 ruffians, only to end up in such dire straits. The bearded man, upon hearing Zhao Lei's response, kicks him brutally, exclaiming, "You still want water? For a useless wretch like you, providing food and drink is a waste, understand?" Zhao Lei is knocked to the ground, feeling even more aggrieved. But he remains silent and endures. "I have no food left. Please let me be. Go somewhere else." Zhao Lei's voice trembles with emotion. "Oh, you worthless fool. You think you can drive us away? It's already a miracle we haven't used you as our food reserve." They insist, "Get out there and find something to eat. If you can't, don't bother coming back." With that, the 3 men beat Zhao Lei again before tossing him out of the security room. Ouch, that hurts. Zhao Lei lands heavily on the ground. He can vaguely hear their conversation inside the security room. Will this fool be eaten by zombies out there? What do we care about his life or death at this point? True enough, laughter erupts from within. Zhao Lei, filled with rage, longs to rush in and eliminate them. But he knows he lacks the strength to do so. Damn it. At 50, that old man is a security guard. I'm 20 and have only walked 30 fewer years on this path. Had it not been for this viral outbreak, I would still be that ordinary university security guard. But now, everything is gone. With a heavy sigh, Zhao Lei prepares to leave, only to suddenly spot a zombie emerging from around the corner. His legs weaken at the sight, nearly causing him to collapse. Trembling, he whispers, "Z-zombie, please don't notice me." His legs are paralyzed with fear, rendering him immobile. As he stands frozen, the zombie quickly spots him, its grotesque face marred with traces of blood. It lunges toward Zhao Lei, who, filled with panic, summons every ounce of strength to run. Move, move. Am I really going to die here? The zombie closes in on him. In this critical moment, Zhao Lei's mind races, and he catches sight of a security baton leaning against the wall. With little time to think, he seizes it and swings it at the zombie's head. I'm going all in. The baton strikes the zombie's forehead, and a flash of blue light ensues as the creature collapses. Stunned, Zhao Lei stares at the baton in disbelief. What just happened? Just then, a mechanical voice resonates in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have killed a zombie. Triggering system activation conditions. Ding. Apocalypse cultivation system activated. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 cultivation points for killing a regular zombie. Ding. 1 security baton detected. Learning acquired. Beginner and Appos, baton technique. As the mechanical voice fades, Zhao Lei feels a series of techniques flood into his mind. Before he can comprehend it all, a blue panel materializes before him. He gazes at it. Host, Zhao Lei, human, cultivation, none, 100 cultivation points required for increase, cultivation points, 10 points. Staring at the system panel, Zhao Lei exclaims in astonishment, is this a system? With zombies roaming about, what is impossible anymore? Coming to terms with it all? Zhao Lei laughs heartily. The heavens have not forsaken me. However, his laughter attracts a horde of zombies. Realizing the danger, he thinks, even if I now possess a system and have learned a basic baton technique, I cannot handle a swarm of zombies. Where there's life, there is hope. Without hesitation, he grabs the baton and flees desperately. As more zombies emerge from the alley behind him, Zhao Lei feels a sense of dread. If this continues, the horde will only grow, and I will be overwhelmed. I need to find a place to hide. Scanning his surroundings, he spots a small convenience store and rushes toward it. Upon entering, he quickly pushes a shelf against the door to barricade it. I'll hide here for now. I hope they don't find me. Just then, a noise erupts behind him, prompting him to turn instinctively. Who's there? He peers cautiously and is startled to see a zombie, its lower half trapped beneath the shelf. Regaining his composure, Zhao Lei approaches it slowly with the baton. Is this the store owner? Though he has already slain a zombie, he still feels a twinge of nervousness, his hand trembling around the baton. I'm sorry, boss. Without further ado, he strikes the zombie's head. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have killed a regular zombie, gaining 10 cultivation points. The familiar mechanical voice rings in his mind again, and he quickly comprehends the situation. Killing zombies grants cultivation points. According to the system panel, accumulating 100 points allows for an increase in cultivation. He wonders what changes that might bring. Just then, a loud knocking reverberates against the store's door, followed by the sound of wood splintering. Zhao Lei tightens his grip on the baton, aiming it at the entrance. Bang! 3 zombie heads force their way through the cracks in the door. Zhao Lei wastes no time, unleashing a flurry of strikes at their heads. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have killed 3 regular zombies, gaining 30 cultivation points. With precise blows, he sends the 3 zombies to their demise. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your cultivation points have reached 50. A beginner's gift pack has been issued. Would you like to open it? Lost in the joy of accumulating points, Zhao Lei is abruptly interrupted by the system's voice. Elated at the prospect of a beginner and Appos' gift pack, he, being a seasoned reader, knows exactly what it entails. Without hesitation, he chooses to open it. Chapter 2, Advancement of Cultivation. Ding. The novice gift pack has been activated. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the cultivation technique Pangu creation skill and for achieving the 5th level of Qi refinement. Almost simultaneously with the system's announcement, Zhao Lei found a new fragment of memory regarding the Pangu creation skill emerging in his mind. Following the instructions from his newfound memory, Zhao Lei began to cultivate the technique. As he did so, he could distinctly sense a mysterious energy flowing into his body, which he recognized as spiritual energy. At the same time, the system's reward for reaching the 5th level of Qi refinement was credited to him, elevating his cultivation to that level. This advancement alleviated the hunger he had been enduring from a lack of food, filling him with an exhilarating sense of vitality. Zhao Lei quickly accessed his information panel. Host, Zhao Lei, human, cultivation, Qi refinement level 5, 600 cultivation points required for the next level, cultivation points, 50 technique, Pangu creation skill, advances with cultivation, skill, basic staff technique. Upon glancing at the panel, Zhao Lei noted that ascending to the 6th level of Qi refinement required 600 cultivation points. However, He felt satisfied with his current level and was in no rush to advance further. His immediate concern was to find food and water. In the apocalyptic world, most food and water had been contaminated, making survival dependent on these essentials. Surveying his surroundings, Zhao Lei noticed that the convenience store still had a fair amount of supplies. He grabbed a backpack and packed 2 buckets of instant noodles, 3 loaves of bread, and 4 bottles of water. Realizing that this would not last long, he contemplated gathering more, but his backpack was already full. He slung the backpack over his shoulders and, armed with a security baton, exited the store, determined to seek vengeance on the 3 ruffians in the security room. Just as he was about to set off, a horde of zombies began to converge upon him. With his cultivation enhancement, Zhao Lei and Appo's mindset underwent a profound transformation. He was no longer the timid person he once was. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he surveyed the area and declared, "Let them become my cultivation points." With that, he surged forward like a cannonball, leaving a deep imprint on the ground. As he plunged into the midst of the zombies, his staff technique flowed seamlessly. Although merely a basic technique, it sufficed for his current needs. Channeling spiritual energy into the security baton, its power multiplied several times over. With a single strike, he dispatched each small zombie with ease. Before long, the surrounding zombies were cleared away, and his cultivation points soared to 720. Without hesitation, Zhao Lei advanced to the 6th level of Qi refinement, feeling immense satisfaction as he savored his newfound strength. A light leap propelled him into the air, reminiscent of the lightness depicted in television dramas. He moved with remarkable speed, soon arriving at the entrance of the security room. As Zhao Lei stood poised to confront the 3 ruffians, he heard a woman and Appo's cries mingled with their crude laughter. "No, please, let me go. Ha ha ha, beautiful girl, just submit to us, and we will make you feel ecstasy. Ha 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 ha. Ah, someone, please help me." The woman and Appo's voice became increasingly choked with despair. Zhao Lei, sensing the gravity of the situation, felt his anger reach a boiling point. "It seems you are destined for hell," he uttered in a low tone, devoid of emotion, yet brimming with lethal intent. "Unleash my inner cosmos." With a powerful kick, he burst through the security room door, a cloud of dust rising in his wake. The 3 ruffians inside were taken aback, their actions frozen as they turned to face the doorway. The blinding light from outside obscured Zhao Lei and Appo's features, yet he could see the scene within clearly. One thug held the woman and Appo's foot, another restrained her hands, while the third had his hand poised at her collar. Fury surged within Zhao Lei as he beheld this disgraceful act. The 3 men soon recognized Zhao Lei and approached him angrily, with the bald thug exclaiming, "So it and Appo's, you, the worthless one." "I thought," before he could finish, Zhao Lei seized him by the throat. An instant wave of suffocation enveloped the bald man. The other 2 thugs, paralyzed by fear, watched in horror as Zhao Lei tightened his grip. Despite the bald man's desperate attempts to break free, it was futile. With a sickening crack, Zhao Lei effortlessly snapped the man's neck. The sound reverberated in the minds of the remaining thugs, leaving them in a state of shock. Zhao Lei discarded the bald thug's lifeless body outside, where a horde of zombies eagerly began to feast upon it. Witnessing this gruesome act, the remaining thugs were paralyzed with fear, quickly falling to their knees. "Please, we were wrong. Spare us this once. We won't do it again," they begged. However, Zhao Lei and Appo's expression remained cold as he replied, "You can die now." Before they could fully comprehend his words, darkness engulfed them. Such scum had no place in this world. Zhao Lei swiftly dispatched them to the afterlife. Regrettably, they perished without ever understanding their demise. After dealing with the 3 ruffians, Zhao Lei turned his attention to the woman cowering in the corner. Recognizing her immediately, he exclaimed, "Li Yu." She had been a liberal arts teacher at Southern University and had often exchanged greetings with Zhao Lei before the apocalypse. He felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful he had arrived in time to save his only friend from violation. Upon hearing her name, Li Yu looked up, and upon realizing it was Zhao Lei, her tears cascaded down like raindrops, as if reuniting with long-lost parents. She leapt into his arms, terrified of losing him. The past few days of the zombie outbreak had been the most harrowing of her life. As Li Yu pressed against him, Zhao Lei found himself momentarily flustered by the soft contact, feeling rather awkward. Yet, the sensation was undeniably comforting. Chapter 3. The horde of zombies. Li Yu had nearly wept her heart out. Only then did she realize she was in Zhao Lei's embrace, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Embarrassed, she wished to disappear into thin air. Li Yu stammered. Zhao Lei, thank you for saving me. Zhao Lei waved his hand dismissively, saying, no need for thanks. We are friends, after all. By the way, how did you end up in the security room? He gently inquired. Upon hearing Zhao Lei and Appo's question, Li Yu seemed to recall something sorrowful, and her emotions spiraled out of control once more. She collapsed into Zhao Lei and Appo's arms, tears streaming down her face. I was hiding with Xiaoli, but a horde of zombies found us. Xiaoli sacrificed herself to lure them away so I could escape. I have no idea what has happened to her now, she sobbed. Xiaoli, originally named Zhongli, was a martial arts coach who, before the apocalypse, had been Li Yu and Appo's closest friend, inseparable from one another. Thus, Zhao Lei held a vivid impression of her. He admired Zhongli and Appo's strength. It was no small feat for a woman to become a martial arts instructor. Noticing Zhao Lei and Appo's prolonged silence, Li Yu wiped her tears away and pleaded, Zhao Lei, you and Appo's so capable. Could you help me rescue Xiaoli? I would do anything you ask, as long as you can save her. As she spoke, she pulled down her collar, revealing her fair, delicate shoulder. Li Yu genuinely yearned to rescue Zhongli, but she understood that she could not do it alone. Thus, she sought to entice Zhao Lei's assistance, believing that men were inevitably swayed by such gestures. Zhao Lei was momentarily taken aback by Li Yu's boldness. The girl was strikingly beautiful, with an appealing figure, yet her reasoning eluded him. He grasped her hand, gently pulling it away. You need not go to such lengths. Zhongli is your friend and mine. I will rescue her. Really? Li Yu exclaimed, incredulous. She could hardly believe that Zhao Lei had agreed without requiring anything in return. If Zhao Lei could truly save Xiaoli, she would not hesitate to offer herself in gratitude. As a vulnerable woman striving for survival in this apocalypse, having a powerful ally was essential. At least, that was her current belief. Where is Zhongli? Zhao Lei, unaware that the woman before him was contemplating relying on him, was solely focused on rescuing her before it was too late. Li Yu quickly responded, she is over by the bathhouse. Then let us set off immediately. Without waiting for Li Yu and Appo's response, Zhao Lei scooped her up and swiftly made his way toward the bathhouse. To ensure Li Yu's safety, he enveloped her in a protective aura of spiritual energy, though she still dared not open her eyes due to the speed. The bathhouse was not far from Zhao Lei's security room, and he arrived shortly. As they landed, Li Yu finally regained her composure. Zhao Lei, you can leap so high? How do you do that? Can I learn? She asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Zhao Lei did not answer her, but instead scanned the surroundings warily. At the moment they landed, a horde of zombies was drawn to the sound. Zhao Lei shielded Li Yu behind him and said sternly, stay close and do not wander off. Li Yu, now aware of their predicament, shivered at the sight of over 100 zombies surging toward them. She instinctively edged closer to Zhao Lei, her voice trembling. There are so many zombies. This was the first time Li Yu had encountered such a massive horde since the outbreak. She felt fortunate. Had she faced such a multitude on her initial venture outside, she might have met a grim fate. Suddenly, 3 zombies lunged at them. Zhao Lei stepped forward, wielding a security baton, and with a swift motion, sent the 3 zombies flying several meters away. Li Yu gasped in awe. Zhao Lei, you're amazing. In that moment, Zhao Lei seemed even more formidable in her eyes. The feeling of being protected was exhilarating. Zhao Lei's expression remained stoic as he replied, I must get you to safety first. This place is too dangerous. These zombies are no trivial matter. He could handle them alone, but escorting someone defenseless was a different challenge altogether. Li Yu remained silent. Knowing she was a burden to Zhao Lei, guilt surged within her. Seeing that Li Yu did not move, Zhao Lei said nothing further. Instead, he lifted her effortlessly into his arms and leaped over 10 meters, escaping the encirclement of zombies. Once he placed Li Yu in a secure location, he plunged back into the horde. With so many experience points available, he would not let them go to waste. Re-entering the fray, Zhao Lei felt liberated, unleashing chaos among the zombies, each one falling to his strikes in mere moments. From a distance, Li Yu watched Zhao Lei with admiration. In this perilous world, having a man capable of taking on hundreds was a blessing. What woman could resist such protection? Without Li Yu to hinder him, Zhao Lei swiftly decimated the horde. His experience points now soared to 1230. Without hesitation, he chose to advance his cultivation level. Ding! Consuming 700 experience points. His cultivation broke through to the 7th level of Qi refinement. As his abilities surged, Zhao Lei felt a profound mastery over spiritual energy, a transformation occurring within him that was both inexplicable and profound. He dismissed his musings and approached Liu, who gazed at him as if he were a mythical creature. She was increasingly convinced that this formidable man was extraordinary. To be by his side in this apocalypse would mean a life free from constant fear. Noticing her intense stare, Zhao Lei, unsure of her thoughts, spoke up. Time is of the essence. We must quickly find Zhongli. The longer we wait, the greater her danger. Liu sensed a certain unexplainable aura about Zhao Lei, as if every word he uttered carried weight. When I left, she was on the second floor. But I do not know where she is now, she replied softly. Then we must search everywhere. Stay close to me, Zhao Lei said resolutely. Liu followed Zhao Lei into the bathhouse, which had 3 floors. The left side housed the men's bathing area, while the right side was for women. After searching the first floor without finding anyone, they encountered only a few zombies, all of which Zhao Lei dispatched effortlessly. Chapter 4. Level 2 Mutant Zombies. As the two ascended to the second floor, they encountered several zombies, which Zhao Lei effortlessly dispatched. After a brief circuit, they found no sign of life. An inexplicable sense of dread began to swell within Liu. What if Zhongli had met with misfortune? Sensing her unease, Zhao Lei reassured her, we haven't come across any corpses. Zhongli should be fine. Perhaps she is just upstairs. Liu, upon hearing Zhao Lei's words, felt a flicker of hope. She too longed to find Zhongli on the 3rd floor. Otherwise, she truly would not know what to do. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they indeed found Zhongli, albeit cornered by 6 zombies. Despite having trained in combat, Zhongli was overwhelmed by fear and could not recall any techniques. Wielding a broom in a desperate flail, unable to contain herself, Liu shouted, Shaoli, we're here to save you. Zhongli turned at the sound of her voice, only to curse inwardly, this foolish girl. Why has she returned to court death? Yet, despite her internal admonition, she felt a surge of relief that Liu had come back to rescue her. I'll hold off the zombies. You two must run, she urged. I brought Zhao Lei to save you. There's no need to worry. At that moment, Zhao Lei was fixated on Zhongli, who wore exceedingly short shorts and a revealing crop top, her alluring figure on full display. Zhao Lei could hardly contain his drool, exclaiming, wow. Liu, noticing his expression, could not resist giving him a nudge. Stop staring and go save her. If you keep this up, Shaoli will end up as zombie bait. With that jolt, Zhao Lei snapped back to reality, recognizing the dire situation. He gripped his security baton and charged forward. Meanwhile, Liu was fuming, stamping her feet in frustration. He claims he's not that type of guy, yet here I am, not pretty enough, and all men are just swine. In the time it took for Liu to vent, Zhao Lei had dispatched the 6 zombies with remarkable efficiency. Zhongli, astonished, watched as the zombies that had cornered her were effortlessly eliminated by this man before her. Truly, comparisons could evoke envy. With the threat neutralized, Liu hurried over. The trio, familiar with one another, began to exchange words. Liu and Zhongli recounted their encounter with Zhao Lei, prompting Zhongli to exclaim, what a trio of scoundrels. As they chatted aimlessly, Zhao Lei suddenly sensed an unusual presence and swiftly shielded the 2 women behind him. Before they could comprehend the situation, a zombie emerged from the stairwell. Look out, it and Oppos, S.A. zombie. Liu exclaimed, be careful, this one seems different from the others, Zhao Lei warned gravely. Zhongli echoed, how is it different? It's stronger. You two hide. I'll deal with it. Acknowledging Zhao Lei's prowess, they knew his warning was serious. They realized staying would only hinder him, so they quickly retreated, urging him to be cautious. The zombie, alerted by Zhao Lei's movements, lunged towards him with astonishing speed, far quicker than any ordinary zombie he had previously encountered. Without hesitation, Zhao Lei swung his baton, but with a resounding crack. It shattered in his hands. Staring at the broken baton in disbelief, Zhao Lei struggled to regain his composure. Though it was merely a standard rubber stick, under Zhao Lei's aura, it should have been akin to iron. He hadn't anticipated the creature's formidable resilience. Still reeling from shock, Zhao Lei barely managed to brace himself as the zombie attacked again. It struck him with a powerful punch, forcing him to take a step back. If not for his momentary lapse in concentration, the creature wouldn't have stood a chance against him. Damn it, I was careless. Zhao Lei mentally chastised himself, fixing his gaze on the advancing zombie. As it lunged once more, Zhao Lei acted without hesitation, extending his hand like a claw towards the creature's head. In an instant, before the zombie could react, he seized its face and slammed it down onto the ground. With a tremendous force, he smashed its skull, causing green brain matter to burst forth. The zombie fell lifelessly, and the system and Oppos' notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 2 mutant zombie. Experience points 100. Zhao Lei felt a smile tug at the corners of his mouth. Previously, he had dispatched ordinary zombies almost instantaneously, but this encounter had taken several seconds. He concluded that acquiring a superior weapon would be prudent. Otherwise, breaking his weapon in battle would be rather embarrassing. Meanwhile, the two women, hearing the silence outside, rushed out to investigate. They found Zhao Lei sitting against the wall, the slain zombie nearby, its brain matter splattered. Li Yu hurried to him, concern etched on her face. Are you all right? I'm fine, just a bit distressed over my baton, Zhao Lei replied, holding the now broken weapon. What's that? Zhang Li exclaimed, pointing at the zombie and amp, Oppo's head. Zhao Lei and Li Yu turned to follow her gaze, where they noticed a faint green glow emanating from the fallen creature's head. Rushing forward, Zhao Lei began to sift through the brain matter until he unearthed a stone radiating a green light. He examined the stone closely as the two women approached. Just as the system's voice echoed in Zhao Lei's mind, detected a level 2 crystal core. Recovery will yield 500 experience points. Do you wish to recover? Momentarily stunned by the revelation, Zhao Lei's heart soared with joy. This item could be exchanged for experience points 500, to be precise. To him, anything that could be converted into experience points was a treasure. Without hesitation, he opted to recover it, and the stone vanished from his hand. The two women stared in astonishment, exclaiming, "Where did the stone go?" Waving a hand, Zhao Lei explained, "That was a crystal core. I have absorbed it." Absorbed? Is that even possible? Li Yu questioned, her expression one of disbelief. Zhao Lei had no intention of concealing the truth. As you both witnessed, I am no ordinary person. I am an ability user. That crystal core can enhance my powers, so I absorbed it. The two women accepted his words without skepticism. After all, with zombies roaming about, what else could be deemed impossible? They wasted no time in asking, "Can we learn these abilities too? We wish to possess the means to defend ourselves, so we can stand alongside you in danger, rather than hiding behind you." Chapter 5. Murder. This is simply not feasible. Upon hearing the request of the two women, Zhao Lei rejected them without hesitation. It was not that he was unwilling to teach them. In truth, he possessed no supernatural abilities whatsoever. He was merely fabricating tales and uttering nonsense. Hence, there was nothing to teach. There was no way he could divulge to the women that he had a system. Thus, he resorted to deceiving them, claiming that only individuals with special constitutions could awaken supernatural powers. The two women did not doubt Zhao Lei's assertion. They simply nodded in disappointment. After dismissing them, Zhao Lei stepped aside to open his information panel for inspection. Host, Zhao Lei human, cultivation level. Qi refinement stage 7 can be increased by consuming 800 cultivation points. Cultivation points. 1130 technique. Panga creation technique, increases with cultivation level, skill. Beginner's staff technique, seeing that he could elevate his cultivation level. Zhao Lei decisively chose to enhance it. Ding. Consumed 800 cultivation points. Cultivation level ascended to Qi refinement stage 8. The instant the system's voice faded, an enigmatic force radiated around Zhao Lei. The two women, who had been chatting idly, were startled. They turned to see Zhao Lei enveloped in a faint blue aura, emanating an air of sanctity. In that moment, Zhao Lei and Amp, Oppo's demeanor transformed, instilling a sense of reverence in the two women, who dared not gaze directly upon him. The oppressive aura of a cultivator naturally exerts a force on ordinary people, so it was only normal for the women to feel this way. As 2 minutes elapsed, the light surrounding Zhao Lei gradually diminished. At this juncture, the spiritual energy within him became even more refined and robust. During his previous breakthrough to Qi refinement stage 7, Zhao Lei had been oblivious to the nature of that qualitative change. However, during this breakthrough, he finally grasped its essence. He was beginning to transcend the realm of ordinary mortals. Zhao Lei understood that during his future breakthrough to foundation establishment, he would undoubtedly experience another significant transformation. With this realization, he ceased to dwell on it further. At this moment, the two women were still gazing at him in a daze. Zhao Lei approached them and inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" Upon hearing his question, the two women snapped back to reality. Li Yu smiled and replied, "Of course, I will follow you wherever you go." Zhao Lei, shaking his head in resignation, replied, "I intend to search for my family, which may entail a journey of thousands of kilometers. Are you certain you wish to accompany me?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Yu concluded that following Zhao Lei was far preferable to feeding zombies. Besides, she had no family to return to. Ultimately, Li Yu chose to accompany Zhao Lei. Zhang Li, on the other hand, stated that she still had family to find, and thus would not be joining Zhao Lei and Li Yu. Understanding Zhang Li and Apos' intentions, Li Yu did not dissuade her. The three spent another night in the bathhouse, shared a meal, and then bid farewell to one another. Zhao Lei was an only child, having grown up in a mountain village with his parents. When the apocalypse struck, his primary concern was for their safety. With communication devices rendered useless, he was unable to contact his parents, compelling him to return and check on them. The journey was long. Considering Li Yu's situation, Zhao Lei procured a vehicle. Although its fuel was scant, he estimated they could travel approximately 50 kilometers. As anticipated, upon reaching the next city, the vehicle was nearly out of fuel. They prepared to search for more gasoline and food before continuing their journey. As Zhao Lei and Li Yu traversed the desolate streets, the eerie silence enveloped them, causing Li Yu to cling tightly to Zhao Lei's clothing. Observing her trepidation, Zhao Lei chuckled. "You have such a timid disposition. Accompanying me means engaging in significant endeavors. You cannot merely hide behind me indefinitely. I cannot protect you for all eternity." Li Yu, indignant, retorted, "I don't care. I am bound to you for life. A saying goes, and Apos, a life-saving grace should be repaid with one and Apos' body. And Apos." Zhao Lei furrowed his brow in confusion. "ISN and Apos. It about repaying kindness like a gushing spring? When did it transform into a matter of offering one's body?" Li Yu's cheeks flushed as she replied, "What does it matter to you? If I say it's about offering my body, then it is." Zhao Lei awkwardly laughed, conceding, "Fine, whatever you say it is." He found some solace in having Li Yu by his side. Otherwise, the solitude of battling zombies alone would drive him to madness. Throughout their journey, the two engaged in conversation, gradually developing a unique bond. Li Yu, despite her naturally timid nature, found the courage to express herself freely around Zhao Lei, primarily because he was disinclined to argue with her. They scoured the area, encountering a few zombies along the way, which Zhao Lei dispatched with ease. Meanwhile, around a street corner ahead, a middle-aged man wielding a knife ambled along with a group of subordinates. One of the subordinates spoke up, "Boss, we've walked 2 streets. Yet we've hardly encountered any zombies. Where could all the people have gone?" "Let us find out," the knife-wielding man replied, pointing toward the silhouettes of Zhao Lei and Li Yu. This man, named Sun Chang, had been a brick mover before the apocalypse. After unexpectedly acquiring the ability to transform into a werewolf, he led a band of followers into a life of prominence. The figures the subordinate mentioned were indeed Zhao Lei and Li Yu, who had also taken note of the approaching group. A sense of foreboding washed over Zhao Lei as he observed the gathering. In an apocalyptic world, most individuals preferred to hide at home, yet this group moved in numbers, indicating they were not to be trifled with. Zhao Lei instinctively shielded Li Yu behind him. Sun Chang was sizing up Zhao Lei and Li Yu. As he scrutinized them, he noted the woman's rapid, disordered breathing, contrasting it with the young man's steady stride and calm demeanor, indicating he was a trained individual. Just as Sun Chang was about to caution his subordinate about the extraordinary nature of these two, the subordinate dashed forward, remarking, "The boss has a cute girl. Why not capture her for some fun?" Li Yu felt uncomfortable under the lewd gaze and instinctively shrank back toward Zhao Lei. The moment Zhao Lei perceived that predatory look, memories of the 3 burly men in the security room resurfaced. Swiftly, he seized the subordinate by the throat and lifted him off the ground. The subordinate, bewildered, was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Sun Chang was taken aback, unable to comprehend the speed at which Zhao Lei had acted. Realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent, he rushed forward to intervene, saying, "My young friend, my subordinate was merely joking. There's no need to take offense. Please, grant me a favor and let him go." Upon hearing Sun Chang's words, Zhao Lei coldly replied, "Very well." Crack. Before Sun Chang could express relief, he heard the sickening sound of his subordinate's neck snapping under Zhao Lei's grip. Furious, Sun Chang exclaimed, "What does this mean? Are you declaring enmity against me? Enemies? Huh. You aren't worthy of that title." Zhao Lei replied dismissively, "Well, you're quite bold. You can go die now." Sun Chang bared his teeth, his anger palpable. This insolent youth must not survive today. All my brothers, attack. Chapter 6. The Superpower Card. After summoning his underlings, Sun Chang charged towards Zhao Lei with a blade in hand. Zhao Lei shielded Li Yu behind him, his aura of cultivation at the 8th level enveloping the area. All except Li Yu felt as though they were being scrutinized by a primordial beast, cold sweat trickling down their backs. In the moment Sun Chang was momentarily stunned by fear, Zhao Lei swiftly approached him, and seized the long knife from his grasp, simultaneously delivering a kick that sent Sun Chang sprawling to the ground. As Zhao Lei grasped the knife, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Long knife detected. Automatic acquisition of intermediate swordsmanship. The instant the notification faded, Zhao Lei felt an extraordinary familiarity with the weapon, as if he had wielded it all his life. His blade danced through the throng of underlings with effortless grace, his movements fluid and innate. Before Sun Chang could react, he witnessed his subordinates collapsing one after another, his fury reaching a boiling point. He let out a furious roar, his body swelling until he transformed into a towering werewolf, standing 3 meters tall. Zhao Lei, taken aback, wondered at this unexpected turn of events. However, he quickly regained his composure and charged at the transformed Sun Chang. The werewolf howled in rage. You brat. Prepare to meet your demise. The clash of claws against blade resounded. To Sun Chang's astonishment, he gazed at his own claw, aghast. Ordinary weapons could not possibly breach his fur defenses. Yet, at this moment, a gory gash marred his paw. Confounded, Sun Chang could not fathom how this was possible. Zhao Lei, undeterred, pressed the attack. With his intermediate swordsmanship and the speed of an 8th-level cultivator, Sun Chang could barely discern the rapidity of Zhao Lei and Appo's strikes. No matter how he dodged, his body bore witness to grievous cuts. As Sun Chang's energy waned, Zhao Lei seized the opportunity, channeling all his spiritual energy into the blade. With a decisive strike, the werewolf's head rolled away, leaving Sun Chang oblivious to how his defenses had been shattered. The truth was simple. Zhao Lei had infused the blade with a layer of spiritual energy. The difference between a blade imbued with such energy and one that was not was akin to that between a wooden stick and an iron rod. In that instant, as Sun Chang's head fell, a new notification rang in Zhao Lei's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have slain a level 1 superpowered individual, earning 50 cultivation points and acquiring a beast transformation ability card X1. Zhao Lei gazed curiously at the card that had materialized in his hand. A beast transformation ability card? What could this possibly be? Observing the effortless defeat of Sun Chang and his underlings, Liu swiftly approached Zhao Lei. Noticing him inspecting the card, she asked softly, "What do you have there?" Hesitant, Zhao Lei replied, "It seems to be some sort of ability card." Sun Chang likely transformed into a werewolf with its aid. The prospect of transforming into a werewolf thrilled Liu. "That card must be incredibly powerful," she exclaimed. "But alas, it would be of no use to me." Zhao Lei lamented. "Indeed," Liu agreed with a nod. Zhao Lei had initially intended to gift the card to Liu, but she promptly declined, unwilling to become a fearsome and unattractive werewolf. Contemplating, Zhao Lei realized that with his protection over her, the card was somewhat superfluous. Liu pocketed the ability card, pondering its potential future utility. As the sun sank lower, the sky gradually darkened. Over the course of the day, Zhao Lei and Liu had scavenged a considerable amount of supplies, yet encountered not a single survivor, nor many zombies. Meanwhile, in a modest rental apartment, Liu was bathing while Zhao Lei sat on the bed, reviewing his system panel. Host, Zhao Lei, human, cultivation, 8th level, can increase by consuming 900 cultivation points, for 20 technique, Pengu creation art, advances with cultivation, skills, basic staff technique. Intermediate swordsmanship in just 2 days. Zhao Lei had transformed from an ordinary person devoid of cultivation to a cultivator capable of tearing zombies apart. The leap in power was monumental. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he could distinctly feel a vortex of spiritual energy in his abdomen, continuously drawing in the essence of heaven and earth. The energy entering his body was exceedingly pure, hinting at a potential transformation into liquid form. As Zhao Lei reveled in this sensation, Liu emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. "I'm done bathing. Do you wish to take your turn?" she asked languidly. Zhao Lei turned to face her, momentarily entranced by her delicate skin, dark hair, and long, graceful legs. A smile played on Liu's lips as she noticed his gaze, teasingly declaring, "I've got you now." In public, she appeared as a timid little kitten hiding behind Zhao Lei, but in private, she was a fierce tigress, capable of being quite demanding. Having grown up in an orphanage, Liu was naturally timid. However, her personality evolved after meeting Zhang Li in middle school, a strong-willed girl who cared for her. The two became best friends over time. Later, as Liu became a teacher, she met Zhao Lei, a security guard, and developed a fondness for him. Following a life-saving incident in the security office, her admiration for him blossomed into something deeper, though her shyness prevented her from confessing. Over the past 2 days, Liu had genuinely come to appreciate Zhao Lei. Consequently, while scavenging during the day, she boldly declared her desire to be his girlfriend and bear his children. Zhao Lei was taken aback, astonished by her boldness. Yet he readily agreed, humorously remarking that who would refuse such an offer from a beautiful woman? However, ever since his agreement, Zhao Lei began to second-guess his decision as Liu playfully teased him. Just then, she approached him, pushing him onto the bed. As her lips drew nearer, Zhao Lei's heart raced, prompting him to push her away. "I'm going to take a shower," he stammered, fleeing the scene. Watching his hasty retreat, Liu chuckled, covering her mouth in amusement. Who would have imagined that a man capable of killing without a second thought could also be so bashful? In the bathroom, Zhao Lei muttered to himself, "This woman keeps teasing me. Just wait until I come out. I'll show her." Emerging from the bathroom, Zhao Lei playfully pushed Liu onto the bed. Thus, an indescribable night swiftly passed. The next morning, bright sunlight streamed through the window. Liu lay sweetly nestled in Zhao Lei's embrace. After getting ready, they prepared to depart. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion echoed from afar, startling both of them. Chapter 7. The escaping siblings. Zhao Lei lifted Liu and leaped onto the rooftop. Gazing into the distance, thick plumes of smoke rose ominously. With Liu and Appo's eyesight, she could see nothing but the dark smoke. However, Zhao Lei perceived the situation with clarity. Observing the smoke, Liu inquired, "Zhao Lei, what has transpired over there?" Zhao Lei replied nonchalantly, "A man and a woman ignited a fuel tank to eliminate 5 zombies, causing an explosion. Even if they succeeded in their endeavor, the noise would surely attract more zombies. Frankly, their actions are akin to courting death." Upon hearing Zhao Lei's words, Liu nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the distance, the fleeing man and woman were in dire straits. The man glanced back, realizing that the 5 zombies had not been vanquished. Rather, the explosion had drawn even more of them. At that moment, the girl collapsed to the ground. The man rushed to support her, urging, "Xiao Huan, we must run. They are almost upon us." The girl, named Xiao Huan, trembled as she rose with his assistance. Gasping for breath, she said, "Brother, I can't run anymore. We barely escaped that place. You must go on without me." The man's expression darkened, and he retorted angrily, "I promised our father I would take care of you. Do not speak such despairing words again." Feeling aggrieved, Xiao Huan understood that her brother acted out of concern for her. Noticing her distress, the man refrained from further argument. As the zombies drew closer, he quickly crouched down, insisting, "They will catch up soon. Let me carry you." From the rooftop, Zhao Lei observed the entire exchange. Clearly hearing the siblings' dialogue, a complex expression crossed his face. The man, even in the face of death, prioritized his sister's safety, displaying commendable loyalty. With this thought, Zhao Lei turned to Liu and instructed, "Zombies cannot reach here. Stay put and do not wander off. I will go to rescue them." Liu understood that accompanying him would only hinder his efforts, so she nodded and found a spot to sit down. Zhao Lei smiled gently at her before leaping off the building and sprinting toward the direction the siblings had fled. As Zhao Lei listened to their conversation, he surmised they had escaped from a location devoid of survivors in the city, likely a place of confinement. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became, and his pace quickened. In the distance, the man, burdened by his sister, was slowing down. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground, and Xiao Huan fell heavily beside him. Despite his exhaustion, the man managed to prop himself up and reached for his sister, lifting her gently. In a disheveled state, he asked, "Xiao Huan, are you all right?" "It is all my fault for not being strong enough. You have suffered." Tears streamed down Xiao Huan and Appo's face as she gazed at her brother and Appo's pitiful condition. Her voice trembled. "Brother, I have dragged you down. I am so sorry." Seeing his sister weep inconsolably, the man's heart melted. He affectionately ruffled her hair, saying softly, "Silly girl. It is not your fault. It is my failure to protect you. It seems I cannot fulfill my promise to our father." As the zombies approached, he held her tightly, and they closed their eyes, bracing for their impending demise. After a moment, the siblings sensed something was amiss. Why had the zombies not torn them to shreds? They opened their eyes to a shocking sight. All the pursuing zombies lay motionless on the ground. A handsome young man clad in athletic attire stood among them, wielding a large knife and dispatching the zombies with ease. It was Zhao Lei, who had arrived just in time to save them. He had eliminated all the zombies that chased them and, to his surprise, discovered that they were all first-tier zombies with crystal cores. The siblings finally noticed Zhao Lei collecting the crystal cores, and he successfully gathered 11 first-tier cores. After completing his task, Zhao Lei approached them. The siblings regarded him with a mixture of awe and incredulity. Observing their expressions, Zhao Lei spoke in a deep voice. I am Zhao Lei. What are your names? The man quickly regained his composure and responded, I am Lu Zhibing, and this is my sister, Lu Xiaowan. As he introduced them, Lu Xiaowan's face flushed slightly under Zhao Lei's gaze. Lu Zhibing noticed his sister's shyness, but refrained from commenting. He stood, bowed deeply to Zhao Lei, and earnestly expressed, Thank you, Zhao Lei, for saving our lives. My sister and I have nothing to offer in return. We are truly grateful. Zhao Lei smiled gently and waved his hand dismissively, saying, It was a mere act of kindness. No need for formalities. However, I have a few inquiries I would like to make. Please, do ask. I will share whatever I know, Lu Zhibing replied courteously. Zhao Lei, with a serious demeanor, inquired, Do you know where the survivors are located? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhibing's expression hardened, as if recalling a painful memory. He sighed heavily, saying, To be honest, Zhao Lei, my sister and I just escaped from there. All the survivors in Nanhai City are confined in that place. Stunned, Zhao Lei pressed further. They are all there? Please elaborate on the situation. Lu Zhibing took a moment to compose himself before continuing. It is an underground parking lot of a shopping center, where everyone is held captive by a zombie king capable of human speech. All the zombies in the city gather there, and my parents perished in that place. My sister and I barely managed to escape. As he spoke, a tear rolled down his cheek. Zhao Lei was profoundly shocked. A zombie king that could command all the zombies was an unimaginable terror. Sensing Zhao Lei deep in thought, Lu Xiaowan softly asked, Brother Zhao, are you planning to rescue them? Zhao Lei turned to her, his voice somber. That is indeed my intention. However, given your accounts, I believe this matter requires careful consideration. Attempting it alone may prove to be quite challenging. In response, Lu Zhibing remarked, It is indeed wise to take your time. Suddenly realizing something, he exclaimed, What? You find it challenging alone? Zhao Lei merely replied, Yes. Lu Zhibing was rendered speechless. Do you hear yourself? I struggle to escape a single zombie, and you nonchalantly declare that confronting a horde of them is merely a challenge. Chapter 8. The gift of the ability card. The trio engaged in light conversation for a while longer until Zhao Lei lifted the two siblings and leaped onto the rooftop. Zhao Lei moved with remarkable speed, darting across the roof with ease. Lu Xiaowan, frightened, shut her eyes and screamed, Brother Zhao, please slow down. I and Appos am terrified. She clutched Zhao Lei's hand tightly, fearing that a misstep could lead to her demise. In contrast, her brother Lu Zhibing managed to maintain his composure, although a bit anxious. He kept his eyes wide open. Lu Zhibing had a fondness for martial arts novels since childhood, especially those featuring lightness skills. He dreamt of one day becoming a martial arts master who could traverse the winds and waves. As he gazed down at the towering buildings below, he felt a pang of envy. He looked at Zhao Lei in admiration and asked, Brother Zhao, how do you do this? Are you a martial arts master? Can you teach me? Zhao Lei, shaking his head with a wry smile, replied, I am an ability user, not a martial arts master. However, I possess something that might assist you. Lu Zhibing and Appos' eyes lit up with curiosity. What is it? May I see? Zhao Lei teased him. Wait until we reach our destination, and I will show you. The item that Zhao Lei believed would aid Lu Zhibing was the ability card he had acquired the previous day, but its usage would depend on Lu Zhibing's decision. Zhao Lei moved swiftly, soon arriving at the rooftop where Li Yu was located. Upon seeing Zhao Lei's return, Li Yu approached quickly. Zhao Lei briefly introduced the three of them to her and updated her on Lu Zhibing and Lu Xiaowan's situation. He then mentioned his plan to attack the zombie stronghold. Li Yu, confident in Zhao Lei's abilities, did not deter him. Afterwards, she and Lu Xiaowan wandered off to chat. It must be said that women often find more to talk about among themselves. Typically, Li Yu and Zhao Lei exchanged few words. Watching the two converse, Zhao Lei pulled Lu Zhibing aside. He retrieved the beast transformation ability card from his backpack and handed it to Lu Zhibing. Lu Zhibing gazed at the ability card in confusion. Brother Zhao, is this card really the item you mentioned that could help me? Zhao Lei nodded confidently. This is a beast transformation ability card. It can transform you into a 3-meter-tall werewolf, more than sufficient to deal with ordinary zombies. Lu Zhibing, somewhat skeptical, replied, This card possesses such power? Brother Zhao, please do not deceive me. Zhao Lei waved his hand dismissively. How could I possibly deceive you? The truth will be revealed upon use. What is the method of using this card? Lu Zhibing's question caught Zhao Lei off guard. Indeed, He had no idea how it worked. Rubbing his head awkwardly, he suggested, "Why don't you try dropping a drop of blood on it? That's how they do it in the dramas." Lu Zhibing's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei managed a polite, yet awkward smile. With no other option, Lu Zhibing decided to give it a try. Gritting his teeth, he bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the card. A radiant light enveloped him, and in an instant, a towering werewolf stood before Zhao Lei. Lu Zhibing gazed at his newfound colossal form, his excitement palpable. "It truly works. Brother Zhao, you are incredible." The two women, who had been chatting nearby, were startled by the sight. Li Yu approached Zhao Lei and softly inquired, "Did you give him that ability card?" Zhao Lei confirmed with a nod. Lu Zhibing, overjoyed, danced around, feeling as though he could take on a horde of zombies. However, a sudden thought struck him. How would he transform back into a human? The realization made his joy evaporate, and he hurriedly asked Zhao Lei, "Brother Zhao, how do I revert to my original form?" Unable to suppress his amusement at Lu Zhibing's panic, Zhao Lei offered, "Simply envision your original self, and you will return." Curiosity arose among onlookers about how Zhao Lei knew this. Without further inquiry, it was clear that he had read the usage instructions on the ability card. As Lu Zhibing flailed about, Zhao Lei shared a knowing glance with the two women, eagerly awaiting Lu Zhibing's reaction once he transformed back and discovered the truth. Upon reverting to his human form, Lu Zhibing's face turned a shade of green, a look of disbelief washing over him. "So you all knew? And I was the only one left in the dark. The fool was me." Li Yu and Lu Xiaohuan rushed over to tease Lu Zhibing, and laughter ensued. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei settled down nearby, retrieving the 11 crystal cores he had obtained. Ding! 11 crystal cores detected. Recycling will yield 200 cultivation points. Do you wish to proceed? Without hesitation, Zhao Lei opted for the recycling. Ding! Recycled 11 crystal cores, gaining 200 cultivation points. As the system notification concluded, Zhao Lei opened his message panel to review his progress. Host, Zhao Lei, human, cultivation, 8th layer of Qi refinement, 900 points required for increase, cultivation points, 620 technique, Panga creation technique, increases with cultivation, skills, beginner staff technique, intermediate blade technique. Zhao Lei beamed at the 620 cultivation points, marveling at how effortlessly they had accumulated. After a moment of reflection, he decided to enhance his cultivation. Ding! Consumed 900 cultivation points, elevating to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Ding! Consumed 1000 cultivation points, elevating to the 10th layer of Qi refinement. With the elevation of his cultivation, a mysterious aura radiated from Zhao Lei. The trio of friends, engaged in playful antics, turned their attention toward him. Li Yu, having witnessed this phenomenon before, was unfazed, while Lu Zhibing and Lu Xiaohuan stared in awe. Lu Xiaohuan exclaimed, "Sisterly, look! Brother Zhao is glowing. How magical!" Lu Zhibing, incredulous, inquired, "Miss Li, what is happening to Brother Zhao?" Li Yu responded, glancing at the luminous Zhao Lei, "He must have mentioned he is an ability user. This is a sign of his cultivation breakthrough. Is he truly an ability user? When he told me before, I thought he was jesting," Lu Zhibing said, astonished. The reality of ability users in the world dawned on him. Lu Xiaohuan gazed at Zhao Lei with envy, wishing one day she could be as formidable as him. As Lu Zhibing and Lu Xiaohuan admired Zhao Lei, evening gradually descended upon them. The four gathered to enjoy a self-heating hot pot, engaging in cheerful banter. Zhao Lei remarked that he would give Lu Xiaohuan an extra ability card if he obtained more in the future, much to her delight. Chapter 9. Rescuing the woman and the young girl. Early the next morning, Zhao Lei created a protective energy shield to safeguard Li Yu and Lu Xiaohuan within their home. Concerned that he might not be able to manage their safety while accompanying them, Zhao Lei ensured that the shield could withstand attacks from first-level zombies. Moreover, since the zombies were primarily congregated around the shopping center, the two women were assured safety at home. Having arranged everything, Zhao Lei instructed the two women to remain indoors and avoid wandering off before departing with Lu Zhibing. With Lu Zhibing's current beastly strength, he could effortlessly dispatch first-level zombies with a mere swipe. Thus, Zhao Lei, accompanied by him, could save considerable time. The duo moved swiftly, reaching the vicinity of the shopping center in merely 10 minutes. Zhao Lei surveyed the throngs of zombies below, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Each zombie represented an opportunity to enhance his cultivation. Once he eliminated these zombies, he would surely elevate his prowess, making even a zombie king a trivial challenge. With this thought in mind, Zhao Lei solemnly instructed, "Zhibing, lead the way. Let us rescue the people first." Lu Zhibing acknowledged with a nod and leaped directly from the rooftop. He felt confident in his ability to take on a group of zombies. Zhao Lei, observing Lu Zhibing's daring leap, couldn't help but shake his head. Initially, he believed Lu Zhibing to be a reliable elder brother figure. But as they spent time together, he discovered that he was quite the comical character. Upon landing, Lu Zhibing turned to see Zhao Lei still on the roof and called out, "Brother Zhao, hurry down." Responding to his call, Zhao Lei executed a leap, performing a mid-air somersault before landing gracefully before Lu Zhibing. At the sound of their voices, the surrounding zombies surged toward them. The sheer density of the zombies sent a shiver down Lu Zhibing's spine. Zhao Lei estimated their numbers, around 300. This was merely the perimeter. There could be even more zombies deeper within. Without further hesitation, Lu Zhibing struck out, swiftly dispatching 2 zombies with a single claw. Zhao Lei followed suit, his blade slicing through 5 zombies in one sweep. As Zhao Lei continued to eliminate more zombies, the system notifications rang incessantly in his ears. Lu Zhibing, too, was attacking zombies with frenzied zeal, finally avenging the torment he had endured at their hands. This moment of retribution was all thanks to the power card Zhao Lei had bestowed upon him. In their relentless slaughter, the number of zombies dwindled rapidly. Zhao Lei accessed his system panel to review his progress. Host, Zhao Lei, human, cultivation level. Chi refinement stage 10 can increase with 5,000 cultivation points. Cultivation points. 3,000 points technique. Panga creation technique. Enhances with cultivation level. Skills. Basic staff technique. Intermediate sword technique to advance to the foundation establishment stage requires 5,000 cultivation points. Among the zombies he had slain, only 6 were first-level zombies. Zhao Lei collected all the crystal cores he had acquired, increasing his cultivation points to 4,200. Noticing he was still 800 points short, he turned his gaze to Lu Zhibing. Before they set out, Zhao Lei had briefed Lu Zhibing on the classification of zombies and the significance of crystal cores. Zombies are categorized as first-level zombies, more agile than ordinary zombies, second-level zombies, tougher than first-level zombies, third-level zombies, possessing intelligence comparable to a 6-year-old child, fourth-level zombies, capable of human speech. First-level crystal cores appear white, second-level cores green, third-level cores blue, fourth-level cores purple. Zhao Lei reminded him to extract the cores from any first-level zombies they encountered. At that moment, Lu Zhibing, catching Zhao Lei's glance, immediately understood. He produced 2 white crystals from seemingly nowhere and handed them to Zhao Lei, saying, "I only found these 2. Zhao Lei smiled faintly. 2 would suffice, as having them was better than none. Without hesitation, he collected the crystal cores. Ding! Recovered 2 first-level crystal cores. Cultivation points increased by 400. Now only 400 points remained. Zhao Lei frowned in contemplation. He decided to send Lu Zhibing back first, intending to tackle the remaining zombies alone. Lu Zhibing's presence was inadvertently hindering his cultivation points. "Zhibing, why not return to protect Xiaowan and the others? I cannot shake the worry of them being alone, and you possess the strength to contend with second-level zombies now. Your return would ease my mind," Zhao Lei proposed. Lu Zhibing considered this and agreed, but he inquired, "Brother Zhao, what will you do if I leave?" Zhao Lei patted his chest confidently, asserting, "Do you doubt my strength? I can easily handle these zombies. I trust your abilities, but please be cautious." "I will await your return," Lu Zhibing replied before departing. With Lu Zhibing gone, Zhao Lei wasted no time and swiftly made his way to the underground parking garage. He aimed to gather enough cultivation points to reach the foundation establishment stage, eager to break through. Zhao Lei stealthily entered the parking garage, concealing himself behind a pillar as he observed 2 zombies ahead. He surmised that their levels were likely high. Eliminating them would provide sufficient points for his breakthrough. Just as he prepared to strike, an unexpected event unfolded. A woman dashed toward him, tightly covering the mouth of a young girl in her arms, as if fleeing from some primordial beast. The girl's tears soaked the woman's hand as she glanced back in terror. However, the parking garage was shrouded in darkness, and the woman could see nothing. Yet, Zhao Lei's Chi refinement stage 10 enabled him to perceive the situation clearly. Behind the woman, a dozen zombies pursued her relentlessly. Without hesitation, Zhao Lei sprang into action, swiftly positioning himself before the zombies he had been monitoring for some time. With a single stroke, he severed the heads of both zombies before they could react. He pocketed 1 green and 1 white crystal core and rushed towards the woman. moving at remarkable speed. Zhao Lei reached the woman and the young girl, embracing them tightly. Mistaking him for a zombie, the woman screamed, "Return my daughter." Instinctively, she bit down on Zhao Lei's arm. Despite the sudden pain, Zhao Lei stifled a wince and bolted outside. Once clear of the parking garage, he leaped into the air, soaring over several buildings before coming to a halt. The woman, her eyes tightly shut, continued to bite down on Zhao Lei's arm. "You are safe now. There is no need to worry," Zhao Lei spoke softly. Hearing a human voice, the woman opened her eyes to see a young, handsome man and quickly released her grip, apologizing profusely. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I thought you were a zombie." At that moment, the young girl had succumbed to unconsciousness, likely from hunger due to prolonged deprivation. Zhao Lei promptly channeled some energy into her, temporarily preserving her life. The woman accepted her daughter, expressing her heartfelt gratitude for Zhao Lei's timely intervention. Zhao Lei, unconcerned with the praise, regarded it as a mere act of kindness. His immediate priority was to break through his cultivation. Finding a safe spot, he settled the mother and daughter, leaving them some food before departing. He sought a tranquil location to achieve his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. Chapter 10. Foundation. On a towering building of 50 stories, Zhao Lei sat cross-legged. He retrieved a green crystal core from his bag. Ding! A second-tier crystal core detected. Recovery will yield 500 cultivation points. Do you wish to proceed? Without hesitation, Zhao Lei chose to recover it. As he did, his cultivation points surged to 5,250. Resolute, he opted for an elevation in his cultivation. Ding! Consuming 5,000 cultivation points. Your cultivation breaks through to the initial stage of foundation establishment. No sooner had the system's notification faded than Zhao Lei felt the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth surging violently towards him. He sensed the vortex of spiritual energy in his dantian compressing incessantly, while his body underwent a profound transformation. Zhao Lei remained unhurried, channeling the Pangu creation technique. As he did so, a miniature vortex of spiritual energy formed around him. 10 minutes passed, and the vortex in his dantian vanished, replaced by a golden square platform. Zhao Lei surmised that this golden platform must be his spiritual platform. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth, after passing through the spiritual platform, transformed into pure spiritual power. This power, when projected outward, could manifest as a tangible force. Most importantly, it enabled him to fly on a sword. The thought of soaring through the skies on a sword thrilled Zhao Lei. It was a dream materializing into reality. Who would not yearn to be a celestial being, riding the winds to vanquish demons? Just as he envisioned himself cleaving through the ranks of zombies from afar, a series of system notifications jolted him back to the present. Ding! Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Reward: Insight IX1. Note: the Insight I allows viewing of basic information on all physical objects. Ding! Congratulations, host, on reaching the initial stage of foundation establishment. The synthesis function is now enabled. Note: the synthesis system allows for the combination of items placed in the synthesis slot to yield a product. Ding! Congratulations, host, on reaching the initial stage of foundation establishment. The system space is now accessible. Note: items acquired by the host will automatically be stored in the system space, including automatic recovery of zombie crystal cores, with infinite capacity. Ding! Congratulations, host, on reaching the initial stage of foundation establishment. The system task function has been activated. Note: the system will randomly issue tasks, and completing them yields corresponding rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host, on reaching the initial stage of foundation establishment. The power formation function is now available. Note: after successfully founding a power, the kills made by its members will still count towards the host's cultivation points. This cascade of system notifications left Zhao Lei in a state of bewilderment. He marveled silently at the astonishing array of features unlocked by a mere breakthrough. After recovering from his astonishment, he quietly opened the information panel. Host: Zhao Lei, human, cultivation. Initial stage of foundation establishment, consume 10,000 cultivation points to increase. Cultivation points. 250 technique. Pangu creation technique. Enhances with cultivation, skills. Basic staff technique. Intermediate blade technique. Inside eye. System space. Infinite. Automatically recovers crystal cores from slain zombies. Synthesis function. Current synthesis limit is 1 time. Items already synthesized cannot be synthesized again. Consume 1,000 000 cultivation points to increase synthesis limit. Task function. Main task. Eliminate all zombies on Blue Star and uncover the mastermind behind them to eliminate them. Task rewards. Unknown. Subtask. Establish your own power to expedite the extermination of zombies. Task rewards. Unknown. Random task. None. Randomly triggered. At that moment, the information panel underwent a significant transformation. Zhao Lei gazed at the plethora of functions displayed, a swirl of emotions washing over him. Nonetheless, it was undeniable. The capabilities of this system were truly formidable. Not to mention, the mere existence of an infinite system space was enough to elicit applause from Zhao Lei. Eagerly, he placed his backpack and long knife into the system space. The convenience of having a system space was evident. Next, Zhao Lei turned his attention to the synthesis function. He pondered what items he possessed that could be synthesized. After a moment's thought, he retrieved 2 sausages from the system space, which he had previously stored in his backpack. He placed the sausages in the synthesis slot. Ding. Synthesis commencing. Ding. Synthesis successful. Obtained premium sausage X1. All synthesized items were placed in the system space. Zhao Lei took out the premium sausage he had just created. It appeared unchanged. He opened the sausage and tasted it. To his surprise, it was quite delightful. He savored it eagerly. Wiping his mouth, he began to grasp the concept of the synthesis function. Determined to test his hypothesis, Zhao Lei retrieved his long knife and a white crystal core from the system space. He placed both items into the synthesis slot. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the first-grade spirit tool, demon-slaying flying knife. Wow. Incredible. Zhao Lei could not help but exclaim upon hearing the system's notification. He knew that with this demon-slaying flying knife, he could soar through the air on his blade. Slaying foes from a distance was no longer just a fantasy. As he examined the demon-slaying flying knife with rapt attention, one would notice that Zhao Lei's right pupil had transformed into a brilliant blue. To his delight, he discovered a blue panel materializing on the knife. First-grade spirit tool, demon-slaying flying knife. Capable of delivering the strongest attack with minimal spiritual energy, allowing for the slaying of enemies from a distance of 1,000 meters. Utilizing the inside eye, Zhao Lei was thoroughly pleased with this function. With the inside eye, determining the levels of zombies no longer required guesswork. Each new system feature surpassed the last. Zhao Lei glanced at the power creation function and task function, deciding to set them aside for the moment. He needed to hurry and save others. Now armed with the demon-slaying flying knife, Zhao Lei brimmed with confidence. He felt capable of taking on a horde single-handedly. Stepping onto the flying knife, he navigated unsteadily towards the shopping center, plunging directly into the underground parking lot. As he walked leisurely, he directed the flying knife to eliminate zombies ahead. The razor-sharp blade of the flying knife proved more than a match for the first and second-tier zombies. Wherever the knife flew, zombies fell in droves. And the system notifications echoed continuously in Zhao Lei's mind. As he pressed deeper, he encountered primarily second-tier zombies. According to the system's information, ordinary zombies evolved to first tier after consuming 5 of their kind, to second tier after consuming 50, to third tier after consuming 500, and to fourth tier after consuming 5,000. In just a few short days, fourth-tier zombies had emerged here. It was clear that if this continued unchecked, fifth-tier zombies could also arise. Zhao Lei surmised that a staggering 90% of the city's population had likely transformed into zombies. With this thought, he quickened his pace even more. Chapter 11. Rescuing the survivors. Zhao Lei wielded the demon-slaying flying knife, cleaving through the hordes of zombies with relentless precision. In the face of his overwhelming strength, no zombie dared to approach within 5 meters of him. His cultivation points consistently increased, soon surpassing the significant threshold of 5,000 points. With his acute hearing, a skill honed during his foundational training, he began to discern the faint cries of children as he ventured deeper. Zhao Lei surmised that these cries belonged to survivors trapped within. His pace quickened at the thought. Meanwhile, in the depths of the underground parking lot, a tattered woman stood resolute against 100 zombies, her face betraying no hint of fear. This woman, known as Xue Xiaoran, was a former soldier. Captured by zombies during the apocalypse, she had witnessed the grim fate of over 1,000 fellow captives, all of whom had succumbed to the undead. Now, only she and 6 small children remained, huddled together for comfort. "Don't be afraid. I'm here. I will protect you," Xue Xiaoran reassured the trembling children. Glancing back at them, as the zombies surged toward her, she swung a wooden stick, knocking one to the ground. Yet, the sheer number of the undead overwhelmed her. and soon she found herself engulfed in their ranks. A wave of despair washed over her. She was not ready to die. "I am a soldier. I have people to protect. I cannot perish here," she nearly screamed. In an instant, a brilliant red light radiated from her being, followed by a deafening explosion that illuminated the entire parking structure. Zhao Lei, engrossed in his slaughter of zombies, sensed the impending danger. Ignoring the surrounding threats, he grasped the demon-slaying flying knife, condensing his spiritual energy into it before unleashing a strike. A streak of blue light sliced through the zombie horde, clearing a path toward the source of the explosion. As he approached the epicenter, he spotted a red figure relentlessly launching fireballs at the zombies. Zhao Lei focused intently. Name: Xue Xiaoran, veteran, cultivation level 3 Esper skill, fireball technique. Upon contact with a target, it produces a massive explosion with devastating power. Talent rating: S-class. Just as Zhao Lei finished reading her information panel, a zombie lunged at him. Fortunately, his speed allowed him to evade just in time. Gazing at Xue Xiaoran, who was wreaking havoc with her fireballs, he couldn't help but gasp at the ferocity of her onslaught. Ding! A random mission was triggered. Rescue the beauty amidst the zombie horde, with a reward of 60 favorability from Xue Xiaoran. As Zhao Lei marveled at her brutality, the system's voice echoed in his mind, and he instantly understood the implication. He was to win her over. With a smirk playing on his lips, he knew that despite her fierce appearance, Xue Xiaoran was on the verge of exhaustion. If he did not intervene, she would surely perish. However, Zhao Lei was determined to prevent such a tragedy. As a cultivator in the foundational stage, he could not allow a beauty like her to fall victim to the undead. "Let that girl go, and face me instead," Zhao Lei bellowed, charging forward. Xue Xiaoran turned at the sound of his voice, internally cursing the fool who dared to intervene. Unbeknownst to her, Zhao Lei was oblivious to her thoughts. He reached her side, intercepting her attacks. "Rest for now, let me take care of these minions," he assured her. As he launched into a fray of destruction, Xue Xiaoran was taken aback by his boldness. She mused to herself, "This man may appear somewhat dim-witted, yet he exudes a reliable aura." Despite not fully grasping her feelings, she found comfort in his presence. Having gone days without sustenance, she was on the brink of collapse. Were it not for her awakening powers in this dire moment, she would have surely perished. As Zhao Lei drove the zombies back, an open space emerged before Xue Xiaoran. She knelt beside the 6 children, gently stroking the head of a little girl, a pang of sadness swelling in her heart. These children were the last remnants of their parents' sacrifices, the final sparks of hope in this desolate city. Xue Xiaoran vowed to protect them at all costs. With each sweep of Zhao Lei's flying knife, more zombies fell to the ground. The undead in the parking lot had dwindled significantly. He sighed. Acknowledging the toll this battle had taken on his spiritual energy, he felt nearly drained. Given that the survivors had been located, it was wise to retreat. Encountering a zombie king at this juncture would spell disaster for him, as the strength of a level 4 zombie could rival his own foundational prowess. With this in mind, Zhao Lei called out to Xue Xiaoran. She, too, recognized the urgency to leave. Retreat is the best strategy. Zhao Lei cleared a path and led Xue Xiaoran and the children in flight. Exiting the parking lot, he found a bus and ushered everyone aboard, steering toward the location of Li Yu and the others. On the bus, Xue Xiaoran stood beside Zhao Lei, inquiring softly, "What is your name?" "Zhao Lei," he replied, his tone nonchalant. "Where are you taking us?" She pressed. "To a safe place." As Zhao Lei drove with Xue Xiaoran and the children on board, the system's notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Mission to rescue the beauty completed. Favorability with Xue Xiaoran increased by 60. When the system's voice resounded, he discreetly checked her information panel. Name: Xue Xiaoran, veteran, cultivation level 3 Esper skill, fireball technique. Upon contact with a target, it produces a massive explosion with devastating power. Talent rating: S-class favorability 8100. Upon reviewing the panel, Zhao Lei was pleasantly surprised to see the addition of favorability. The system's mechanics were indeed impressive. Not only did Xue Xiaoran trust him implicitly, but she also seemed to grow more fond of him with each passing moment. As they reached the building where Li Yu and the others awaited, her favorability soared to an impressive 90. Zhao Lei, now favored by such a beauty, felt a surge of delight. Chapter 12. Mid-foundation. When Lu Zhibing and Lu Xiaohuan saw Zhao Lei return with Xue Xiaoran, they were overjoyed. It was Xue Xiaoran who had initially aided their escape. The siblings surrounded her, chattering incessantly. Had it not been for Zhao Lei expending a considerable amount of spiritual energy to assist Xue Xiaoran, she might not have endured much longer. Observing the relentless chatter of the siblings, Zhao Lei could no longer contain himself and interjected, "You two should not trouble Shaoran further. She has not eaten for several days. You ought to show some concern instead of incessantly prattling on. Have you not noticed how famished this group of children is?" Zhao Lei's fervent outburst left Lu Zhibing and Lu Xiaohuan momentarily speechless. They hastily went to retrieve the food they had gathered. Witnessing the siblings' embarrassment, Xue Shaoran stifled a laugh. Covering her mouth, Zhao Lei then took the opportunity to examine the information of Lu Zhibing, Lu Xiaohuan, and Li Yu. Name: Li Yu, teacher, cultivation, none skills, none talent rating, a level favorability, 95-100. Name: Lu Zhibing, breakfast shop owner, cultivation, level 2 ability user skills, beast transformation, can transform into a 3-meter-tall werewolf, talent rating, a level favorability, 90-100. Name: Lu Xiaohuan, university student, cultivation, none skills, none talent rating, B level favorability, 90-100. Upon reviewing the information panels of the three, Zhao Lei felt quite satisfied. He was now ready to explore the functionality of creating a faction. Please enter the faction name. Zhao Lei activated the faction creation feature. After a moment of contemplation regarding the name, he decided, let it be called the Rising Dragon Pavilion. Faction creation successful. Recruit 5 members to receive system rewards. After confirming the faction name, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Including himself and a few children, there were currently only 4 individuals, leaving 1 more needed for recruitment. Given that the children possessed no combat capabilities, Zhao Lei did not consider them for the faction. As evening fell, Zhao Lei, Lu Zhibing, Xue Shaoran, and 6 children sat together enjoying instant noodles. After a few casual conversations, Zhao Lei shared his plans for establishing the Rising Dragon Pavilion. He conveyed to them, in this chaotic world, survival cannot rely solely on oneself. We must unite and form our own faction to navigate this apocalypse more effectively. The group listened intently, captivated by Zhao Lei's words, and no one dared to interrupt. Once he finished, they all agreed with his reasoning. After joining the Rising Dragon Pavilion, Zhao Lei's information panel underwent a transformation. Upon clicking the faction icon, it revealed, Faction, Rising Dragon Pavilion, Unestablished, Pavilion Master, Zhao Lei members, Xue Shaoran, Lu Zhibing, Lu Xiaohuan, Li Yu. After dinner, Lu Xiaohuan and Xue Shaoran took the 6 children to arrange their living quarters. With the outbreak of the apocalypse, the city's inhabitants had turned into zombies, allowing them to choose any floor of the building to reside in. However, Xue Shaoran ensured everyone was housed together, so they could respond promptly in case of emergencies. At that moment, sitting on the balcony, Zhao Lei suddenly recalled an important matter. He had rescued a mother and daughter earlier that day, and he had forgotten to bring them back. He hastily made his way to where he had left them. Upon arrival, he found that the mother and daughter were preparing to leave, and Zhao Lei felt relieved to have reached them in time. In this perilous city, 2 defenseless individuals could easily fall prey to danger. Zhao Lei escorted the mother and daughter back to their residence and took a moment to check their information. Name: Tang Huifeng, steamed bun shop owner, cultivation, none skills, mastery of steamed buns, can make various types of buns, talent rating, B level favorability, 85-100. Name: Zhang Xiaowen, Tang Huifeng and Apos, S daughter, cultivation, none skills, none talent rating, a level favorability, 80-100. Upon bringing Tang Huifeng and her daughter back, Xue Shaoran joyfully welcomed them. She had feared they had perished and was astonished that Zhao Lei had saved them. The 2 women had escaped only after Tang Huifeng's husband, Zhang Lin, fought his way through a horde of zombies. Ultimately, Zhang Lin was infected by the zombie virus and transformed into one of the undead. Witnessing this, Xue Shaoran felt a deep sense of regret for her inability to protect others as a soldier. However, seeing that the mother and daughter were unharmed lifted her spirits and deepened her gratitude towards Zhao Lei. Ding! Xue Shaoran's favorability increased by 5. While Zhao Lei was playfully teasing Li Yu, he heard the system notification and turned to look at Xue Shaoran, puzzled as to why her favorability towards him had risen without any apparent reason. Li Yu, noticing Zhao Lei's gaze on Xue Shaoran, kicked him playfully and feigned anger. What are you looking at? Is she so captivating? Look at her figure. It surpasses yours by far. Zhao Lei stole another glance at Xue Shaoran and grinned at Li Yu. Annoyed, Li Yu kicked him again and walked away. Understanding that Zhao Lei had once been merely an ordinary security guard, unnoticed by anyone. However, now, he had become a figure of admiration for all. and it was not surprising that several women were drawn to him. As night enveloped the world and everyone drifted into slumber, Zhao Lei found solitude atop the roof. He realized he had slain numerous zombies throughout the day without taking stock of the cultivation points he had acquired. At this moment, he opened his information panel. Host, Zhao Lei, human, cultivation, early foundation stage, consuming 10,000 cultivation points can increase, cultivation points, 13. For 100 points technique, Panga creation technique, enhances with cultivation level, skills, beginner staff technique, intermediate sword technique, Eye of Insight. System space, infinite, automatically recycles the cores of slain zombies. Fusion function. Current synthesis limit is once. Synthesized items cannot be resynthesized, consuming 1,000 cultivation points can increase the synthesis limit. Rising Dragon Pavilion. View member information here. Task function. Main quest. Eliminate all zombies on Blue Star and uncover the mastermind behind it to eliminate them. Task rewards unknown. Side quest. Establish a faction of your own. Task progress 4-5. Task rewards unknown. Hidden quest. None. Randomly triggered. Cultivation points can enhance cultivation. And Zhao Lei decisively chose to upgrade. Ding. Consumed 10,000 cultivation points. Cultivation upgraded to mid-foundation stage. The moment the system's voice faded, Zhao Lei felt a profound change within him. At that moment, on the golden spiritual platform within his dantian, a golden alchemical furnace as phantom solidified continuously. The spiritual energy within Zhao Lei became increasingly refined, with a tremendous force subtly hinting at the possibility of transforming into a crystalline form. Once crystallization occurred, Zhao Lei would be on the brink of reaching the golden core stage. After enhancing his cultivation, Zhao Lei proceeded to upgrade the fusion function. Ding. Consumed 1,000 cultivation points. Synthesis successful. Upgraded to level 2. Note: synthesized items can undergo secondary synthesis. As soon as the fusion function was upgraded, Zhao Lei eagerly retrieved a level 3 crystal core and his Demon Slayer flying knife. The level 3 crystal core was obtained from the only level 3 zombie in the underground parking lot. Zhao Lei had anticipated this moment since he defeated the zombie. Ding. Synthesis successful. Acquired a level 4 spiritual weapon, Demon Slayer flying knife. Chapter 13. Slaying the Zombie King. Upon grasping the 4th-tier spirit weapon, Zhao Lei felt an overwhelming surge of power, as though he could cleave an entire building in two. Ding. Detection of the 4th-tier spirit weapon, the demon-slaying flying knife. Swordsmanship upgrade in progress. Ding. Congratulations, host has acquired the demon-slaying sword technique. Startled by the system's notification, Zhao Lei was immediately engulfed in elation. A profound swordsmanship was intricately etched into his mind. This new technique was a stark contrast to his previous skills, while the earlier middle-tier sword techniques relied on physical movements. This one harnessed spiritual energy. With sufficient spiritual power, Zhao Lei could even split a mountain asunder. He scrutinized the demon-slaying flying knife and suddenly pondered a pressing question. First-tier crystal cores yielded 200 cultivation points, second-tier yielded 500, third-tier 1,000, and fourth-tier a staggering 10,000 points. The system's synthesis limit was currently capped at 2. If he were to convert the second-tier crystal cores into fourth-tier ones, it would be an immense profit. With that thought, Zhao Lei laid out all his crystal cores. 103 first-tier crystal cores, 16 second-tier crystal cores. After counting, he commenced the synthesis. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, host has obtained a second-tier crystal core. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, host has obtained a third-tier crystal core. Half an hour later, he counted his crystal cores, 1 first tier, 1 second tier, 25 third tier, and 4 fourth tier. Zhao Lei paused before rushing to redeem them. After glancing at the information panel, he noted that upgrading the synthesis function would require 10,000 cultivation points. Without hesitation, he redeemed another 4th-tier crystal core. Ding. Redeemed 1 4th-tier crystal core. Cultivation points increased by 10,000. As the points were credited, Zhao Lei elevated the synthesis level to 3. To advance further would require 100,000 cultivation points. With the synthesis function improved, he began combining the crystal cores again. This time, his collection transformed into 1 first tier, 1 second tier, 12 third tier, 1 fourth tier, and 1 5th-tier crystal core. Zhao Lei redeemed the 5th-tier core. Ding. Redeemed 1 5th-tier crystal core, Cultivation points increased by 100,000. Upon hearing the system's notification, Zhao Lei felt a wave of euphoria wash over him. He wasted no time and expended the 100,000 points to enhance his cultivation. Ding! Consumed 100,000 cultivation points. Cultivation has advanced to the late foundation establishment stage. As the system's voice faded, a transformation occurred in his dantian. A flicker of flame ignited within the once dull alchemical cauldron. Zhao Lei's spiritual energy began to converge towards the cauldron, causing the flame to blaze with renewed vigor. The spiritual energy refined by the cauldron became increasingly pure. He brandished the demon-slaying flying knife, testing his newfound prowess. Demon-slaying sword technique. With a swift motion, he struck. Boom! A towering building crumbled under the force of his blow. In disbelief, Zhao Lei marveled at the weapon in his hand, exclaiming, "This is truly extraordinary." With his current abilities, a single strike could eradicate a horde of zombies, saving both time and effort. With that thought, Zhao Lei integrated another 4th-tier crystal core into the demon-slaying flying knife, elevating it to an 8th-tier spirit weapon before retreating to rest. The next morning, Zhao Lei set out with Xue Xiaoran and Lu Zhibing to eradicate the zombies. As members of his faction, their kills would still count towards Zhao Lei's cultivation points, alleviating any concerns of point theft. In the underground parking lot, a few zombies remained. Xue Xiaoran and Lu Zhibing ventured into the depths, while Zhao Lei confidently strode into the shopping center. The horde awaited him. Inside the shopping center, the majority of zombies were 2nd tier. Had Zhao Lei entered this place during his early foundation establishment stage, he would have likely perished. With the demon-slaying flying knife in hand, he dispatched 2nd-tier zombies with ease, moving as leisurely as a shopper browsing in a mall. Meanwhile, in the parking garage, Xue Xiaoran unleashed fireballs with reckless abandon, while the transformed Lu Zhibing cowered nearby, terrified of being struck by a stray fireball. Despite being a mere 3rd-tier mutant, Xue Xiaoran's fireballs could very well overwhelm even a 4th-tier zombie. At that moment, Lu Zhibing felt utterly useless, merely a bystander in this chaos. As Zhao Lei continued his slaughter, he ascended toward the upper floors of the shopping center. With 5 levels in total, he surmised that the zombie king must reside at the top. Upon reaching a corner, a 3rd-tier zombie lunged at him. With a swift flash of his knife, the creature fell lifelessly. After clearing the 3rd floor, Zhao Lei sensed something amiss. With so many 2nd-tier zombies present, there should have been a greater number of 3rd-tier zombies. Yet, he had encountered only one. Contemplating this anomaly, he proceeded to the 4th floor. What could be the cause? As he surveyed the desolate 4th floor, Zhao Lei was perplexed. Not a single zombie lingered. After a moment of bewilderment, he made his way to the 5th floor. The zombie king awaited. Midway up the stairs, an ominous presence washed over him. He recognized it as belonging to the zombie king. Zhao Lei quickened his pace. On the 5th floor, a grotesquely large zombie gaped with an enormous maw. This was indeed the zombie king. A throng of zombies surged towards it like a tide, obediently entering its cavernous mouth. Having just arrived on the 3rd floor, Zhao Lei was rendered speechless by the horrific sight. It was utterly chilling. He had wondered why he had only encountered one 3rd-tier zombie. It was clear now that they were being fed here. At that moment, the zombie king turned its attention to Zhao Lei. Its expression twisted in rage as it growled, "A human! Seize him!" As soon as the command was uttered, the horde halted their feeding and charged at Zhao Lei en masse. Zhao Lei concentrated his spiritual energy into the demon-slaying flying knife, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Demon-slaying sword technique. With a low utterance, a blinding arc of light sliced through the zombie horde, striking the zombie king directly. Instantly, the swarm of zombies disintegrated. The zombie king was sent hurtling backward, crashing through the wall and tumbling onto the street, landing in a most undignified manner. As the zombie king scrambled to its feet, it let out a furious roar. "Cursed human, I will have your life." Zhao Lei stood on the 4th floor, resembling a divine judge passing sentence upon a sinner. The zombie king, seething with rage at Zhao Lei's disdainful gaze, vowed to tear the insolent human to shreds. With a powerful leap, the zombie king lunged towards Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei, unfazed by the enraged creature, remained expressionless as he gathered all his spiritual energy into the demon-slaying flying knife and calmly declared, "I have come to escort you to your final resting place." As the words left his lips, a cataclysmic blade of light surged upwards. In the face of absolute power, the zombie king had no chance to react. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, sending dust and debris soaring. As the haze cleared, a gaping chasm 10 meters deep remained, and the zombie king's presence had vanished entirely. Chapter 14. Synthesizing crystals. After Zhao Lei eliminated the zombie king, Xue Xiaoran and Lu Zhibing finished dealing with the zombies in the underground parking lot. Upon seeing Zhao Lei, Lu Zhibing began to lament his misfortunes. He expressed that he was merely there to observe. After listening to Lu Zhibing's plight, Zhao Lei admitted his own helplessness. Xue Xiaoran merely rolled her eyes and remained silent. Thus, amidst Lu Zhibing's grievances, the trio made their way back to their residence. Upon their return, they were soon surrounded by Tang Huifeng, Lu Xiaohuan, and Li Yu. Li Yu inquired with concern, "Was everything smooth?" Zhao Lei chuckled and replied, "Very smooth." They were merely inconsequential foes. While Zhao Lei's assertion held some truth, it was only valid from his perspective. If Xue Xiaoran, a third-tier ability user, had faced the zombie king, she might not have lasted more than 2 rounds. Even so, Xue Xiaoran was considered an exceptional third-tier ability user. An ordinary third-tier user might not even endure for 3 seconds. The group engaged in light conversation. With the zombie king now vanquished, Zhao Lei realized he could not afford to linger in this place. The emergence of a 4th-tier zombie in a small city raised concerns about what horrors might await in larger, densely populated cities. Zhao Lei's immediate priorities were to enhance his abilities and locate his parents. All other matters could be postponed. As evening fell, Zhao Lei informed everyone present of his intent to leave. Li Yu was not surprised, as she intended to accompany Zhao Lei in search of his parents. However, Xue Xiaoran and Lu Zhibing were unaware of his plans. Zhao Lei took a moment to explain further. He inquired if anyone wished to join him on his journey. Unsurprisingly, no one expressed a desire to stay behind. Xue Xiaoran's father was a soldier who had perished in duty, and her mother had also succumbed to the zombie apocalypse, a fate she had been forced to inflict herself. Xue Xiaoran had grappled with guilt for quite some time, but there was no alternative. Her mother had transformed into a zombie, and Xue Xiaoran could not bear to see her suffer in that grotesque form. Thus, she found solace in following Zhao Lei, as he provided a semblance of support. Lu Zhibing and Lu Xiaohuan faced similar circumstances. Their mother became a zombie and killed their father. Before he passed, their father had instructed Lu Zhibing to take good care of his sister, leaving the siblings with nowhere else to turn but to accompany Zhao Lei. Likewise, Tang Huifeng and her daughter chose to join Zhao Lei, as their existence as orphans made survival an arduous endeavor. The 6 little ones had no choice in the matter. Thus, a party of 12 agreed to journey together. In this apocalyptic world, examples like Lu Zhibing and Xue Xiaoran were plentiful. No one could remain unscathed. Zhao Lei himself was still uncertain about the fate of his parents. He possessed great power, yet who could comprehend his helplessness? That night, everyone retired early. Zhao Lei ascended to the rooftop, gazing into the distance. The cold wind pierced through him, yet he felt little discomfort. At that moment, a figure clad in a pink nightgown approached. Li Yu. Their rented abode was only 6 stories high, and there was a ladder leading to the rooftop, allowing her easy access. "What are you doing up here alone?" Li Yu asked softly. Zhao Lei turned to her and replied gently, "What brings you here? It's quite cold. You shouldn't and oppose to expose yourself to it." As he spoke, he conjured a protective barrier of energy around her, shielding her from the chill. Feeling the warmth envelop her, Li Yu embraced Zhao Lei from behind and smiled. "With you here, I don't feel cold at all." Zhao Lei affectionately ruffled her hair and urged, "You should return and rest. We have a long journey ahead tomorrow. I will be down shortly." Upon hearing this, Li Yu did not appear displeased. She planted a kiss on Zhao Lei's cheek and replied softly, "Then hurry back. I'll wait for you." With that, she turned and left. Zhao Lei watched her retreating figure, a smile gracing his lips, before he opened his information panel. Host, Zhao Lei, human, cultivation level, late foundation establishment, can increase by consuming 1,000,000 cultivation points. Cultivation points. 22,700 technique. Pangu creation technique. Enhances with cultivation level, skills. Basic staff technique. Demon slaying blade technique. Eye of insight. System space. Infinite. Automatically recycles the crystal cores of slain zombies. Synthesis function. Current synthesis limit is 3 times. Item synthesized cannot be synthesized again. Consuming 100,000 cultivation points can increase the synthesis limit. Dragon Ascension Pavilion. View member information here. Quest function. Main quest. Eliminate all zombies on Blue Star and uncover the mastermind behind them. Quest rewards unknown. Side quest. Establish a faction of your own. Quest progress 4-5. Rewards unknown. Hidden quest. None. Randomly triggered. Zhao Lei gazed at the information panel in astonishment. The next cultivation upgrade required an astonishing 1,000,000 points. However, according to the system's description, the stages of cultivation were delineated as follows. Qi Refinement Stage, 1 to 10 levels. Foundation Establishment Stage, 3 phases. Golden Core Stage, 3 phases. Nascent Soul Stage, 3 phases. And Transformation Stage, 3 phases, culminating in the Tribulation Stage, where one must overcome 9 levels of heavenly tribulations to ascend to immortality and traverse the cosmos. Zhao Lei envisioned the ability to traverse the skies at the Golden Core Stage and dismissed any concerns regarding the 1,000,000 points. He retrieved all the crystal cores, 123 first-tier cores, 52 second-tier cores, 21 third-tier cores, and 1 fourth-tier core. After taking stock, he proceeded with the synthesis. Ding. Synthesis successful. Half an hour later, he had 1 first-tier core, 1 second-tier core, 2 third-tier cores, 16 fourth-tier cores, and 11 fifth-tier cores. Zhao Lei, as before, only obtained 1 fifth-tier crystal core through recycling. Ding. Recycled 1 fifth-tier crystal core. Cultivation points increased by 100,000. As soon as the points were credited, Zhao Lei upgraded the synthesis function. Ding. Consumed 100,000 cultivation points. Synthesis attempts increased by 1. Note. Next upgrade requires 1,000,000 cultivation points. With the system's prompt echoing in his mind, Zhao Lei resumed synthesis. He ended up with 1 first-tier core, 1 second-tier core, 1 fourth-tier core, 8 fifth-tier cores, and 5 sixth-tier cores. Upon picking up a 6th-tier core, he received a notification. Ding. Detected 6th-tier core. Recycling will yield 1,000,000 cultivation points. Do you wish to recycle? Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei was taken aback. Recycling 1 core would allow him to elevate his cultivation. Though 1,000,000 points was indeed a hefty sum, he refrained from immediate recycling and instead focused on the synthesis function. As he put it, why pass up a good opportunity? That would be foolish. Chapter 15. Breaking through to the Golden Core. Encountering rascals on the way. Ding. Recovered 1 6th-tier crystal core. Cultivation points increased by 1 million. Ding. Consumed 1 million cultivation points. Synthesis limit increased by 1. Note. Synthesis function has reached its limit. Cannot be upgraded further. Ding. Synthesis successful. Obtained. Amidst the continuous notifications from the system, Zhao Lei and Oppo's inventory of crystal cores included 1 first-tier core, 1 second-tier core, 1 fourth-tier core, 4 sixth-tier cores, and 2 seventh-tier cores. Zhao Lei had just heard that the synthesis function had reached its limit. Without hesitation, he reclaimed 2 seventh-tier cores. Ding. Recovered 2 seventh-tier cores. Cultivation points increased by 20 million. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Zhao Lei instantly felt like a wealthy individual. He promptly opened the information panel to initiate an upgrade. Ding. Consumed 1 million cultivation points. Cultivation level raised to the initial stage of the Golden Core. As the system's voice faded, Zhao Lei felt a transformation within. The spiritual energy within him was gathering towards the alchemical furnace on the spiritual platform. After undergoing the refinement of the alchemical fire, the spiritual energy was continuously compressed. An hour later, a golden bead, the size of a bean, quietly floated within the alchemical furnace. Vast magical power radiated from the golden bead, permeating his entire being. With the transformation of his spiritual energy into magical power, Zhao Lei mused, "Is this the Golden Core? Truly marvelous. It feels as if I have undergone a baptism." At this moment, the spiritual energy within him, transformed into magical power, could be considered a higher form of energy. Thus, while spiritual energy could facilitate sword flight, magical power allowed one to traverse the void. After sensing the changes within, Zhao Lei opened the information panel once more. The next upgrade required 10 million cultivation points. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Lei directly upgraded his cultivation. Ding. Consumed 10 million cultivation points. Cultivation level raised to the mid-stage of the Golden Core. As the system's voice echoed, Zhao Lei noticed that the Golden Core within his dantian had begun to change. The small bead was visibly enlarging, ultimately reaching a size comparable to a ping-pong ball before it ceased to grow. If his magical power at the initial stage of the Golden Core was akin to a lake, now it resembled an ocean. To illustrate, While Zhao Lei could only sustain himself in the air for a mere 10 minutes at the initial stage, now, at the mid-stage of the Golden Core, he could walk in the air for an entire day without exhausting his magical power. This exemplifies the vast difference between a lake and an ocean. Zhao Lei utilized his magical power to traverse the skies above the city, acclimating to his newfound strength, lest he inadvertently cause a building to collapse. The following morning, the sky gradually revealed a pale light. Zhao Lei and his companions were diligently packing their belongings. Zhao Lei cleared out all the food, water, and usable supplies from the entire city. With the strength of the mid-stage Golden Core, such tasks were hardly taxing for him. Coupled with his infinite system space, scavenging was remarkably effortless. Once everyone was ready, Zhao Lei drove a double-decker bus, transporting all of them. The second level was furnished with beds. Among the 7 children, 4 were boys and 3 were girls. The eldest girl, Zhang Xiaowen, was 6 years old, while the other 2 girls, Lu Pingping and Su Feng, were both 5. Among the 4 boys, Lin Days was 5, while the others, Lu Yuchuan, Peng Zijuan, and Zheng Shuoyang, were all 4. The children were cared for by Tang Huifang, the only adult present with childcare experience. Zhao Lei and his companions enjoyed a leisurely journey. Their next destination was Xingjia City, located 250 kilometers from Nanxia City. They were heading northwest from the southern coastal region. Although the journey was long, Zhao Lei had ample food, enough for their small group to last a year. The time in the system space was frozen, so there was no concern about food spoilage. For precaution, Zhao Lei also stored fuel from 2 gas stations in the system space, along with a dozen vehicles. Since Zhao Lei was a security guard and lacked mechanical skills, he brought several cars for safety. Surely, that was not excessive. Time flew swiftly, and before long, night fell. Zhao Lei and his companions arrived at a village. Concerned for the children's safety, he refrained from letting them disembark. After dinner, the children engaged in playful antics while Zhao Lei and the others conversed amicably. Just as the atmosphere was harmonious, an unsettling voice erupted from outside the vehicle. "You are surrounded. Get out and hand over your women and food." The loud proclamation startled everyone awake. Li Yu, rubbing her sleepy eyes, approached Zhao Lei and inquired, "What is happening? It seems we have encountered some ruffians, and there are quite a few of them." Zhao Lei scanned the outside. Approximately 20 individuals, emaciated and desperate, loomed before them. Had they approached with a better attitude, he might have considered sharing some food, but under the current circumstances, it seemed unnecessary. "Brother Zhao, shall I teach them a lesson?" Before Zhao Lei could respond, Lu Zhibing eagerly offered to demonstrate his skills. After assessing the situation with his inside eye and determining they were merely ordinary individuals, Zhao Lei replied, "Go ahead. Just don't kill them. They are nothing but clowns." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhibing nodded and exited the vehicle. Bang, bang, bang. Before the 20-odd men could react, Lu Zhibing had swiftly dispatched them all to the ground, groaning in pain. "Brother Zhibing is truly impressive," exclaimed the children. Of course, Brother Zhibing is a level 2 ability user, so he is formidable. One child chimed in, "But I think Xiaoran is even more remarkable." Another added, "Brother Zhibing and Oppo's defeat of the bad guys is quite impressive." The children chattered excitedly by the window. Meanwhile, the situation outside took a turn. Bang! A 2-meter-high earthen spike erupted from the ground, narrowly missing Lu Zhibing, who reacted just in time. He scanned his surroundings, growing vigilant as he remained unaware of his attacker's identity. "Who dares to cause trouble in my rich village?" boomed a deep voice from afar, emanating from a nearby building. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice. Zhao Lei utilized his inside eye to investigate. Name: Lu Jianpain, farmer from rich village, cultivation level 3 ability user skill, earth manipulation, can freely manipulate the earth within a 30-meter radius into any desired shape, talent evaluation, S-class. After reviewing the information panel, Zhao Lei was taken aback. A level 3 ability user. Zhibing is in for a challenge. Despite this, Zhao Lei had no intention of intervening. He believed Lu Zhibing could use this opportunity to hone his skills, potentially yielding unexpected surprises. After all, Zhao Lei was present, ready to act should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Chapter 16: The pressure from the Golden Core stage. The moment Lu Zhibing laid eyes on the middle-aged man, he was overwhelmed by a palpable sense of oppression. Yet, he did not falter. As Lu Jianpain drew nearer, Lu Zhibing dared not relax his vigilance. A wolf's howl pierced the air as Lu Zhibing transformed into a towering 3-meter-tall werewolf, lunging fiercely toward Lu Jianpain. Lu Jianpain, quick to react, retreated swiftly. With a thunderous roar, a 1-meter-thick earthen wall erupted from the ground during Lu Jianping's retreat. Lu Zhibing's claws raked across the wall, leaving deep gouges in their wake. Realizing his attack had missed, Lu Zhibing prepared to withdraw. However, at that moment, the earthen wall before him vanished, and a massive earthen sphere came crashing down upon him. Caught off guard, Lu Zhibing raised his claw to block the impending blow. The impact sent him hurtling several meters away, akin to being struck by a freight truck. The force was simply insurmountable. Yet, he refused to yield. How dare a mere second-tier ability user challenge me head-on? Lu Jianping scoffed at Lu Zhibing. At that moment, Lu Zhibing's head throbbed painfully. Shaking off the dizziness, he glared at Lu Jianping with a hint of murderous intent. If you seek death, then let us see if you survive this. With that, Lu Zhibing surged forward, his hands poised to shred Lu Jianping to pieces. Lu Jianping, witnessing this, smirked and remarked, "An ant attempting to shake a tree." With that, he raised his hands skyward, causing a multitude of earthen spikes to shoot up from the ground. Lu Zhibing's massive form left him no room to evade. Thud, thud, thud. Lu Zhibing was pierced multiple times, blood dripping from his fur. The passengers in the vehicle felt their hearts leap into their throats, especially Lu Xiaohuan, who fervently prayed for Lu Zhibing's safety. Outside, Lu Zhibing was gravely injured, barely holding on. The disparity in strength between him and Lu Jianping was glaring. Lu Zhibing could not even graze Lu Jianping, while he himself was already severely wounded. Lu Jianping regarded the injured Lu Zhibing with disdain, declaring, "You may depart now." He slowly approached Lu Zhibing, manifesting his abilities. Lu Zhibing's heart sank. Was he truly destined to perish here? He felt a surge of frustration, having not even touched the hem of his opponent's garment. Doubt began to creep in. Was he truly this ineffectual? At that moment, Lu Jianping commanded a colossal earthen spike to plummet toward Lu Zhibing. If struck, Lu Zhibing could very well be impaled. Die! Lu Jianping shouted as he hurled the spike at Lu Zhibing. Just as the earthen mass was about to crush Lu Zhibing, a miraculous sight unfolded. The 2-meter-long earthen spike inexplicably hovered in front of Lu Zhibing, refusing to advance another inch. Lu Jianping felt a severance of connection with the floating mass, his powers rendered ineffective in that instant. Panic surged within him as he failed to comprehend what was transpiring. Just then, Zhao Lei stepped out of the vehicle, speaking in a calm voice. "All right, this is where it ends." Zhao Lei and Appo's words were laced with a wave of magical energy that reverberated throughout the area, causing everyone except those in the vehicle and Lu Zhibing to clutch their ears in pain. With a gesture toward Lu Zhibing, he summoned him forth, infusing a modicum of magical energy into Lu Zhibing's body. In an instant, Lu Zhibing's injuries began to heal at a visible pace. Both Lu Jianping and the villagers of Fuguikan were left speechless, stunned by the terrifying spectacle. What kind of divine prowess was this? The villagers murmured amongst themselves, while Lu Jianping transitioned from astonishment to sheer terror. For as Zhao Lei healed Lu Zhibing, Lu Jianping felt an immense force pinning him in place, leaving him utterly immobile. Zhao Lei approached him slowly, each step sending sharp pangs throughout Lu Jianping's body. He attempted to speak, but no words escaped his lips. Zhao Lei raised his hand, pointing at Lu Jianping, and the previously suspended earthen spike turned, hurtling toward him. Cold sweat beaded on Lu Jianping's forehead as he yearned to flee, but found himself utterly paralyzed. In a swift motion, the earthen spike pierced through Lu Jianping's body, pinning him to the ground. Thus, a third-tier ability user met his untimely demise. A notification chimed in Zhao Lei's mind. Kill third-tier ability user. Gain 1,000 cultivation points. Acquire Advanced Earth Ability Card, X1. With Lu Jianping's death, Zhao Lei effortlessly resolved the conflict, and Lu Zhibing gazed at him with utmost admiration. After dispatching the threat, Zhao Lei turned his attention to the villagers of Fuguikan, who were too intimidated to breathe. Recognizing them as mere commoners, he allowed them to leave. Upon hearing they were free to go, the villagers fled without a trace, indifferent to Lu Jianping's fate as they had long been subjugated. Watching them disappear, Zhao Lei and Lu Zhibing returned to the vehicle. Once inside, a group of children rushed toward Zhao Lei. "Brother Zhao Lei, you are so amazing," one exclaimed. "Yes, that villain vanished in an instant." Zhao Lei instantly became their idol. As the night wore on, they exchanged a few words before retiring for the evening. Once everyone was asleep, Zhao Lei ascended to the rooftop of the vehicle, sitting cross-legged. He retrieved the Advanced Earth Ability Card. Ability cards are categorized into low, medium, high, and supreme tiers. This particular card was of the high tier, while Lu Jibing possessed only a low-tier card. Coupled with the fact that he was a level below Lu Jianping, it was no wonder he was unable to contend against him. Zhao Lei intended to hand the ability card to Tang Huifang, who was not yet a member of his Ascending Dragon Pavilion. But he planned to include her the following day, expediting the completion of his system tasks. As for the mission to eradicate all zombies on Blue Star, he had contemplated it, but realized he was still too weak. However, when he became powerful enough, he would undoubtedly seek out the mastermind behind it all. With these thoughts, Zhao Lei settled into meditation. As a practitioner of the Golden Core stage, sitting in quietude was more comfortable for him than sleep. He knew that even if he went a month without food or water, it would pose no issue. Reaching the Golden Core stage marked him as a being akin to a celestial entity in the eyes of ordinary mortals. Chapter 17. The transmission of the Tao E Derivative Sutra throughout the night. Zhao Lei not only engaged in meditation and cultivation, but also pondered numerous questions. According to the system and Apos' task, he had discerned that the zombie outbreak was a deliberate manipulation by someone. However, the identity of this person and their ultimate purpose remained shrouded in mystery. Furthermore, the nature of the system itself was perplexing, possessing a power that transcended comprehension. All these enigmas awaited Zhao Lei's exploration. As dawn broke, Zhao Lei opened his eyes while seated atop the vehicle. He exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling an extraordinary sense of comfort. This was his first experience of self-directed meditation since acquiring the system, and the sensation brought clarity to his mind. By this time, the others in the vehicle had awakened as well. Previously, when Zhao Lei had established his faction, Tang Huifang had been preoccupied with several children, so she had not been present. Now, he was prepared to discuss her joining the faction. Upon approaching Tang Huifang and broaching the subject, she readily agreed without hesitation. At that moment, the system's prompt resonated in Zhao Lei's mind. Ding. Preliminary establishment of the faction successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Tao E Derivative Sutra. Note: the Tao E Derivative Sutra is specially crafted for the cultivation of members of the Shenlong Pavilion. The host merely needs to place their hand upon a member's forehead and silently transmit the Tao E Derivative Sutra. Overjoyed by the system's announcement, Zhao Lei had long contemplated the matter of Li Yu and the others' cultivation, but had lacked the opportunity until now. He promptly summoned Li Yu. Why did you call me? Li Yu inquired, perplexed as she approached Zhao Lei. I am here to teach you cultivation. Would you like to learn? Zhao Lei responded with feigned profundity. Li Yu's excitement was palpable upon hearing Zhao Lei's offer. Ever since she learned that Xue Xiaoran was a level 3 ability user, she had yearned to cultivate herself, not wishing to remain in Zhao Lei's shadow indefinitely. Thus, hearing Zhao Lei's proposition ignited her enthusiasm. Shall we begin now? She asked eagerly. Zhao Lei nodded affirmatively. Come closer. He gestured for her to approach. Once Li Yu stood before him, Zhao Lei placed his hand on her forehead, mentally intoning, transmit the and amp, Apos, Tao E Derivative Sutra, and amp, Apos, ding. Transmission begins. The system's voice echoed as a segment concerning the Tao E Derivative Sutra materialized in Li Yu's mind. As she absorbed the newfound memories, she was astounded by Zhao Lei's remarkable technique. After the successful transmission of the Tao E Derivative Sutra, Li Yu sat cross-legged, commencing her cultivation. Zhao Lei observed the faint blue glow emanating from her, filled with curiosity. Although he had transmitted the sutra, he was entirely unaware of its contents. Xue Xiaoran, Tang Huifang, Lu Jibing, and Lu Xiaohuan gathered around, intrigued by Li Yu's radiance. Lu Xiaohuan, brimming with curiosity, asked, Zhao Gu, what's happening with Sister Yu? She is cultivating. Zhao Lei replied, cultivating? Is it the same as your cultivation? Lu Xiaohuan inquired, bewildered. Zhao Lei, equally perplexed, utilized his insight eye to examine Li Yu. Name, Li Yu. Cultivation level, none. Ability, Ice-type ability and comprehension. Talent evaluation, a grade. She is cultivating an ability, Zhao Lei murmured in confusion. Although his voice was soft, Lu Xiaohuan and the others overheard. Abilities can be cultivated? I've awakened my ability for so long and didn't know it could be cultivated. How is that achieved? They bombarded Zhao Lei with questions, eager for answers. Yet, Zhao Lei was himself only partially informed. He had assumed the Tao E Derivative Sutra was a method of immortal cultivation, unaware it pertained to the cultivation of abilities. Just then, a brilliant blue light erupted from Li Yu, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet. Sensing something amiss, Zhao Lei quickly conjured a magical barrier to envelop Li Yu. Observing her information panel, he noted a transformation. Name: Liu, cultivation level, level 1 ability user. Ability: Ice envelopment. Note: absolute freezing within a radius of 100 meters. Within the frozen area, she can fully control ice elements. And the scope of freezing increases with cultivation level. Talent evaluation: SSS grade. Zhao Lei was rendered speechless by the astonishing information displayed. Ice envelopment. SSS grade talent. Absolute freezing. This ability sounds incredible. Zhao Ge, what's wrong? Lu Xiaohuan asked, noticing Zhao Lei's astonished expression. Coughing to regain composure, Zhao Lei replied, "It's nothing. Would you all like to cultivate abilities? I can teach you right now." The prospect of learning excited the others immensely, particularly Lu Zhibing, who felt inadequate as an ability user. Overjoyed at the opportunity to grow stronger, he clung to Zhao Lei's leg, exclaiming, "Brother, please accept my humble bow." Zhao Lei then imparted the Daoyi derivative sutra to Lu Zhibing, Lu Xiaohuan, Tang Huifeng, and Xue Xiaoran. Overwhelmed by the influx of memories, they were astounded, finding it nothing short of divine technique. Subsequently, they settled into meditation, commencing their cultivation. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei was not idle. He conjured a magical barrier around each of them and sought out the children. When he informed the kids that he would teach them to cultivate abilities, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Having heard much about abilities over the past few days, they were eager to learn. After imparting the Dao-I derivative sutra to them, Zhao Lei took a moment to reflect. He recalled that since upgrading the synthesis function last time, he had yet to synthesize his demon-slaying flying blade. He retrieved the flying blade and a 6-stage crystal core. Ding! Synthesis successful, obtaining the first-grade magical tool, demon-slaying sword. Ding! Detection of the magical tool, demon-slaying sword. Automatic mastery of the demon-slaying sword technique. Elated by the system's announcements, Zhao Lei could hardly contain his excitement. The flying blade had transformed into a sword. Ride the sword and soar with the wind, purging evil across the realms. This was a scene he had fantasized about. He suddenly recognized the synthesis function as an extraordinary asset. In a moment of bold inspiration, Zhao Lei did not hesitate. He directly stored the large bus behind him into the system's space. He activated the synthesis function, combining the bus with a first-stage crystal core. Ding! Synthesis successful. Obtaining a first-stage spiritual energy magical vehicle. Wow! Zhao Lei exclaimed, unable to restrain his astonishment. This synthesis function was truly capable of merging anything. Chapter 18. The Awakening of All as Superhumans. Zhao Lei, who had successfully synthesized the magical energy vehicle, immediately revealed the vehicle. At first glance, its exterior bore little distinction from its predecessor. Entering the vehicle, Zhao Lei noticed that it was largely unchanged inside as well. However, the steering wheel and accelerator were absent. Puzzled, he wondered how to operate it. As he surveyed his surroundings, his attention was drawn to a blue crystal sphere positioned where the steering wheel would typically be. Approaching the sphere, Zhao Lei placed his hand upon it. Having watched numerous science fiction films, he speculated that this must be the control mechanism for the magical energy vehicle. He attempted to channel a modicum of magical energy into the crystal, infusing it with approximately 1% of his own power. In an instant, the crystal sphere radiated a brilliant light, and Zhao Lei felt a compelling force attempting to establish a connection with him. He did not resist, allowing the bond to form naturally. With his eyes closed, he could vividly perceive the surroundings of the bus, effortlessly commanding it to move or halt at his whim. It was truly remarkable. Zhao Lei sensed that the system's synthesis capabilities had yet to be fully explored. He had merely scratched the surface and was eager to delve deeper into this synthesis function. Finding a vacant area, Zhao Lei seated himself in meditation. He activated the synthesis panel of the system, continuously feeding items into it for synthesis. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained gourmet instant noodles. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a spirit water converter. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained. The system's notifications rang out incessantly as time swiftly passed. Before long, afternoon arrived. And the first to awaken from the transmission of the Dao-I derivative sutra was Liu. In that moment, she resembled her former self. Yet her expression was one of deep contemplation, her eyes glimmering with a cold light reminiscent of a frigid night. Her fair face bore no expression, appearing as desolate as a winter and oppos este. Upon awakening, the magical barrier Zhao Lei had placed around her vanished. Sensing its absence, Zhao Lei immediately halted his activities. Liu, spotting Zhao Lei, felt her icy demeanor dissipate, replaced by a joyful countenance as she sprinted toward him. As Zhao Lei rose, Liu embraced him tightly. "I am a superhuman now too. I shall no longer hide behind you," she softly declared. Zhao Lei, with affectionate tenderness, ruffled her hair and replied, "Even if you are a superhuman, I shall always protect you." As he spoke, his lips gradually drew nearer to Liu's rosy ones. Just as they were about to close their eyes, a voice suddenly interrupted their moment. "Wonderful! I have broken through to become a level 3 superhuman." Both Zhao Lei and Liu turned toward the source of the voice. Lu Zhibing was leaping about like a fool. Zhao Lei used his insightful eye to examine him. Name: Lu Zhibing level. Level 3 superhuman ability. Demon Wolf Transformation. Note: an upgraded version of Wolf Transformation. Capable of metamorphosing into a 3-meter-tall werewolf with striking blood-red fur and formidable attack power. Ability points: 1,000 talent rating. SSS level. Wow. Zhao Lei cursed upon viewing Lu Zhibing and Appo's information panel. Could it be that the importation of the Tao E derivative sutra grants everyone an SSS level talent? That would be utterly terrifying. Contemplating this, Zhao Lei turned his insightful eye upon Liu once more. Name: Liu level. Level 3 superhuman ability. Absolute Ice Seal. Note: creates an absolute ice seal within a radius of 500 meters, allowing complete control over ice elements within the frozen area, which increases with the wielder's power. Ability points: 1,000 talent rating. SSS level. Just as Zhao Lei finished scrutinizing Liu's information, all those seated in meditation awakened. Zhao Lei swiftly surveyed everyone with his insightful eye. Name: Shui Shaoran level. Level 4 superhuman ability. 9 Mystic Fire. Note: can manipulate the 9 Mystic Fire. Capable of generating temperatures reaching 1,000 degrees Celsius instantaneously. Ability points: 5,000 talent rating. SSS level. Name: Lu Xiaohuan level. Level 3 superhuman ability. With spirit power. Note: can manipulate trees or vines for attacks. Also able to cast Spring Breeze Revives to heal others, with the extent of recovery correlating to the user's ability points. Ability points: 1,000 talent rating. SSS level. Name: Tang Huifeng level. Level 3 superhuman ability. Invincible Golden Body. Note: activating the Invincible Golden Body grants complete immunity from any attacks, with duration proportional to the user's ability points. Ability points: 1,000 talent rating. SSS level. After reviewing the information panels, Zhao Lei was left utterly astonished. System: is this what you call cultivating superpowers? Are you, in fact, reconstructing humanity? Zhao Lei found himself genuinely incredulous. The Taoyi derivative sutra was astonishingly formidable. The newly awakened individuals approached Zhao Lei, their faces adorned with smiles. Zhao Lei, this Taoyi derivative sutra is simply incredible. I have directly broken through to become a level 3 superhuman. Lu Zhibing exclaimed excitedly. Brother, I'm a level 3 superhuman now too, just like you. Lu Xiaohuan taunted, unable to tolerate her brother's boasting, while Shui Shaoran regarded Lu Zhibing as though he were amusingly foolish. Tang Huifeng, the eldest and most composed among them, smiled quietly, knowing that all of this was a gift from Zhao Lei and feeling no desire to compete with these youthful exuberances. As the group continued to revel in their accomplishments, Zhao Lei, having regained his composure, felt a sense of superiority as a cultivator, realizing he was significantly more powerful than they were. Not wishing to dwell further, he gestured to the group and moved towards the 7 young ones. At that moment, the little ones completed their final transformations. Zhao Lei used his insightful eye to reveal all their information at a glance. Tang Huifeng's daughter, Zhang Xiaowen, broke through to become a level 2 superhuman, with the ability Wildfire Never Extinguished, enabling rapid plant growth. Lin Daz, the eldest among the 4 boys, also became a level 2 superhuman, sharing a transformation ability similar to Lu Zhibing's, but transforming into a towering 2-meter-tall upright gray bear. The remaining boys, Lu Yuchuan, Peng Zijuan, and Zheng Xueliang, awakened abilities of fire manipulation, earth control, and radiant light, respectively. The 2 girls, Su Feng and Lu Pingping, awakened as a beast-transformed white jade butterfly and a beast-transformed night spirit cat, respectively, all becoming level 1 superhumans. After absorbing all this information, Zhao Lei gasped in astonishment. The world had indeed given birth to superhumans, yet here, even 4-year-old children had awakened their powers. It was nothing short of terrifying. In awe of the situation, Zhao Lei invited the 7 children to join the Ascending Dragon Pavilion, and they accepted with delight. Thus, every member of the Ascending Dragon Pavilion awakened their abilities, transforming into superhumans. Chapter 19 Reunion with Old Friends. The day swiftly passed. The residents of the neighboring affluent village, significantly frightened, did not venture to visit Zhao Lei and his companions. As evening approached, Zhao Lei and the others gathered around a campfire. Zhao Lei retrieved a plethora of food from his system space. Most of the provisions had been synthesized using his combining abilities, rendering them tastier than ordinary fare. Everyone indulged, their mouths glistening with oil. Observing the cheerful laughter of his companions, an inexplicable sense of worry crept into Zhao Lei's heart. Several days had elapsed since the onset of the apocalypse, and he was greatly concerned for his parents' safety. Li Yu, noticing Zhao Lei's unease, offered words of comfort, saying, "Uncle and Annie will surely be fine. At our pace, we should reach them in just a few days." Zhao Lei sighed. "I hope so." Upon hearing his sigh, the group fell silent and turned their attention to him. They gathered around, offering their reassurances. Flustered by their fervent concern, Zhao Lei quickly insisted that he was all right. The following day, Zhao Lei awoke early and roused everyone. The group refrained from questioning his urgency. They understood his desire to return home to find his parents. Zhao Lei drove the magically powered vehicle down the highway, marveling at its remarkable speed. An upgrade from a standard bus, it rivaled that of a supercar. His companions expressed their admiration for the modified vehicle, exclaiming its extraordinary capabilities. As they traveled, laughter and conversation filled the air. Meanwhile, on their route, 3 Wuling vehicles intercepted a speeding car. From the Wuling Hongguang emerged a dozen men clad in black suits, wielding iron rods. The occupants of the intercepted vehicle, seeing no escape, exited their car. Among them was a graceful woman with exquisite features. If Zhao Lei were present, he would recognize her as Zhongli. As Zhongli stepped out, she instructed a woman in the car, "Mom, stay in the car. I'll handle this." Her mother acknowledged her with a hum. And Zhongli approached the group of bald men. Despite facing such intimidating figures, she maintained her composure and pointed at the only handsome man among them with hair, declaring, "Bai Wu, give up. Even if I am killed by zombies, I will never marry you." Bai Wu chuckled and replied, "Shaoli, your father has already turned into a zombie. It's just you and your mother left. How long do you think you can survive in this world teeming with the undead? My father is a level 5 ability user and the head of the Zhangzhou safety base. If you come with me, I can guarantee you a safe and comfortable life." Zhongli felt a surge of conflicting emotions. While she could manage on her own, she was deeply concerned for her mother's safety. Contemplating her predicament, she fell silent. Bai Wu, noticing her hesitation, did not press her further. At that moment, the passengers in the bus were engaged in lively conversation. "Look, it seems there are people up ahead," Zhang Xiaowen's youthful voice chimed in. The group turned their gazes forward, confirming the presence of several bald men. Lu Zhibing squinted, clearly identifying the group. Indeed, Lu Xiaohuan echoed. Xue Xiaoran merely glanced and chose to ignore the situation. "What is happening up there?" Someone pondered. "I don't know. Should we go take a look?" The discussions among the group ensued. Zhao Lei focused his magical energy into his eyes for a clearer view. His heart raced upon recognizing Zhongli among the crowd. "Isn't that Zhongli?" he murmured. Though his voice was low, everyone in the vehicle heard him. They did not know Zhongli, but upon hearing her name, Li Yu's expression froze. Realizing the situation, she hurried to Zhao Lei's side, asking anxiously, "Is it really Zhongli?" Zhao Lei nodded affirmatively. After receiving his confirmation, a wave of worry washed over Li Yu. She urged Zhao Lei to accelerate, but he shook his head in resignation. "This is as fast as we can go. From what I can see, Zhongli should be safe for the time being. Isn't she supposed to be in Nanhai City? How did she end up here?" Li Yu fumed, though her concern for Zhongli remained palpable. As they drew closer to Zhongli's location, Bai Wu noticed the approaching bus. "Young master, should we stop that vehicle?" one of the bald men inquired. Bai Wu rolled his eyes at the suggestion. "What do you think?" Understanding the implications, the bald man quickly organized a few others to block the road. Seeing them approach, Zhao Lei did not rush forward, but gradually brought the bus to a halt. As soon as the vehicle stopped, one of the bald men shouted, "Hey, my young master is conducting business here. Everyone in the vehicle, get out." Zhao Lei and his companions exchanged incredulous glances, observing the absurdity of the situation. None of them moved. Zhao Lei gestured to Lin Days beside him, who understood immediately. He seized the opportunity to test his powers as a level 2 ability user. Lin Days, the eldest among the 4 boys, possessed the ability to transform into a massive gray bear, towering at nearly 2 meters. Zhao Lei opened the door, and Lin Dai stepped out. Although he was only 5 years old, having lost both parents compelled him to mature quickly. Li Yu tugged at Zhao Lei's sleeve, her expression filled with concern. Is it really wise for Days to confront them like this? It's fine, they're just ordinary individuals. He can handle it. Zhao Lei reassured her gently, holding her hand. Meanwhile, the bald men blocking the road noticed the door opening and turned their gazes toward the exit. Their expression shifted from aggression to bewilderment upon realizing a 5-year-old child was stepping out. Are the occupants of the bus cowards? Do they really expect a 5-year-old to confront us? One bald man muttered incredulously. As the others surrounded Lin Dai's, one of them taunted, "Hey, little brat. Are your adults abandoning you?" He pushed Lin Dai's shoulder playfully. Lin Dai stood his ground, showing no sign of movement. The bald man, puzzled, assumed he hadn't pushed hard enough. Lin Dai gazed at him with an expression of disdain. Uncomfortable under such scrutiny, the bald man barked, "Kid, do you want to die? How dare you look at me like that?" Chapter 20. Lin Dai gazed at the bald man before him, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of cold amusement. The bald man, observing Lin Dai's infuriating expression, snorted disdainfully. "Kid, go die." With that, he raised his fist and swung it toward Lin Dai. Lin Dai, unfazed by the incoming blow, displayed no sign of panic on his face. He lifted his small fist and met the bald man's punch head-on. The bald man couldn't help but laugh at Lin Dai's audacity. Haha, truly overestimating yourself. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt an immense force collide with his fist. Boom. The impact was beyond what the bald man could withstand, sending him flying back, his expression one of utter disbelief. He couldn't fathom that a mere 5-year-old could unleash such terrifying power. By the time he regained his senses, he realized his right hand was fractured. The searing pain radiating from his arm confirmed the harsh reality. He had been bested by a child. The injured bald man felt a strange relief wash over him, thankful that he had only suffered a fracture. Had Lin Dai's punch landed on his head or another vital area, he had no doubt he would have met his end right then and there. At that moment, the surrounding bald men in suits stared at Lin Dai in shock, none daring to advance. This kind of power was something none of them could endure. It was then that Bai Wu, having noticed the commotion, bellowed, "You bunch of useless fools. You can't even handle a child? Don't you have weapons? Attack together." "Right. We have weapons," they echoed, emboldened. "Let us take this brat down." Upon hearing their master and Appo's command, several bald men exchanged words and gripped their iron rods tightly. Yet, Lin Dai was far from intimidated. He had not yet transformed. This was simply his raw physical strength. With hands crossed, Lin Dai shouted, "Transform." This action, inspired by a television show he had watched, struck him as particularly cool. The approaching bald men were momentarily amused by the spectacle. However, before they could laugh, they found themselves frozen in place. As Lin Dai completed his transformation, his body began to swell rapidly. In an instant, he grew from 1.2 meters to 2 meters tall, his entire form covered in gray fur. The sight of his bear-like visage sent chills through the group of bald men. Seizing the moment of their astonishment, Lin Dai charged forward, knocking every bald man to the ground as if they were mere bowling pins. They tumbled as though struck by a freight train, writhing in agony as they lay on the ground. Bai Wu, witnessing the scene, felt a sense of dread wash over him. Although he was not an ability user, his father was a level 5 ability user, giving him some understanding of the powers at play. The sight of a 5 or 6-year-old child possessing such beastly abilities shocked him. For a fleeting moment, he was taken aback. But then a sinister grin spread across his face. He had his own trump card. With that thought, Bai Wu erupted into laughter, embodying a sense of superiority. Zhongli looked at the fool before her with growing apprehension. Marrying such a man would be akin to death itself. Bai Wu, now suppressing his mirth, approached Lin Dai with disdain, sneering, "So what if you're an ability user? My father is a level 5. Do you dare strike me?" Lin Dai regarded him as if he were a fool and delivered a punch that sent Bai Wu hurtling backward before he could react. The brashness with which he had arrived was now replaced by confusion as he reeled from the blow. As Bai Wu was sent flying, several suited bald men rushed to catch him, but their efforts proved futile against the overwhelming force. Boom! Bai Wu, along with the others, crashed into the rear of a nearby Wuling van. Though the impact was cushioned by the other men, suffering Lin Dai's direct hit left him in a world of pain. A few of the bald men were rendered unconscious from the collision. Now utterly drained, Bai Wu collapsed to the ground. Lin Dezai approached him but refrained from striking. He calmly stated, "Big brother said not to harm your lives. You may leave. You little brat, reckless and deluded, thinking you're invincible with a little power. You know nothing of the world beyond." A middle-aged man in Appo's voice interjected ominously. Upon hearing the voice, Bai Wu exclaimed, "Uncle Hong, quickly, take care of this brat. Oh, it hurts so much." As if summoned, a middle-aged man emerged from the car behind Bai Wu, exuding an aura of authority cultivated over years in high positions. Lin Dezai recognized immediately that this newcomer was formidable. He remained still, unwilling to act rashly. Uncle Hong approached Lin Dezai, his tone serious. "Young lad, where are your guardians? I would like to invite you to join our Tsangzhou safety base. Might you summon them?" Bai Wu gazed incredulously at Uncle Hong, bewildered. "What do you mean, Uncle Hong? I've been beaten to a pulp." Uncle Hong waved dismissively at Bai Wu, signaling that he would handle the situation and that Bai Wu need not concern himself. Observing their exchange, Lin Dezai remained silent, unsure of how to proceed, for he was merely a 5-year-old child. Just then, a cold female voice rang out. "We will not be joining you." Li Yu, having descended from the vehicle, spoke with an air of detachment. Zhang Li, upon seeing her, was overwhelmed with emotion, speechless. She knew Li Yu intended to find her parents with Zhao Lei, and her presence here was a relief. If Li Yu is here, then Zhao Lei must be in the car. Li Yu moved to protect Zhang Li, asking, "Xiao Li, what is the situation with these people?" Zhang Li pointed at the down Bai Wu, explaining, "Bai Wu wants to take me back to be his wife." Li Yu's eyes narrowed at the absurdity. "This waste of a man thinks he can marry you? What a deluded fantasy." Bai Wu, panting and bewildered, thought to himself, "I haven't done anything yet. How did I become a waste?" Uncle Hong, noticing that Li Yu knew Zhang Li, felt a sense of opportunity. "Since you two are acquainted, that is splendid. Why not join us at the Tsangzhou safety base? It would be a mutually beneficial arrangement." Li Yu cast a scrutinizing glance at Uncle Hong. When he had exited the vehicle, Zhao Lei had warned her that this man was a level 3 ability user. If Li Yu unleashed her absolute ice, he would not be able to evade it. Zhao Lei had assured her she could do it, and Li Yu believed in her own capabilities. Chapter 21. A level 3 Esper defeats another level 3 Esper. "Xiao Li is my dearest friend. With my presence, you shall not take her away." Li Yu gazed at Uncle Hong, her tone as frigid as ice. Uncle Hong, uncomfortable with her demeanor, retorted angrily, "Little girl, do you truly comprehend the chasm between us? I advise you to recognize your insignificance. Otherwise, with a mere flick of my hand, I could effortlessly extinguish your life." Upon hearing this, Zhang Li anxiously tugged at Li Yu's sleeve. She was acutely aware that the man before them was Uncle Hong, a level 3 Esper and a brother to Bai Wu and Appo's father. In Zhang Li and Appo's mind, Li Yu was merely an ordinary person. If Uncle Hong truly intended to kill her, it would be as simple as a snap of his fingers. Thus, she genuinely feared that in a fit of rage, Uncle Hong might take Li Yu and Appo's life. At that moment, Li Yu silently regarded Uncle Hong and scoffed. "Do you genuinely believe you could easily kill me? What grants you such confidence? Is it your level 3 Esper abilities? How ludicrous." She was no longer the timid girl who once hid behind Zhao Lei. Armed with absolute power, even the most cowardly individual can become brave and resilient, especially when Li Yu had Zhao Lei standing firmly behind her. Li Yu harbored unwavering faith in Zhao Lei. She believed that regardless of the circumstances, he would protect her, thus freeing her from any trepidation. Uncle Hong, incensed by Li Yu's mockery, seethed with rage. His icy aura as a level 3 Esper erupted. "Are you truly unafraid of death? Unafraid of death? You may as well attempt to strike me," Li Yu boldly challenged. Uncle Hong, now at the pinnacle of fury, had initially intended to persuade the two to join his faction. However, since they were impervious to reason, he resolved to show no mercy in striking a woman. With that, Uncle Hong unleashed his ability, turning his skin to stone. He raised his fist, aiming it at Li Yu. Zhang Li and Appo's heart raced as she desperately prayed for Zhao Lei to arrive and save Li Yu. Just as Uncle Hong's fist was about to connect, Li Yu displayed no inclination to evade. With a delicate tap of her toes on the ground, an overwhelming chill began to emanate from her being. Lin Dezai, standing nearby, instinctively moved away. Knowing the nature of Li Yu's power, he did not wish to be caught in its wake. In an instant, the surrounding temperature plummeted. Uncle Hong, caught off guard, was swiftly encased in ice. A sharp crack echoed as he fell to the ground, reduced to a mere pile of frozen shards. Thus, A level 3 Esper was effortlessly vanquished by another level 3 Esper. Li Yu had skillfully controlled the range of her icy aura, ensuring it did not affect those around her. At that moment, Zhongli regarded Li Yu with a look of sheer astonishment. Bai Wu, slumped beneath the Wuling Shinshe, was equally startled, unable to fathom the unfolding events. A level 3 Esper had perished so effortlessly. If killing him were that simple, it would be akin to crushing an ant. Bai Wu lowered his head, refraining from uttering another word, as he silently observed Li Yu calling Zhang Li and her mother, Zhao Weiping, to board the bus. Even the onlookers, several bald men, dared not approach. After all, confronting someone capable of exterminating a level 3 Esper would only lead to their demise. Once aboard the bus, Li Yu introduced Zhang Li and her mother to the other passengers. Zhang Li incessantly inquired about how Li Yu had become an Esper. Li Yu attributed her transformation to Zhao Lei's guidance. Subsequently, Zhang Li became enamored with Zhao Lei. With a resigned shake of his head, Zhao Lei explained that to learn the methods of cultivating Esper abilities, one must join the Shenlong Pavilion. Upon learning that the condition for studying the cultivation methods was to join Zhao Lei and Appo's faction, Zhang Li readily agreed and even brought her mother, Zhao Weiping, along. Thus, Zhao Lei transmitted the Dao Yin Xingjing to Zhao Weiping and Zhang Li. The mother and daughter began familiarizing themselves with the text on the bus. Observing them, the other passengers engaged in lively conversation. Through their discussions, Zhao Lei acquired valuable information. He learned that Espers had emerged worldwide, and the military had deployed substantial forces to establish secure bases. As long as no more individuals transformed into zombies, their numbers would gradually dwindle. However, even after the zombies were eradicated, restoring the environment would be a formidable challenge due to ongoing water contamination issues. Thus, reverting to the previous state would prove exceedingly difficult. Moreover, according to the system's mission, a hidden hand orchestrated everything, capable of unleashing the zombie virus globally. Zhao Lei surmised that such a feat could hardly be accomplished by mere humans. This left only one possibility: extraterrestrial beings. Uncertain of the existence of aliens, Zhao Lei found the emergence of zombies and Espers to be decidedly peculiar. As night fell and everyone settled into slumber, Zhao Lei ascended to the roof of the bus. Host: Zhao Lei, human, cultivation, mid-stage golden core, 1 billion cultivation points may be expended for enhancement, cultivation points, 22. 700 technique, Pangu creation technique, improves with cultivation, skills, basic staff technique, demon slaying sword technique, Eye of Insight. System space, infinite, automatically recycles the crystal cores of slain zombies. Combination function, current synthesis limit, 5 times. Cannot be upgraded. Shenlong Pavilion. View member information here. Mission function, main mission. Exterminate all zombies on Blue Star and identify the hidden hand behind it for elimination. Mission rewards unknown. Hidden mission, none, randomly triggered. After reviewing the information panel, Zhao Lei fell into contemplation. It had been several days since he last encountered a zombie, and the prospect of needing to accumulate 1 billion cultivation points for his next enhancement filled him with trepidation. Such a monumental task loomed dauntingly ahead. With no other options, Zhao Lei cast aside his worries. After all, with his current cultivation level, claiming to be invincible among mortals would not be an exaggeration. With that, Zhao Lei settled into a meditative position, commencing the cultivation of the Panga creation technique. Chapter 22. Spaceship. In the early morning, Zhao Lei exhaled a deep breath. After the bus upgrade, it could travel the distance that originally took 3 days in just 1 day. And this was merely the effect of incorporating a first-tier crystal core. Contemplating this, Zhao Lei roused everyone from their slumber. The little ones, still drowsy, rubbed their sleepy eyes, eliciting amused smiles from the group. Zhao Lei jested a few remarks before instructing them to rest nearby, while he undertook modifications on the vehicle. The others refrained from inquiring about the nature of these modifications. After all, Zhao Lei was a cultivator, and they were prepared to accept any extraordinary feats he might perform. The group settled beneath a tree, forming a circle to meditate. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei approached the bus to store it within the system space. Instead of hastily synthesizing the bus, he chose to merge all 16 vehicles in the system at once. The outcome was 8 sleek and stunning supercars. Without hesitation, Zhao Lei placed the supercars into the synthesis slot. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a small aircraft. Zhao Lei gazed at the diminutive aircraft, capable of seating 2, and fell into contemplation. 2 minutes later, he procured 4 small aircraft. Unsatisfied with their size, he initiated another synthesis. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a deluxe fighter jet. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a small spaceship. Upon witnessing the 2-seater spaceship in the system space, Zhao Lei beamed with delight. He placed the spaceship back into the synthesis slot, adding a 6th-tier crystal core. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a high-grade magical spacecraft. Zhao Lei observed the technologically advanced black and red spaceship in the system space, pride radiating from his expression. Now, he was eager to test his hypothesis. The current spaceship was too small, accommodating a maximum of 3 individuals. Zhao Lei pondered whether merging the bus with the spaceship could yield a larger vessel. Acting on his thoughts, he placed both the bus and the spaceship into the synthesis slot. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a magical energy-powered manned spaceship. Zhao Lei gazed at his creation with immense satisfaction. This method had indeed proven effective. With a sense of accomplishment, he released the spaceship. Boom. The spaceship landed abruptly on the highway, startling the group who were training nearby. They were abruptly awakened. Fortunately, they practiced supernatural powers rather than cultivation, or they might have lost control of their internal energy, resulting in catastrophic consequences. The awestruck group stared at the colossal spaceship before Zhao Lei, rendered speechless. You mentioned modifying a vehicle, yet you produced a spaceship? Is this what you call vehicle modification and not spaceship creation? They gazed in astonishment at the sleek black and red spaceship, their hearts racing with excitement. As the hatch opened, Zhao Lei ascended aboard. Upon entering the spaceship, he felt as if he had stepped into a science fiction film. He could hardly believe that one day he would possess his very own spaceship. Surveying his surroundings, he discovered a circular crystal reminiscent of the one on the original bus, except this one floated gracefully. Approaching the crystal, Zhao Lei placed his hand upon it. The operation was not fundamentally different from controlling the bus. By channeling his magical energy into the spaceship, he could maneuver it with his thoughts. However, this time, he infused a full 30% of his magical energy. Compared to the bus, it was on an entirely different scale, utterly incomparable. Hurry aboard. We are ready for departure. Zhao Lei called out to the group outside the spaceship. Although the craft was soundproof, his voice, infused with magical energy, was clearly audible to them. Responding to his call, the group gradually boarded the spaceship, their expressions resembling those of wide-eyed children encountering something extraordinary. The technology of such a spaceship could scarcely be conceived of within the realms of Blue Star, perhaps not even realizable for centuries. For this vessel was propelled by magical energy. Zhao Lei regarded the spaceship with great fondness. If only I could have a mech as well, he mused, dreaming of possessing his own towering mech. Amidst the enthusiastic chatter, Lin Days hurried to Zhao Lei's side, tugging at his trousers. Brother Zhao Lei, this spaceship is amazing. Zhao Lei chuckled. Is it? Then I and Appos, I'll make sure to get you one too. Brother Zhao Lei, I want one too. I want one too. Lu Yuchuan, Peng Zijuan, and Zheng Xueliang, upon hearing Zhao Lei's promise to Lin Days, rushed over in excitement, expressing their desires as well. All right. Once I acquire the materials, each of you shall have one. Zhao Lei assured the eager children before preparing to pilot the spaceship. At that moment, Lu Zhibing mischievously nudged Zhao Lei, giving him a knowing glance. Brother Zhao Lei, don't forget about me. Zhao Lei immediately grasped Lu Zhibing and Appos' implication and promised to reserve a craft for him once he obtained the materials. Lu Zhibing, pleased, retreated happily. While the boys were captivated by the spaceship, the girls merely found it fascinating, though not particularly interested. After bidding farewell to Lu Zhibing, Zhao Lei focused on controlling the spaceship for takeoff. Ding. Detection of spaceship initiated. Automatic comprehension engaged, merging man and vessel. The system and Appos' voice resonated in Zhao Lei and Appos' mind, instantly flooding him with operational knowledge, transforming him into an experienced spaceship pilot. Without further hesitation, he maneuvered the spaceship toward his hometown, Shango Village. The spaceship moved at remarkable speed, drawing the attention of many as it soared over several cities. Look at that in the sky. Wow, it and Appos' so fast. Could it be aliens? You all still have time to ponder UFOs. Run, the zombies are back. Those who spotted the spaceship exchanged frantic remarks, their conversations lacking coherence, ultimately resulting in a chaotic retreat. On board the spaceship, the children exclaimed, "This spaceship is incredibly fast. Of course, it and Oppos. S made by brother Zhao Lei. Yeah. And he said he would get me one. The little ones excitedly chatted as they watched the ground recede beneath them. Zhao Lei observed the scene with a wry smile, continuing to pilot the craft. Meanwhile, Lu Zhibing, Xue Xiaoran, and others settled down to meditate. The stability of the spaceship ensured their practice remained undisturbed. Look over there. What is that? The child who spoke was Zheng Xueyang, pointing in awe at a tall building nearby. Everyone's attention was drawn to his exclamation. Even those who were meditating hurried over to investigate. Zhao Lei promptly slowed the spaceship, directing his gaze toward the direction Zheng Xueyang indicated. Chapter 23. Level 7 Zombie. At this moment aboard the spacecraft, Zhao Lei had a clear view of the situation in the distance. Below a towering building, an overwhelming mass of zombies was crawling towards it. The structure was tightly sealed. Atop the building, a group of soldiers had encircled a number of survivors, relentlessly shooting down the approaching zombies. Zhao Lei counted carefully. There were at least tens of thousands of them. The sheer number was terrifying. If this continued, the soldiers would soon exhaust their ammunition. Ding! A random mission has been triggered. Save all the people on the skyscraper. Reward unknown. Zhao Lei was momentarily taken aback by the system's notification. Receiving a mission was fortuitous. Even without it, he would have rushed to save the people, thus achieving two objectives at once. With this thought, Zhao Lei hesitated no longer. He halted the spacecraft in midair. Stay on the spacecraft. I will go save them. He instructed the others before opening the hatch. Aware of Zhao Lei's formidable abilities, no one attempted to stop him, except for Liu, who cautioned, "Be careful." Zhao Lei nodded in acknowledgement and stepped out of the hatch. When the others saw Zhao Lei standing in midair, their mouths dropped open in astonishment. "Look, brother Zhao Lei can actually fly," Peng Zijun exclaimed, pointing at him. The expressions of the others mirrored their disbelief, unable to fathom the level Zhao Lei had attained. Zhao Lei paid no heed to their reactions. His sole focus was on exterminating the zombies and rescuing the survivors. He dashed through the air with remarkable speed. What is that? It seems so fast. Is it a person? He's running in the air. On the building, someone shouted, drawing the crowd's attention towards Zhao Lei. He noticed their gaze but chose not to dwell on it. The pressing matter was to eliminate the zombies first. After that, he would inquire about their situation. With this in mind, Zhao Lei unleashed his mid-level golden core pressure, enveloping the entire city in his aura. He conjured a protective shield with his magical energy, safeguarding those atop the building from the oppressive force. Under this overwhelming pressure, the zombies that had nearly reached the top were pushed back to the ground. The weaker ones perished instantly upon impact. Seeing this, the soldiers ceased their gunfire. A relatively shorter soldier approached a robust one and incredulously remarked, "Captain, that person must be an ability user. How can he possess such terrifying power? Look, he walks on air. He might have reached the level of a level 7 ability user, or even stronger." The sturdy soldier, known as Captain Sun Shiqiang, shared the same incredulous expression as he explained to the shorter soldier. They were part of a government task force sent to eradicate the zombies. They had arrived with over 100 members, but now only 30 remained. While their ranks had included ability users, many had sacrificed themselves to protect others during their escape. Sun Shiqiang's face reflected his sorrow as he gazed at his dwindling team. As the captain, he felt utterly useless for failing to protect his comrades. He had almost resigned himself to death when he saw Zhao Lei soaring through the air, and suddenly a glimmer of hope filled him. At that moment, Zhao Lei, who had successfully suppressed the zombies to the ground, conjured a massive hand with his magical energy. He struck down upon the horde. The ground shook with a resounding boom, and the zombies caught in his blow were instantly reduced to mere pulp. On the spacecraft, Lu Zhibing was left speechless at the sight, wondering when he might reach Zhao Lei's level. The others, too, were stricken with disbelief, struggling to process what they had just witnessed. Zhao Lei, feeling unsatisfied with just one hand's slaughter, conjured another colossal hand. He also summoned the demon-slaying sword, ensuring that no zombie could escape its path. The onlookers atop the building were swept with emotions as they witnessed Zhao Lei's relentless massacre of the zombies. The creatures that had cornered them seemed no more than ants being crushed underfoot. Sun Shiqiang lamented inwardly, wishing he possessed such strength. Perhaps then his brothers would not have perished, and he could have protected more lives. He shook his head with a heavy sigh, regretting his lack of power. Among the horde, Zhao Lei's mind was filled with the system's notifications as he dispatched more than half of the zombies. Suddenly, a level 7 zombie caught his eye. Zhao Lei activated his inside eye. What? A level 7 zombie? The information panel before him left him momentarily stunned. A level 7 zombie equated to the strength of an early golden core stage. Zhao Lei realized that had he not arrived, none of the people atop the building would have survived. Bullets would barely harm such a creature, akin to plastic toys striking a steel plate. As the level 7 zombie leaped into the air, lunging at Zhao Lei, he showed no hesitation. With a thought, he summoned the demon-slaying sword back to him. Gripping the sword tightly, he unleashed the Pangu creation technique with fervor. Instantly, the world began to shift. A torrent of magical energy coalesced around his long sword. With a thunderous roar, Zhao Lei struck down at the level 7 zombie, unleashing an immense force that cleaved the creature in two. A deep trench, stretching for 100 meters, was left in the street. Just as Zhao Lei believed the zombie was vanquished, the severed halves rose to their feet, leaving him in astonishment. They had been split apart, yet remained alive. Even more astonishingly, the two halves did not fuse but transformed into two separate zombies. Zhao Lei stared in disbelief. His mouth agape. What was happening? He uttered in confusion. Yet, there was no time to ponder. The two zombies soared towards him once more. Roar! You cannot kill me. Human! The two zombies howled, mocking Zhao Lei as they charged at him. Daring to spout such arrogance in his presence, Zhao Lei raised the demon-slaying sword and struck again. With a resounding crash, the two zombies were severed at the waist, taking several buildings along with them in the process. As the fallen structures crashed to the ground, a cloud of dust engulfed the area. Human, we have warned you. You cannot kill us. Surrender and become our sustenance. At that moment, the situation remained obscured by the dust, but multiple voices echoed from within. Zhao Lei understood that the voice belonged to the zombies. Yet it seemed there was more than just two of them. Chapter 24. Slaying what on earth is happening? The more I fight, the more there are. Zhao Lei stared incredulously at the four identical zombies before him, questioning the very essence of his existence. With a swift motion, he unleashed his sword, cleaving the four zombies in half. Mere seconds later, 8 identical zombies stood before him once more. Zhao Lei, overwhelmed, found himself at a loss for how to proceed. The damage inflicted was minimal, yet they simply would not perish. Humans, you cannot kill me. Instead, you shall serve as my sustenance. The 8 zombies proclaimed in unison. Lunging towards him, Zhao Lei felt a chill of dread. This approach would not suffice. If he continued to use his sword, their numbers would only multiply. With a disdainful snicker, he declared, "How dare these mere zombies speak so boldly?" Without hesitation, he sheathed his sword and clenched his fists, ready to confront the oncoming horde. Although there were 8 zombies, he sensed their strength had diminished. Perhaps they were now only at a level 6. Zhao Lei propelled a powerful punch towards one of the zombies. With a resounding thud, the creature was sent hurtling through the air. Panting, Zhao Lei realized that the zombies would return to him, again and again, and if this continued, he might very well be worn down. Activating his inside eye, he studied the 8 zombies closely and discovered that only one was the true entity. He surmised that if he could eliminate the original, the others would surely perish. Resolute in his decision, Zhao Lei disregarded the duplicates and unleashed a flurry of attacks upon the true zombie. The creature was utterly defenseless against his onslaught, yet Zhao Lei found himself equally stymied. This zombie was remarkably resilient, truly a creature that refused to die. Expressionless on the outside, his mind was racing in astonishment. As the zombies charged once more, Zhao Lei concentrated his magical energy into his palm. Grasping the zombie's head, he slammed it into the ground with force. The creature offered no resistance. With a deafening crack, the zombie and Appo's skull shattered under his grip. To his astonishment, Zhao Lei discovered that the shattered head contained no crystal core. It was a known fact that all zombies should possess one, especially since he had previously synthesized a level 7 core. As Zhao Lei pondered this anomaly, the zombie's head began to regenerate. This time, rather than sending it flying, he opted to restrain his strength and engage the creature in a back-and-forth struggle. During their relentless combat, he began to perceive something amiss. Each time he aimed for the heart, the zombie instinctively attempted to block the strike. This revelation led Zhao Lei to conclude that this must be the creature's Achilles heel. Recognizing the vulnerability, he seized the zombie by the throat and slammed it to the ground. With a sharp snap, the zombie's neck broke. Seizing the opportunity during its recovery, Zhao Lei transformed his hands into talons and delivered a devastating strike to the creature's heart. Without hesitation, he crushed the green heart in his grasp. The heart exploded, revealing a black-red crystal core. In an instant, the the 7 approaching zombie duplicates vanished, and the original began to decay. How pitiful, Zhao Lei mused, glancing at the black-red core in his hand, a slight smirk forming on his lips. With the level 7 zombie dispatched, the remaining creatures surged towards him in a frenzied charge. Zhao Lei surveyed the surroundings and unsheathed his sword. Not a single level 4 or above shall escape. Why did Zhao Lei focus solely on the higher-level zombies? It was, of course, to allow Lu Zhibing and the others to hone their skills. Otherwise, they would have no opportunity to showcase their abilities with Zhao Lei present. Under the gaze of his inside eye, all high-level zombies were laid bare before him. The sound of the sword cleaving through zombie necks echoed relentlessly. Minutes later, all level 4 and above zombies lay vanquished. Afterward, Zhao Lei ascended to the spaceship, where upon his return, the others eagerly gathered around him. Zhao Lei found the attention overwhelming. Clearing his throat, he managed to regain their focus. With a grave expression, he addressed them. There are still approximately 4,000 zombies rampaging in the city. You cannot remain idle. It is time for you to practice. At his words, enthusiasm surged among the group. They had longed for an opportunity to test their skills. And now it had arrived. Seeing their eagerness, Zhao Lei did not dampen their spirits. He lowered the ship to a height of 10 meters above the ground and opened the hatch. Lu Zhibing was the first to leap out, followed closely by several younger members. With so many present, Zhao Lei felt no fear for their safety. After retracting the ship into the system's space, he made his way toward the soldiers and survivors atop the building. Ding! The mission to rescue survivors has been completed. Rewards will be combined with the next task and Oppos, S rewards. Ding! A random task has been initiated. Recruit Captain Sun Shiqiang and all his soldiers. The system rewards a safe base for the apocalypse. As Zhao Lei approached the building, the system's voice resonated in his mind. He paused momentarily in astonishment upon hearing the notification. To recruit Sun Shiqiang and his soldiers meant acquiring a base. Zhao Lei began scanning the people on the building, intent on identifying Sun Shiqiang, the individual behind such a lucrative reward. Soon, he spotted a burly middle-aged man, certain that this was indeed Sun Shiqiang. At that moment, the crowd atop the building turned their gazes skyward to Zhao Lei, their expressions a mix of fear, respect, and admiration. Not hesitating any longer, Zhao Lei strode purposefully towards Sun Shiqiang. Thank you, esteemed one, for your timely intervention, Sun Shiqiang said, clasping his fists in gratitude. Prior to the outbreak of the zombie virus, many powerful figures existed in Huaxia, but the ordinary populace rarely encountered them. Sun Shiqiang, as a military man, had been privy to information from higher authorities. He had even been fortunate enough to meet the legendary protector of Huaxia, rumored to be a master of the 7th rank or above. The gesture of clasping fists was something he had learned during that encounter. Seeing Sun Shiqiang bow, Zhao Lei did not stop him, but instead directly proposed, I have established a faction known as the Ascending Dragon Pavilion. It is newly formed and in urgent need of leadership. Would you be willing to bring your brothers to join? Sun Shiqiang, still reeling from the encounter with Zhao Lei, was taken aback by this unexpected proposition. He felt torn. Although the man before him was undeniably powerful, he was also a representative of the state. How could he simply join another faction? Moreover, despite Zhao Lei having saved them, who could know his true intentions? Chapter 25. Recruitment. Zhao Lei observed Sun Shiqiang, who appeared hesitant before him, and he surmised the source of Sun's apprehension. Do not worry, I am not a villain. I merely aspire to establish my own faction to safeguard a realm of tranquility, Zhao Lei declared, gesturing towards Li Yu and her companions who were vanquishing zombies beneath the towering edifice. You see, they are my allies. Should you choose to align with my forces, you will remain a citizen of the state. I will not impose any demands upon you. Rather, I can facilitate your transformation into superhumans. Initially, Sun Shiqiang had little interest in Zhao Lei's words, but the prospect of becoming a superhuman stirred something within him. If he could gain such powers, he would be equipped to protect more lives. He would no longer have to witness the sacrifice of his comrades, powerless to intervene. Despite this enticing thought, Sun Shiqiang refrained from giving an immediate affirmative. I cannot take charge of their fate. I must consult my brothers first. Zhao Lei understood Sun Shiqiang's sentiments and nodded in agreement. Sun Shiqiang summoned all the members of his team and conveyed Zhao Lei's proposal to them. Unsurprisingly, everyone consented, for they had witnessed too many comrades perish in the struggle. The haunting memories of their tragic experiences were not something they wished to relive. When they learned that Zhao Lei could grant them superhuman abilities, excitement surged among them. They too longed to become superhumans, to protect more lives. Their mission was to safeguard the populace, eliminating any threats to national security before they could manifest. They yearned to defend their country and their loved ones. This was a noble aspiration. The morale of the soldiers soared. Zhao Lei beamed at this commendable group, recognizing that it was people like them who allowed the citizens of Huaxia to live without fear on this land. It was this very cohort that stood at the forefront during the global zombie outbreak. Ding. Random task completed. You have acquired a safe haven in the apocalypse. Ding. Bonus rewards granted. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 acres of spiritual farmland. Note, the spiritual farmland has been integrated into the base. Upon the soldiers and Oppos' unanimous agreement to join the Shenglong Pavilion, the system and Oppos' alert resonated in Zhao Lei and Oppos' mind. He gazed at the vast base within the system's spatial realm, approximately 10 square kilometers in size, his mouth agape in astonishment. The system was undeniably magnificent. Zhao Lei exclaimed, "What an extraordinary reward! Such an expansive base, simply bestowed. Truly, it is worthy of being called a system." With determination, Zhao Lei prepared to unveil this city. He ascended to the skies, surveying the land below. He located a secluded area surrounded by mountains and released the colossal structure. The ground trembled as it manifested, an enormous base appearing without warning. Had mobile communications still been operational, Zhao Lei believed that within an hour, the entire nation would know of this monumental establishment. However, in the present circumstances, as long as Zhao Lei remained silent, no one would be the wiser. Walking alone through the expansive base, he heard the system's voice again. Ding. The safe haven has been established, and the protective barrier is now active. Note, the defensive limit of the protective barrier increases with the host's cultivation level. It currently can withstand attacks from mid-stage golden core cultivators. As the announcement concluded, Zhao Lei observed a shimmering blue barrier enveloping the perimeter of the base. This barrier was invisible to ordinary individuals but would obstruct their passage. Only those who were invited by Zhao Lei could enter. The base was divided into several areas: the spiritual farmland, residential quarters, administrative offices, and military management zones, all encircled by a formidable wall crafted from steel, soaring 40 meters high and 10 meters wide. This level of defense would suffice to thwart any zombies below level 6, should the barrier prove ineffective. As for why zombies above level 6 could breach such defenses, the answer was simple. Level 7 zombies could fly. Without the protective barrier, level 7 and above would be unstoppable. Zhao Lei circled the base once more, assessing the terrain, which he deemed satisfactory. Nestled within a basin and surrounded by mountains, it would be difficult for anyone to locate this haven. With this thought in mind, Zhao Lei flew back to the skyscraper. As he departed, he left behind provisions and water for the survivors and soldiers. Now, everyone was well fed, sharing laughter and conversation. Upon Zhao Lei's return, Sun Shiqiang approached him eagerly, unaware that Zhao Lei had been setting up the base. "Elder, you have finally returned. We now have a total of 67 survivors and 36 soldiers, 103 individuals in total. How shall we proceed with their arrangements?" Zhao Lei did not respond immediately. "Captain Sun, please refrain from calling me Elder. It feels rather awkward. Simply call me Zhao Lei." "All right, Brother Zhao Lei," Sun Shiqiang replied, puzzled as to how Zhao Lei knew his surname. However, given Zhao Lei's formidable prowess, he chose not to dwell on it. Zhao Lei smiled at Sun Shiqiang, assuring him, "I have already arranged accommodations, so you need not worry." Upon hearing this, Sun Shiqiang ceased his inquiries. Zhao Lei glanced down at the building. The zombies had nearly been eradicated, and the few that remained posed no threat. With this in mind, Zhao Lei retrieved the spacecraft from the system's space. "The zombies have been largely dealt with. Board the spacecraft. I shall transport you to our future outpost." Zhao Lei conveyed this message through his spiritual communication to Xue Xiaoran and the others. Upon hearing his voice, the group of 13 swiftly returned to the spacecraft. As soon as they saw Zhao Lei, the younger ones rushed to him. "Brother Zhao, I defeated 20 zombies. Am I impressive?" One exclaimed. "Humph, that is nothing." "I took down 25, another boasted. "You all pale in comparison to me. I vanquished a full 50. It was Linde's, the one among the children with the strongest combat prowess. Although Zhang Xiaowen was also a level 2 superhuman, his abilities were not particularly potent, making him less prominent in the competition. The children's enthusiasm left Zhao Lei at a loss for words. He patted each of their heads, smiling, "You are all remarkable. Now, I have matters to attend to. You may play for a while." In response, the children began to bicker among themselves, scampering off to one side. Xue Xiaoran and Lu Xiaohuan also boarded the spacecraft. Zhao Lei disembarked and approached Sun Shiqiang, stating, "Captain Sun, please lead all your team members aboard the spacecraft. I will take you to our base." Sun Shiqiang nodded and called his comrades to board. The soldiers, wide-eyed with wonder, immediately began to explore the spacecraft. Observing their childish antics, Sun Shiqiang reprimanded them. "Could you exhibit a modicum of decorum? You are to accompany Brother Zhao Lei, and we have significant undertakings ahead. Is this how you present yourselves?" The soldiers fell silent, chastened. Only a shorter soldier muttered under his breath, "At least you're doing the same thing. Wandering around and touching everything." Chapter 26. Zhang Xiaowen's extraordinary ability. Zhao Lei briefed the survivors who remained behind, instructing them to stay put as he would return shortly to collect them. Subsequently, he retained Lu Zhibing and led the crew of the spaceship to the safety base. Upon their arrival, everyone gasped in awe at the formidable structure. The defensive measures in place were nothing short of astonishingly secure. This was merely their initial impression, as they were yet to be informed about the protective barrier. Once Zhao Lei elaborated on the defense mechanism, the astonishment deepened, with gasps echoing through the crowd. This base was indeed impregnable. Sun Shiqiang silently praised Zhao Lei's judgment. After Zhao Lei provided an overview of the base's layout, he set out to fetch the others. The spaceship glided swiftly, making the round trip in just a few minutes. When the group beheld the majestic edifice, they were utterly mesmerized, realizing that they would be residing here in the future. After escorting everyone to the base, Zhao Lei instructed Tang Huifang to arrange accommodations for them. He decided to delegate the management of day-to-day living to her, confident that the children were well-behaved and required minimal supervision. Next, Zhao Lei approached Sun Shiqiang to discuss matters concerning the base's administration. Sun Shiqiang proposed that despite the base's formidable defenses, it was prudent to assign personnel for regular patrols. Zhao Lei, having previously worked as a security guard, was not particularly knowledgeable about such matters, ultimately entrusting the arrangements to Sun Shiqiang, effectively becoming a hands-off manager. At this juncture, the most pressing concern remained that of sustenance and water. Although the provisions Zhao Lei had brought could last for quite a while, the synthesis function had halved their quantity, with an additional 100 mouths to feed. He estimated that their supplies would only last for 3 days before they faced a dire shortage of food and water. This prompted Zhao Lei to recall the piece of spiritual farmland awarded by the system. He had observed through the eye of insight that it could facilitate rapid crop growth. He planted the spiritual rice he had synthesized into the spiritual field. The infusion of spiritual energy possessed remarkable effects on both flora and fauna. The seeds imbued with spiritual essence had a high survival rate. Lacking experience in agriculture, Zhao Lei could only scatter the seeds haphazardly for the time being, intending to consult a professional later. Given the rapid growth capabilities of the spiritual farmland, sustaining over 100 individuals should not pose a challenge. With the land planted, the next concern was securing water. Zhao Lei recalled that he had previously synthesized a spiritual water converter, which he presumed operated similarly to an evolutionary water device. After rummaging through the system's space, he finally located the spiritual water converter. Examining it in his hands, it resembled a standard faucet, leaving him somewhat skeptical about its efficacy. To verify its functionality, Zhao Lei took a bottle of mineral water, levitated it, and poured it steadily into the converter. Upon opening the faucet, a stream of light green liquid flowed forth. Instantly, he sensed the rich spiritual energy emanating from the liquid. Although he had never encountered spiritual water before, he was certain that this was indeed it. He poured some of the purified spiritual water into the spiritual farmland, and in an instant, a tender green sprout emerged from the soil. Witnessing this, he couldn't help but be astonished. However, using spiritual water for irrigation felt excessively extravagant. Suddenly, Zhao Lei thought of someone, Zhang Xiaowen. Zhang Xiaowen, the daughter of Tang Huifang, possessed the extraordinary ability to accelerate plant growth. If she were present to unleash her powers, the issue of food could be swiftly resolved. Acting on this thought, Zhao Lei pinpointed Zhang Xiaowen's location. At that moment, several children were gathered, competing to showcase whose abilities were superior. Observing this scene, Zhao Lei shook his head in exasperation. They were still merely children. Zhao Lei approached and called out, "Xiaowen, come here for a moment." Upon hearing her name, Zhang Xiaowen turned around and, upon recognizing Zhao Lei, bounced over excitedly. "Brother Zhao Lei, did you call for me? What do you need?" She asked sweetly. "I have a task for you, and if you accomplish it, your ability will become the most formidable," Zhao Lei replied softly. Hearing this, the other children crowded around, eager to know what the task entailed. "What is it?" I want to help. They chimed in. Isn't Xiaowen's power related to controlling plant growth? Are you taking her to plant crops? They laughed, imagining the prospect of farming. Zhang Xiaowen appeared somewhat disheartened. Zhao Lei, sensing her mood, explained, yes, we are going to plant crops. Do not underestimate this task. Without farmers to cultivate the land, you Wuden and Appos, to be able to enjoy delicious rice. The children, realizing that not participating in farming would mean going hungry, began to view the profession in a new light. Lin Dai spoke up, Brother Zhao Lei, can I come along to watch? Of course, Zhao Lei replied. Excited by the prospect of watching Zhang Xiaowen plant, the other children clamored to join, recognizing that it was not a fight, but rather an opportunity to learn. Thus, Zhao Lei led the entire group to the spiritual farmland. Upon arrival, he gestured for Zhang Xiaowen to begin. She activated her extraordinary ability, radiating a green glow. The luminescence enveloped the ground, causing the recently sown seeds to break through the soil. Zhao Lei observed Zhang Xiaowen's information panel, noting that her ability points were rapidly depleting, 450 points, 320 points, 240 points. Soon, only 10 points remained. As he watched the rice sprouting in the spiritual farmland, he noted Zhang Xiaowen and Appos' exhaustion and quickly understood her limits. Currently at the second tier of mutation, if she could break through to the third tier, she would be able to hasten the maturity of the rice. Recognizing her fatigue, Zhao Lei immediately infused some magical energy into her. This energy, being of a higher tier than her own abilities, revitalized her points to peak condition. Zhao Lei assessed that, with the enhancement of the spiritual farmland, the rice would likely mature within 3 days, and there was no need to press Zhang Xiaowen further. The children, witnessing Zhang Xiaowen's ability to simultaneously promote the growth of so much rice, were left in awe. They now regarded her power as the most formidable because it represented their hope for sustenance. Having been confined in an underground parking lot for several days, they had experienced the pangs of hunger and were determined never to endure such a situation again. Chapter 27. An unexpected turn of events as night descended. The atmosphere within the base was bustling with life. All individuals, including Sun Shiqiang and the soldiers, reveled in a rare moment of relaxation since the onset of the apocalypse. There was no longer a fear of sudden zombie attacks, nor were they exposed to imminent danger. After an evening filled with joy, as they settled down to engage in lively conversation, Zhao Lei disclosed his intention to depart in search of his parents. During his absence, he entrusted the management of the base to Sun Shiqiang, who he believed possessed the requisite skills of a soldier. Sun Shiqiang accepted this responsibility without hesitation. Zhao Lei also briefed him on matters concerning the spiritual rice fields, instructing him to ensure the harvest once the rice was ripe. Rest assured, Brother Zhao, I shall maintain order within the base, Sun Shiqiang assured him with a pat on his chest. That night, everyone enjoyed a peaceful slumber. Seizing the opportunity while Liu was asleep, Zhao Lei stealthily emerged into the night, finding a secluded mountaintop where he seated himself in meditation. The number of zombies he had slain today surpassed all those he had defeated since acquiring the system. Zhao Lei felt poised to break through to the nascent soul stage. He accessed his information panel. Host, Zhao Lei, human, cultivation level, mid-golden core, can be increased with the consumption of 100 million cultivation points. Cultivation points, 10 million technique. Pangu creation technique, enhances with cultivation level, skills, basic staff technique. Demon slaying sword technique, eye of insight, unity of man and ship. System space, infinite, automatically recycles the cores of slain zombies. Synthesis function, current synthesis limit 5 times, cannot upgrade. Dragon Ascension Pavilion, view member information here. Safe base, view base information here. Task function, main quest. Eliminate all zombies on Blue Star and uncover the mastermind behind them for elimination. Reward unknown. Hidden task, none, randomly triggered. Upon glancing at the information panel, he noticed an additional entry regarding the base, which he dismissed. His gaze fell upon the myriad of crystal cores within the system's space, and a smile spread across his face. There were 4 760 first-tier cores, 532 second-tier cores, 245 third-tier cores, 130 fourth-tier cores, 22 fifth-tier cores, 15 sixth-tier cores, and 1 seventh-tier core. After a brief moment of lament for the system, he embarked on a synthesis spree. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining. Ding. Synthesis successful. The system and Appos' notifications chimed continuously, and Zhao Lei worried that he might overtax the system. 5 hours later, The system fulfilled its duty, and all crystal cores reached their highest synthesis level. He now possessed 1 second-tier core, 1 third-tier core, 1 fourth-tier core, 148 fifth-tier cores, 16 sixth-tier cores, 7 seventh-tier cores, for legendary cores, and 3 lord-level cores. Zhao Lei gazed at the fruits of his labor with delight, feeling as though he was on the brink of soaring to new heights. Ding. A large quantity of crystal cores detected for recycling. Recycle. Ding. Recycled 148 fifth-tier cores, 16 sixth-tier cores, 7 seventh-tier cores, for legendary cores, and 3 lord-level cores, gaining 35 billion cultivation points. Upon hearing the notification of the cultivation points credited to him, Zhao Lei was eager to elevate his cultivation level. Ding. Consumed 100 million cultivation points, rising to late golden core stage. As the system's announcement concluded, a transformation began within Zhao Lei's Dantian. The golden core, once the size of a ping-pong ball, started to solidify. As it continued to condense, the cauldron gradually vanished. The golden core radiated a brilliant light, illuminating his entire Dantian. Simultaneously, a resplendent golden aura enveloped Zhao Lei, brightening the night around him. When the radiance faded, he assessed his condition. His internal energy felt inexhaustible, flowing endlessly. Without pause, he continued to elevate his cultivation. Ding. Consumed 10 billion cultivation points. Advancing to early nascent soul stage. As the system and Amp, Apos, S voice echoed, Zhao Lei and Amp, Apos, S golden core underwent yet another metamorphosis. The core, previously hovering above the spirit platform, began to descend. Upon reaching the platform, it expanded at a visibly rapid pace, gradually becoming ethereal. When the golden core fully dissipated, it was replaced by a golden figure resembling Zhao Lei, seated in meditation and performing various gestures. Just as Zhao Lei was captivated by this spectacle, the system's notifications resumed. Ding. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Panga creation technique is being perfected. Ding. Panga creation technique perfected. Beginning comprehension. Ding. Congratulations, host, on comprehending the Pangu opening heaven decision. Ding. Congratulations, host, on comprehending the Pangu creation heart sutra. Ding. Congratulations, host, on comprehending the laws of space. Ding. Congratulations, host, on comprehending the laws of time. Ding. Congratulations, host, on comprehending. A cascade of system notifications inundated his mind. Initially elated at grasping the laws of space, Zhao Lei soon found the influx of information overwhelming. His mind throbbed painfully. The sensation was akin to being torn apart. Gripped by agony, he clutched his head and howled at the heavens, rolling on the mountaintop. His consciousness seemed to fragment and reassemble in a relentless cycle. The pain of his nascent soul cultivation offered no respite against this torment. The mountaintop was besieged by howling winds and crackling thunder, reminiscent of an apocalyptic event. In that moment, Zhao Lei's form appeared to oscillate between the distant past and a far-flung future. Sometimes he manifested as a venerable elder with flowing white hair. Other times as a wailing infant. The mountain itself bore the brunt of his tumultuous turmoil. As time slipped away rapidly, the agony within Zhao Lei and Amp, Apos, S mind intensified. 3 hours elapsed, and he felt as though his very soul was being stripped away. He teetered on the brink of numbness. At dawn, Li Yu awoke to find Zhao Lei missing and frantically searched for him. She scoured the entire base to no avail. Just then, a soldier's exclamation pierced the air. "Look over there, what is that?" He pointed towards a distant mountain peak. Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to the mountaintop, where dark clouds loomed, and lightning flashed amidst an otherwise clear sky. An inexplicable sense of dread surged within Li Yu as she beheld the scene. What could be happening atop that mountain? "Should we investigate?" suggested Lu Zhibing, who relished any opportunity for excitement. Li Yu withheld the fact that Zhao Lei was missing, focusing instead on the peculiar happenings at the distant summit. Where is Brother Zhao? He is usually the first to rise, remarked Lu Xiaowan, the only one among them who had noticed Zhao Lei and Apos' absence. Chapter 28. Awakening. Upon hearing Lu Xiaowan mention that Zhao Lei was absent, everyone finally grasped the situation and subsequently inquired about Li Yu. It was then that Li Yu disclosed the news of Zhao Lei's absence. With this revelation, the group turned their gaze toward the distant flashes of lightning, and a sudden realization struck them. Such a commotion could only be orchestrated by one person, Zhao Lei. With this thought, they resolved to ascend the mountain peak to uncover the truth. At that moment, on the summit, Zhao Lei lay unconscious, having succumbed to a faint at an unknown time. As time gradually slipped away, the pain he felt began to diminish. In his mind, a vivid image replayed incessantly, a breathtaking blue planet. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Lei's first thought was, blue star. He felt as though he were immersed in the very essence of that beautiful celestial body, the experience overwhelmingly real. Just as Zhao Lei reveled in the splendor of the blue planet, a sudden onslaught occurred. Countless cosmic warships materialized out of thin air, encircling Blue Star. They unleashed torrents of plasma laser fire. With the firing of a warship nearly one-third the size of Blue Star, the smaller vessels followed suit, unleashing their lasers. Before Zhao Lei, an array of azure laser beams surged toward the blue planet, illuminating the vastness of space. Boom! The sound of Blue Star shattering under the relentless barrage echoed deep within Zhao Lei's core. This harrowing scene replayed countless times in the recesses of his mind. Finally, as the dread within him reached a critical threshold, Zhao Lei jolted awake. No, Zhao Lei's eyes flew open, only to find a dozen pairs of eyes fixed intently upon him. Sweat beads rolled down his forehead. Observing this, Liu hurried forward to support Zhao Lei, wiping the perspiration from his brow. Are you all right? Zhao Lei patted his heavy head and offered an awkward smile to the group. I'm fine. Just had a rather frightening dream. A little rest will suffice. At that moment, Zhao Lei's consciousness still lingered in a daze. Had he not been a nascent soul cultivator, this ordeal might have claimed his life. Lu Zhibing, noticing Liu assisting Zhao Lei, suggested, let me carry Zhao Lei back. Liu assessed Zhao Lei's condition and recognized that he was indeed struggling. Thus, Lu Zhibing hoisted Zhao Lei onto his back and made his way back to the base. Once on Lu Zhibing's back, Zhao Lei felt considerably lighter and soon drifted into a deep slumber. The others, perplexed by Zhao Lei's condition, refrained from discussing the incident and returned to their own pursuits. Only Liu remained vigilantly by Zhao Lei's side. A day later, Zhao Lei gradually awakened. His first sight was Liu, asleep at his bedside. This sight stirred emotions within him. He carefully rose, using his magical power to shield Liu and Appo's senses, and gently lifted her onto the bed, covering her with a blanket. After completing this tender act, Zhao Lei did not depart, but instead settled down nearby in a meditative posture. The influx of knowledge transmitted to him by the system the previous day had overwhelmed his mind, leading to his fainting spell. Now, as he reflected, countless pieces of knowledge fell into orderly alignment in his mind. An hour passed, and Zhao Lei finally organized all the information. He opened his information panel to examine it. Host, Zhao Lei, human, cultivation level, early nascent soul, can increase by consuming 100 billion cultivation points. Cultivation points, 20. 5 billion cultivation method, Pangu creation technique, advances with cultivation level, skills, basic staff technique, demon slaying sword technique, Eye of insight, unity of man and ship, Pangu creation heart sutra, Pangu heaven opening decision, 3,000 principles, system space, infinite, automatically recycles the crystal cores of slain zombies, synthesis function, current synthesis limit is 5 times, cannot be upgraded, Dragon Ascension Pavilion, view member information here, safe base, view base information here, mission function, main mission, eliminate all zombies on Blue Star and uncover the mastermind behind them. With unknown rewards. Hidden mission, none, randomly triggered. After reviewing the information, Zhao Lei pondered deeply. The reason for his headache was the overwhelming power of the 3,000 principles. These principles are the fundamental laws that constitute the world. If he could comprehend the 3,000 principles to the level of the 3,000 Tao, it would not be impossible for him to create a world with his bare hands. However, achieving a singular principle to reach the Tao is already a formidable challenge, let alone all 3,000. The extent of the sacrifice required remains a mystery to all. Zhao Lei focused his mind, attuning himself to the operation of the 3,000 principles within him. At that moment, he sensed something unusual. There were only 500 principles of power on Blue Star. Zhao Lei was bewildered. Did this imply that Blue Star's principles were incomplete? The thought sent a chill down his spine. To seize the Tao, what level of mastery must one attain? Presently, as a nascent soul cultivator, had it not been for the system's importation of the 3,000 principles, he would have merely grazed the surface of the principle's power. Such an existence is truly terrifying. Moreover, that dream, so vivid, could there be a connection? Zhao Lei dared not dwell further on these thoughts. The secrets of this world were too numerous, and his current strength was still insufficient. First, he must address the immediate threat of zombies before contemplating other matters. Thus, Zhao Lei set aside his musings and began to cultivate the Pangu creation technique. As his magical power coursed through him, he suddenly sensed a change. Previously, while practicing the Pangu creation technique, he felt only comfort. Now, he could indeed feel his nascent soul strengthening within him. Zhao Lei was astonished. Could this be a result of comprehending the 3,000 principles? The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became. With Blue Star and Apos, incomplete Tao, and a broken path to cultivation, he had initially relied on the system to elevate his power. However, having now grasped the 3,000 principles, it meant that even without the system, he could slowly cultivate to enhance his strength. With this realization, Zhao Lei felt enlightened. This explained why he alone could cultivate while others could not, because they lacked the system and the complete principles. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Zhao Lei rose slowly. It seemed that diligent cultivation was essential for rapid improvement in his powers. Glancing out the window, he noticed the sun nearing its zenith. He had already squandered a day and needed to hasten to find his parents. With his newfound comprehension of spatial principles, reaching Shanggu village was merely a matter of thought. Zhao Lei, you're awake. Just as Zhao Lei prepared to tear through the void and depart, he heard a gentle voice, Li Yus. Upon awakening, he realized he was in bed, and upon turning, he saw Zhao Lei, who was about to leave. Seeing Li Yu awake, he did not rush away but instead sat beside her and affectionately ruffled her hair. Why not sleep a little longer? You must be exhausted from staying up to care for me. Chapter 29. The sinkhole. Zhao Lei infused a modicum of magical energy into Li Yu's body, significantly enhancing her spirits compared to earlier. Are you leaving? Li Yu inquired, grasping Zhao Lei's hand. I am going to find my parents and will return shortly. Please wait for me here. No, I wish to accompany you, she insisted. Observing the glimmering moisture in her eyes, Zhao Lei relented. Very well, you may come along. Upon hearing Zhao Lei's consent, Li Yu smiled without further comment. She casually tidied her hair and exchanged a few words with Zhang Li before Zhao Lei led her away. Outside the base, Zhao Lei held Li Yu's hand as they stood at the entrance. Aren't we taking a spaceship? Li Yu queried with curiosity. No need. The spaceship is too slow, Zhao Lei replied. With that, he traced a line in the air with his fingertip, causing a rift resembling a starry sky to materialize before them. Without hesitation, he took Li Yu's hand and stepped into the rift, while she looked around in wonder. Akin to a curious child. What is this? Li Yu asked, her eyes wide with intrigue. This is a spatial passage, Zhao Lei explained. A spatial passage? Like the ones that can transport 1,000s of miles in an instant on television? Li Yu was astonished by Zhao Lei's explanation. Something akin to that, he replied, uncertain, as it was his first time harnessing the power of spatial laws, and he was unsure of the precise distances it could traverse. After a few steps within the passage, they soon spotted the exit. Upon emerging, they found themselves at the entrance of a village. As Zhao Lei recognized the village before him, he immediately confirmed. This is Shanggu village. He estimated that the spatial passage had transported them approximately 300 kilometers, and perhaps with his increasing cultivation, this distance could further extend. Li Yu surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings with suspicion. Have we arrived? She asked. Indeed, this is my hometown, Zhao Lei assured her. It seems there is not a soul in sight, she remarked, glancing around. Zhao Lei also surveyed the area. Although it appeared deserted, there were no signs of conflict, indicating that the villagers were likely safe. Exactly, Zhao Lei concurred. He led Li Yu toward the rear of the village where his home was located, intending to search for any clues. Their pace was brisk, and soon they arrived at an old earthen house. Zhao Lei gently pushed open the creaking wooden door. Upon entering the courtyard, they found everything arranged meticulously, as if someone had recently tidied up. Yet, the entire village was evidently devoid of inhabitants. Zhao Lei circled the house, observing, there is not a single person, not even a fly. Just then, a young girl's voice pierced the silence. Who are you? What are you doing here? They both jolted and turned to see a girl, around 13 or 14 years old, with two pigtails approaching them. I'm asking you a question, she insisted. Noticing their silence. I am from Shanggu village. This is my home, Zhao Lei explained, pointing to the ground. The girl's heart leapt with joy at his words. It seemed she had successfully lured another pair. You must be back to find your family, right? The villagers have all fled to other places, which is why it appears deserted now. Upon hearing that the villagers had evacuated, Li Yu's excitement surged. Do you know where they are? Zhao Lei, however, remained composed, discreetly examining the girl's information panel. Name, Xiaoling, cultivation level, none, skills, none, Affinity, -40. Upon realizing Li Yu's inquiry, Xiaoling proudly thumped her chest. Of course. I live there too. I only came back to retrieve some belongings. Zhao Lei and Apos' expression remained impassive, though he felt perplexed. The Eye of Insight had never displayed a negative affinity before. He maintained a neutral demeanor and asked, "Could you lead us there?" "I am here to find my family." "Sure." The girl readily agreed. Thus, Zhao Lei and Li Yu followed Xiaoling. After about half an hour of walking, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. Li Yu gazed into the dark cavern with skepticism. "Are you certain everyone from the village is here?" Xiaoling nodded affirmatively. "This cave leads to the other side, where not only the villagers of Shangdu, but also those from nearby villages are gathered." Li Yu was taken aback. Did this imply a large gathering of people? Yes. There are several superhumans guarding it, so it is quite safe, Xiaoling said cheerfully. Zhao Lei's brow furrowed slightly at the mention of superhumans. Xiaoling led the way into the cave. After walking for about 10 minutes, a glow emerged ahead. "It is just up ahead," Xiaoling announced. Zhao Lei and Li Yu remained composed, but midway, Zhao Lei discreetly conveyed to Li Yu to be cautious. The girl seemed suspicious. Xiaoling, oblivious, marched toward the cave's mouth. As soon as she exited, she cast a sidelong glance and then darted off into the distance. Zhao Lei and Li Yu noticed, but chose not to dwell on it. They prepared to observe the unfolding situation. Stepping out of the cave, they were suddenly ensnared by green vines that erupted from the ground, binding them tightly. "Hey, these two were captured so easily. Haha. Let us hand them over to the boss. Maybe he will reward us with a little girl to play with." A lean man named Haizi chuckled. Zhao Lei and Li Yu feigned terror. "What do you want? Isn't this place meant to shelter survivors? Why are you capturing us? Let us go." The couple's performance was exaggerated, but if the two brothers had been more astute, they might have caught on to the ruse. Haizi, the lanky one, laughed heartily. "Now that you're here, do you think we'll let you go? Dream on. Just accept your fate as our laborers. Perhaps the boss will grant you a minor position if he is pleased." Zhao Lei and Li Yu observed the antics of the rotund duo. The brothers, seeing that the two remained silent, proceeded to drag them toward the distant structures. Zhao Lei surveyed the surroundings. They were encircled by mountains, within a sinkhole that was moderately expansive, dotted with a few houses and swaths of farmland. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the crops appeared to be thriving. Chapter 30. The whereabouts of parents. Zhao Lei surveyed his surroundings, when suddenly a little girl with twin ponytails approached. It was none other than Xiaoling. She made a face at the two and then playfully strolled towards the cave entrance. Zhao Lei and his companion had no intention of stooping to the level of a mere child. Their objective was to locate the leader mentioned by the plump and thin brothers. According to Xiaoling, people from several nearby villages had gathered here, yet they had encountered very few individuals since their arrival. It seemed evident that a secret lay hidden within this place. Zhao Lei pondered silently, when the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! A random mission has been triggered. Rescue the enslaved individuals. Zhao Lei speculated. Could it be that the inhabitants of those villages were all enslaved? Since the mission was to save people, it was certain that they were still alive. The only uncertainty was their whereabouts. As Zhao Lei thought, they arrived in front of a relatively large house. The lanky one called Haizi said to the fat one, "Keep an eye on these two. I will inform the boss." "All right," the fat one replied. Haizi then pushed the door open and entered. No sooner had Haizi gone in than a man in his 20s emerged. The fat one hastily bowed and greeted him. "Greetings, third master." The man, referred to as the third master, disregarded the fat one entirely, adopting a condescending demeanor. The fat one appeared unfazed, clearly accustomed to such treatment. At the same time, Zhao Lei caught sight of the man who had come out. When he recognized the man's face, he gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Zhao Yuhai." Zhao Yuhai was the son of Zhao Lei's uncle, Zhao Zhenxing. He had excelled in his studies from a young age and later gained admission to a prestigious university in the north. He had always looked down upon Zhao Lei, a security guard, and made life difficult for him during the New Year celebrations. Seeing Zhao Yuhai now, Zhao Lei couldn't and amp, Oppos, T help but exclaim in surprise. Hearing Zhao Lei call his name, Zhao Zhenxing noticed the two bound by vines. Upon recognizing Zhao Lei, Zhao Yuhai was equally taken aback, but soon erupted in laughter. He approached Zhao Lei, scrutinizing him, and mockingly said, "Oh, ISN and amp, Oppos, T this our esteemed security guard Zhao Lei? What and amp, Oppos, s the matter? Still alive? Quite lucky, aren't and amp, Oppos, T you?" Zhao Lei, unperturbed by the taunt, replied coolly, I want end Oppos. Perish before you do. Infuriated, Zhao Yuhai seized Zhao Lei by the collar, declaring, I am now a level 2 ability user. And you, a mere waste, dare to compare yourself to me. Zhao Lei smiled faintly at Zhao Yuhai's expression. Is that so? He replied, and suddenly the vines binding him and Li Yu vanished into thin air. Zhao Yuhai realized the gravity of the situation and prepared to flee. However, as he attempted to escape, Zhao Lei snapped his fingers. Zhao Yuhai's movements halted abruptly. Panic surged within him. He had belatedly understood that Zhao Lei was feigning weakness to deceive him. He exerted all his strength to move, but it proved futile. This was Zhao Lei and Oppos' spatial confinement, a manifestation of the space laws he commanded. Unless Zhao Yuhai could shatter space itself, escape was impossible. Zhao Lei observed the terror etched on Zhao Yuhai's face and approached him, stating coolly, You come here brandishing a matchstick, unaware that I possess a whole box of lighters. Don't get too cocky, Zhao Lei. My father is a level 5 ability user, and he is inside that house. If I call for him, he will come to my rescue, Zhao Yuhai threatened. Zhao Lei was unfazed by this proclamation, dismissing the notion that a level 5 ability user, or even a level 10, would pose any significant challenge to him. The Fat One, witnessing the threat against his third master, shouted, Let go of the third master. Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Lei snapped his fingers again, and the Fat One was sent hurtling backwards, crashing heavily to the ground. The Fat One, now faced with Zhao Lei's murderous glare, fell silent. After subduing the Fat One, Zhao Lei turned his attention back to Zhao Yuhai, demanding, Tell me, where are the people you deceived? Zhao Yuhai scoffed, Why should I tell you? Realizing Zhao Yuhai was still oblivious to the dire situation, Zhao Lei tightened his grip on Zhao Yuhai and Oppos' throat, lifting him off the ground. The Fat One had referred to him as Third Master, prompting Zhao Lei to conclude that Zhao Yuhai held a significant position. Let my son go, or you'll never see your parents again, Zhao Yuhai threatened. But just as he was about to speak further, an enraged voice erupted from within the house. Zhao Lei turned to see his uncle, Zhao Zhenxing, emerging from the building, followed closely by the lanky figure of Haizi. What have you done to my parents? Zhao Zhenxing inquired, and upon hearing his parents mention, Zhao Lei immediately demanded answers. Zhao Zhenxing, sensing the effectiveness of his threat, continued, Release my son Yuhai, and I will tell you. Zhao Lei's expression turned grave. He had come in search of his parents and had no intention of wasting time on irrelevant matters. With that thought, Zhao Lei snapped his fingers once more, and Zhao Zhenxing was instantly immobilized. He tossed Zhao Yuhai aside and approached Zhao Zhenxing, gripping his throat firmly. You will answer my questions, or you shall perish, Zhao Lei declared, his voice laced with a chilling menace. Zhao Zhenxing shuddered involuntarily and nodded hastily. Zhao Lei fixed his gaze on Zhao Zhenxing, asking, Are my parents here? Nod for yes, shake your head for no. At the prompt, Zhao Zhenxing nodded vigorously. Upon confirming the answer, Zhao Lei released him. Just as he was about to inquire further, Zhao Zhenxing unleashed a massive fireball towards him. Anticipating the attack, Zhao Lei snapped his fingers, causing the fireball to vanish. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Zhenxing was sent crashing against the wall. Coughing up blood, Zhao Zhenxing fell to the ground. Zhao Lei reached out, and in an instant, Zhao Zhenxing reappeared in his grasp. With a frigid gaze, Zhao Lei stated, Do not attempt any clever tricks before me. Lead me to my parents, and perhaps I shall spare your life. Everyone present, including Li Yu, was rendered speechless by Zhao Lei's display of power. Zhao Yuhai was so frightened that he nearly lost control of his bladder. His father, a level 5 ability user, was effortlessly manipulated by Zhao Lei. I will take you to them, Zhao Zhenxing stammered, trembling as he agreed to Zhao Lei's demand. He no longer dared to harbor any ulterior motives, otherwise. Another series of attacks from Zhao Lei could leave him gravely injured, if not dead. Chapter 31 Reunion. Zhao Zhenxing tremulously led Zhao Lei and Li Yu in a specific direction. After a short while, Zhao Lei inquired, Are we there yet? Almost, just ahead. Zhao Zhenxing hastily replied. Despite being Zhao Lei's uncle, Zhao Zhenxing had always harbored disdain for Zhao Lei's family, consistently creating obstacles for them. And Zhao Lei was not inclined to offer him any semblance of respect. After walking a little further, they finally arrived at the entrance of a cave. A heavy iron door barred their way, but through the small opening left in the door, the darkness inside was palpable. Zhao Lei, frustrated, kicked Zhao Zhenxing in the rear and growled, Open the door. Zhao Zhenxing stumbled and fell to the ground, fear evident in his eyes as he met Zhao Lei and Oppos' menacing gaze. He hurriedly picked himself up and used the key he had prepared to unlock the iron door. Zhao, please, we are begging you for some food. We haven't eaten in days. If this continues, we will perish here. As soon as the door swung open, a chorus of desperate voices clamored around them. Zhao Jinxing dared not respond to the throng of emaciated figures. The cave was shrouded in darkness, obscuring the deeper recesses. Zhao Lei snapped his fingers, invoking the law of light. Instantly, the cave was illuminated. As he surveyed the surroundings, his gaze fixed upon two figures in the deepest part of the cave. Who else could they be but his long-lost parents? Seeing his gaunt parents, Zhao Lei's eyes welled with tears, and he rushed towards them without a second thought. At that moment, Zhao's father and mother, frail and weary, caught sight of their son, but could scarcely muster the strength to move. Zhao Lei embraced them tightly, his voice filled with sorrow. Father, mother, I am so late. It is my unfilial behavior that has caused you such suffering. Tears streamed down the faces of his parents as they gazed at their son, whom they had not seen in so long. However, their bodies were too weak to respond with words. Overcome with guilt, Zhao Lei raised his hands and channeled the law of life, sending waves of vitality into his parents' bodies. In an instant, they felt their strength gradually returning, and the gnawing hunger that had plagued them vanished. As they regained their vitality, Zhao's parents enveloped their beloved son in their arms. Zhao's father, his voice hoarse, said, "Since the outbreak of the zombies, your mother and I have been terribly worried about you. It is such a relief to see you safe." Zhao Lei reassured them, "Father, mother, everything will be fine now. With me here, you can rest easy. I will ensure that those who harmed you face their reckoning." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Zhao Jinxing outside the cave. Their eyes met, and Zhao Jinxing, terrified, collapsed to the ground. Liu chose not to intrude upon the tender reunion between Zhao Lei and his parents. The three of them shared countless stories, relishing their time together. When they had nearly finished reminiscing, Liu approached. The other inhabitants of the cave, gaunt and weak, found even the slightest movement an arduous task. Those who had spoken to Zhao Jinxing earlier had exhausted themselves merely to crawl to the entrance and now lay sprawled on the ground. It was unfathomable what these individuals had endured to reach such a state. As Liu walked through the cave, observing the listless figures, she silently cursed Zhao Jinxing. He was truly despicable. However, when she reached Zhao Lei's parents, she donned a smile and greeted them warmly. "Hello, uncle and aunt." During their earlier conversation, Zhao Lei had already informed his parents about Liu. Upon seeing her, they immediately began to praise her. "Little you are so radiant. Zhao Lei hasn't he mistreated you, has he? If he has, you must tell me, and I will teach him a lesson." "Not at all. Zhao Lei has treated me very well," she replied with a smile. "Indeed, I have been quite good to little you," Zhao Lei interjected, attempting to defend himself. Afterward, Liu and Zhao Lei assisted his parents as they made their way out of the cave. When they stood before Zhao Jinxing, Zhao Lei and Apos, as parents merely cast him a glance and said nothing further. However, Zhao Lei was not willing to let him off so easily. To let such a heinous act go unpunished would be a grave injustice. With this thought in mind, Zhao Lei flicked his fingers, invoking the law of destruction, and a dark orb of energy struck Zhao Jinxing in the forehead. Just as Zhao Jinxing thought he had escaped Zhao Lei and Apos' wrath, darkness enveloped him, and he fell lifeless to the ground. Zhao Lei's parents remained silent, knowing that although Zhao Jinxing was their elder brother, he had always belittled them, and in this apocalypse, he had abused his powers without remorse. Such a person deserved his fate. Zhao Lei and Apos' father, looking at the other villagers in the cave, felt a surge of compassion. These individuals had cared for his elderly parents while under Zhao Jinxing and Apos' oppressive rule, and now that they were saved, he could not forget their kindness. With this in mind, Zhao Lei and Apos' father turned to his son and said, "Could you perhaps help them as well? They have looked after your mother and me during our time here. If you can save them, please lend them a hand." Seeing his father's earnest expression, Zhao Lei hesitated before replying softly, "If I can save them, I certainly will. It won't cost me much effort." With that, Zhao Lei waved his hand towards the cave, channeling the law of life once more. Waves of life energy surged into the foreheads of all present. They felt their bodies rejuvenating at a visible pace. As their strength returned, they rushed towards Zhao Lei, gratitude shining in their eyes. "Thank you, young man of the Zhao family, for saving our lives. Thank you, young man of the Zhao family. I, Old Huang, am at a loss for how to repay you. Perhaps I could offer my daughter as hand in marriage?" "Old Huang, what nonsense. Can't you see that this young man already has a girlfriend?" "Indeed, I would gladly serve the Zhao family in any capacity. In these chaotic times, Where zombies roamed freely and safety was scarce, the crowd began to rally around Zhao Lei, urging him to take on the role of their leader. Zhao Lei was left speechless by their fervent enthusiasm. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in Zhao Lei and Appo's mind. Ding. Random task completed. Rescue the enslaved individuals. System reward. 1 cosmic battleship. Chapter 32. AK-47 Thunder God Zhao Lei shared with everyone the existence of his base, inviting those who wished to accompany him back. Unsurprisingly, all agreed. Following Zhao Lei was certainly preferable to starving in the mountains. With the water supply contaminated, remaining in the hills posed a significant risk. Thus, joining Zhao Lei offered a glimmer of hope. Since no one expressed a desire to stay behind, Zhao Lei had no reason to send anyone away. The base was expansive, and the addition of over 100 individuals would be beneficial, especially as they could assist in agricultural endeavors, effectively addressing the food shortage. With a grand gesture, Zhao Lei summoned a spatial portal, leading the group back to the base in a magnificent procession. He instructed Tang Huifeng to arrange accommodations for the newcomers, while he called over Captain Sun Shiqiang. Captain Sun, gather all soldiers. I shall impart the methods for cultivating extraordinary abilities. Upon hearing Zhao Lei's intention to teach them about developing their powers, Sun Shiqiang was filled with excitement and promptly summoned all the soldiers. Once assembled, Zhao Lei instructed them to sit cross-legged and began transmitting the Dao Yin Sheng Jing to each of them, starting with Sun Shiqiang. After 20 minutes, he had successfully imparted the knowledge to all soldiers. Observing their deep contemplation, Zhao Lei could not help but smile with satisfaction. He then sought out his parents, intending to teach them the same techniques, so they too could gain the means of self-preservation. After imparting the teachings to his parents, Zhao Lei proceeded to the Lingtian district. Besides the 2 acres of spiritual fields awarded by the system, there were nearly 1,000 acres of ordinary farmland. Zhao Lei pondered the situation. The base lacked sufficient seeds for planting, and with the arrival of over 100 new individuals, the 2 acres of spiritual fields would be insufficient for sustenance. Currently, there were 173 survivors who had not joined the Shenglong Pavilion. It was untenable for Zhao Lei to accommodate idle individuals at the base. As night fell, Zhao Lei convened everyone, excluding Sun Shiqiang, his parents, and the soldiers still comprehending the Dao Yin Sheng Jing. I have gathered you all to discuss the future direction and planning of our base. Zhao Lei spoke eloquently from the platform. The military management area spanned over 3 square kilometers, and the presence of over 100 individuals felt remarkably out of place. Although darkness enveloped the sky, under Zhao Lei's illumination, the base remained vibrant and clear as day. After a half-hour address, Zhao Lei had conveyed all necessary information. Among the survivors, there were no children, and the majority were robust men. Those without the means to protect themselves perished during the zombie outbreak. It was primarily the rural women, generally stronger, who had survived due to fewer zombies. In the previous gathering at the skyscraper, only 5 women had been present among the survivors. Thus, Zhao Lei assigned 100 individuals to work the fields, ready to commence as soon as seeds were procured. The remaining individuals were designated for cooking and various chores. Having saved them, Zhao Lei anticipated no dissent. After all, these tasks were inherently their responsibility for survival in this apocalyptic world. Zhao Lei did not allow the first members of the Shenglong Pavilion, such as Lu Zhibing, Lu Xiaohuan, and Xue Xiaoran, to remain idle either. They were tasked with collaborating with Sun Shiqiang to patrol the base's periphery, including the younger ones. As they were also cultivators, Zhao Lei intended to cultivate their abilities from a young age, avoiding undue indulgence. Once all arrangements were made, Zhao Lei dismissed the assembly, urging everyone to rest. After Li Yu had fallen asleep, Zhao Lei stealthily emerged once more. He found a spacious area and settled into a meditative posture. As he activated the Pangu creation technique, he felt his mind clear and his cultivation gradually elevate. The following morning, Zhao Lei exhaled a breath of turbid air, slowly opening his eyes. He accessed his information panel. Host, Zhao Lei, human, cultivation level, early stage Yuaning, 970 billion cultivation points required for enhancement, cultivation points, 20. 5 billion technique, Pangu creation technique, advances with cultivation level, skills, basic staff technique, demon slaying sword technique, eye of insight, unity of man and ship, Pangu creation heart sutra. Pangu opens the heavens decision, 3,000 laws of power. System space, infinite, automatically recycles crystal cores from slain zombies. Combination function. Current synthesis limit 5 times. Cannot be upgraded. Shenlong Pavilion. View member information here. Safe base. View base information here. Task function. Main task. Eradicate all zombies on Blue Star and uncover the mastermind behind it. Reward unknown. Hidden task. None. Randomly triggered. Upon reviewing the information panel, Zhao Lei was astonished to discover that the points required for cultivation had decreased. He speculated that this might be attributed to the 3,000 loss. If that were the case, he could enhance his abilities through personal cultivation even without points. With this thought, Zhao Lei beamed with a radiant smile. Sun Shiqiang and the others were also awakening, prompting Zhao Lei to check on them. Rising, he traced a finger through the air, opening a spatial portal. As he stepped through, he was greeted by Sun Shiqiang and the assembled soldiers. Brother Zhao, thank you for allowing my comrades to become extraordinary beings. I am unable to repay you. I am willing to lead my brothers to follow you into any peril, Sun Shiqiang declared, bowing deeply. In response, the soldiers echoed in unison, we are willing to follow. We are willing to follow. Seeing this, Zhao Lei quickly supported Sun Shiqiang. Captain Sun, there is no need for such formality. It is my duty. Besides, your strength ensures the safety of the entire base. While speaking, Zhao Lei used his eye of insight to scan everyone. Name, Sun Shiqiang. Cultivation level. Level 4 ability user. Ability, Earth element control. Can manipulate Earth elements at will. Range proportional to ability points. Ability points, 5,000, 5,000. Talent evaluation. SSS level. Name, Wang Yanwu. Cultivation level. Level 3 ability user. Ability, Rifle summoning. Can summon AK-47 rifles. Currently capable of summoning 10, all with infinite ammunition, and can merge into AK-47 Thunder God, doubling power, and each bullet possessing a lightning paralysis effect. Ability points, 1,000, 1,000. Talent evaluation, SSS level. Upon seeing Wang Yanwu, Zhao Lei's eyes lit up. This was the short soldier who often spoke ill of Sun Shiqiang. He had not anticipated his ability to be so formidable. If his level were higher, who knew what monstrous effects might unfold? Chapter 33. Zombies above level 7. After reviewing the information panels of all the soldiers, Zhao Lei gained a general understanding. Among the 34 soldiers, the majority had awakened abilities corresponding to the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. A small portion were beast transformation abilities users. There was also a particularly remarkable soldier named Wu Dinghai, whose power manifested as a Barrett sniper rifle, capable of delivering devastation akin to that of a small cannonball. Currently, he was a level 3 ability user, and with a high accuracy rate, even level 5 zombies would find it challenging to contend with him. Subsequently, Zhao Lei discussed the matter of Wang Yanwu with Sun Shiqiang. Pointing to Wang Yanwu and Apos' position, Zhao Lei remarked, Captain Sun, nurture him well. He shows great potential. Sun Shiqiang glanced at Wang Yanwu, scrutinizing him closely, yet found nothing particularly extraordinary. Zhao Lei chose not to elaborate further, allowing Sun Shiqiang to discover it on his own. Not wishing to delve into details, Sun Shiqiang refrained from questioning him. Zhao Lei then informed Sun Shiqiang about his impending departure, indicating that he might be gone for an extended period and entrusted him with overseeing the affairs of the base. Having conveyed this, Zhao Lei proceeded to visit his parents. Upon arriving at his parents' residence, Zhao Lei was pleased to see that they appeared to be in excellent spirits. He promptly checked their information panels. Name, Zhao Haiquan. Level 3 ability user. Ability, Thunder King, can control thunder within a radius of 100 meters. Ability points, 1,000, 1,000. Talent rating, SSS level. Name, Li Lingji. Level 3 ability user. Ability, Wind Element Manipulation, can control fierce winds. Speed increased by 100 when using abilities. Ability points, 1,000, 1,000. Talent rating, SSS level. Zhao Lei was astonished to find his parents possessed such rare abilities. The name of his father's ability alone indicated a high level of lethality. After a brief conversation with his parents, Zhao Lei took his leave. Once outside, he sought out Li Yu, who was still her usual self, following closely behind him. Since Zhao Lei had all the necessary supplies stored in his system space, they did not need to carry much. After bidding farewell to Xue Xiaoran, Lu Xiaowan, and the others, Zhao Lei departed with Li Yu. This time, Zhao Lei chose not to utilize spatial laws or a spaceship. Instead, he unsheathed the demon-slaying sword and took to the skies with sword flight. He had only used this technique twice during his foundational stage. Now, having reached the Golden Core stage, he had not employed sword flight since. With Zhao Lei leading the way and Li Yu following closely, she clung tightly to him. Fearful of falling, Zhao Lei's cultivation at the nascent soul stage allowed for a speed of sword flight that far surpassed that of a spaceship. After a while, Li Yu gradually acclimated to the sensation of flying on the sword, finding it far more exhilarating than racing cars. Ahead, Zhao Lei spotted a city. "Look over there," Li Yu pointed out. "We've been flying for quite a while. We can stop and rest for the night." Zhao Lei agreed in a deep voice. Coastal cities were generally more developed and resourced, and Zhao Lei had specifically set out to search for supplies along the coast. However, they still had quite a distance to cover before reaching the coastal region. As they gazed at the once thriving city ahead, Zhao Lei couldn't help but express his amazement. "I never imagined that in just over 10 days, such a vibrant city would fall into desolation." Li Yu replied, "Indeed, had we not retained some power, we might have found ourselves among the zombie horde. Tonight, we shall rest here and see if there are any survivors," Zhao Lei concluded. Just as he spoke, they soared above the city. "Zhao Lei, look over there. It seems there are people," Li Yu exclaimed, pointing in a direction. Following her gaze, Zhao Lei noticed dozens of military jeeps and trucks maneuvering through the city. "That is likely the official military dispatched to cleanse the zombies," he remarked nonchalantly. "I heard from Captain Sun that the government has deployed a significant number of troops nationwide to eradicate the zombies, and several cities have established safe bases." Li Yu, hearing this, brightened up. "Does this mean the zombies will soon be eradicated?" Zhao Lei's expression turned serious. "It's not that simple. Without a large number of ability users, mere firearms cannot hope to eliminate the zombies." Li Yu, puzzled, asked why not. "With the military and weaponry, they should be able to wipe out all the zombies quickly, right?" "Let us discuss the levels of zombies," Zhao Lei began. "I previously mentioned the classification of zombies up to level 7, but beyond that, there exists an even more terrifying realm: legendary zombies and lord-level zombies. Do you have any idea how fearsome such beings are?" Li Yu was taken aback by the revelation of these more formidable zombies. She had not even encountered descriptions of zombies above level 7 in the Tao-E Derivative Sutra, mistakenly believing 7 to be the highest threshold. Hearing it from Zhao Lei was utterly astonishing. "What are the specific strengths of legendary and lord-level zombies?" she inquired eagerly. Zhao Lei explained, "A legendary zombie's might is akin to the simultaneous assault of over 1,000,000 level 1 zombies. The devastation is unimaginable. More terrifying is the fact that these zombies possess intelligence comparable to that of humans. If a legendary zombie were to lay siege to a city, how could humanity possibly withstand such an onslaught? And that is not even mentioning lord-level zombies. Their emergence would spell catastrophic doom for the entire world." Li Yu was left in utter shock. The disparity in power between level 7 and legendary zombies was incomprehensible. Curiosity piqued, she asked, "If you were to encounter a legendary zombie, who would prevail?" Zhao Lei smiled confidently, replying, "Need I say? It would be a simple matter for me." Li Yu looked at him skeptically. "You may boast, but while I acknowledge your strength, I cannot believe you could withstand even an atomic bomb. You need not doubt. My current strength is comparable to that of a lord-level zombie, and I could even contend with those beyond that level." "Keep dreaming. I recall someone fainting atop a mountain last time," she retorted, pouting and turning her head away, not wishing to hear Zhao Lei's bravado any longer. Feeling slightly embarrassed by her reminder of his past fainting episode, Zhao Lei softly said, "I could offer you a plausible excuse for what happened last time. I wanted Oppos to listen to your excuses." Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed from the heart of the city, interrupting their conversation. Chapter 34. Level 7 Spatial Ability User. As Li Yu gazed towards the direction of the explosion in the distance, she exclaimed, "That direction seems to be where the army just headed. There must be trouble. We should go investigate." Zhao Lei, having spoken, steered his flying sword towards the source of the blast with remarkable speed, arriving above the explosion in mere seconds. Below them, over 100 soldiers confronted a solitary zombie. At the forefront, 10 soldiers bore rocket launchers on their shoulders. The moment Zhao Lei and Li Yu spotted the launchers, they understood the cause of the earlier explosion. A fierce battle was imminent, yet no one below noticed the two observers in the sky. Zhao Lei, using his insightful eye, scanned below and gasped, "It and Oppos, a legendary zombie." Fortunately, Zhao Lei had used his magical power to muffle their voices. Otherwise, they would have drawn attention from the ground. "That zombie is a legendary one," Li Yu echoed, incredulous. They had only just discussed legendary zombies 2 minutes prior, and now they were face to face with one. It seems this zombie is not far from reaching the Lord level, Zhao Lei remarked coolly. Li Yu, however, looked down at the soldiers with concern. If it's that powerful, aren't the soldiers below in danger? Hearing this, Zhao Lei intended to reassure Li Yu that nothing would go wrong with him present. But at that moment, he sensed a spatial disturbance and quickly urged Li Yu to remain silent. Before their eyes, a tall figure clad in military attire materialized before the legendary zombie. Li Yu gasped in astonishment at the man's sudden appearance. Zhao Lei, instantly activating his insightful eye upon the man's arrival. Noted. Name, Li Zhongshan Level 7 ability. User ability. Spatial control, can manipulate space for short-range teleportation, condense spatial blades. Ability points, 850, 0001. 000 talent evaluation. SSS level, goodness, a level 7 ability user. Zhao Lei exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. A level 7 ability user? What does that even mean? Li Yu was equally astounded. She had never encountered a level 7 ability user before. Unlike zombies, whose levels could rise merely by devouring their kind, an ability user's prowess was either remarkably high at awakening or honed through rigorous training. Zhao Lei could hardly believe that Li Zhongshan had attained such a level through innate awakening. The only plausible explanation was that he had significantly improved his abilities through postnatal cultivation. Zhao Lei speculated that this individual was likely an ability user even before the zombie outbreak. Given the circumstances, this individual must have been an ability user prior to the zombie outbreak, and a rare spatial one at that. His standing within the military must be considerable. Zhao Lei conjectured. Li Yu, taken aback, reflected, I had no idea there were those who had already acquired abilities before the virus outbreak. I and AMP, Oppos, VE always thought that abilities emerged only after the catastrophe struck. Meanwhile, below them, the confrontation between the man and the zombie intensified. The level 7 zombie declared, Li Zhongshan, I have told you, I truly am unaware. Do not force my hand, or I shall not hesitate to strike, regardless of your official status. Unaware? During the negotiations, it was made clear. Now, with the world engulfed in this terrifying zombie virus, you, a legendary zombie, claim ignorance? Do you expect me to believe that? Li Zhongshan retorted coldly, scrutinizing the zombie before him. Zhao Lei and Li Yu, eavesdropping from above, began to grasp the magnitude of the situation. Zhao Lei, do you think we've stumbled upon a significant secret? That zombie and the man seem to have known each other, and their conversation suggests they were acquainted before the outbreak. Li Yu whispered, tugging at Zhao Lei's sleeve. It appears this world conceals unspeakable secrets, Zhao Lei replied, his gaze fixed on the unfolding drama below. At that moment, the standoff continued. The zombie, appearing agitated, countered, there are countless Lord-level zombies stronger than I. I usually reside in the mountains, training. How would I know the situation? Li Zhongshan could no longer tolerate the zombie and AMP, Oppos, evasions. If you refuse to speak, let us see the truth through our actions, he declared. Channeling the power of space to strike at the level 7 zombie. I've already told you I don't know. Why won't you listen? The zombie retorted, clenching its fists in response to Li Zhongshan's attack. The clash of their fists sent shockwaves through the air, causing the surrounding soldiers to stagger back in awe. The soldiers murmured amongst themselves, Commander Li is incredible. He can actually hold his own against that legendary zombie. Of course, Commander Li is well regarded nationally. I and Oppos, VE heard that his ability is also a rare spatial one. It's said that spatial abilities are exceedingly uncommon, even among 1 million ability users. Is it truly that remarkable? They continued to discuss. Zhao Lei and Li Yu watched with rapt attention. Zhao Lei noted the spatial blade in Li Zhongshan and Oppos' hand, intrigued. Li Zhongshan wielded his spatial abilities with remarkable finesse. While Zhao Lei was impressed, he recognized that there remained a disparity between them in terms of power. As abilities and laws were not on the same level, comparison was futile. Li Yu, captivated by the battle below, marveled at the opportunity to observe a strong fighter. Such experiences could enhance her own combat techniques. As the conflict between man and zombie progressed, a notable gap began to emerge. Although Li Zhongshan's spatial blade was sharp, the legendary zombie was not to be underestimated. Its regenerative capabilities were nothing short of terrifying. Li Zhongshan watched in disbelief as he severed the zombie and Oppos' arm, only for it to regrow almost instantaneously. The zombie seized upon Li Zhongshan and Oppos' astonishment to taunt him. Li Zhongshan, you are lacking. After all this time, you have yet to inflict any real harm upon me. Pathetic. Li Zhongshan, disheartened by the zombie's mockery, realized he could not injure it in the slightest. As his ability points dwindled, a sense of urgency gripped him. He had initiated the confrontation. If the zombie gained the upper hand, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. Observing from above, Zhao Lei noted that Li Zhongshan was left with only 3,000 ability points and shook his head in silent dismay. Although the spatial blade was powerful, it demanded a significant amount of energy. Coupled with the zombie's formidable regenerative abilities, Li Zhongshan was at risk of being worn down completely. Chapter 35. Astonishing everyone, it seemed that Commander Li's energy points were nearly exhausted. Should we assist him? Damn it. Perhaps I should launch a shell at that zombie to test it. That is a legendary zombie. Your shell would be utterly ineffective. Indeed. Did you not see how Commander Li severed his own arm only for it to regenerate almost instantly? A group of soldiers gazed as the 7th-level zombie relentlessly approached Li Zhongshan. Some contemplated rushing to help, but lamentably, they could not inflict any harm on the creature. At this moment, Li Zhongshan, retreating, assessed the scant energy points remaining and the legendary zombie closing in on him. Stealing his resolve, he thought, damn it, I will fight you. With that, Li Zhongshan charged once more at the zombie. This time he had learned from his previous encounter. Realizing that spatial abilities were futile against the undead, he decided to engage in hand-to-hand combat. However, the disparity between them became immediately apparent. Li Zhongshan was already one level below the legendary zombie, and without his powers, upon contact, he was sent flying back, crashing into the ranks of soldiers behind him. Seeing this, the soldiers rushed forward to assist. One soldier, supporting Li Zhongshan, asked with concern, "Commander, are you all right?" To which another soldier, helping him, retorted, "Given the state he's in, how could he be all right?" Li Zhongshan chuckled weakly, "I suppose you have a point. You've grown weaker. Unable to withstand even a single punch from me," taunted the legendary zombie as it approached the army. Several soldiers stepped forward, shielding Li Zhongshan. "You and Appos, best stay back, or I shall open fire," warned a soldier wielding a rocket launcher, aiming it at the legendary zombie, as though he could genuinely inflict damage. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. Is this guy really that bold? "Dahei, you are truly brave." One soldier praised the towering figure. Dahei grinned in response. Suddenly, the rocket launcher discharged with a resounding boom, the shell striking the zombie and sending debris flying. Dahei, horrified, realized the futility of the attack against a legendary-level zombie. If he provoked it, they would all suffer dire consequences. As the dust settled, the soldiers beheld the legendary zombie standing undamaged, not a hair out of place. "Dahei, you've got guts to fire at me," the zombie sneered, extending its claws toward him. Terrified, Dahei shut his eyes, knowing he could not evade such a foe. Just as he resigned himself to his fate, a sharp sound sliced through the air, and the zombie's arm fell to the ground. In that critical moment, Li Zhongshan had condensed his remaining energy points into a spatial blade, severing the zombie's arm. However, he too was at the end of his strength. Dahei, initially thinking he had met his end, gradually opened his eyes to find Li Zhongshan weakly standing before him, swaying precariously. Recognizing the severed arm and the state of Li Zhongshan, Dahei realized he had been saved. Without delay, Dahei rushed to support Li Zhongshan, who, having exhausted all his energy points, collapsed into Dahei's arms. Meanwhile, the zombie's arm began regenerating. "Li Zhongshan, how is it that you falter after just a few exchanges? You appear rather feeble," it mocked, stalking closer. The soldiers felt their hearts leap into their throats. If Commander Li fell, none among them would escape unscathed. Observing the scene from above, Zhao Lei noted the zombie's taunts and perceived that it had no real intention of killing Li Zhongshan. After all, it was a legendary zombie capable of annihilating an entire city with ease. Clearly, the creature had not exerted its full power during the confrontation. Otherwise, Li Zhongshan would not have lasted even 10 exchanges against such a formidable opponent. Although Zhao Lei believed Li Zhongshan would be safe, he sensed that both the zombie and Li Zhongshan were aware of many secrets. If he intended to intervene, now was the opportune moment. As the zombie neared Li Zhongshan, Dahei instinctively shielded him. Li Zhongshan remained conscious but lacked the strength to act, allowing Dahei to take charge. Just as Dahei braced himself for the worst, a sudden snap echoed in everyone's minds. In that instant, time appeared to freeze, and the arena fell silent. The legendary zombie's hand was poised at Dahei's throat when it abruptly halted. A slender figure and a curvaceous woman materialized beside the legendary zombie. The tall figure snapped his fingers, and time resumed. Everyone stared in astonishment at Zhao Lei, their minds racing. Even the legendary zombie regarded Zhao Lei with fear. Having never encountered such an overwhelming presence, not even from the guardian of Huaxia, Zhao Lei remained impassive, but internally, he reveled in the moment, relishing his successful act. His gaze swept across the crowd, finally resting on Li Zhongshan, who lay behind Dahe, eyes wide in disbelief. How could this individual possess the power to halt time? Such strength was unknown to him. The strongest among Huaxia were its 7 guardians, whom he had encountered, yet this figure was a complete mystery. As Li Zhongshan pondered, Zhao Lei pointed at him, and a surge of green light enveloped Li Zhongshan. Confused by the phenomenon, Li Zhongshan soon realized, in awe, that his energy points were rapidly replenishing. Revitalized, he sprang from Dahe's embrace to stand before Zhao Lei, bowing deeply in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed one, for restoring my energy points. Chapter 36. The Debate Ding. A random task has been triggered. Recruit the legendary zombie Duanquan. Reward unknown. Note: Duanquan is a zombie formed from a corpse that does not decay after death, harboring lingering resentment, which later transformed into a zombie due to the outbreak of the zombie virus. After Li Zhongshan finished speaking, before Zhao Lei could respond, a notification from the system suddenly echoed in Zhao Lei's mind. Stunned by the system's alert, Zhao Lei was astonished to discover that this legendary zombie was indeed a mutated version of a corpse. However, what astonished Zhao Lei even more was that the system had tasked him with recruiting the zombie. Ignoring Li Zhongshan, Zhao Lei turned to face the zombie Duanquan, who was immobilized by his spatial confinement. The moment Duanquan locked eyes with Zhao Lei, he felt as if he were being scrutinized by a primordial beast, an instinctual warning echoing in his mind that this individual was perilous. At that moment, Zhao Lei was also assessing Duanquan. He recalled a technique mentioned in the Pangu Creation Sutra, known as the Eye of Truth, which could pierce through all illusions and reveal the essence of things. More importantly, it could discern the karmic burdens borne by others. Karmic burdens, in simpler terms, are the sins one has committed. If Duanquan's sins were not severe, Zhao Lei might consider allowing him to join the Rising Dragon Pavilion. Conversely, if his transgressions were grave, Zhao Lei would disregard the system's task and eliminate him without hesitation. With this thought, Zhao Lei activated the Eye of Truth. As he invoked the technique, Zhao Lei's pupils transformed into a yin-yang symbol of black and white. Utilizing the Eye of Truth, he scrutinized Duanquan intently. To his astonishment, he discovered that Duanquan possessed a golden core. Shocked, Zhao Lei realized that this Duanquan indeed had a dantian, and within it lay a golden core, a testament to having reached the golden core stage of cultivation. Zhao Lei was momentarily entranced by the sight of the golden core. Zhao Lei, what is wrong with you? After what felt like an eternity, Li Yu, noticing Zhao Lei lost in thought, nudged him. Snapping back to reality, Zhao Lei quickly replied, I am fine, merely reflecting on some matters. Understanding that Zhao Lei was preoccupied, Li Yu refrained from probing further. Now regaining his composure, Zhao Lei began to examine Duanquan's karmic burdens. To his surprise, he was met with an unexpected sight. Golden light began to shimmer around Duanquan. Zhao Lei stared at the golden glow, bewildered. Karmic burdens typically manifested in shades of black or purple. What, then, was this golden phenomenon? Zhao Lei diligently searched through the Pangu Creation Sutra for relevant information. Meanwhile, all present, except for Li Yu, looked at Zhao Lei in perplexity. Since his arrival, the elder had been in a daze. What could this possibly mean? I don't know. Even Commander Li hasn't moved. It's best not to speculate. 2 soldiers whispered to each other. At that moment, Li Zhongshan was equally bewildered, pondering why such a powerful elder stood there in silence. Zhao Lei remained oblivious to the soldiers' discussions. After a considerable time, he finally uncovered the records regarding the golden light. Astonishingly, it was the power of virtue. Zhao Lei gazed at Duanquan in disbelief. A zombie that had transformed from a corpse possessed the power of virtue. Astonishingly, there were no karmic burdens attached. Thus, Zhao Lei could confidently accept him. The rest could be contemplated later. With this resolution, Zhao Lei snapped his fingers. Instantly, the immobilized Duanquan was freed. Now, Duanquan regarded Zhao Lei with trepidation, realizing that the ability to bind him in place indicated the formidable prowess of this individual. As Duanquan observed Zhao Lei and Appo's stillness, he too refrained from making any sudden movements. Yet, if Zhao Lei intended to end his life, he would fight back fiercely. Li Zhongshan was taken aback by Zhao Lei's decision to release Duanquan, having anticipated that this elder might seek to eliminate him. Unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of both the man and the zombie, Zhao Lei turned to Li Zhongshan and inquired, "What is the situation here?" Zhao Lei was naturally referring to the conflict between Li Zhongshan and Duanquan. Li Zhongshan, surprised by the question, hadn't he expected Zhao Lei to ask this. Despite his astonishment, Li Zhongshan answered truthfully, not wishing to provoke the elder's ire. "Esteemed elder, I was dispatched by my superiors to Liao City to eradicate zombies. I inadvertently encountered Duanquan, and a disagreement ensued." After hearing Li Zhongshan's account, Zhao Lei turned his attention to Duanquan. "What do you have to say about this?" Facing Zhao Lei's inquiry, Duanquan, unfazed, responded, "I was also here to eliminate zombies, but Li Zhongshan insisted that I was responsible for the emergence of the zombie virus. I denied it, and he attacked me without provocation. Had you not intervened, esteemed elder, I would have incapacitated him to teach him a lesson for slandering me." Li Zhongshan, hearing Duanquan's words, became indignant. "What? I slander you? You are already a legendary zombie. How could this not concern you? You are speaking nonsense. Just because I surpass you in power, you claim I am responsible for the virus. This is mere jealousy." "What? Jealous of you? I, a spatial ability user of considerable standing, would envy you? You must be dreaming." Observing the endless bickering between the man and the zombie, Zhao Lei felt exasperated. If not curtailed, another confrontation would likely ensue. "Stop. I am the one asking the questions here. Do you not see that I am still present? Be careful, or I might just deal with both of you at once." Upon hearing Zhao Lei and Appo's warning, both Duanquan and Li Zhongshan fell silent. While they were uncertain of Zhao Lei and Appo's true strength, they understood it was formidable enough to warrant caution. With the two now quiet, Zhao Lei inquired, "Have you two known each other for long?" Upon hearing this question, Duanquan scoffed, but remained silent. Li Zhongshan, noticing Duanquan's reticence, replied, "To answer the esteemed elder, we indeed have known each other for quite some time. I remember when I was merely a level 5 ability user, while Duanquan was already a level 7 zombie. The classification of zombies parallels that of the undead. At that time, I was accompanied by my master, who is now one of the top 3 guardians of the Huaxia Kingdom, to negotiate with Duanquan. The terms were that Duanquan would not harm innocents, and in return, we would not eliminate him. That negotiation was successful, and it was then that I met Duanquan. Since then, I have been sent to Liao City annually to monitor Duanquan's situation, hence my familiarity with him. However, he suddenly transformed into a zombie, leading me to suspect that the virus might be connected to him." Listening to Li Zhongshan's account, Zhao Lei pondered thoughtfully before turning to Duanquan. "And what do you have to say?" Li Zhongshan's assumptions were entirely speculative. "The zombie virus has nothing to do with me. I became a zombie because I consumed the blood of other zombies. I am as perplexed as anyone else. However, I assure you, it is not related to that virus." Duanquan fervently defended himself. After hearing the exchanges between the man and the zombie, Zhao Lei gleaned some valuable insights. Chapter 37. The conclusion. Although Duanquan is a zombie, the power of virtue within him indicates that he is not a threat to humanity. Zhao Lei intends to take him under his wing. Li Zhongshan, a level 7 ability user with a respectable standing in the official circles, presents an excellent opportunity for Zhao Lei to forge connections with the authorities once he grows stronger. With this in mind, Zhao Lei addressed both men. "I am aware of your situation. It is merely a misunderstanding." He then turned to Li Zhongshan, clearly. "Duanquan is not a malevolent being, and I too am in search of the origin of the zombie virus. It is evident that Duanquan lacks the strength to be the source." Upon hearing Zhao Lei's words, Li Zhongshan concurred, especially considering Zhao Lei's displayed prowess. Even if his master were present, he would likely find himself at a disadvantage against Zhao Lei. Contemplating this, Li Zhongshan spoke. "What you say is reasonable, but Duanquan remains a legendary level zombie. Allowing him to roam free would inevitably impact society." It was apparent that Li Zhongshan did not wish for Duanquan to have an easy time, yet Zhao Lei, intent on harnessing Duanquan's potential, felt the need to offer him protection. "I will handle Duanquan myself," Zhao Lei replied calmly. Turning his attention to Duanquan, Zhao Lei observed him as he scrutinized Zhao Lei in return. Despite Zhao Lei's formidable strength, Duanquan could sense no ill intent emanating from him. Recognizing this, he was inclined to cooperate. Zhao Lei then inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" Duanquan was taken aback by the question, unprepared for such an inquiry. However, after a moment's hesitation, he responded earnestly, "I wish to first eradicate the zombies in Liaoqing before proceeding to other cities to eliminate more. Though I have transformed into a zombie, I was once a living person. I cannot bear to watch my compatriots become zombies and serve as sustenance for them. I will seek the source of the virus to bring an end to this war. With an air of confidence, Duan Quan spoke passionately. Zhao Lei was profoundly moved by his words. While he too sought to slay zombies to enhance his own abilities, his ultimate desire for power was to protect his homeland from the undead. He placed a reassuring hand on Duan Quan's shoulder and said, "Well done. One day, you will achieve all of this. Thank you for your support, Senior," Duan Quan replied, bowing respectfully. After this exchange, Li Zhongshan recognized Duan Quan as a zombie of considerable resolve and ceased his hostility towards him. Their prior acquaintance and amicable dealings were evident. Otherwise, Duan Quan would not have shown deference to Li Zhongshan before. As the tension eased between the two, Zhao Lei gleaned further information from their conversation. Coastal cities had established secure bases, and the number of ability users nationwide had surged, enabling them to dispatch operatives to the interior to combat the zombie threat. Li Zhongshan revealed that he was among the second wave of ability users. The first group had likely departed several days prior. Upon realizing that they were the second group, Zhao Lei immediately thought of Sun Shiqiang and his team. He observed that Li Zhongshan's group was generally stronger than Sun Shiqiang's, not to mention the disparity in their armaments. While Sun Shiqiang's team was armed with rifles, Li Zhongshan's group possessed rocket launchers, an entirely different caliber of weaponry. Moreover, Li Zhongshan was a level 7 ability user, whereas Sun Shiqiang was merely an ordinary soldier. Nonetheless, if the two groups were to engage in battle, the outcome remained uncertain. Despite Li Zhongshan's numerical advantage, Sun Shiqiang's team comprised ability users. Throughout the day, they engaged in extensive conversation. Li Zhongshan instructed his team to begin establishing a secure base. And with hundreds of hands working together, they made significant progress. However, compared to Zhao Lei's base, it was still lacking in many respects. While Li Zhongshan's team worked on the base, Zhao Lei took the opportunity to scavenge further in the city, collecting a substantial amount of seeds. He intended to return to his base and plant them promptly, as running out of food would pose a serious problem. The following morning, Zhao Lei informed Li Zhongshan and the others of his impending departure. "Commander Li, I must prepare to leave. I have another base to sustain, and I need to take these seeds back to plant them. Otherwise, we risk running out of supplies." Both Li Zhongshan and Duan Quan were aware of Zhao Lei's extensive scavenging efforts in Liaoqing, yet none voiced objections. As Li Zhongshan's group was well stocked with provisions and had no desire to antagonize Zhao Lei over such matters. Realizing he could not prevent Zhao Lei from leaving, Li Zhongshan presented him with a token resembling a mobile device. He explained that this token was a special communication device crafted from zombie cores. Following the outbreak of the virus, all electronic devices had ceased to function for unknown reasons, and this token had been developed at great expense by the authorities. It was a rare item that money alone could not procure. Zhao Lei gratefully accepted the valuable device. With a slight smile, Li Zhongshan sensed that although he did not fully comprehend Zhao Lei's origins, he was certain that Zhao Lei was not a malicious individual. In these chaotic times, forging benevolent connections was always advantageous. After accepting the token, Zhao Lei turned to Duan Quan and asked, "Would you like to accompany me?" At Zhao Lei's sudden proposition, Duan Quan, the zombie, was momentarily taken aback. Caught off guard, he struggled to find a response. Noticing Duan Quan's silence, Zhao Lei continued, "You are aware that I have my own faction and base, and our goals align. If you are willing to join my ranks, I can impart to you the methods of cultivating your abilities." Zhao Lei was determined to recruit Duan Quan. Otherwise, if he departed now, it could be a long time before he returned, jeopardizing the rewards of his system tasks. After weighing the pros and cons, Duan Quan realized that remaining with Li Zhongshan would not yield much benefit, whereas following Zhao Lei would provide him with the opportunity to learn the art of ability cultivation. Previously, he had relied solely on trial and error. With a proper technique, his powers could surely advance. To be frank, Duan Quan felt a surge of excitement. "Senior, can you truly teach me the methods of cultivation?" he asked eagerly. "Of course. Would I deceive you?" Zhao Lei replied with a smile. In truth, he harbored no confidence in his ability to pass on the Dao Yin Sheng Jing to Duan Quan. After all, he himself was unable to practice it, possibly due to being a cultivator. Nevertheless, Zhao Lei was unconcerned about the details. He merely wished to bring Duan Quan into his fold for now. The future could be addressed later. Chapter 38. The Law of Wood shocks all. Zhao Lei opened the spatial passage, preparing to return to the base with Duan Quan and Li Yu. Upon witnessing Zhao Lei's action, Li Zhongshan and Duan Quan stood frozen in place. It is worth noting that despite Li Zhongshan's decades of cultivation, He could only transport one person over short distances. While he possessed some understanding of spatial passages, he was far from grasping that level of skill. He could hardly believe the extent of Zhao Lei's prowess that enabled him to open a spatial passage. Duan Quan, equally astonished, speculated in silence as he observed Zhao Lei. Although he was a legendary-level zombie, he struggled to withstand Zhao Lei's imposing aura, suspecting that Zhao Lei surpassed even that of a lord. Having experienced the pressure of a lord before, he felt an entirely different kind of dread emanating from Zhao Lei's very soul. Witnessing Zhao Lei effortlessly tear open the fabric of space filled Duan Quan with exhilaration. Where once he viewed Zhao Lei with the awe of a weaker individual towards a stronger one, he now found himself in profound admiration. As Li Zhongshan gazed on in astonishment, Zhao Lei led Duan Quan and Li Yu into the spatial passage. The moment they entered, the passage closed behind them. Upon exiting, they found themselves before a grand metallic gate. Duan Quan, taken aback by the sheer size of the base, couldn't and oppose, to suppress a gasp of amazement. He had initially assumed Zhao Lei's base was a makeshift one like Li Zhongshan's, but the sight before him completely shattered that notion. Having spent years in seclusion within the mountains, he had never encountered such a technologically advanced scene. It was utterly breathtaking. Is this truly the base of my esteemed predecessor? He inquired incredulously. With a slight smile at Duan Quan's astonishment, Zhao Lei replied, "Indeed, let us enter." With a wave of his hand, the gate began to open slowly. As it swung wide, a short soldier clad in military attire approached. This was none other than Wang Yanwu, who frequently spoke ill of Sun Shiqiang behind his back. He happened to be patrolling nearby when he noticed the gate opening and rushed over, fearing an emergency. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Zhao Lei and his companions, prompting him to hurry forward. However, when Wang Yanwu spotted Duan Quan, he immediately drew his AK-47, cautioning, "That's a zombie." Observing Wang Yanwu's wariness, Zhao Lei stepped in to defuse the situation. "Brother Yanwu, this is a new member of our base. Though he is a zombie, he has never harmed anyone," Zhao Lei explained solemnly. Upon hearing that Duan Quan was a new member, Wang Yanwu quickly apologized, trusting Zhao Lei's words. After a brief exchange, Zhao Lei instructed Wang Yanwu to show Duan Quan around the base. Duan Quan paid little mind to the earlier misunderstanding, and as Wang Yanwu guided him through the base, they pointed out various features. Before long, Duan Quan, who was quite sociable, became friendly with Wang Yanwu. Observing the easy camaraderie between the two, Zhao Lei felt no concern. It was no surprise that Duan Quan, a natural socialite, would integrate seamlessly into the group. After Duan Quan and Wang Yanwu had departed, Li Yu also sought out Zhang Li. Zhao Lei made his way directly to the spiritual field. At that moment, in the spiritual field, dozens of strong men were diligently harvesting rice. With a limited supply of seeds in the base, they needed to hurry and collect the rice before planting new seeds. Thanks to Zhang Xiaowen's abilities, if they cultivated just 1 acre per day, they would be able to harvest it daily. They were intent on gathering all the rice so that once Zhang Xiaowen's powers were restored, they could prepare for another harvest. However, the continuous effort was exhausting Zhang Xiaowen, prompting Zhao Lei to step in himself. Upon his arrival, everyone noticed Zhao Lei and greeted him. "Brother Zhao, we're busy harvesting the rice. Is there something you need?" called out a shirtless middle-aged man. Zhao Lei smiled slightly at the remark. "Your efficiency is quite low. Allow me to handle it." The crowd was taken aback. Could it be that Zhao Lei could accomplish the task faster than the 100 of them combined? Whispers of disbelief circulated among them. Is Brother Zhao jesting? He is indeed a celestial being, ISN and Oppos. Teehee? Do you not recall the methods he employed to bring us back from such a distance? Yes. Brother Zhao could transport us from afar. Surely harvesting rice would be a simple task for him. They murmured among themselves. As the discussions continued, Zhao Lei waved his hand, and the rice in the fields was neatly severed. To their astonishment, the harvested rice began to float in midair. The crowd erupted into cheers. "Look, the rice is floating. Brother Zhao, this is incredible. If we had done it ourselves, it would have taken us at least 10 more minutes." Yet with a mere wave of Brother Zhao's hand, it's all done. However, Zhao Lei was not finished. He gestured again, and the rice seeds and roots separated effortlessly. The seasoned farmers and attendants were left speechless, witnessing such an extraordinary feat for the first time. After the roots and seeds were completely detached, the crowd finally grasped the magnitude of Zhao Lei's abilities. This is divine intervention. With all this rice, even over 100 of us would need at least half an hour to accomplish what Brother Zhao has done in mere seconds. It is simply unbelievable. As the praises for Zhao Lei grew louder, he silenced the crowd. Watch closely, everyone, the best is yet to come. With that, he waved his hand again, and the seeds that had just been separated fell back into the earth. But that was not all. Zhao Lei then scattered all the seeds from the system space across the fields. Within minutes, nearly 1,000 acres of land were fully sown with seeds. The onlookers were left utterly astonished. What followed was even more astonishing. With a snap of his fingers, the seeds began to sprout at a visible pace. The simultaneous growth of nearly 1,000 acres was a spectacle to behold. Until now, the crowd had believed that Zhang Xiaowen's abilities were remarkable. Yet, witnessing Zhao Lei summon such rapid growth with a mere snap of his fingers utterly shattered their previous understanding. The sheer magnitude of this power was beyond their wildest imagination. Chapter 39. Abundant harvest. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, all the rice transformed from green to a brilliant golden hue. The entire rice field was adorned with this resplendent color, appearing particularly exquisite against the backdrop of the sunlight. A group of onlookers marveled at the scene before them, exclaiming in awe, this was nothing short of a miracle. Zhao Lei's abilities were truly remarkable. Henceforth, could they be free from the worries of food scarcity? This nearly 1,000-acre rice field, flourishing so magnificently, could yield at least 500 kilograms of grain per acre. Calculating this, the nearly 1,000 acres would produce close to 500,000 kilograms of food. 500,000 kilograms. Did this not mean they would be untroubled by food shortages for several years to come? The crowd erupted in cheers and shouts. The astonishment brought by Zhao Lei was overwhelming. They had toiled in the fields their entire lives, never imagining that someone could cultivate such a quantity of grain in mere minutes. They could scarcely believe their eyes. Yet, the reality before them was undeniable. While they were still reeling from the shock of 500,000 kilograms of grain, Zhao Lei waved his hand again, severing all the mature rice stalks. With his command, the rice soared into the air, forming a magnificent golden river. This grand spectacle captured the attention of everyone in the base. Look over there. What is that? A soldier pointed towards the distant golden river. It seemed to be in the direction of the spirit field zone. Could it be that the rice was floating in the sky? Upon witnessing the aerial rice river, the entire base erupted with excitement, and all rushed towards the spirit field zone. Wang Yanwu, while discussing a building with Duan Kuan, also spotted the floating rice in the distance. Both he and a zombie were drawn closer. Minutes later, over 200 individuals from the base had gathered at the scene. Before them, Zhao Lei's hands danced in the air, causing the rice seeds and roots to separate. He skillfully gathered the roots while directing the liberated rice towards a nearby warehouse designated for grain storage. Under Zhao Lei's precise control, the rice flew into the warehouse, forming a golden mound. Upon arriving, Sun Shiqiang, Lu Xiaohuan, Tang Huifeng, Duan Kuan, and Wang Yanwu were left speechless by the sight. The entire base was astounded by Zhao Lei's feat. Duan Kuan silently marveled, pondering when he could reach such a level of mastery. He had never anticipated Zhou Degu's prowess. He had always thought of him as merely a skilled fighter, but now his perception had shifted. Zhou Degu, didn't you also create a spaceship before? Truly a polymath. Around them, people were abuzz with discussion. At this moment, the magical energy stored within Zhao Lei was nearly depleted. The simultaneous growth of the nearly 1,000 acres of land had drained even his seemingly inexhaustible energy. It was evident that employing the principles of wood on such a large scale was quite taxing for him. Nevertheless, as Zhao Lei gazed at the warehouse brimming with rice, a smile crept across his face. With this grain, the base would not need to worry about food for the next 2 to 3 years. However, if the population of the base were to increase, Zhao Lei would not mind cultivating again. Are you all right? Li Yu approached Zhao Lei, clearly noticing his fatigue. Zhao Lei responded with a reassuring smile. I'm fine, just a bit drained from excessive energy expenditure. A short rest will suffice. Once Zhao Lei had regained some strength, he instructed everyone to attend to their respective tasks. The rice still bore an outer husk that needed to be removed, prompting the 100 or so individuals who had previously farmed to spring into action once more. After the husking process, the rice would be transformed into brown rice, which would then undergo further processing to become the white rice typically consumed. Observing the bustling activity, Zhao Lei felt a sense of satisfaction. Securing rice was merely the first step. Next, he would need to address the issue of meat. With most animals infected by the zombie virus, meat had become a rare commodity in this apocalyptic world. Consuming animals infected with the virus posed a significant risk of human infection, making it a perilous endeavor. To resolve the meat issue, It was imperative to locate uninfected animals and raise them. However, in the short term, Zhao Lei found it impossible to locate such creatures. Even if he did, their numbers would likely be insufficient to sustain nearly 200 individuals. Currently, his spatial system contained some frozen meat, which could serve as a temporary indulgence. The base was still in its infancy, necessitating a gradual approach. With this thought, Zhao Lei ceased to dwell on the matter. In the ensuing days, the hundreds of workers diligently separated the rice. Sun Shiqiang and the soldiers, in addition to patrolling the base, carved out time for training. Li Yu, Shui Shaoran, Lu Zhibing, and others who had previously accompanied Zhao Lei put forth their utmost effort in honing their skills while occasionally joining Sun Shiqiang on patrol. When Duan Kuan consented to join the base, a notification from the system resonated in Zhao Lei's mind. The system rewarded him with a manual titled The Classic of Heaven and Earth. According to the system's explanation, this manual was tailored specifically for Duan Kuan. After Zhao Lei shared the manual with Duan Kuan, a remarkable transformation occurred. Not only did he revert from a zombie back to a human-like form, but he also experienced a significant enhancement in his cultivation, reaching the Yuaning stage. Upon Zhao Lei's initial examination of Duan Kuan's information panel, it merely indicated that he was a legendary zombie. However, when Zhao Lei checked again, the information had drastically changed. Name, Duan Kuan, zombie, cultivation level, Yuaning stage skills, limb regeneration, indestructible body, basic spatial power talent, exceptional spiritual root. Note, spiritual roots are classified into 4 levels: lower, middle, upper, and exceptional. Zhao Lei gazed at the designation of exceptional spiritual root with a sense of wonder. Why was it that everyone else was unable to cultivate? Yet Duan Kuan could. Zhao Lei found himself perplexed by the situation. He felt his previous analysis was fundamentally flawed. If the inability to cultivate stemmed from incomplete principles, how had Duan Kuan managed to advance? Zhao Lei could only entertain one possibility. Perhaps when Duan Kuan practiced, the principles were intact, and it was only later that they became fragmented, halting his progress. Then, the outbreak of the zombie virus unexpectedly allowed Duan Kuan to assimilate the powers of zombies, leading to his breakthrough, albeit at the cost of his humanity. Zhao Lei found this hypothesis compelling. However, soon after, another mystery arose. Chapter 40. Preparing to engage with national departments at present, Duan Kuan possesses no complete set of rules. How, then, could his cultivation leap from the Golden Core stage to the nascent Soul stage? Is it possible that the Heaven and Earth Xianhuang Classic harbors some extraordinary efficacy, akin to how the Tao Yi Yin Shin Classic can alter a practitioner's innate talent? The more Zhao Lei contemplated, the more he felt inclined to believe this theory. Given the absence of alternative explanations, he resolved to accept it for the time being. Over the past few days, the members of the base had come to terms with the reality that Duan Kuan was a zombie. During this period of observation, Zhao Lei noted that the remaining survivors in the base exhibited commendable character. None displayed the reprehensible traits of oppression or bullying. Furthermore, these individuals had fully adapted to life within the base. Ultimately, Zhao Lei decided to invite these individuals to join the Shenlong Pavilion. Upon their induction into the pavilion, he imparted the Tao Yi Yin Sheng Classic to them all. After spending a night familiarizing themselves with the entirety of the base, everyone transformed into abilities users. Among the over 100 individuals, some awakened elemental abilities, while others manifested beast-like powers. A few even exhibited peculiar skills, such as bodies morphing into rubber, allowing for extraordinary elasticity, or hair that could extend and become remarkably tough, and hands transforming into various weapons. With everyone now endowed with abilities, their efficiency in tasks significantly increased. Tasks that previously required an hour could now be accomplished in just over 20 minutes. Even the patrolling military personnel saw a reduction in numbers, freeing up more individuals to devote additional time to training. A month passed. Zhao Lei sat cross-legged atop a building in the office district, reflecting on the events of the past month. The lowest rank among the inhabitants of the base was now at least a level 2 abilities user. Those with superior physical constitutions typically awakened at higher levels, while those with lesser physicality awakened at lower tiers. Talent merely dictated the upper limits. Personal effort determined one's actual level. Without diligent endeavor, even those with SSS-level talent would inevitably linger at levels 1 or 2. It was evident that all individuals within the base were quite industrious. Shui Shaoran had already reached the level of a level 5 abilities user, having initially awakened as a level 3 user, and through diligent practice of the Tao Yi Yin Shen Classic, ascended to level 4. Furthermore, Shui Shaoran and Apos' hard work in the past month had propelled him to level 5. The earliest members of the Filong Pavilion, such as Lu Zhibing, had also advanced to level 4. Even the younger individuals, like Zhang Xiaowen and her peers, had all attained level 3 status. Throughout this month, Li Zhengshan would occasionally communicate with Zhao Lei via the communication talisman. The zombies on Li Zhengshan's side had been entirely eradicated, and the base had begun to take shape. After reviewing all the developments, Zhao Lei opened the information panel to assess his cultivation progress over the past month. Host: Zhao Lei, human, cultivation, early nascent soul stage, 610 billion cultivation points required for advancement, cultivation points, 20. 5 billion points techniques, Pangu creation technique, enhances with cultivation level, skills, basic staff technique, demon slaying sword technique, insightful eye, unity of man and ship, Pangu creation heart scripture, Pangu opening the heavens decision, 3,000 laws of power, system space, infinite, automatically recovers crystal cores from slain zombies, combination function, current synthesis limit 5 times, cannot be upgraded, Shenlong Pavilion, view member information here, safe base, view base information here, mission function, main quest. Eliminate all zombies on Blue Star and identify the mastermind behind them for elimination. Mission rewards unknown. Hidden mission, none, randomly triggered. Only 610 billion points remain for Zhao Lei to advance to the mid-nascent soul stage. According to previous progress, combined with his current 25 billion cultivation points, it would take at least another month for him to break through. Zhao Lei calculated that slaying zombies indeed accelerated his cultivation. However, over the past month, the number of zombies worldwide had diminished significantly, leaving only high-level zombies. If Zhao Lei could vanquish a few legendary-level zombies, he might swiftly attain the mid-nascent soul stage. Yet, he realized that legendary-level zombies were exceedingly rare. Locating even one would be a daunting challenge. Finding several was an even more Herculean task. If he had the time to seek out zombies, Zhao Lei mused, he would have already cultivated to the nascent soul stage. Lost in thought, Zhao Lei suddenly recalled Li Zhengshan. A light bulb went off in his mind. Indeed, Li Zhengshan possessed communication talismans. Since Li Zhengshan had surplus talismans to spare, it stood to reason that similar talismans existed among other dispatched military units. Therefore, Li Zhengshan must have information regarding high-level zombies. With this realization, Zhao Lei felt a surge of optimism. If he could accurately ascertain the locations of high-level zombies, there would be no need for fruitless searches. This not only promised to enhance his own strength, but also allowed for the systematic completion of the mission to eliminate all zombies on Blue Star, commencing with the eradication of all zombies in China. With this thought in mind, Zhao Lei rose to gather personnel and prepare for the zombie extermination mission. At noon, under the radiant sun, Zhao Lei convened everyone in the military management area. You must all be wondering why I have summoned you here, Zhao Lei declared from the platform. In response, the crowd below eagerly shouted, Brother Zhao, are we going to hunt zombies? We've been living in the base, and we're itching for action. Indeed, Brother Zhao, I am now a level 3 abilities user, yet I've had no opportunity to test my skills. Those vile zombies have long deserved a reckoning. Are you truly leading us against the zombies, Brother Zhao? They have brought ruin to our families, and now that we possess power, we shall leave no trace of them. Hearing the rising fervor among the gathered crowd, Zhao Lei could not help but smile. Their lives had not been saved in vain. Everyone, please calm down and listen to me, Zhao Lei asserted, raising his voice. As the crowd quieted, Zhao Lei began to speak. You are all aware that a zombie virus has erupted globally, transforming a significant portion of the population into zombies that threaten the remaining survivors. Now, everyone in our base has become abilities users, and we possess the capability to eliminate zombies for our nation. Therefore, we can no longer lead a life of comfort and hiding. I am preparing to engage with national departments to arrange for all of you to eliminate zombies across the country. I trust you all will support this plan. Upon hearing Zhao Lei's words, the crowd responded enthusiastically. Brother Zhao, we have no objections. Yes, we support it. When do we depart? I can hardly wait. The prospect of finally hunting zombies ignited a blaze of determination within the crowd. Chapter 41. The next course of action. Zhao Lei spoke eloquently on stage. He discussed the future direction of the base and the selection of individuals who would remain to guard it after everyone else departed. Once he concluded, Zhao Lei dismissed the crowd. He then retrieved a communication token, resembling a mobile phone. Each token bore a unique number, allowing communication with the corresponding token by simply entering the number. At that moment, Zhao Lei's token contained only Li Zhengshan's number, which he selected to initiate a call. As he did so, Zhao Lei's token emitted a white light. Simultaneously, Li Zhengshan's token glowed and vibrated vigorously. Li Zhengshan took out his token, which floated before him. The figure of a tall man materialized from the token, none other than Zhao Lei himself. Upon seeing Zhao Lei, Li Zhengshan quickly clasped his fist in greeting, "Senior Zhao. Do you have any instructions for me?" Why Li Zhengshan held Zhao Lei in such high regard traces back to a conversation he had with his master about Zhao Lei 20 days prior. At that time, Li Zhengshan had communicated with his master, the third guardian of Huaxia, using the token. He had mentioned Zhao Lei's ability to effortlessly tear through space to open a dimensional passage, which astonished his master. The third guardian had not anticipated the existence of such a reclusive master. As a Lord-level ability user, he knew that even he would find it exceedingly challenging to breach space solely with his power. However, Li Zhengshan asserted that Zhao Lei could do so with a mere gesture, leading him to conclude that Zhao Lei and Apos' strength must surpass his own, possibly even reaching the legendary level of a war god. This prompted his master to advise him to treat Zhao Lei with utmost respect and, should the opportunity arise, to invite him to join the national department. From that point onward, Li Zhengshan began to engage Zhao Lei in conversation, believing that anyone his master esteemed must be extraordinary, especially given Zhao Lei and Apos' ability to immobilize hundreds of individuals at will. Thus, Li Zhengshan felt compelled to accord Zhao Lei the respect he deserved. At this moment, Zhao Lei waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for formalities, merely requesting assistance from Commander Li. "Senior, please feel free to speak." "I will do my utmost within my capabilities," Li Zhengshan replied respectfully. Zhao Lei smiled. "It's nothing significant. I have a few ability users at my base who would like to train in a location where they can combat zombies. Would that be possible, Senior?" "Such a request poses no trouble at all. I would be grateful for any assistance in exterminating zombies. Please bring as many people as you wish," Li Zhengshan assured confidently. "Very well. I shall bring them over tomorrow," Zhao Lei replied solemnly. "Then I will make the necessary arrangements upon your arrival," Li Zhengshan politely responded. Zhao Lei expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Commander Li. We shall connect tomorrow." After concluding the call, Li Zhengshan immediately contacted another individual using his token. Upon confirming the number, the token emitted a dazzling white light. Meanwhile, at the Zhonglin safety base in Huaxia, a burly man in military attire stood anxiously before a conference table, flanked by several troubled officers. One officer voiced the concern, "Commander, do we have no options left? The zombies are overwhelming us, and our ammunition is nearly depleted. Without resupply, we risk being trapped here by the horde." These individuals were part of the second group dispatched to exterminate zombies, yet they faced considerable challenges. Not every team sent to eradicate zombies was fortified by a high-level ability user like Li Zhengshan. A high-level ability user could often single-handedly contend with thousands of zombies. But this particular team lacked such power, leading to rapid ammunition consumption. Moreover, level 5 zombies and above were impervious to bullets, resulting in severe casualties whenever such formidable foes appeared. The team had already suffered significant losses, and the zombies continued to pour in from outside the base. As the group grappled with their dire situation, the communication token of the burly man suddenly illuminated and trembled vigorously. He pulled out the token, which levitated above the table. Who could be contacting us at such a moment? He wondered aloud. A nearby officer responded urgently. Could it be that headquarters is sending reinforcements? Unlikely. Headquarters is in dire need of manpower as well, another officer dismissed. No need for debate. Let us answer and find out, the burly man interjected. He accepted the call, revealing the image of a middle-aged man with refined features, none other than Li Zhengshan, who had just initiated the communication. As soon as Li Zhengshan's image appeared, his cheerful laughter resonated. "Brother Peng Nian, I bring you good news. Would you care to hear it?" Peng Nian, the burly man, felt a surge of joy at the sound of Li Zhengshan's voice. What good news could that possibly be? "I am nearly overwhelmed by the zombies here," Peng Nian sighed. Li Zhengshan chuckled heartily. "The good news is that I have a solution for your predicament. Just moments ago, a senior contacted me through my token, indicating he has some ability users available to assist with the zombie extermination. Don and Apos, do you need reinforcements?" Upon hearing this, Peng Nian and Apos' face lit up with hope. Are you serious? I cannot afford to take your words lightly given our current circumstances. Brother Pingyan, what sort of jest do you think this is? I would never joke with you. Li Zhongshan replied earnestly. How many ability users are being sent? Peng Yin inquired. We and Amp, Oppos, we're not certain yet, but it will be no fewer than 10, Li Zhongshan assured. Peng Yin could hardly believe his ears. The prospect of 10 ability users arriving was beyond his expectations. Considering their entire military district had fewer than 300 ability users, this assistance could be a lifeline. After composing himself, Peng Yin exclaimed, 10? Are you absolutely certain? If you can truly send 10 ability users my way, I would gladly serve you in any capacity. For Peng Yin, 10 ability users could indeed be the salvation they desperately needed. Chapter 42. The Spatial Ring. After retracting the communication token, Peng Yin addressed the officers, instructing them to make arrangements and to hold their ground until reinforcements arrive. Understood. The officers replied before hastily departing. Outside the base, the situation was dire, and as military officials, they were compelled to join the fray. The scene shifted to Zhao Lei's secure base. Having arranged everything, Zhao Lei visited his parents. The elderly couple seemed to be living comfortably in the base. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhao Lei took his leave. Most individuals were preparing to venture out to hunt zombies, making the collection of crystal cores imperative. Zhao Lei resolved to craft spatial equipment for everyone to facilitate the collection of crystal cores and to store personal items. Upon returning to his room, Zhao Lei began gathering materials. He retrieved a multitude of rings from the system space and laid them on the ground. These rings, numbering in the thousands, had been acquired from a jewelry store during his scavenging in Liaoqing. Zhao Lei picked up one ring and attempted to implement the spatial law, aiming to create a space within the ring for the purpose of storing items. During his initial attempt, Zhao Lei infused the ring with the spatial law. In an instant, the ring radiated with brilliance. Suddenly, as Zhao Lei endeavored to establish a space of 100 cubic meters, the ring shattered, startling him. It seemed that a 100 cubic meter space was too vast for such a ring to endure. Contemplating this, Zhao Lei grasped another ring. This time, he aimed to create a space of 50 cubic meters. However, predictably, the ring shattered again. Scratching his head, he concluded that even 50 cubic meters was still too large. He cautiously selected another ring and, this time, infused the spatial law slowly. The ring glowed intensely. Learning from his previous failures, Zhao Lei first created a 1 cubic meter space. Upon verifying that the ring remained intact, he gradually expanded the space to 2 cubic meters. Thus, he meticulously increased the space within the ring 3 cubic meters, 4 cubic meters, 6 cubic meters. When he reached 11 cubic meters, with a resounding crack, the ring disintegrated into fragments. Muttering to himself, Zhao Lei deduced that the ring's maximum capacity was 10 cubic meters. With this realization, he promptly opened a 10 cubic meter space within another ring. After 5 seconds passed without incident, a spatial ring materialized in Zhao Lei and Oppos' hand. Yet, a new dilemma arose. How could he place items inside? And how could he retrieve them? For an hour, Zhao Lei fiddled with the ring. Eventually, he discovered that once an item touched the gemstone atop the ring, it would be drawn inside. Retrieving items proved equally simple. By tapping the ring 3 times, his consciousness would delve into the ring, allowing him to summon the desired item with a mere thought. Having grasped the method of using the ring, Zhao Lei commenced mass production. His speed was remarkable. Within an hour, he had crafted over 1,000 spatial rings. Gazing at the pile before him, a bold idea struck him. What if he utilized the synthesis function on these spatial rings? With this thought in mind, Zhao Lei activated the system's synthesis function, placing 2 spatial rings into the synthesis panel. The system chimed, indicating the start of synthesis. Ding. Synthesis initiated. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained spatial ring X1. Examining the newly synthesized spatial ring, Zhao Lei pondered its changes. It appeared unchanged at first glance, but upon employing the spatial law to sense its properties, he realized that the ring's capacity had doubled from 10 to 20 cubic meters. As if he had discovered a new world, Zhao Lei eagerly continued synthesizing. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained spatial ring X1. The system and Oppos' notifications echoed in Zhao Lei and Oppos' mind as he synthesized fervently. After half an hour, the system delivered on its promise, providing Zhao Lei with 520 synthesized spatial rings, each possessing a capacity of 20 cubic meters. After contemplating for a moment, Zhao Lei selected 20 rings for further synthesis. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Spatial Ring X10. The 10 newly synthesized rings boasted a capacity of 40 cubic meters each. As Zhao Lei completed this endeavor, the afternoon sun had already passed its zenith. Each sector of the base featured a dining hall, yet currently, over 200 individuals were congregated in the military management area for a meal. This arrangement was primarily due to a shortage of cooks, making communal dining more efficient, especially since the majority would depart the following day to hunt zombies. That afternoon, Tang Huifeng personally took to the kitchen, preparing over 400 buns. Fortunately, Lu Xiaowan, Shui Xiaoran, Li Yu, and Zhang Li lent their assistance. Otherwise, Tang Huifeng would have struggled to produce such a quantity alone. Given the absence of meat, the buns were entirely vegetarian. Typically, for fresh, uncontaminated vegetables, the residents relied on Zhang Xiaowen, who could effortlessly cultivate produce by scattering seeds and employing her abilities. The inhabitants of the base primarily consumed spiritual water, which greatly enhanced their physical conditions, with many experiencing breakthroughs within a month thanks to this resource. Due to the bun's substantial size, consuming two had left individuals feeling quite full, while the smaller children, such as Zhang Xiaowen and Lin Days, found even one bun overwhelming. Consequently, numerous buns remained uneaten. Once everyone had satisfied their appetites, Zhao Lei gathered them together and proceeded to distribute the spatial rings. Afterward, he explained the usage of the rings to the group. To store items within the spatial ring, simply touch the gemstone atop the ring, and it will automatically absorb the item. To retrieve an item, gently tap the ring 3 times, and your consciousness will enter the ring. With a mere thought, you can summon the desired item. Also, be mindful that the maximum capacity of this ring is 20 cubic meters. Items cannot be stored beyond this limit. Upon concluding the explanation of the spatial rings, Zhao Lei proceeded to educate the group about zombies. He detailed the classification of zombies into 7 levels, with legendary and Lord-grade zombies exceeding the 7th level. The crystal cores varied in color according to their rank: white for the 1st level, green for the 2nd, blue for the 3rd, purple for the 4th, black for the 5th, red for the 6th, and black-red for the 7th. Legendary cores appeared golden, while Lord-grade cores shone a rich golden hue. Aside from ordinary zombies, all other types possessed crystal cores. Zhao Lei instructed everyone to ensure that they extracted the cores from any zombies they encountered and stored them in their spatial rings to bring back with them. Chapter 43. Shah Commander Li, we are on our way. We are ready here as well. Senior, you may come at any time. Early the next morning, Zhao Lei concluded his conversation with Li Zhongshan and gathered everyone for departure. Remaining at the base were Zhao Lei's parents and 20 other members. Excluding these 20 individuals and Zhao Lei's parents, a total of 200 people were set to embark on this journey. All 200 were endowed with extraordinary abilities. Should Zhao Lei desire, conquering a small nation would be effortless. However, Zhao Lei would never entertain such thoughts. His duty lay in exterminating zombies, and he could never commit the atrocity of annihilating human nations. Once everyone was assembled, Zhao Lei opened the spatial passage. The 200 individuals marched into the portal with great momentum. Zhao Lei was the last to enter, and as he did, the passage sealed behind him. On the other side, Li Zhongshan awaited the arrival of the spatial passage at the base with eager anticipation. As the portal materialized, several individuals clad in military attire emerged. Among them were Sun Shiqiang and his contingent of soldiers. Upon seeing these men in uniform, Li Zhongshan and the others were taken aback. A sense of confusion enveloped Li Zhongshan. Could it be that Senior Zhao was also affiliated with the authorities? Why had this not been disclosed previously? It seemed improbable. Given Senior Zhao's prowess, why would the official side seek his assistance? Pondering this, Li Zhongshan dismissed his concerns. What was the situation? Surely, he could inquire. Just as Li Zhongshan was preparing to ask, Sun Shiqiang stepped forward and greeted, Commander Li. Li Zhongshan found Sun Shiqiang's face somewhat familiar, but could not recall where they had met. Have we encountered each other before? He inquired. It is quite normal for you not to remember me. I am one of the squad leaders from the first team dispatched to exterminate zombies. Sun Shiqiang replied with a smile. Upon hearing that Sun Shiqiang was from the initial dispatch, Li Zhongshan was astounded. Not long ago, the headquarters had sought information regarding the first squad sent out, but to no avail. It was unanimously concluded that the first team had perished in battle. Yet here was a survivor before him. It was remarkable, considering that the first squad had been sent out without communication tokens, rendering their fate a mystery. Those tokens had only been developed 2 days later. Now, standing before the first dispatch squad, Li Zhongshan felt immense pride. These were the valiant warriors of the homeland. With this thought, Li Zhongshan quickly asked, "May I inquire the name of this esteemed leader?" "Sun Shiqiang," he replied simply. Upon realizing he was in the presence of the legendary Sun Shiqiang, known as the Andapos, killing god Andapos, of the military, Li Zhongshan Andapos, S. astonishment grew. "You are the famed Sun Shiqiang, the killing god of the army?" Li Zhongshan was aware that while the first team dispatched largely consisted of non-ability users, they were still elite soldiers. Among them, Sun Shiqiang's reputation stood tallest, having led a mere 20 men to decimate nearly 500 foes. His renown was comparable to that of Li Zhongshan. A level 7 ability user, Sun Shiqiang, hearing his title mentioned, humbly responded, "It is merely a name. Compared to a level 7 ability user such as yourself, I am nothing. Your modesty is commendable, but it is not a comparison. If I were to lead 20 men without using abilities against 500 foes, it would be utterly impossible," Li Zhongshan countered. Unable to refute Li Zhongshan's point, Sun Shiqiang decided to change the subject. "Commander Li, we may have a considerable number of personnel with us. Can you accommodate them?" Understanding the need to shift the conversation, Li Zhongshan replied, "Rest assured. I have already arranged accommodations for you. By the way, how many individuals have accompanied you?" "A total of 200, Sun Shiqiang answered casually. 200? That seems manageable," Li Zhongshan remarked. He then inquired, "How many of these 200 are ability users?" "How many? Did Brother Zhao not inform you?" "All 200 of our team possess abilities," Sun Shiqiang responded. "All 200 are ability users." Li Zhongshan's demeanor shifted from calm to incredulity as he processed the information. The entire nation of Huaxia had only around 300 ability users. Yet here appeared 200 at once. Who would not be astonished? Seeing the shock on Li Zhongshan's face, Sun Shiqiang smiled broadly and reiterated, "If I am not mistaken, it is indeed 200. Li Zhongshan gazed at Sun Shiqiang in disbelief. The next moment, Sun Shiqiang's statement was confirmed as a throng of individuals emerged from the spatial passage. As the last of them exited, Li Zhongshan counted them repeatedly, still in disbelief. "Commander Li, what are you doing?" A familiar voice broke through his thoughts. It was Zhao Lei, just stepping out of the portal. Noticing Li Zhongshan in a daze, Zhao Lei inquired, "Are there too many ability users here for you to handle?" Li Zhongshan quickly approached Zhao Lei, exclaiming, "Senior Zhao, you have brought far too many ability users. I initially thought you would only send a dozen, but here we have 200. Is it too much for you to manage?" Zhao Lei teased lightly. Li Zhongshan waved his hands in protest. "Not at all. I have a brother in dire need of assistance. I am grateful for your arrival." Zhao Lei, however, had no intention of questioning Li Zhongshan and merely jested. "What do you mean your brother is in urgent need of help?" Li Zhongshan promptly explained, "Senior Zhao, my brother is named Peng Yan, part of the second team dispatched to exterminate zombies, like myself. However, while I am a level 7 ability user, he is an ordinary person. Without the aid of ability users, his ammunition is running low, and he is currently surrounded by zombies. Upon hearing you were bringing ability users, I contacted him and promised to send some assistance. I had initially planned to send 10, but I never anticipated you would have such a large contingent, which is indeed a stroke of luck." Chapter 44. Support. Upon hearing the words, Zhao Lei furrowed his brow, taken aback by the existence of a vast horde of zombies in certain locales. It appeared that the official side had a rather limited number of ability users. Contemplating this, Zhao Lei inquired, "Is your brother far from here? How long will it take to bring him here?" Li Zhongshan responded, "Not far. It's just over 200 kilometers away. If we set out now, we could arrive in about 7 hours." Zhao Lei shook his head. 7 hours is too slow. During that time, countless lives may be lost. This is the fastest we can manage. There is little we can do. Li Zhongshan sighed heavily. Understanding Li Zhongshan's helplessness, Zhao Lei suggested, "Then I shall lead the team myself. This way, we can save more time and spare many lives." Li Zhongshan brightened at this idea, knowing Zhao Lei had the ability to traverse space. If Zhao Lei could utilize a spatial passage to transport people, it would undoubtedly be marvelous. He promptly replied, "If Senior Zhao is going personally, that would indeed be splendid. Let us depart at once." "In which direction is your brother?" "To the west," Li Zhongshan pointed. Zhao Lei gazed toward the direction indicated, and, with a gentle motion through the void, a passage resembling a starry sky manifested before them. "Follow me," Zhao Lei commanded, and the 200 individuals stepped boldly into the passage. As the group ventured through, Li Jingshan swiftly retrieved a communication token to relay the message to Peng Nian. The token glowed radiantly. Simultaneously, on Peng Nian and Appo's side, the token floated before him, revealing Li Jingshan and Appo's figure. "Brother Peng, prepare yourself. Support is on its way." Li Jingshan's excited voice echoed. Peng Nian was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it said that assistance would arrive today? How can it be here already? There's no time to explain. I must join you shortly. Be ready to welcome me. With that, Li Jingshan ended the communication. Staring at the token in bewilderment, Peng Nian thought, what is happening? Are they jesting with me? How can they arrive so swiftly? Just then, a hurried officer burst into the room. "Commander Peng, has the reinforcements arrived?" Confused, Peng Nian asked. "What is going on?" "I saw a squad appear on the outskirts of the zombies, and just as I was about to report, I witnessed them scattering the undead," the officer exclaimed in astonishment. Peng Nian's face mirrored his confusion. Could it be that what Li Jingshan claimed was true? The officer, noticing Peng Nian's stunned silence, grabbed his arm and urged him outside. "Commander Peng, stop dawdling. Come see for yourself." Meanwhile, outside the Linjiang safe base, Zhao Lei led the 200 individuals, charging into the throngs of zombies as they emerged from the passage. Observing his comrades bravely engaging the enemy, Zhao Lei's expression softened with satisfaction. He moved through the horde as if taking a leisurely stroll, with Li Jingshan trailing behind him. Zhao Lei formed an energy shield encasing himself and Li Jingshan. Any zombies that dared to touch it were instantly reduced to ash. Li Jingshan marveled at this spectacle, thinking, such a technique could hardly be matched even by the combined forces of the 7 guardians of Huaxia. Unbeknownst to Zhao Lei, the protective barrier he had established further elevated Li Jingshan's respect for him. With admiration evident in his gaze, Li Jingshan followed Zhao Lei towards Peng Nian's safe base. Ding! Members of the Ascending Dragon Pavilion have slain a zombie. Cultivation points increased by 1,500. Ding! Members of the Ascending Dragon Pavilion have slain a zombie. Cultivation points increased by 1,000. Ding! Members of the Ascending Dragon Pavilion have slain a zombie. Cultivation points increased by 2,000. As the members of the Ascending Dragon Pavilion rapidly dispatched the zombies, the system notifications resonated continuously within Zhao Lei's mind. At that moment, within the safe base, Peng Nian exited the conference room and beheld the scene afar. He was astounded to see a massive breach in the zombie horde surrounding the base. The zombies that had tormented them for days were now diminishing at a visibly rapid pace. After a moment of dazed astonishment, Peng Nian finally regained his composure. He quickly retrieved the communication token to contact Li Jingshan. As the token activated, Li Jingshan and Appo's figure emerged once more. "Commander Li, have your people truly arrived?" "Indeed. I am amidst the zombies right now. If you doubt me, take a look with your binoculars," Li Jingshan replied with a hint of pride. Upon hearing this, Peng Nian immediately called for his subordinate to bring a pair of binoculars. Peering through them towards the breach, he beheld a 3-meter-tall werewolf, effortlessly dispatching several zombies with a single swipe. He also spotted a striking young woman, launching fireballs that obliterated clusters of the undead. Additionally, he noticed a woman hurling an array of grenades, sending zombies scattering in all directions. The scene was chaotic yet exhilarating. Peng Nian could hardly believe that the zombies that had beleaguered them for days were now being relentlessly pursued by this formidable group. As he surveyed the tumultuous battlefield, he suddenly noticed 2 distinct figures among the horde, slowly making their way towards him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized one of them as Li Jingshan. Realizing he was still in communication with Li Jingshan, Peng Nian hurriedly asked, "Commander Li, you truly are amidst the zombies?" Li Jingshan couldn't help but chuckle at Peng Nian and Appo's incredulous expression. "Brother Peng, I told you I would arrive shortly, yet you still doubt me." At that moment, Peng Nian was not focused on Li Jingshan's teasing. Rather, he was captivated by the white barrier surrounding Zhao Lei. He observed how any zombie approaching it was instantly reduced to nothingness. In awe of such a capability, he surmised that the individual accompanying Li Jingshan must be the esteemed predecessor he had previously mentioned. Focusing on Zhao Lei, Peng Nian noted that although he appeared youthful, anyone whom Li Jingshan referred to as a predecessor must possess superior strength. In this world, age did not solely define seniority. Anyone with greater prowess could be addressed as such. This explained why Li Jingshan, despite being older, still referred to Zhao Lei as his superior. Chapter 45. The emergence of the Lord-level zombie Zhao, the Elder, and Commander Li entered the Linjiang safe base, where Peng Nian rushed to greet them. These two were his great saviors, and he could not afford to be sluggish in his welcome. With that thought, Peng Nian gestured for them to follow. Seeing this, Li Zhongshan playfully draped an arm over Peng Nian and Apos' shoulder, jesting, "Why so courteous today, my friend?" Peng Nian chuckled awkwardly. With Elder Zhao present, it was only natural to be a bit more respectful. As the three chatted amiably, they made their way to the conference room. At that moment, the room housed only Peng Nian, Li Zhongshan, and Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei spoke up. "Do either of you know where high-level zombies can be found? Perhaps those above level 7? Upon hearing this, Peng Nian replied, "Elder Zhao, are you planning to hunt down those zombies?" Indeed, those high-level zombies posed the greatest threat. It was best to eliminate them to prevent further casualties. Elder Zhao and Apos' words are wise, he added. As for where high-level zombies may be, I recall there is a Lord-level zombie near the Black Dragon base in the north. Li Zhongshan chimed in. That's true. My master mentioned that the 7th Guardian is also there, locked in a stalemate with that Lord-level zombie. Zhao Lei casually remarked, "Well, I shall visit sometime. If it truly is a Lord-level zombie, then it shall be dealt with." His tone suggested that dispatching a Lord-level zombie was a mere trifle. Both Li Zhongshan and Peng Nian were at a loss for words. After all, a Lord-level zombie was no small matter. The elder spoke of killing it so nonchalantly. Li Zhongshan understood Zhao Lei's strength and did not dwell on it, but Peng Nian remained skeptical, unaware of Zhao Lei's ability to traverse spaces. However, seeing that Li Zhongshan was unperturbed, he chose not to voice his concerns. Thus, the three sat in an awkward silence. Just then, an unexpected arrival shattered the tension. With a loud crash, the conference room wall was suddenly breached, and even the entire conference table before them was reduced to rubble, sending debris flying. Both Li Zhongshan and Peng Nian were startled, while Zhao Lei remained composed. "Damn it, that nearly killed me," an irate voice echoed in the room. As the dust settled, the three finally discerned the figure before them. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Li Zhongshan's face contorted in confusion. He felt an uncanny familiarity with this person. Just as Li Zhongshan pondered, Zhao Lei's voice broke the silence. "Duan Kuan, what happened?" Indeed, the newcomer was Duan Kuan. Upon hearing Zhao Lei's inquiry, Duan Kuan hastily replied, "Elder Zhao, there's a Lord-level zombie outside that ambushed me. Just you wait, I'll twist it into a pretzel." Li Zhongshan stared at Duan Kuan, his mind swirling with disbelief. He could hardly believe that this was Duan Kuan. After a month apart, the transformation was astounding. He wondered why he hadn't seen him in the team before. It turned out he had changed so much. A Lord-level zombie? How intriguing, Zhao Lei remarked coolly. "Elder Zhao, enough boasting. I must teach that ambusher a lesson," Duan Kuan declared, and with a leap, he exited through the hole he had created. Watching Duan Kuan leap away, Li Zhongshan asked, "Elder Zhao, did Duan Kuan just say he was ambushed by a Lord-level zombie? Has he broken through to that level?" Zhao Lei nodded. "Indeed, shortly after he joined my faction, he made a breakthrough and even reverted from a zombie back to a human. His appearance has changed as well." Li Zhongshan was astounded. He could hardly believe Duan Kuan had undergone such a transformation. Surely Elder Zhao had bestowed some extraordinary gift upon him. While contemplating this, he voiced, "I see. Should we not go and take a look? I've never seen a Lord-level zombie before." Peng Nian chimed in, "Nor have I witnessed a battle between lords." Li Zhongshan echoed, "Indeed." Zhao Lei nodded, "Very well. I too wish to see just how formidable Duan Kuan has become." With that, the three exited the conference room. Outside the safe base, the sky bore witness to Duan Kuan facing off against the Lord-level zombie. "You dare ambush me? Today, I and Apos' LL make you scurry like a rat," Duan Kuan shouted, pointing accusingly at the Lord-level zombie. "Who will make whom scurry? Let us see who has the strength to back their words," retorted the zombie, and thus, a fierce battle ensued between the two. Duan Kuan and the zombie clashed in the air, sending shockwaves radiating from their point of contact. Had they been on the ground, even low-level abilities and zombies caught in the wake of their clash would have faced immediate obliteration. Li Zhongshan and Peng Nian watched in awe. Is this the battle between lords? Truly terrifying. However, Zhao Lei's perspective was markedly different. He realized that Duan Kuan was not a match for the Lord-level zombie. If the zombie were to consume tens of thousands of lesser zombies, it could very well ascend to a higher realm. Thus, the Lord-level zombie was akin to an advanced stage of the nascent soul, while Duan Kuan had only just entered the initial stage. Despite Duan Kuan's spatial abilities, their impact would be minimal, for he had merely brushed the surface of spatial laws, incomparable to Zhao Lei's mastery. Although Zhao Lei perceived that Duan Kun was outmatched, he was not yet inclined to intervene. He wished to ascertain the extent of Duan Kun's capabilities. As he contemplated this, Duan Kun and the zombie had exchanged over 100 blows. The Lord-level zombie clearly had not exerted its full strength, maintaining a facade while engaging Duan Kun. Zhao Lei was unsure of the zombie and Apos' true intentions, but he sensed it had a scheme at play. After nearly half an hour of combat, neither Duan Kun nor the zombie bore any wounds. Duan Kun possessed an indestructible body and the ability to regenerate lost limbs, making it impossible for the zombie to breach his defenses. Even if it did, Duan Kun could recover almost instantaneously. As the battle dragged on, Zhao Lei suddenly realized that his previous assumptions were flawed. Even if the Lord-level zombie unleashed its full strength, it could not penetrate Duan Kun's indestructible form. So, why did the Lord-level zombie persist in this drawn-out skirmish? If it could not achieve a decisive victory, such an endeavor would be futile. A creature reaching the Lord level undoubtedly possessed considerable intelligence. Yet, what was the Lord-level zombie's true objective in wearing Duan Kun down? Zhao Lei found himself utterly perplexed. Chapter 46. Manipulating Your Mindset. An hour passed. Watching Duan Kun and the zombie engage in relentless combat, Li Zhongshan and Peng Nian felt numb. However, Zhao Lei discerned a pattern. The Lord-level zombie appeared to be exhausting Duan Kun. Zhao Lei resolved to intervene. If this continued, who knew how long it would last? Just as Zhao Lei prepared to act, he noticed that the Lord-level zombie seemed poised for action. After more than an hour of confrontation, perhaps even the zombie could not endure any longer. Suddenly, the Lord-level zombie grew larger, transforming into a towering giant, standing 10 meters tall. It opened its gaping maw and lunged at Duan Kun, who was caught off guard and had his arms severed by the bite. Furious, Duan Kun glared at the Lord-level zombie, thinking, "How dare you bite my arm?" In an instant, his arm regenerated. As soon as it reappeared, Duan Kun harnessed spatial power, teleporting behind the Lord-level zombie. With a surge of magical energy within him, he conjured a massive fist 5 meters in size before delivering a thunderous blow. The colossal fist struck down, sending the 10-meter zombie crashing to the ground. Duan Kun showed no mercy, again employing spatial power to reappear beneath the zombie. With another resounding strike, the already airborne Lord-level zombie was sent hurtling backward. Without pausing, Duan Kun utilized spatial power once more, this time appearing above the zombie. He clasped his fists together and summoned an almost 10-meter-wide fist above the creature. With a resounding crash, the immense fist descended, leaving the zombie no chance to react as it was forcibly driven into the earth. In the air, Duan Kun shook his hands, seemingly still unsatisfied. Li Zhongshan and Peng Nian were left in astonishment at Duan Kun and Apos' display of power. Yet before they could fully process the scene, the Lord-level zombie soared back into the air, completely unscathed. Despite the ferocity of Duan Kun and Apos' onslaught, it had inflicted no harm whatsoever. Seemingly enraged, the Lord-level zombie let out a furious roar, prepared to die. With that, it opened its gaping mouth wide. As it inhaled, an immense suction force emanated from its maw. Realizing the peril, Duan Kun thought, "This is bad. I do not wish to become the zombie's meal." Zhao Lei, witnessing this, was equally alarmed. The zombie intended to swallow Duan Kun whole, aiming to use the opportunity to ascend to a higher level. Just as Duan Kun was drawn perilously close to the zombie's mouth, a sudden snap echoed throughout the air. In that moment, time within the entire Linjiang safety base froze. Utilizing the laws of space, Zhao Lei instantaneously appeared beside Duan Kun, grabbing him and flinging him away. For a creature of this caliber, Zhao Lei's time manipulation could hold it for no more than 10 seconds, but that was sufficient for him to strategize his next move. With another snap of his fingers, Zhao Lei activated spatial power, firmly immobilizing the legendary zombie in place. Time resumed its normal flow around them. Upon regaining his senses, Duan Kun saw Zhao Lei standing before the Lord-level zombie and immediately understood the gravity of the situation. In that moment of suction, he had genuinely feared for his life. The consuming force of the zombie was nothing short of terrifying. Had Zhao Lei not intervened, Duan Kun had no doubt he would have perished. Meanwhile, the Lord-level zombie appeared to be struggling against the spatial confinement. It seemed capable of breaking through the barriers using sheer brute force, which astonished Zhao Lei. With a sound akin to shattering glass, the zombie shattered the confines of space. Upon regaining its freedom, it swung a fist at Zhao Lei. Reacting swiftly, Zhao Lei cast another spatial binding, once again immobilizing the creature. 3 minutes later, the zombie broke free once more. Zhao Lei, unfazed, refrained from immediately slaying it. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers again. I could kill you, but I choose not to. I am merely toying with you. The Lord-level zombie repeatedly broke through the spatial bindings, while Zhao Lei persistently imposed them again and again. He sought to manipulate the zombie's mindset. Eventually, after countless attempts to escape, the zombie capitulated. Please, just end it for me, it begged, appearing as though it might weep. As a Lord-level zombie, it had never endured such humiliation. Hearing its plea, Zhao Lei found further amusement in the situation. He looked at the creature with a smirk and teased. Are you sure you don't want to resist just a bit more? Perhaps if you try resisting 100 more times, I might spare you. The zombie was at a loss for words. Are you even speaking human language? If you have the ability, come and try it. It implored. Please, just grant me mercy. This is far too tedious. In response, Zhao Lei once again bound the zombie with spatial power. After a lengthy wait, the creature showed no signs of attempting to break free. Zhao Lei recognized its unwillingness to resist any longer. With this realization, he declared, Since you no longer wish to fight, this has become rather dull. I shall send you on your way. As the words left his lips, Zhao Lei snapped his fingers, and the laws of death enveloped the Lord-level zombie. It felt an indescribable force enveloping its being, and in the next moment, all vitality was stripped away, leaving it a lifeless husk that plummeted to the ground. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in Zhao Lei's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain a Lord-level zombie. Reward, 500,000 cultivation points, and 1 Lord-level crystal core. Witnessing Zhao Lei and Appo's manipulation of the Lord-level zombie and Appo's mindset, Duanquan, Peng Nian, Li Zhengshan, and everyone within the Linjiang safety base inhaled sharply. Zhao, you are simply terrifying. They gasped. Just imagine if they found themselves in such a predicament. Their mental state would surely crumble. Initially, Peng Nian had doubted Zhao Lei's strength, but after witnessing him reduce a Lord-level zombie to despair, he finally understood why Li Zhengshan held Zhao Lei in such high esteem. His power was beyond mere description. It was extraordinary. As the crowd observed this spectacle, their perception of Zhao Lei transformed anew. They resolved never to provoke this formidable individual, for doing so would be far more unbearable than death. The collective fear and respect for Zhao Lei multiplied exponentially. Chapter 47. The Third Guardian outside the Linjiang safe base. The once densely packed horde of zombies had dwindled to a mere few. After Zhao Lei vanquished the Lord-level zombie, he returned to the base. It was evident that the formidable Lord-level zombie had not been present prior to their arrival. It only emerged after their approach. Had it arrived 2 hours earlier and consumed a large number of zombies, it might have ascended to a higher realm. Alas, it met its demise at Zhao Lei's hands. Zhao Lei sighed. Such is life. One can never predict what the next moment may bring. Reflecting on the recent encounter with the Lord-level zombie, Zhao Lei, along with Li Zhengshan and Peng Nian, returned to the conference room. The remaining minor threats outside could be effortlessly dealt with by Lu Zhibing and Sun Shiqiang, thereby alleviating the crisis at the Linjiang safe base. Upon entering the conference room, Zhao Lei glanced at Duanquan beside him, then at the wall that Duanquan had shattered. He shook his head in resignation. With a casual wave of his hand, the damaged wall and broken conference table were instantaneously restored to their former glory. The crowd erupted in applause, exclaiming in admiration at such divine prowess. Peng Nian, ever eager, lavished praise upon Zhao Lei, although he relished compliments. The endless flattery from Peng Nian and others was rather overwhelming. Ahem. Zhao Lei pretended to cough, signaling for silence. With a serious expression, he addressed the group. I understand your thoughts, but let us refrain from excessive flattery. Our immediate priority is to eradicate the zombies within our borders. Commander Peng, Commander Li, as senior members of the second wave of dispatch teams, please reach out to others and identify regions plagued by zombie outbreaks. Once we ascertain the locations, we shall proceed with decisive action. Delaying further will only lead to greater casualties. If we can swiftly eliminate all zombies domestically, we shall gain a significant advantage over other nations, which is indisputable. Zhao Lei suddenly felt that the defeat of the Lord-level zombie was not as critical as he had initially believed. Typically, Lord-level zombies do not indiscriminately kill the innocent. They seek to absorb more zombies to enhance their own power. Moreover, the known Lord-level zombies were being restrained by the 7 Guardians. making this the optimal time to eradicate the undead. Failure to act promptly would only result in stronger foes, a scenario we must avoid at all costs. Li Zhongshan concurred with Zhao Lei's reasoning and spoke up. Indeed, with the vast population of our nation, the outbreak of the zombie virus has transformed a significant number of people into zombies. If we do not swiftly address this issue, we risk being attacked by the beautiful nation in northern Zhou during our moment of weakness. Senior, should we directly contact the various teams engaged in exterminating zombies, or should we reach out to headquarters? Peng Yin inquired. As soon as Peng Yin finished speaking, a system alert resonated in Zhao Lei's mind. Ding. Random task triggered. Become the 8th guardian of Huaxia. Task reward. Ancient Dragon Heart Sutra. Note. The Ancient Dragon Heart Sutra is a specialized cultivation method for the people of Huaxia. It cannot be practiced by foreigners. Only those who wholeheartedly dedicate themselves to the nation may awaken their abilities, with the nature of the talent and powers varying from individual to individual. Upon hearing the system notification, Zhao Lei was profoundly astonished. This was an unparalleled cultivation method. With such a technique, how could the great Xia fail to thrive? Peng Yin, Li Zhongshan, Duan Quan, and the other officers watched as Zhao Lei stood there, grinning foolishly, utterly perplexed by the situation. Peng Yin thought he might have misspoken and replayed his previous words in his mind. This shouldn't be an issue, he muttered, scratching his head in confusion. Just as the others were lost in speculation, Zhao Lei spoke up. Let us set aside the matter of exterminating zombies for now. I have something far more significant to discuss. If this matter is successful, it will result in a surge of individuals possessing extraordinary abilities across the nation. What? A surge of extraordinary individuals? Senior Zhao, do you truly mean that? Peng Yin exclaimed with excitement. What is it? Senior, do you require my assistance? Li Zhongshan inquired solemnly. Commander Li, can you contact your master? Zhao Lei asked gravely. Of course, Senior Zhao, but why do you ask? Li Zhongshan replied, a hint of confusion in his voice. I wish to become the 8th guardian of Huaxia. Please inquire with your master regarding the requirements. When Zhao Lei expressed his desire to become the 8th guardian of Huaxia, the room fell silent in astonishment. Peng Yin was the first to voice his surprise. What do you mean, Senior? You wish to become the 8th guardian of Huaxia? Is that true? Indeed, it is true. You simply need to ask your master what the requirements are, Zhao Lei affirmed. I shall inform my master right away. He will surely be delighted to hear of your intention to become a guardian. Li Zhongshan said as he took out a communication token. The token emitted a brilliant white light as he dialed his master's number. Moments later, an elderly figure dressed in a white tang suit, with hair as white as snow, appeared in the token's projection. Everyone present, except Zhao Lei, recognized this elder as Zhang Zhenghua, the 3rd guardian of Huaxia. Before Li Zhongshan could speak, the elder and Apos' voice reached them. Zhongshan, what is it that you seek? Hearing his master and Apos' inquiry, Li Zhongshan immediately conveyed Zhao Lei's wish to become the 8th guardian of Huaxia. Master, Senior Zhao expresses a desire to become the 8th guardian of Huaxia. He asked me to inquire about the necessary conditions. Zhang Zhenghua paused for a moment. Which Senior Zhao are you referring to? Master, your memory seems to have waned with age. It is the Zhao who I mentioned last time, Li Zhongshan reminded him. Suddenly recalling, Zhang Zhenghua exclaimed. Is it the Zhao who can traverse dimensions? Yes, Master. Does Senior Zhao have any specific requirements to become a guardian? Li Zhongshan asked. Zhang Zhenghua appeared to ignore Li Zhongshan's question, responding instead, You have contact information for that Senior Zhao, correct? I wish to speak with him personally. Master, Senior Zhao is right beside me. You may speak directly to him, Li Zhongshan replied. Upon hearing that Zhao Lei was present, he did not shy away and directly addressed Zhang Zhenghua. Greetings, Guardian Zhang. Zhang Zhenghua inquired. You must be the brother Zhao Lei, am I correct? The revelation that the 3rd guardian of Huaxiao referred to Zhao Lei as brother left everyone in the room in shock. Zhao Lei himself was equally surprised. He did not expect Zhang Zhenghua to lower himself to address him as brother, which elevated Zhao Lei's regard for him even further. However, Zhao Lei also pondered deeply. How could one achieve the position of guardian without exceptional merit? Chapter 48. The guardian Zhang Zhenghua addressed Zhao Lei as a brother, bestowing upon him considerable respect, to which Zhao Lei felt obliged to respond with courtesy. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Lei spoke, expressing his gratitude for Zhang's favor and inquiring about the requirements to become the guardian of the Huaxia nation. Zhang Zhenghua, rather than providing a direct answer, suggested a face-to-face discussion, indicating that this would allow him to better assess Zhao Lei's capabilities and make an informed judgment. His intention to evaluate Zhao Lei's strength stemmed from a desire to ascertain whether Zhao possessed the ability to breach dimensions. Upon hearing Zhang's invitation, Zhao Lei promptly agreed. Asking for his location, Zhang Jinghua, taken aback by Zhao Lei and Appo's swiftness, replied, "I am at the safe base in Modu. When can you arrive?" Zhao Lei responded, "I can come right now." Zhang Jinghua laughed heartily, appreciating Zhao Lei's straightforwardness, and informed him that he would be waiting atop the tallest tower in Modu. With that, Zhang Jinghua ended the communication. "Duan Kuan, do you truly intend to go?" he asked. "Given the stakes for our nation, I must," Zhao Lei asserted, already creating a spatial passage. "Remain here and inform Captain Sun that I am heading to Modu. I will return promptly once my business is concluded." Duan Kuan nodded in agreement. Stepping into the passage, Zhao Lei felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. The journey to Modu spanned at least 1,000 kilometers, and his current ability allowed him to traverse only about 300 kilometers per passage, necessitating 4 openings to reach his destination. This realization prompted him to reflect on his relatively modest strength. He mused that once he reached the late Yuanying stage, he might only need to create 2 passages. As Zhao Lei emerged from the passage, he was struck by the stark contrast of the once thriving city now reduced to ruin. He ascended into the air, directing his gaze toward the tallest tower. Atop it stood an elderly man clad in traditional Tang attire, his hair completely white. Zhao Lei scrutinized the figure, noting the information displayed before him. Name: Zhang Jinghua, 3rd Guardian of Huaxia Nation. Cultivation level: Lord level ability. User ability: Demonized Gorilla. Note: this ability allows transformation into a 5-meter-tall gorilla, enhancing strength by 100. Skill: Demon Yuan Transformation Talent. SSS grade. Zhao Lei marveled at Zhang Jinghua's unique ability and surmised that his strength must be formidable. Their eyes met, and both were taken aback by the other's presence. Zhao Lei realized that Zhang Jinghua's power was far more profound than it appeared. If classified according to the levels of cultivation, Zhang Jinghua was at least at the pinnacle of the late Yuanying stage, nearly crossing into the transformation realm. Zhang Jinghua, observing Zhao Lei's astonishment, found himself unable to discern Zhao Lei's true power, which seemed ordinary at first glance. Internally, he speculated, could this young man have reached the legendary state of returning to simplicity? If that were true, it would be truly terrifying. As Zhao Lei approached within 3 meters of Zhang Jinghua, he offered a respectful fist salute, addressing him as Senior Zhang. Zhang Jinghua, recognizing their equal strength, remarked, "Given our comparable prowess, it is fitting to call each other brothers. However, I find it strange that you refer to me as and Appo's, Senior." "And Appo's," Zhao Lei responded with another salute, "Senior Zhang. You are the guardian of Huaxia, while I am merely an emerging talent. Though I possess some strength, I remain a junior. It would be inappropriate to treat you as an equal." Zhang Jinghua acquiesced, suggesting they maintain their respective titles. "By the way, what are the requirements to become a guardian?" Zhao Lei continued. With a sigh, Zhang Jinghua explained, "To be candid, there are only 7 positions for guardians in Huaxia. If you wish to become one, you will need to convene with the other 6 guardians. However, as you are aware, they are currently preoccupied with the Lord-level zombies in their jurisdictions, making it difficult to arrange a meeting, so this matter may be delayed." "Isn't it just Lord-level zombies? How hard can it be? Just eliminate them all," Zhao Lei replied confidently. Zhang Jinghua's expression darkened immediately. "If it were that easy, we would have done it by now. Lord-level zombies are not so easily dispatched." Though he thought this, he refrained from voicing it aloud. Seeing Zhang Jinghua's grave demeanor, Zhao Lei realized he had misspoken and quickly added, "Senior Zhang, do you not have a Lord-level zombie here? I happen to possess a method for defeating them. Perhaps you could take me to it, and I could demonstrate." Zhang Jinghua was taken aback, astonished by Zhao Lei's claim. He grasped Zhao Lei's hand, asking, "Do you truly have a method to kill a Lord-level zombie?" "Indeed. I have no reason to deceive you," Zhao Lei replied calmly. Zhang Jinghua's voice trembled slightly with excitement. "If that's true, it would be fantastic. If we can eliminate the Lord-level zombies, the 7 of us guardians could then mobilize to eradicate the zombies nationwide. In just a few months, we could clear the entire country of them. Then shall we proceed to eliminate the Lord-level zombie you guard?" Zhao Lei proposed. Chapter 49, The Lord-class Zombie, Sipu Zhang Jinghua. Accompanied by Zhao Lei, made their way to the outskirts of the safety base in Magic City. Outside the base lay numerous dilapidated buildings. Zhang Jinghua informed Zhao Lei that the zombie was concealed within these abandoned structures. An agreement existed between Zhang Jinghua and the zombie. The creature was forbidden to leave this area, and in turn, Zhang Jinghua would not seek out its trouble. As they spoke, Zhang Jinghua led Zhao Lei to the entrance of a subway station. Zhao Lei, gazing at the entrance, inquired, "Is the zombie down there, Senior Zhang?" "Indeed. I frequently monitor him. He typically resides in this subway station and seldom ventures elsewhere," Zhang Jinghua replied. Nodding in understanding, Zhao Lei declared, "Let us descend and find him." With that, he took the lead into the station. The surrounding city had fallen into ruin, leaving the subway station devoid of any power source. Upon entering, darkness enveloped them. To an ordinary person, visibility would be non-existent, yet Zhao Lei, a nascent soul cultivator, could perceive everything within a kilometer radius even with his eyes closed. Zhang Jinghua, as a Lord-class ability user, found such matters trivial as well. As they traversed the subway station, an ominous voice suddenly echoed, "What brings you here?" Both Zhao Lei and Zhang Jinghua turned toward the source of the voice to see a man clad in a black suit, his complexion pale, advancing toward them. This man was none other than Supu, the Lord-class zombie residing within the station. Supu directed a question at Zhang Jinghua, who did not respond immediately but instead glanced at Zhao Lei. Understanding Zhang Jinghua's intent to test his strength, Zhao Lei's demeanor shifted. A subtle aura of menace emanated from him, causing the ambient temperature to plummet. "I am here to kill you," Zhao Lei proclaimed as he strode toward Supu. Who is this audacious young man, daring to act so arrogantly? Supu seethed, furious. Even Zhang Jinghua had shown him respect, yet this youth confronted him with such insolence. Supu resolved to teach this insolent brat a lesson. Without hesitation, Supu launched an attack, hands poised to strike at Zhao Lei. Unfazed, Zhao Lei snapped his fingers, invoking a spatial confinement that halted Supu's assault before him. "What have you done to me?" Supu gasped, terror etched across his face as he regarded Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei, however, offered no sympathy. He invoked the law of strength, gripping Supu's neck and lifting him effortlessly. As Supu was hoisted, the spatial confinement dissipated, and he contemplated seizing the opportunity to attack Zhao Lei. Yet, as he felt the immense power radiating from Zhao Lei's arm, a chilling sense of impending doom washed over him. He struggled in vain, but under the influence of the law of strength, all his efforts proved futile. The law of strength, when mastered, could indeed reshape the heavens and the earth. The might of Panga, the primordial deity, was largely attributed to this principle. Even spatial confinement paled in comparison to the law of strength. Zhao Lei, akin to lifting a mere chick, brought Supu before Zhang Jinghua. "Shall we eliminate this Supu?" "Senior Zhang?" Zhao Lei inquired. At that moment, Zhang Jinghua gazed at Zhao Lei with sheer astonishment, as if witnessing a phenomenon. He had clashed with Supu numerous times, barely gaining the upper hand, yet Zhao Lei had effortlessly subdued Supu within moments. Zhang Jinghua could hardly believe his eyes, seeing Zhang Jinghua and Appo's silence. Zhao Lei's gaze shifted to Supu, whose fear surged anew, prompting another desperate struggle. Yet, it was all for naught. Zhao Lei invoked the law of destruction, and in the next instant, Supu and Appo's body began to fade, starting from his toes. "Please, I will do anything you ask. Just do not kill me," Supu pleaded, his upper body thrashing as he begged for mercy. Zhao Lei, however, remained unmoved, silently observing as Supu gradually vanished. This represented a staggering 10 billion cultivation points, equivalent to several days of Zhao Lei's arduous training. He would not forfeit this opportunity. Ding. Killing the Lord-class zombie grants 500,000 cultivation points and 1 Lord-class crystal core. As Supu's form completely dissipated, the system's notification resonated in Zhao Lei's mind. Hearing the notification of his cultivation points and the Lord-class crystal core being credited, a faint smile graced Zhao Lei's lips. Once he eradicated all the Lord-class zombies in the Huaxian nation, he might just achieve a breakthrough into the transformation realm. At that point, the world would be his oyster. "Brother Zhao, has Supu truly perished?" Zhang Jinghua finally reacted, incredulity coloring his expression. "Indeed," Zhao Lei affirmed with a nod, providing a straightforward response. "Brother Zhao, your prowess is astonishing. Even I would require at least 4 to 5 hours to subdue Supu, yet you accomplished it in mere moments." Zhang Jinghua's respect for Zhao Lei deepened. Zhao Lei's capabilities were far beyond what he had initially perceived. Zhao Lei merely smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate. To claim that he had effortlessly dispatched the Lord-class zombie would be to slap Zhang Jinghua's face. Conversely, stating that it had been a struggle would invite disbelief. Thus, he opted to shift the conversation. "Senior Zhang, with the Lord-class zombie resolved, Does this mean you can depart from Magic City? Zhang Jinghua nodded in agreement. Indeed. But the other Sentinel leaders present formidable challenges. If we can eliminate them one by one, the zombie crisis in Huaxia will be significantly alleviated. Zhao Lei grasped the implication immediately. Zhang Jinghua was suggesting that he assist in exterminating the remaining Lord-class zombies in other locations. This coincided perfectly with Zhao Lei's own intentions. Each Sentinel leader represented a Lord-class zombie, indicating that 6 more remained in Huaxia. Upon vanquishing these 6, Zhao Lei would possess 8 Lord-class crystal cores. If he could utilize the system to synthesize these cores, he would surely amass the cultivation points necessary for a breakthrough into the transformation realm. Chapter 50. The First Guardian. Lei Lingxiao, the anticipation of soon breaking through to the divine transformation stage, filled Zhao Lei with eagerness. Elder Zhang, I find your reasoning profoundly compelling. Let us set forth immediately. Zhao Lei urged Zhang Jinghua. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jinghua felt a surge of joy within. If Zhao Lei agreed to confront and eliminate the Lord-level zombie, the remaining ones would soon be dealt with. Very well, let us first proceed to the 7th Guardian. Among all the Guardians, the situation there is the most precarious. If we delay, unforeseen complications may arise, Zhang Jinghua expressed his concerns. Zhao Lei recalled the last time when Peng Nian mentioned the 7th Guardian, and it was then that Li Zhongshan remarked on the difficulties there. It seemed there was truth to it. After contemplating, Zhao Lei resolved not to hesitate any longer, for time was of the essence. Elder Zhang, let us depart. With that, Zhao Lei opened a spatial passage. The Black Dragon safe base was at least 2,000 kilometers away from Zhao Lei's current location in the Magic City safe base. Though Zhao Lei's magical energy surged within him, creating spatial passages multiple times was still quite taxing. As they traversed the passage, Zhao Lei and Zhang Jinghua engaged in light conversation. As a guardian of the Huaxia nation, Zhang Jinghua possessed knowledge far beyond that of Li Zhongshan and his peers. From him, Zhao Lei learned that there were, in fact, not just 7, but 8 guardians in Huaxia. The 8th guardian, known as the National Guardian, was Huaxia's true trump card. According to Zhang Jinghua, this individual had likely reached the God of War level, yet remained shrouded in mystery, having been seen only a few times even by Zhang Jinghua himself. Rumors suggested that this guardian was stationed in a secret location to fend off foreign invasions. Yet no one had ever witnessed him. As Zhao Lei and Zhang Jinghua discussed, they had already traversed over 1,000 kilometers and arrived at the Kyoto safe base. Zhang Jinghua proposed addressing the Lord-level zombie in Kyoto first. Zhao Lei nodded in agreement. They would eventually need to come here anyway. So it would be prudent to resolve this issue now to avoid future complications. Once they both agreed, Zhang Jinghua retrieved a communication token to contact the Guardian of Kyoto. The Guardian of Kyoto was the top-ranked guardian, Lei Lingxiao. Shortly after the communication ended, Lei Lingxiao arrived. Dressed in a blue tang suit adorned with lightning patterns and sporting 2 flowing ribbons resembling a cloak, he appeared younger than Zhang Jinghua. Upon seeing Zhang Jinghua and Zhao Lei, Lei Lingxiao scrutinized Zhao Lei carefully, perceiving him merely as an ordinary individual, devoid of any distinguishing features. Jinghua, is this young fellow truly capable of slaying a Lord-level zombie? Lei Lingxiao inquired. Zhang Jinghua affirmed. Indeed, Zhao Lei here, though youthful, possesses unfathomable strength. We have come to Kyoto solely to eliminate the Lord-level zombie here. Upon hearing this, Lei Lingxiao turned his gaze to Zhao Lei, who was currently using his insightful eye to glean information about Lei Lingxiao. Name: Lei Lingxiao, First Guardian of Huaxia. Cultivation: Lord-level abnormal ability. User ability: Rule of Lightning, derived from mastery over lightning. Skill: Lightning Strikes Talent. SSS level. Zhao Lei was taken aback upon reviewing Lei Lingxiao's information. He had not anticipated that Lei Lingxiao had comprehended the power of the rules. He was likely not far from achieving the God of War level. Just as Zhao Lei finished examining Lei Lingxiao's information panel, he noticed Lei Lingxiao's gaze fixed upon him, causing a sense of unease to wash over him. Hastily, he stepped forward and bowed. Elder Lei, I pay my respects. Even I lack confidence in defeating a Lord-level zombie. What gives you such assurance? Lei Lingxiao challenged Zhao Lei. Observing the delicate atmosphere, Zhang Jinghua quickly intervened. Old Lei, I have personally witnessed Zhao Lei's prowess in slaying a Lord-level zombie. Surely, it cannot be a fabrication. With Zhang Jinghua defending him, Zhao Lei spoke up. Elder Lei, I indeed possess certain abilities. I implore you to guide me to the Lord-level zombie, and we shall ascertain the truth through action. Very well, should you perish, do not blame me, Lei Lingxiao replied loudly. Zhao Lei clasped his fist slightly, acknowledging. That is only natural. With that, Lei Lingxiao led Zhao Lei and Zhang Zhenghua towards a small hill. The trio soon reached the summit of the hill. Lei Lingxiao pointed downwards. The zombie resides beneath. Go ahead. Zhao Lei, upon hearing this, did not hesitate. Instantly, the spatial rules activated, and he vanished from his position. Reappearing atop the hill, Lei Lingxiao observed, furrowing his brow as he keenly awaited Zhao Lei's next move. Before Zhao Lei lay a mound of earth, resembling a grave. With his divine sense, he scanned the area and confirmed the presence of a zombie within. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Lei formed a claw with one hand, conjuring a nearly tangible massive magical hand in the air. Infusing it with the power of the rules, he reached down toward the grave. With a thunderous crash, the mound of earth, along with the zombie beneath, was uprooted by Zhao Lei and Appo's grasp. Who dares disturb my rest? Is it that old coot Lei Lingxiao? If you have the guts, let me down, and we shall fight fairly. The zombie's grumbling voice reverberated from within Zhao Lei's magical hand, now encased in dirt, rendering it blind to the outside world. Otherwise, it would not have assumed that Lei Lingxiao had captured it. Watching the spectacle unfold, Lei Lingxiao was incensed upon hearing the zombie's insults. Damn it, Zhang Yun, do you not know how to speak? As he spoke, Lei Lingxiao appeared beside Zhao Lei. Release this fiend, I shall teach it a lesson. With Lei Lingxiao's presence, Zhao Lei felt no urgency to eliminate the zombie. With him around, there would be no unforeseen mishaps. This also provided Zhao Lei the opportunity to witness the prowess of Lei Lingxiao, an adept of the lightning rule. With this thought, Zhao Lei promptly retracted his hand. With a resounding thud, as Zhao Lei's magical hand dissipated, the mound exploded. How dare you sneak attack me? Feel my wrath. The zombie, Jiang Yun, charged towards Lei Lingxiao with fist raised. Lei Lingxiao, undeterred, summoned a tremendous surge of lightning power into his hands. The clash between Lei Lingxiao and Jiang Yun sent ripples through the air, transforming the once lush hill into a barren wasteland. Zhang Zhenghua, as the third guardian of Huaxia, was pushed back several steps by the shockwaves of their battle. Zhao Lei, with 3,000 rule enhancements, remained unaffected by the tumultuous energies unleashed by Lei Lingxiao and Jiang Yun. Lightning intertwined around Lei Lingxiao, while Jiang Yun's body bore scorch marks from the electric onslaught. Yet, the charred areas restored themselves within minutes, and their fierce exchanges caused minimal damage to each other. Chapter 51. Fearless. The formidable zombie Jiang Yun and the powerful Lei Lingxiao are both exceptionally strong. Given Lei Lingxiao a little more time, it may well be possible for him to transcend into a war god. Under the might of Lei Lingxiao's thunderous principles, Jiang Yun is driven back relentlessly. Although Zhao Lei also possesses the principles of lightning, there remains a significant disparity between him and Lei Lingxiao. After all, Lei Lingxiao has been nurtured by electricity, while Zhao Lei is merely an amateur. At this moment, Jiang Yun is struck by Lei Lingxiao's lightning and is sent flying several meters, leaving behind a charred mark of scorched electricity on his body. Examining his injuries, Jiang Yun appears unfazed and provocatively taunts Lei Lingxiao. Old man, it seems your strength has waned of late. You lack the power to strike. Hearing Jiang Yun's audacious provocation, Lei Lingxiao's aura of electricity intensifies violently. Jiang Yun, you are no match for me. Do you truly believe I cannot kill you? His voice is cold as ice, filled with a desire to obliterate Jiang Yun. I know you cannot kill me. If you dare, unleash your strongest attack upon me. Jiang Yun, undeterred by the threat of death, continues to provoke Lei Lingxiao. Seeing this, Lei Lingxiao's complexion turns pale with rage. As you wish, thunder piercing the rainbow. With that declaration, the intertwining lightning surrounding Lei Lingxiao transforms into a deep crimson hue as he launches an assault on Jiang Yun. Boom! The thunder rages, and Jiang Yun's body is instantly pierced through. Zhang Zhenghua watches this scene, his heart pounding with fear at the sheer terror of the lightning. Zhao Lei, observing the clash between Lei Lingxiao and Jiang Yun, finds it peculiar. As the foremost guardian of the Huaxia nation, how could Lei Lingxiao be provoked into such a fury by mere words? Furthermore, despite the ferocity of Lei Lingxiao's assault, Jiang Yun's undead resilience ensures that the inflicted wounds are inconsequential. Zhao Lei had sensed something amiss upon first encountering Lei Lingxiao, yet he could not pinpoint the anomaly. As he pondered, Jiang Yun, having been pierced by lightning, swiftly restored himself to his former state. The clash between Jiang Yun and Lei Lingxiao reignited. Zhao Lei scrutinized their battle and discerned another issue. Jiang Yun persistently used words to enrage Lei Lingxiao, yet he never evaded Lei Lingxiao's attacks, almost as if it were deliberate. Upon reaching the Lord level, zombies generally become impervious to death unless subjected to the death principle, which directly siphons away their life force, or the destruction principle, which obliterates them entirely. Lei Lingxiao's relentless assaults are ultimately futile. As time progresses, Lei Lingxiao's attacks grow increasingly sluggish. Zhao Lei checks Lei Lingxiao's information panel and notes that his ability points are almost depleted. Nevertheless, Lei Lingxiao continues to attack Jiang Yun with reckless abandon, akin to a machine under control. Controlled? A sudden thought strikes Zhao Lei. Could it be that Lei Lingxiao is being manipulated? With this realization, he immediately activates the Eye of Breaking Delusion. The Eye of Breaking Delusion dispels all falsehoods, revealing the essence of things. As the eye is unleashed, Jiang Yun and Lei Lingxiao appear devoid of secrets in Zhao Lei's vision. Under the scrutiny of the eye, Zhao Lei is startled to notice a peculiar sight. A black thread extends from Lei Lingxiao's head to Jiang Yun's, seemingly siphoning something from him. Just as Zhao Lei prepares to investigate further, the world around him shifts dramatically. Cackling with an eerie laugh, Jiang Yun is enveloped in flickering lightning. Zhang Zhenghua, witnessing this, remains oblivious to the unfolding events, patiently awaiting Lei Lingxiao's next move. At this moment, the information panel representing Jiang Yun before Zhao Lei undergoes a transformation. Name: Jiang Yun, zombie, cultivation, ascending to war god. In the instant Zhao Lei absorbs the information, Lei Lingxiao plummets from the sky, appearing unconscious. Seizing the moment, Zhao Lei utilizes the spatial principle, transporting Lei Lingxiao before him before he even touches the ground. Supporting Lei Lingxiao, Zhao Lei inspects his information panel. Name: Lei Lingxiao, first guardian of Huaxia, cultivation, lord level ability user ability. Incomplete lightning principle, fragmented principle, skill, thunder piercing the rainbow talent. SSS level. Upon glancing at Lei Lingxiao's information panel, Zhao Lei suddenly surmises what Jiang Yun has extracted from him. The lightning principle. Truly astonished, Zhao Lei had not anticipated that the power of principles could be siphoned away. Casting a look at the unconscious Lei Lingxiao, and then at the storm of electricity surrounding Jiang Yun, Zhao Lei is struck by a bold idea. If he can eliminate Jiang Yun after his ascension, would he not obtain a war god-level crystal core? Brother Zhao, what has happened to old Lei? Why has he suddenly fallen from the sky? Zhang Zhenghua, now realizing the gravity of the situation, rushes to Zhao Lei's side. Seeing Zhang Zhenghua approach, Zhao Lei hastily places Lei Lingxiao into his arms. Elder Zhang, take Lei away. This zombie Jiang Yun is likely on the verge of breaking through to war god level. Zhang Zhenghua's expression shifts to one of astonishment. War god level? Brother Zhao, are you serious? If that is the case, how could I possibly leave? As the guardian of Huaxia, how can I flee in the face of danger? Elder Zhang, have no worry. You take Lei and leave. Should I find myself outmatched, I can always escape through the spatial rift. But if you stay, not only will you perish, but Elder Lei will as well. If you take Elder Lei away now, even if I am defeated, we will incur no casualties. Hearing Zhao Lei's words, Zhang Zhenghua realizes that remaining would only hinder Zhao Lei. Very well, I shall take old Lei and depart. Brother Zhao, do take care. With that, Zhang Zhenghua accepts Zhao Lei's advice, taking Lei Lingxiao with him, glancing back every few steps. Once Zhang Zhenghua has left, Zhao Lei gazes at the ascending Jiang Yun and softly murmurs, "These are my cultivation points. Hasten your breakthrough, for I await your demise." With that, Zhao Lei retrieves a table and chairs from the system space, along with a tea set. Unhurried, he seats himself, patiently waiting for Jiang Yun and Oppo's ascension. Should Zhang Zhenghua witness this scene, he would surely berate him for treating their bond lightly. Yet this is mere speculation, as Zhang Zhenghua cannot witness these events. Observing Jiang Yun, surrounded by crackling lightning from a distance, Zhao Lei takes a small sip from his teacup. What compels him to remain so unperturbed in the face of an adversary breaking through 3 levels above his own? It is, of course, his unparalleled mastery over 3,000 principles. With such formidable principles safeguarding him, his body becomes a realm unto itself. Unless his opponent possesses the power to shake the very foundations of the world, it is inconceivable that Zhao Lei could be harmed in the slightest. Chapter 52. Unyielding defiance. After more than half an hour, an aura of terror emanated from Jiang Yun. Zhao Lei observed him while taking a sip of tea. The breakthrough occurred, albeit slightly slower than I had anticipated. Just as Jiang Yun celebrated his newfound power, he heard Zhao Lei and Apos' voice. He turned to Zhao Lei, his eyes revealing a glimmer of murderous intent. Kid, so you believe you can slay a Lord-level zombie? Humph, I have now broken through. Let us see how you intend to kill me. Zhao Lei replied nonchalantly. Oh, are you quite confident in your abilities? Huh, young one. I am now a god of war-level zombie. I could easily crush you. Jiang Yun spoke with an air of arrogance. Seeing Jiang Yun's smug demeanor, Zhao Lei merely chuckled. If you possess the skill, do come and try. I shall allow you 3 strikes. Jiang Yun fixed his gaze on Zhao Lei, as if he intended to slay him with mere looks. It seems you also have great confidence in your strength. Allow me to test my prowess. Unfazed by Jiang Yun's fervor, Zhao Lei calmly lifted his teacup and took another sip. Jiang Yun's expression darkened immediately at Zhao Lei's audacity. You dare to disregard me? You shall pay for this insolence. Jiang Yun roared in fury. He conjured a massive lightning serpent using the lightning laws he had seized from Lei Lingxiao, hurling it toward Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei, however, remained composed, casually waving his hand to conjure an energy barrier formed from 3,000 laws, encasing himself within. With a resounding crack, Jiang Yun and Apos' lightning serpent struck the barrier. A miraculous scene unfolded. The serpent collided with the barrier without causing even a ripple. Conversely, the barrier seemed to strengthen further. Jiang Yun stared in disbelief at the sight before him. Alongside Zhao Lei and Jiang Yun, another observer watched from a distance atop a mountain. A venerable elder with graying hair, none other than Zhang Zhenghua, who had departed with Lei Lingxiao. After ensuring Lei Lingxiao's safety, he returned to assess Zhao Lei's situation. He had intended to keep his distance. Should zombie Jiang Yun still be present, he would flee immediately. Yet, upon his approach, he witnessed this terrifying spectacle. He had not anticipated Zhao Lei's formidable strength, effortlessly neutralizing Jiang Yun's ferocious attack. At this moment, Jiang Yun had already attained God of War status. Had that lightning serpent struck him, he would likely have bid farewell to this world. Seeing his lightning serpent easily dispelled, Jiang Yun could hardly believe his eyes. You must have been fortunate just now. Allow me to unleash another strike, he shouted, summoning several more lightning serpents behind him. Yet again, as the serpents made contact with the barrier, they vanished instantly. Zhao Lei regarded Jiang Yun with a menacing expression, stating, You have one more chance to attack. Humph. Young one, do not get too complacent. That was not my full strength. Witness my ultimate attack. Lightning serpent transforms into python, Jiang Yun declared, summoning a massive serpentine creature of lightning that was nearly indistinguishable from reality. Zhao Lei, however, remained unperturbed, taking another sip of his tea. Jiang Yun, infuriated by Zhao Lei's demeanor, yelled, You shall die? As his words fell, the colossal lightning python surged towards Zhao Lei with thunderous force. The impact against the barrier generated a tremendous shockwave, yet Zhao Lei remained unaffected within. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun was sent flying several meters back, struggling to rise. Jiang Yun's eyes burned with fury. You rely solely on the power of the barrier. Have the courage to face me in a fair battle. Zhao Lei smirked slightly. Very well, I shall indulge you, he replied coldly, and the protective barrier gradually dissipated. Seeing this, Jiang Yun and Apos' lips curled into a slight smile. The instant Zhao Lei stepped beyond the barrier, Jiang Yun condensed the lightning laws into his hands and swiftly charged at him. Zhao Lei, unyielding, snapped his fingers, activating the laws of time. In an instant, time froze, halting Jiang Yun's lethal strike mere inches from Zhao Lei. For a god of war-level zombie like Jiang Yun, spatial confinement was ineffective. Zhao Lei had no intention of employing it. Concentrating the laws of strength in his left hand, Zhao Lei seized Jiang Yun by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. When the time laws were lifted, Jiang Yun found himself utterly without resistance in Zhao Lei's grip. Despite being a god of war-level zombie, he could not contend with Zhao Lei's strength loss. Even Jiang Yun's lightning attacks were rendered utterly futile, dissipating without a trace into Zhao Lei's being. Desperate, Jiang Yun struggled in Zhao Lei's grasp, yet all was in vain. What means do you possess to control Lei Lingxiao and absorb his law power? Zhao Lei inquired in a low voice. Why would I tell you? If you possess the skill, kill me, Jiang Yun defiantly retorted. Seeing Jiang Yun's refusal to cooperate, Zhao Lei tightened his grip, eliciting the sound of cracking bones from Jiang Yun's neck. Will you speak? Zhao Lei pressed again. Gasping for breath, Jiang Yun replied. You are deluded. Go ahead and kill me. Since you refuse to cooperate, Do not blame me for resorting to extreme measures, Zhao Lei declared, conjuring a space blade infused with the laws of destruction in his right hand. Jiang Yun's heart quaked at the sight of the space blade. What do you intend to do? He croaked. Ignoring Jiang Yun's plea, Zhao Lei swiftly severed Jiang Yun's right arm. Jiang Yun intended to regenerate it immediately, only to discover a cruel force enveloping the severed limb, thwarting his attempts at regeneration. Pain coursed through him. Observing Jiang Yun and Apos' agony, Zhao Lei inquired, "Will you speak now?" When Jiang Yun hesitated, Zhao Lei struck again, severing his right leg. "Will you tell me? You may kill me, but I will never divulge that information," Jiang Yun snarled. His face contorted in defiance. Zhao Lei, slightly impressed by Jiang Yun's tenacity, lamented the fact that he was merely a zombie. The burdens of his past sins had become nearly corporeal. Otherwise, Zhao Lei might have considered sparing him. With a shake of his head, Zhao Lei delivered another blow, severing Jiang Yun's left leg and arm. Jiang Yun howled in agony, yet he remained steadfast, refusing to reveal the source of his control over Lei Lingxiao. Chapter 53. The unknown enemy. Jiang Yuning, steadfast in her defiance, refused to disclose to Zhao Lei the source of the method that controlled Lei Lingxiao and seized his powers. Zhao Lei was convinced that the individual who imparted such sinister sorcery to the undead could not possibly be a benevolent entity, even in her diminished state. The zombie remained silent. Left with no alternative, Zhao Lei resorted to threats. "Is that person coercing you? If you remain uncooperative, you will face death." "No. A fate worse than death." Jiang Yun's countenance betrayed her uncertainty upon hearing Zhao Lei's words. After a brief internal struggle, she continued to shake her head in refusal. In light of her obstinacy, Zhao Lei resolved to employ drastic measures. He grasped Jiang Yun's neck and, in an instant, invoked the law of death upon her. In that fleeting moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom envelop her. Zhao Lei manipulated the law of death to gradually siphon away Jiang Yun's vitality. As her life essence was relentlessly drained, her visage contorted into a grotesque mask of torment, akin to a tormented spirit suffering in the depths of hell. From a distance, Zhang Zhengguo observed this harrowing scene and shivered. Initially, he had perceived Zhao Lei as a powerful yet affable younger brother. However, witnessing Jiang Yun's excruciating ordeal, he reevaluated his perception of Zhao Lei. Faced with adversaries, he was decisive and merciless. At that moment, Jiang Yun's vitality was nearly extinguished. Observing her withering form, Zhao Lei promptly invoked the law of life. Instantly, Jiang Yun's essence surged back to its peak condition. Gazing upon her revitalized state, Zhao Lei once again employed the law of death to extract her life force. This relentless cycle of torment, wherein Zhao Lei alternated between the laws of death and life, eventually pushed Jiang Yun to her breaking point. She finally spoke. "This secret technique was bestowed upon me by an individual claiming to be a messenger of the divine. This person bears some resemblance to humans, yet their skin is blue and adorned with sharp bone protrusions. They promised that if I followed their methods, I would one day ascend to the pinnacle of this world and dominate the entire blue planet. They also warned me never to reveal their existence to anyone. Otherwise, even in death, they could resurrect me to endure endless suffering." Zhao Lei was astonished by Jiang Yun's description. The blue-skinned figure with bone spikes could only be an extraterrestrial. Moreover, the ability to resurrect the dead was chilling, especially given that this alien claimed to be a messenger of God, implying even more formidable entities existed beyond them. With this realization, Zhao Lei formed a decisive conclusion. Since the extraterrestrial could resurrect Jiang Yun, he would ensure she could never be brought back. With the laws of causality swirling around him, Zhao Lei prepared to obliterate the very essence of Jiang Yun's existence, thus thwarting the alien's ability to resurrect her. As he enacted the law of causality, threads began to materialize before his eyes. These threads represented the causal connections of Jiang Yun's existence. Zhao Lei utilized the law of causality to begin erasing these threads. During the process, he noticed one thread extending to a distant mountaintop. Following the causal thread, he discovered Zhang Zhenghua standing there. With a mere glance, he severed the connection linking Zhang Zhenghua to Jiang Yun. Although Zhao Lei had completely mastered the law of causality, erasing the traces of a person's existence still proved somewhat taxing given his current cultivation level. Were it not for the unique environment within him that continuously replenished his magical energy, he might not have succeeded. After half an hour, Zhao Lei finally eradicated all of Jiang Yun's causal connections. To ensure absolute safety, He then employed the law of destruction to thoroughly obliterate Jiang Yun's body and soul. Ding. Defeated a god-level zombie. Gained 1,000,000 cultivation points. Acquired a god-level crystal core X1 and the law of lightning X1. As Zhao Lei eliminated all traces of Jiang Yun, the system's notification echoed in his mind. He was pleasantly surprised to find that he had acquired a new law, which perfectly compensated for the loss of the law of lightning from Lei Lingxiao. With that thought, Zhao Lei vanished from the scene. Shortly after Zhao Lei's departure, a being resembling a human but with blue skin and sharp bone spikes appeared where Jiang Yun had been slain. Observing the surrounding ruins, the being murmured, "Necromancy." Upon uttering these words, a dense black mist enveloped him. Half an hour later, nothing transpired. Staring at the emptiness before him, the peculiar-looking being was filled with confusion. Normally, his resurrection spells would yield results in under half a minute. Yet now, despite exerting all his strength, he sensed no trace of Jiang Yun. It was as if she had never existed at all. Has something gone awry? I must return to report to my master. The evolution has been accelerated. The strange-looking being murmured once more before vanishing without a trace. At the Kyoto safe base, Zhao Lei had returned with Zhang Zhenghua. Initially, Zhang Zhenghua had been observing Zhao Lei interrogate Jiang Yun, but the next moment, Zhao Lei appeared before him, startling him. Zhao Lei immediately instructed Zhang Zhenghua to guide him to Lei Lingxiao, who lay unconscious in bed. Zhang Zhenghua watched as Zhao Lei took action. With a grand gesture, Zhao Lei invoked the law of life, restoring Lei Lingxiao to his prime condition. In no time, Lei Lingxiao regained consciousness. Zhao Lei recounted the events that transpired. Lei Lingxiao promptly bowed in gratitude, expressing that he had been entirely manipulated by Jiang Yun and was unaware of anything. Zhao Lei, understanding the situation, chose not to pursue the matter further. However, upon realizing that Jiang Yun had siphoned away his law of lightning, Lei Lingxiao's expression darkened. This was a power he had cultivated over a lifetime, now lost to him. Seeing Lei Lingxiao's despondency, Zhao Lei retrieved the law of lightning he had obtained from defeating Jiang Yun. As he presented it, a golden lightning serpent manifested in his grasp. Upon seeing the serpent, Lei Lingxiao felt an immediate sense of kinship. The serpent coiled around him, playfully darting about, clearly fond of him. This was the law of lightning that Jiang Yun had extracted from Lei Lingxiao. Noticing the puzzled expressions on Lei Lingxiao and Zhang Zhenghua's faces as they beheld the golden serpent, Zhao Lei explained their curiosity. He instructed Lei Lingxiao to sit cross-legged, preparing to integrate the law into his being. At the mention of Zhao Lei bestowing the law upon him, Lei Lingxiao eagerly complied, settling into a meditative position. Without hesitation, Zhao Lei directed the golden serpent into Lei Lingxiao's body. Chapter 54. The breakthrough of the war god. After Lei Lingxiao settled into a meditative position, Zhao Lei infused the golden serpent into his body. In an instant, a myriad of golden lightning surged outward from Lei Lingxiao, radiating in all directions. Observing this, Zhang Zhenghua immediately retreated to a safe distance. Zhao Lei, however, remained unaffected by the electric tempest swirling around him. Approximately half an hour later, Lei Lingxiao suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of lightning flickering at the corners. Zhao Lei noted the changes on Lei Lingxiao's information panel. Name: Lei Lingxiao, First Guardian of Huaxia, Cultivation, War God Level Esper Ability, Mastery of the Lightning Principal Skills, Lightning Piercing the Rainbow, Thunderous Might Talent, SSS Level. Not only had Lei Lingxiao ascended to the War God level, but he had also comprehended a new skill, Thunderous Might. Upon opening his eyes, he immediately noticed Zhao Lei's gaze fixed upon him. He stepped forward, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Senior Zhao, for bestowing this second chance upon me. Zhao Lei quickly moved to support him, saying, There is no need for such formalities, Lei Senior. It was merely a trivial effort on my part. Senior Zhao, I believe you deserve this bow of respect, Zhang Zhenghua interjected casually from the side. Zhao Lei felt a touch of awkwardness as both guardians, who were of a generation akin to his grandfather, referred to him as senior. It felt quite inappropriate. So he proposed, Esteemed seniors, it is rather improper for you to address me in such a manner. If you hold me in regard, might we not consider addressing each other as equals and call me brother instead? Both Zhang Zhenghua and Lei Lingxiao found merit in this suggestion. That sounds good. From now on, we shall refer to each other as brothers. Brother Zhao, Brother Zhao, they both exclaimed in unison. Seeing their enthusiasm, Zhao Lei couldn't help but smile. Although it was somewhat peculiar for two nearly centenarians to call him brother, it was far more agreeable than being addressed as senior. Thus, the affairs in the capital came to a close. As dusk descended, concerned about potential unforeseen events involving the seventh guardian, Zhao Lei resolved to set out that very night. With the leader-class zombies in the capital dealt with, Lei Lingxiao was now free to accompany Zhao Lei and the others. Thus, the trio stepped into the spatial passage. As they traversed through, they engaged in casual conversation. Zhao Lei brought up the conditions of neighboring countries surrounding Huaxia, to which Lei Lingxiao and Zhang Zhengguo provided detailed responses. Many of the smaller nations had effectively ceased to exist since the outbreak of the zombie virus. Those with slightly larger populations had a better chance of encountering espers, allowing them to safeguard a portion of their populace. Conversely, nations devoid of espers had begun to align themselves with those that possessed such abilities. Countries like Beizhou, with vast territories but sparse populations, faced minimal impact. Moreover, Beizhou boasted formidable military strength and had nearly eradicated their zombie infestation within a month. If Huaxia did not act swiftly to eliminate their zombie threat, they risked being undermined by Beizhou. Huaxia had only risen to prominence in the past century. Having once been partitioned by several major nations, including the United States, Beizhou, and others, Zhao Lei harbored little fondness for these foreign powers, while Huaxia cherished peace. Should Beizhou attempt to exploit this opportunity, Zhao Lei would not hesitate to retaliate. During their discourse, the three soon approached the vicinity of the Black Dragon base. This base, located near Huaxia's northeastern border, remained relatively insulated from foreign incursions due to the Black Dragon River, which separated it from neighboring territories. Zhao Lei recalled an intriguing legend about the Black Dragon River, which spoke of a night rife with storms when a black dragon was seen ascending to the heavens, only to fail its trial and plunge into the river, thus earning its name. Upon reflection, Zhao Lei began to suspect that this tale might hold some truth, as the Pangu Creation Sutra suggested that a dragon must undergo trials in water to transform. Only through successfully navigating these trials could it ascend and achieve its true form. Should the zombie crisis be resolved, Zhao Lei intended to explore the depths of the Black Dragon River to uncover the veracity of the dragon legend. As they pondered, the trio arrived at the airspace above the Black Dragon base. There, in the inky night sky, two luminous figures clashed above the base. "It's Lao Qi," Zhang Zhengguo exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Lei Lingxiao discerned the situation and concurred. He must be engaged in battle with the local leader-class zombie. Hearing their exchange, Zhao Lei employed his insightful eye to observe. Name: Sun Jigua, 7th Guardian of Huaxia. Cultivation: Leader-class Esper ability. Illuminating the heavens. Note: emits a dazzling light. A nemesis to all evil. Skill: Sword of Light. Note: if a zombie is wounded by the Sword of Light, the healing of the wound will be significantly slowed. Talent: SSS level. Upon examining Sun Jigua's information panel, Zhao Lei couldn't help but marvel. Sun Jigua's ability was indeed one of the few capable of inflicting damage on high-level zombies. Regrettably, his cultivation appeared somewhat lacking. Zhao Lei surmised that Sun Jigua's level was likely at the early Yuaning stage, while his adversary was at the late Yuaning stage. Although he could breach defenses, the damage inflicted was minimal. Despite being a newly appointed leader, Lao Qi's strength was among the elite within the war god ranks. "Lao Qi seems to be struggling against the zombie," Lei Lingxiao remarked. Zhang Zhengguo echoed. "Indeed, if he had more time to cultivate, I might not even stand a chance against him." Listening to their conversation, Zhao Lei interjected, "While you two watch him struggle, are you not considering lending a hand? Why linger here idly?" Both Zhang Zhengguo and Lei Lingxiao exchanged awkward smiles and replied, "We were merely waiting for Brother Zhao to showcase his prowess." "In that case, I shall step in," Zhao Lei said with a slight smile. This was precisely his intention. Otherwise, if Lei Lingxiao and Zhang Zhengguo defeated the zombie, he would find it challenging to collect the crystal cores. If he were to vanquish the foe himself, the system would automatically reclaim the cores, sparing him the trouble of rummaging through corpses. With that thought in mind, Zhao Lei turned his attention to the struggle between Sun Jigua and the zombie. He took a step forward, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. Simultaneously, the zombie, poised to attack Sun Jigua, abruptly halted mid-motion. Sun Jigua, witnessing this unusual occurrence, was momentarily perplexed. After a brief pause, his sword of light manifested in his hand. With a swift motion, he slashed, sending the zombie hurtling backward. The zombie flew through the air for 10 meters before seeming to collide with an invisible barrier, abruptly halting its trajectory. Chapter 55. Slaying the Lord-level zombie. 1. Sun Jigwa gazed at the halted zombie, a look of confusion crossing his face. Just as he prepared to strike again, a tall figure suddenly appeared before him, startling him. It was Zhao Lei, the one who had just immobilized the zombie. Zhao Lei looked at Sun Jigwa and clasped his fists, saying, "Senior Sun, allow me to take over from here." Sun Jigwa, taken aback, stared at Zhao Lei, utterly bewildered, as he had no idea who this person was. Just then, two familiar voices reached his ears. Turning towards the source, he saw Zhang Zhenghua and Lei Lingxiao flying toward him. Upon arriving, they immediately began to explain Zhao Lei's situation. At that moment, Zhao Lei stood before the Lord-level zombie. Without hesitation, he snapped his fingers, freezing the formidable creature in place. Thunderstrike. Zhao Lei raised his hand to the sky and shouted. Instantly, dark clouds gathered overhead. With a deafening roar, a black-red lightning bolt, as thick as the zombie itself, descended from the heavens, striking the Lord-level zombie directly. In an instant, a wave of destructive energy spread out, and the zombie was reduced to ashes. The three defenders, who had been casually conversing, were now left speechless in shock. To annihilate a Lord-level zombie in a single blow was a display of terrifying power. Lei Lingxiao, in particular, found it hard to believe. He too wielded thunder but could not fathom such a vast disparity in strength. What he did not realize was that Zhao Lei's mastery of the lightning principle far surpassed his own, infused as it was with the principle of destruction, amplifying its potency 100-fold or more. Zhao Lei aptly named this new technique Destruction Thunder, capable of vanquishing any adversary below celestial rank. And even celestial beings might find themselves at a disadvantage. Ding! You have slain a Lord-level zombie. Experience points increased by 500. Acquired Lord-level Crystal Core X1. Following the defeat of the zombie, the system's notification echoed as anticipated. Once the trio of defenders regained their composure, they quickly approached to offer their compliments. Brother Zhao, your technique, descending from the heavens, is indeed remarkable. I have played with thunder all my life, yet witnessing your prowess leaves me in awe. Heroes emerge in youth. Brother Zhao has already reached such heights at a tender age. His future is boundless, they praised, their words lifting Zhao Lei's spirits. As night fell, the urgency to deal with zombies elsewhere diminished, prompting the group to decide on a night of rest with Sun Jigwa. Throughout the evening, they engaged in numerous discussions. The three defenders resolved to split up their efforts. Zhao Lei would pursue the Lord-level zombie, while they would clear out the more numerous lower-level zombies. As three of the pinnacle defenders of Huaxia, their involvement would likely expedite the resolution of the zombie crisis by a month. With the zombies swiftly dealt with, preparations could then commence for the restoration of Huaxia's economic system and subsequent development plans. As their conversation drew to a close, Lei Lingxiao utilized a communication token to contact four other defenders, informing them that Zhao Lei would be assisting in the elimination of the Lord-level zombie and urging them to remain vigilant regarding its movements, ready for Zhao Lei and Appo's imminent arrival. The other four defenders, initially skeptical of Zhao Lei, were taken aback when Lei Lingxiao revealed his status as a god-level mutant. It was only after hearing his explanation that they began to accept Zhao Lei's capabilities. The following morning, Zhao Lei, Lei Lingxiao, Zhang Zhenghua, and Sun Jigwa bid farewell and departed in different directions. Zhao Lei's next destination was the Huabei Safe Base, located approximately 400 kilometers to the east of the Heilong Base. The defender there was the esteemed Tian Xinghua, ranked second among the defenders of Huaxia. Upon Zhao Lei's arrival at the Huabei Safe Base, he was greeted by Tian Xinghua, who had been waiting outside. Zhao Lei assessed him closely. Name, Tian Xinghua, second defender of Huaxia. Level, Lord-level mutant ability, Water Marsh Crossing. Note, this ability exerts a 50 suppression effect on fire-type mutants. Skills, Water Sword Formation Talent, SSS level. After reading Tian Xinghua's information, Zhao Lei noticed that Tian Xinghua had also spotted him emerging from the spatial passage. Upon seeing Zhao Lei, Tian Xinghua immediately recognized him. After all, there were only a few capable of tearing through space in the current world, and who else could appear at this moment, if not Zhao Lei? Senior Zhao. Upon seeing Zhao Lei, Tian Xinghua immediately approached. Thank you, Defender Tian. Please guide me to the Lord-level zombie, Zhao Lei stated, diving straight into the matter. Tian Xinghua, having been briefed on Zhao Lei the previous night, felt no surprise. Senior Zhao, Please follow me. He gestured for Zhao Lei to proceed. Without any unexpected delays, Zhao Lei accompanied Tian Xinghua to locate the Lord-level zombie within the Huabei safe base. Upon finding it, Zhao Lei unleashed a destruction thunder, obliterating the zombie into dust. Tian Xinghua stood in shock for a moment, astonished by the display. After eliminating the zombie, Zhao Lei exchanged no further pleasantries. He bid farewell to Tian Xinghua and departed for his next destination, a safe base named Zhongzhou, located over 600 kilometers southwest of the Huabei safe base. The defender there was a woman named Su Guoping, the only female among the 7 defenders of Huaxia. Upon Zhao Lei's arrival at the Zhongzhou safe base, Su Guoping awaited him outside, just as Tian Xinghua had. Zhao Lei immediately recognized her. Name: Su Guoping, 4th defender of Huaxia. Level: Lord-level mutant ability, Cat Demon Transformation. Note: this ability allows her to transform into a cat-headed humanoid. Possessing an alluring physique. Skills: Cat Demon Temptation, Cat Demon Claw Talent. SSS level. After reviewing Su Guoping's profile, Zhao Lei scrutinized her carefully. He estimated her to be in her 40s, with an unremarkable appearance save for her impressive figure. If she dressed attractively, she could easily pass as a beguiling assassin. While Zhao Lei appraised Su Guoping, she too was observing him. The young man before her appeared unremarkable, yet he was said to possess extraordinary prowess by Lei Lingxiao. Could he truly be as formidable as described? A hint of doubt flickered in Su Guoping's mind, though she concealed it well. She stepped forward and clasped her fists, stating, "Senior Zhao, I am Su Guoping, the head of the Zhongzhou safe base." "Yes, Defender Su, please lead me to the Lord-level zombie," Zhao Lei replied coolly. Su Guoping inwardly chastised him. His demeanor was quite off-putting. Chapter 56, Slaying the Lord-level Zombie, 2. Although Su Guoping felt somewhat displeased with Zhao Lei, she dared not voice her feelings and obediently led him to seek the Lord-level zombie. Zhao Lei, discerning Su Guoping's attitude, chose not to comment, thinking it unnecessary to dwell on such trifles. Following her, he arrived at the front of a building. "Senior Zhao, the zombie is inside this building. May I ask if you require any preparations?" Su Guoping inquired. "No need," Zhao Lei replied as he stepped into the structure. Curiously, Zhao Lei pondered whether zombies preferred to dwell in darkness, as this building lacked any windows. He speculated it might be a warehouse, which explained the absence of windows in its design. Suddenly, an attack struck him. Fortunately, Zhao Lei possessed a protective barrier of 3,000 laws. Otherwise, that attack could have cost him his life. When he regained his composure, the assailant had vanished from sight. Zhao Lei surmised that the adversary was either exceptionally powerful or possessed some secretive ability. He leaned toward the latter, for it was improbable that such a formidable being could exist without his detection in the current stage of Blue Star. Cautiously, Zhao Lei surveyed his surroundings. The elusive figure seemed to sense Zhao Lei and Appo's strength and refrained from launching another assault. Zhao Lei found it perplexing. If it remained hidden, how could he defeat it? After circling around, he discovered that the figure had not reappeared. "Since you wish to play hide and seek, I shall not be so easily fooled," Zhao Lei murmured as he snapped his fingers, invoking the law of light. Instantly, the entire building was illuminated. As he surveyed the surrounding clutter, Zhao Lei confirmed his initial suspicion. It was indeed a warehouse. Yet, he still saw no sign of any other individuals. Confused, he wondered if they had fled. That did not seem likely. In a moment of clarity, he activated the Eye of Breaking Illusions. This ability allowed him to pierce through all deceit. To his astonishment, upon using the eye, he locked eyes with a pair of large, fearful orbs. The opposing figure, too, seemed startled by Zhao Lei's gaze, retreating swiftly. Only then did Zhao Lei discern that it was a zombie. Upon closer examination, he read the zombie and Appo's information. Name: Chao Hong Zombie. Level: Lord Skill. Invisibility. Zhao Lei was slightly taken aback by this revelation, but he quickly regained his composure. Invisibility, you say? Typically, the Eye of Insight only reveals the level of zombies, displaying names only for those above level 7. The last time I encountered a zombie with displayed skills was on the small hill in Kyoto. Quite intriguing. It appears an outsider has joined the fray. When Chao Hong first attacked Zhao Lei, his hand felt a sharp pain, but now, witnessing Zhao Lei's calm demeanor, he hesitated to make a move. Once Zhao Lei pieced everything together, he turned his attention to Chao Hong. "Who taught you this invisibility technique?" Zhao Lei inquired, slowly approaching the zombie. As Zhao Lei advanced, Chao Hong began to panic. Should he answer Zhao Lei and Appo's question, He feared he would suffer immensely. Yet, if he remained silent, death loomed imminent. After a tumultuous internal struggle, he suddenly fell to his knees before Zhao Lei. This unexpected gesture surprised Zhao Lei. He had anticipated that this zombie would be as obstinate as Jiang Yun. Yet here was Chao Hong, kneeling before him without Zhao Lei having to lift a finger. Chao Hong, in a fluster, began to speak. A person with bone spurs taught me. He promised that if I diligently practiced, I would survive the impending Great War. I am unaware of the nature of this war. I only know that mastering this invisibility technique would enhance my powers. That is all I know. Please, spare me. Chao Hong's willingness to divulge everything left Zhao Lei both amused and bewildered. Given the circumstances, Zhao Lei decided against further tormenting him. With a snap of his fingers, Chao Hong was instantly erased, suffering no pain. After completing this act, Zhao Lei contemplated Chao Hong and Appo's revelations. It seemed that the machinations of the Blue Star were vast, potentially encompassing the entire planet. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, an image flashed before him. He stood in a void, gazing at a beautiful blue planet. Just as he admired its splendor, countless cosmic warships appeared, encircling the planet. With a resounding boom, the blue planet was obliterated into fragments. Witnessing this calamity ignited a burning desire within Zhao Lei to annihilate all the warships, yet he found himself powerless to act. As the blue planet shattered, the warships vanished, leaving Zhao Lei alone in the void, staring at the remnants of the planet. At this juncture, the vision concluded. Zhao Lei stood in the warehouse, momentarily lost in thought. This scene had replayed countless times since his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Back then, he was merely an observer. However, this time, he felt as if he truly occupied that space. He could not discern whether it was the past or the future. After considerable contemplation, Zhao Lei arrived at a singular conclusion. He must continuously enhance his strength to confront the unknown. With absolute power, all challenges would become trivial. Resolved, he set aside these reflections. The pressing matter at hand was to eliminate the remaining zombies. Scanning the warehouse, he noted the piles of clothing and shoes, which might prove useful. With a grand sweep of his hand, he stored all the items within his system space. Having accomplished this, Zhao Lei stepped out of the warehouse. Outside, Su Guoping had been waiting patiently for his return. Zhao Lei greeted her. "Su Guardian, I have dealt with the zombies inside." Without waiting for a response, he strode into the spatial passage. His next destination lay approximately 1,000 kilometers northwest of the central continent's safe base, in the grasslands. Zhao Lei had heard from Lei Lingxiao and others that the Lord-level zombie in that region was a powerful bull, a formidable creature among its kind. After traversing the spatial passage 4 times, Zhao Lei found himself on a vast prairie. As he surveyed the lush green expanse, he spotted a base roughly the size of a small town in the distance. He flew toward it, and from afar, he noticed a figure standing outside the base. As he drew closer, he discerned the individual. Name, Wu Rongguei, 5th Guardian of the Huaxiao Nation. Level, Lord-level Esper ability. Wind's Whisper. Note, can sense occurrences up to 3,000 meters away through vegetation. Able to merge with any grass or tree. Undetectable by conventional means. Skill, Armies of Flora. Note, all plants can be transformed into incredibly resilient weapons at his command. Talent, SSS grade. Chapter 57. The arrogant youth on the vast expanse of grassland. Wu Rongguei spotted Zhao Lei approaching the base. He hurriedly advanced to greet him, clasping his fists in salute. "Senior Zhao, you have finally arrived. Just a moment ago, that fierce bull broke through our base and Appo's walls, and I found myself utterly powerless against it. I feel unworthy of my lord-level prowess." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei inquired, "Wu, please elaborate on the situation with the bull." Wu Rongguei sighed. "The bull is comparable to my own cultivation level, but its hide is tough, its flesh resilient, and its defensive capabilities are astonishing. Its strength is beyond imagination, yet it possesses no remarkable skills." Zhao Lei murmured in response, having expected something more extraordinary. "It seems I was mistaken. Please, lead me to the bull." "Of course, Senior Zhao, follow me," Wu Rongguei replied, gesturing for Zhao Lei to proceed. Before long, the two had traversed a small hill. At the foot of the slope lay a colossal black bull, standing at a height of 5 meters, dozing on the grass. "Senior Zhao, that is the formidable bull," Wu Rongguei pointed out. Zhao Lei observed the creature with intrigue. Wu Rongguei had mentioned its immense strength, and he wondered if it could rival his own mastery of strength. As he contemplated, He stepped down the slope towards the bull. Wu Rongui called out, "Senior Zhao, do you not wish to prepare for this?" Zhao Lei waved his hand dismissively. "No need. It poses no threat to me." With that, he summoned an almost tangible, massive hand of magical energy, effortlessly lifting the slumbering bull with 2 fingers. Moo startled awake. The bull realized it was being hoisted by a giant hand and began to struggle vigorously to break free. Observing the bull's frantic mooing, Zhao Lei activated his Eye of Disillusionment, eager to discern the creature and Apos' karmic burdens. If they were not too profound, he might consider recruiting the bull as a steed. However, upon activating the eye, Zhao Lei was taken aback by the sheer density of karmic debts enveloping the bull. Any notion of recruiting it dissipated instantly. Indeed, one who had cultivated to such a level must have inflicted harm upon humanity. Realizing his naivety, Zhao Lei understood that not all zombies, like Duan Kuan, were devoid of karmic burdens or even possessed of merit. Since this bull cannot be recruited, then it must be eliminated, Zhao Lei stated calmly. He then concentrated the essence of the annihilation principle into his magical hand and struck down. Boom! The bull, which had caused Wu Rongui countless woes, was reduced to mere ashes. Wu Rongui watched in astonishment, his eyes wide. The strength of Senior Zhao was truly formidable. It was no wonder that Old Lei had already surpassed the war god level while showing utmost respect to this elder. With such power, even the combined might of the 7 guardians would be insufficient to withstand a single strike. With this realization, Wu Rongui and Apos' respect for Zhao Lei soared to new heights. Ding! You have slain a Lord-level zombie, gaining 500,000 cultivation points and acquiring a Lord-level crystal core. Hearing the notification of his cultivation points, Zhao Lei and Apos' lips curled into a faint smile. With just one more foe left to vanquish, he could prepare to elevate his cultivation. The prospect of soon ascending filled him with delight. After bidding farewell to Wu Rongui, he made his way to the final safe base. This last safe base was known as the Zhangzhou safe base. Zhao Lei felt a sense of familiarity with the name but could not quite recall why. Never mind. If I can't remember, there's no use dwelling on it. He decided not to overthink it and would clarify upon arrival. After traversing through 9 spatial passages, Zhao Lei finally reached the Zhangzhou safe base. As a coastal city, Zhangzhou was among the first cities to establish a safe base when the zombie outbreak occurred. Zhao Lei strolled leisurely within the Zhangzhou safe base. The protector here was Hu Weiguo, ranked among the top 6 guardians and the commander of the military, serving as the highest-ranking official in the surface hierarchy of Huaxia. Due to his busy schedule, overseeing military operations while also monitoring Lord-level zombies, he did not come to greet Zhao Lei personally, which Zhao Lei found unsurprising. Since the other party was occupied, Zhao Lei resolved to seek him out himself, deeming it no inconvenience. As he navigated the bustling streets, Zhao Lei felt as though he had returned to the world before the outbreak of the zombie virus. You lot are utterly useless. After searching for over a month, you still Haven and Apos. T found Zhang Li and Apos' whereabouts. What good are you to me? Zhao Lei entered a tea house and heard an angry voice echoing within. He turned his attention to the youth, frowning slightly. The name Zhang Li had captured his interest. Upon recognizing the young man's face, he suddenly recalled who he was. Bai Wu. He was the one who had attempted to forcibly take Zhang Li as his wife during their second encounter. Oh, now I understand why this Zhangzhou safe base sounds so familiar. Bai Wu's father was indeed the head of the Zhangzhou safe base. If he sought to locate Hu Weiguo, Bai Wu's father would undoubtedly know where to find him. With this thought, Zhao Lei snapped his fingers, instantly employing the law of causality. Countless strands of karmic threads manifested above Bai Wu's head. Zhao Lei identified the thread connecting Bai Wu to his father and prepared to depart. However, in the next moment, Bai Wu's voice called out, "Hey, you over there? Come here and pour tea for me." As soon as Bai Wu finished speaking, 6 men clad in black suits surrounded Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei raised an eyebrow at the 6 men encircling him. The last time he encountered Bai Wu, he had refrained from taking action, so Bai Wu certainly wouldn't recognize him. What was this young fool trying to do now? Was he courting death? Seeing Zhao Lei and Apos' lack of reaction, Bai Wu urged, "Hey you, didn't you hear me? Hurry up and pour tea for me." As Bai Wu and Apos' words fell, the 6 men in black suits advanced toward Zhao Lei, but in the next instant, he lightly stomped his foot on the ground. Bang! The 6 men were sent hurtling backward, crashing forcefully into the wall. Bai Wu's expression shifted immediately upon witnessing this. All 6 were level 1 ability users, yet they had not laid a finger on Zhao Lei before being defeated. He realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. However, he still had his trump card. As Zhao Lei approached, Bai Wu quickly threatened, "Don and Appos, come any closer. My father, Bai Shan, is a level 5 ability user and the head of the Zhangzhou safe base. If you dare to harm me, my father will not let you off easily. If you apologize and compensate me for my mental anguish, I might persuade my father to spare you." Zhao Lei merely chuckled at Bai Wu's words. Regardless of whether his father was a level 5 ability user or even a war god, he would still have to bow his head and show respect in Zhao Lei's presence. Chapter 58. A lesson in discipline. Zhao Lei gazed at Bai Wu before him and spoke calmly. "If you wish to preserve your life, summon your father to plead for your release. Otherwise, you shall not leave this tea house today." With a casual wave of his hand, Bai Wu was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the wall and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Bai Wu, suppressing the urge to wipe the blood from his lips, retorted, "You brought this upon yourself. When my father arrives, I will ensure he flays your skin." With that, Bai Wu produced a communication token and conveyed a message to Bai Shan. Upon hearing Bai Wu's account, Bai Shan was consumed with fury, vowing to skin Zhao Lei alive. Zhao Lei, seated nearby sipping tea, merely smiled at the unfolding events. No need for him to seek them out. They had come to him. The other patrons of the tea house, witnessing Bai Wu's reprimand, began to murmur among themselves, speculating on the identity of the young man audacious enough to confront Bai Wu. Who is this young man? How dare he strike Bai Wu? One remarked. Bai Wu is notoriously arrogant, abusing his father's status as a level 5 ability user. Good for him. Another chimed in. But Bai Wu is Bai Shan's only son. When Bai Shan arrives, that young man is surely doomed. Indeed, young man, you should flee while you can. Once Bai Shan is here, there will be no escape. The crowd encouraged Zhao Lei to run, applauding the spectacle. Zhao Lei glanced at those who had urged him to flee and smiled faintly. It seemed not all souls in this world were wicked, thus, his efforts to protect it held significance. Suddenly, an enraged voice reverberated from outside the tea house. "Who has harmed my son Bai Wu? Step forward and face your demise." Zhao Lei, unfazed, responded coolly, "It was I." With that, he stepped outside, hoisting Bai Wu and tossing him before Bai Shan. Bai Shan, seething with rage, ground his teeth. "You dare to act so brazenly before me? You truly have a death wish." Zhao Lei replied nonchalantly, "Your son has been a bully, taking advantage of your influence and terrorizing others. Since you have failed to teach him properly, I shall take it upon myself to discipline him. What are you, to dare reprimand Bai Shan's son? Today, I shall teach you a lesson." Bai Shan roared, clenching his fist and lunging at Zhao Lei. Unperturbed, Zhao Lei snapped his fingers, halting Bai Shan and Appos' movement midair. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free from Zhao Lei's spatial restraint. Panic set in. "What have you done to me?" Bai Shan exclaimed. "Nothing much. Merely preparing to educate you as well," Zhao Lei replied coolly. "What right do you have to educate me?" Bai Shan retorted, but before he could finish, Zhao Lei waved his hand, sending Bai Shan crashing into the wall behind him. Zhao Lei then clenched his fist, and Bai Shan reappeared in his grasp. Without pause, Zhao Lei hurled him again, this time sending him sprawling 20 meters onto the street. As Bai Shan lay gasping for breath in the middle of the road, Zhao Lei grasped him once more. "Do you now believe I have the right to educate you?" Zhao Lei inquired. Bai Shan, barely able to muster a response, nodded feebly. After enduring Zhao Lei's relentless onslaught, he found himself devoid of strength to speak. "Should you fail to manage your son appropriately in the future, I will step in to discipline him myself. Do you understand?" Zhao Lei continued. Bai Shan, recognizing the gravity of his situation, nodded fervently, realizing he had encountered someone formidable. He felt an overwhelming urge to tear Bai Wu apart for causing such disgrace. Seeing Bai Shan acquiesce, Zhao Lei decided against further punishment. He still needed Bai Shan's assistance in locating Hu Weigua. With that thought, Zhao Lei released Bai Shan, waving his hand to invoke the law of life, restoring Bai Shan to his peak condition. Bai Shan, astonished by his sudden recovery, was relieved that this formidable figure bore no intention of killing him. Otherwise, he would have met his end today. With a disdainful glance at the half-conscious Bai Wu, Zhao Lei instructed, "Have someone take your son home to recuperate. You will accompany me." Fearful of Zhao Lei, Bai Shan felt a surge of relief at the request for Bai Wu's care. "Yes, senior," he replied hastily, summoning several men in black suits to carry Bai Wu away. Though his son was a disappointment, he was still Bai Shan's only child. After ensuring Bai Wu was taken care of, Bai Shan returned to Zhao Lei and Appos' side. In the face of overwhelming power, he dared not display any defiance. "Senior, where are we headed?" he asked. Take me to find Hu Weigua, the commander. You must know his whereabouts, Zhao Lei instructed. What? You wish to seek Commander Hu? Bai Shan was taken aback, surprised that Zhao Lei was aware of Hu Weigua and Appos as presence. In the Cangzhou safe base, Bai Shan was ostensibly in charge, but in reality, Hu Weigua held true authority. It was uncommon for anyone to know of Hu Weigua. Who exactly was this young man? Despite his confusion, Bai Shan dared not voice his thoughts and led Zhao Lei in a specific direction. Soon, they arrived at the imposing structure at the heart of the Cangzhou safe base. Bai Shan entered with Zhao Lei, and numerous men in black suits patrolled the area. However, with Bai Shan's presence, none dared to impede their passage. They ascended to the top floor, which housed a large conference room. As Zhao Lei and Bai Shan reached the door, they overheard a voice from within. Commander Hu, an incident has arisen with the Baga Nation. A viral outbreak has led to a shortage of supplies, and they are amassing their fleet, preparing to seize our Gulf Island. How should we proceed? Chapter 59. Lord-level zombie Commander Hu. An unexpected turn of events has arisen from the 8 Baga Nation. A viral outbreak has led to a severe shortage of supplies, and they have begun to assemble their fleet, preparing to seize our Gulf Island. What shall be our next course of action? A man clad in military attire stood before the conference table, reporting to Hu Weigua. Upon hearing this, Hu Weigua slammed his hand upon the table in anger. Those detestable 8 Bagas. Our nation is currently engaged in a critical campaign against the zombies, and we simply cannot spare enough personnel to respond. It is utterly infuriating. At that moment, a booming voice echoed through the conference room. It appears Commander Hu is in a predicament. Do you require assistance from Zhao? As the voice faded, a tall figure pushed open the door and entered. The military officer who had just reported to Hu Weigua immediately reprimanded the newcomer, a young man in his 20s. Who is this brat daring to speak so arrogantly? Do you not realize that we are powerless against the fleet of 8 Baga? You think you can assist us? It is simply absurd. Zhao Lei frowned slightly at the words spoken, then fixed his gaze upon the military officer. Name, Wang Kaishan, Deputy Commander of the Military District. Level, Legendary Ability User Ability. Night Demon Bear. Note: Night Demon Bear is a beast transformation ability that allows one to become a 3-meter-tall black bear. Immensely powerful and exceedingly difficult to detect in darkness. Skill: Night Demon Claw. Note: Night Demon Claw is the most formidable attack move of the Night Demon Bear. Incredibly sharp and highly destructive. Talent: SS level. Zhao Lei silently admired the information regarding Wang Kaishan. This ability certainly belongs to the stronger category. With this thought, Zhao Lei spoke. It seems Deputy Commander Wang does not believe in my capabilities. Wang Kaishan was taken aback to hear Zhao Lei address him as Deputy Commander. He never appeared in front of outsiders and could not recall having met Zhao Lei, yet Zhao Lei had called him out directly. Despite his confusion, Wang Kaishan maintained his composure and replied, "This is not a place for you, young man. Depart at once." Upon hearing Wang Kaishan's command, Zhao Lei remained unmoved. Rather, it was Hu Weigua who intervened to prevent Wang Kaishan from being impolite. Wang Kaishan looked at Hu Weigua in bewilderment. Commander Hu? Without acknowledging Wang Kaishan, Hu Weigua approached Zhao Lei. He clasped his hands in greeting, addressing Zhao Lei. "You must be Zhao Lei, esteemed senior. My subordinates are merely concerned about the situation. I hope you can forgive any offense." Wang Kaishan and Bai Shan, who stood outside, were both astonished. They had not anticipated that Commander Hu would apologize to this young man. Zhao Lei was equally taken aback by Hu Weigua's gesture and quickly stepped forward to assist him. "There is no need for such formality, Commander. I see Deputy Commander Wang as a commendable individual. There is no offense to consider." If we put ourselves in his shoes, his earlier remarks were hardly inappropriate. "You are too courteous, Commander. It appears that Senior Zhao is not one to hold grudges. Your arrival to assist me with this issue is greatly appreciated. My failure to greet you properly is indeed a breach of etiquette," Hu Weigua remarked politely. Zhao Lei smiled slightly at Hu Weigua and Appos' words. "You are far too gracious, Commander. If it would not be an imposition, please call me brother, for the term senior feels rather awkward. In that case, I shall take the liberty of referring to you as Brother Zhao." Hu Weigua laughed heartily. With the atmosphere having lightened, Zhao Lei seized the opportunity to address the matter at hand. "Commander Hu, I overheard your discussion regarding the impending threat from the 8 Bagas. Indeed, those wretched 8 Bagas are utterly contemptible. We are currently at a pivotal moment in our campaign against the zombies. All personnel have been dispatched, leaving us with insufficient forces to counter the 8 Baga assault." Sighing deeply, Hu Weigua lamented. understanding the gravity of the situation. Zhao Lei reflected on the 8 Baga's past incursions into Huaxia, during which countless innocent lives were lost. It seems they intend to return once more. This time, Zhao Lei would ensure that their aspirations of invading Huaxia are crushed in their infancy. With resolve, Zhao Lei stated, "Commander Hu, there is no need for alarm. A mere 8 Baga cannot stir up much trouble. Once I eliminate the Lord-level zombies here, I shall personally deal with them." Hu Weigua, brimming with excitement, responded, "Brother Zhao, are you serious? There are 2 Lord-level ability users among their fleet. Do you have confidence in this?" Nodding in affirmation, Zhao Lei replied, "Given the urgency of the situation with the 8 Bagas, Commander Hu, let us proceed to locate the Lord-level zombie at the Zhangzhou safety base." "Certainly, Brother Zhao, follow me," Hu Weigua said, gesturing for Zhao Lei to lead the way. Without hesitation, Zhao Lei stepped out of the conference room. Seeing Hu Weigua and Zhao Lei depart, Wang Kaishan and Baishan followed closely behind. Hu Weigua led the group directly towards the desolate city outside the Zhangzhou safety base. Along the way, Zhao Lei took the opportunity to examine Hu Weigua's information panel. Name: Hu Weigua, Commander of the Military District. 6th Protector of Huaxia. Level: Lord-level ability user ability. Eye of Wisdom. Note: perceives the thoughts of others. If the opponent's consciousness is weak, he can seize temporary control over their body. Skill: Light of Wisdom. Note: a lower-tier version of the Eye of Desolation. Talent: SSS level. Hu Weigua's ability is indeed formidable, yet it harbors significant drawbacks. If the opponent's consciousness is too strong, he may suffer a severe backlash. As all 4 were ability users, they moved swiftly and soon arrived at the safety base. Hu Weigua led them to an abandoned supermarket. Pointing to it, he said, "Brother Zhao, the Lord-level zombie is inside. Do you require any specific arrangements, or should I lure it out?" Zhao Lei waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for such trouble." As soon as he spoke, Zhao Lei expanded his consciousness and swiftly locked onto the Lord-level zombie within the supermarket. With a gesture, the locked zombie materialized before him. Hu Weigua, Wang Kaishan, and Baishan were taken aback by the display. Hu Weigua had not anticipated Zhao Lei to possess such strength. Wang Kaishan and Baishan stood in stunned silence, watching the scene unfold. The zombie, still oblivious to what had transpired, found itself grasped by the throat and lifted into the air by Zhao Lei. "Who are you? Release me at once." Hu Weigua, "So you are here too? What kind of prowess is this? Come at me for a proper duel." The zombie bellowed at Hu Weigua. Hu Weigua's expression darkened immediately. Clearly, he had known this Lord-level zombie for quite some time, likely having engaged in numerous confrontations. With the zombie persistently refusing to concede defeat, it appeared to be a defiant creature. Chapter 60. Breakthrough. The Lord-level zombie struggled incessantly in Zhao Lei and Appo's grasp, pleading, "Let me go." Zhao Lei, however, chose to ignore the creature, instead turning his attention to Hu Weigua. "Commander Hu, shall I eliminate this zombie?" Hu Weigua, astonished by Zhao Lei's effortless subjugation of the undead, nodded in disbelief. Zhao Lei's strength was simply astonishing. As Hu Weigua acknowledged him, Zhao Lei unleashed the law of destruction. To the astonishment of Hu Weigua and his companions, the Lord-level zombie began to gradually dissipate. Within half a minute, it vanished entirely from Zhao Lei's grip, as if it had never existed. With the zombie's disappearance, a notification resonated in Zhao Lei's mind. Ding. Lord-level zombie slain. Gained 500,000 cultivation points. Acquired Lord-level crystal core X1. Upon hearing the system's announcement, a smile spread across Zhao Lei's face. At last, he had the means to advance his cultivation. After dispatching the Lord-level zombie, he bid farewell to Hu Weigua and his companions and departed. Before leaving, Zhao Lei reassured Hu Weigua regarding the matter of the little Baga, promising to address it first thing in the morning. With a snap of his fingers, he vanished from sight. Hu Weigua and his companions returned to the safety base in Zhangzhou, each tending to their own affairs. After leaving the base, Zhao Lei sought out a secluded mountaintop to meditate. He opened the system's synthesis function, producing 7 Lord-level crystal cores and 1 War God-level crystal core to commence synthesis. Ding. Synthesis initiated. Ding. Synthesis successful. Acquired War God-level crystal core X3. Ding. Synthesis successful. Acquired King-level crystal core X2. Ding. Synthesis successful. Acquired extraordinary-level crystal core X1. Amidst the continuous chimes of the system, a round crystal core, showcasing a striking black and white appearance, materialized in Zhao Lei's hand. Ding. Detection of extraordinary level crystal core. Recycling will yield 10 trillion cultivation points. Do you wish to proceed? Without hesitation, Zhao Lei selected to recycle. Ding. Recycling extraordinary level crystal core. Cultivation points increased by 10 trillion. As the notification of cultivation points credited resounded, Zhao Lei promptly accessed his information panel. Host. Zhao Lei, human, cultivation. Early yuanying, 600 billion cultivation points required for enhancement. Cultivation points. 10 trillion techniques. Pangu creation technique. Enhances with cultivation, skills. Basic staff technique. Demon slaying sword technique. Eye of insight. Unity of man and ship. Pangu creation heart sutra. Pangu opening the heavens decision. 3,000 laws of power. System space. Infinite. Automatically recycles the crystal cores of slain zombies. Synthesis function. Current synthesis limit. 5 times. Cannot be upgraded. Ascendant Dragon Pavilion. View member information here. Safety base. View base information here. Mission function. Main mission. Eliminate all zombies on Blue Star and uncover the mastermind behind them for extermination. Reward unknown. Random mission. Become the guardian of Huaxia. Ongoing. No time limit. Upon seeing the displayed 10 trillion cultivation points, Zhao Lei immediately opted to enhance his cultivation. Ding. Consumed 600 billion cultivation points. Cultivation elevated to mid-yuanying. As the system's announcement faded, Zhao Lei felt his yuanying burgeoning within him, capable of storing tenfold the magical energy compared to before. Sensing the transformation, he continued to expend cultivation points to further advance. Ding. Consumed 5 trillion cultivation points. Cultivation elevated to late yuanying. Ding. Consumed 10 trillion cultivation points. Cultivation elevated to early Huaxian. Ding. Consumed 50 trillion cultivation points. Cultivation elevated to mid-Huaxian. With the final notification, Zhao Lei sensed that his magical energy had become several hundred times purer than before. At this moment, he utilized the spatial laws to tear through dimensions, enabling him to traverse at least 1,000 kilometers. The exact extent of his newfound ability remained to be tested. With this thought, Zhao Lei resolved to experiment and take a trip to the country of Baga, intending to eliminate it. Thus, he stepped into the spatial passage. Upon re-emerging, he found himself above a vast ocean. Focusing his consciousness, he reached out behind him and immediately spotted the mountaintop where he had previously broken through. Estimating the distance, he realized that the spatial passage he had opened could extend up to 5,000 kilometers. With this clarity, Zhao Lei established a direct spatial passage to Baga. As he stepped into the passage, every few strides brought him closer to the exit, leading him to the sky above a colossal island. Gazing down at Baga, he unleashed his vast consciousness, enveloping the entire nation in his awareness. Instantly, he pinpointed the 2 most formidable presences within Baga. Noticing that they were together, a smirk crossed Zhao Lei's lips. Perfect for a complete takedown. With that thought, Zhao Lei's figure vanished. In Baga, at a bustling port, chaos reigned as soldiers hurriedly transported ammunition. Hurry, bring the supplies over here. You 3, stop slacking and move the weapons. The fleet is about to set sail. Where are we heading? What? You don't know? We're going to Huaxia to seize resources. Not just resources, we aim to capture women as well. I've heard their women are extraordinary. Can we win against Huaxia? I've heard their military strength is formidable. You clearly don't grasp the situation. The global zombie virus outbreak means Huaxia is struggling to defend itself. They won't have the capacity to counter us. Once we land, they will be like lambs to the slaughter. I've heard we have 2 powerful figures leading us. Victory over this fat sheep is assured. Amidst the chatter of the Baga soldiers, they remained blissfully unaware that the Reaper was already upon them. As the sun dipped below the horizon and night fell, the soldiers excitedly boarded their warships, dreaming of the spoils to come. On a massive aircraft carrier, 2 imposing figures stood at the forefront, each bearing a sword at their left waist, indicative of Baga warriors. Those damn Baga warriors, Zhao Lei mused, ready to send them all to the depths of the sea. Chapter 61. The doom of the little bastards. On a dark and stormy night, the time of reckoning had arrived for the little bastards. Your demise is imminent. Any who dare challenge the might of Huaxia shall face retribution, no matter the distance, Zhao Lei declared, standing atop the clouds. Observing the fleet below as it prepared for departure, he intended to send them to feed the fish halfway through their journey. With that thought, Zhao Lei's gaze fell upon 2 figures wielding blades at the forefront of the largest aircraft carrier. Name: Yamamoto S. Chin, commander of the little bastards, level, Lord level abilities ability, Shadow Clone, can create two identical clones with equal strength, skill, Shadow/talent. SSS level, name, Nakamura Shit, deputy commander of the little bastards, level, Lord level abilities ability, Blade of Shadows, a blade forged from the essence of darkness, skill, Shadow swordsmanship talent. SSS level, Zhao Lei marveled silently at Yamamoto's chin and Appo's formidable ability. It was indeed powerful, yet still insufficient in the face of his own might. A faint smirk appeared on his lips, coldness glinting in his eyes. Zhao Lei followed the fleet from above. Meanwhile, Nakamura Shit expressed his concerns to Yamamoto's chin. Brother, do you not think our assault on Huaxia is somewhat reckless? There are 7 guardians, each with formidable strength. If we encounter them, we may be doomed. Where is your confidence? The guardians are currently preoccupied with the Lord-level zombies, making this the perfect opportunity for a surprise attack. Should we miss this chance, it may not present itself again, Yamamoto's chin replied gravely. His assertion held merit. Had Zhao Lei not eliminated the Lord-level zombies in Huaxia, their endeavor might have succeeded. At that moment, the fleet had ventured deep into the sea. With a group of little bastards laughing and chatting, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Above the clouds, Zhao Lei smirked slightly. Simply sending them to feed the fish would be too merciful. He intended first to toy with their minds before delivering them to their fate. With that in mind, Zhao Lei began to gather the elements of lightning in his hands. The thunder rumbled ominously. Nakamura Shit, observing the darkening sky and the flashes of lightning, turned to Yamamoto's chin with unease. Brother, why has the weather suddenly turned so stormy? Could there be unforeseen consequences? Yamamoto's chin scolded him. Such cowardice. A Lord-level ability user frightened by a mere storm? Just as he spoke, a fierce wind howled, and torrential rain began to pour. Everyone, return to the cabin. Do not remain outside. An officer shouted amidst the chaos. However, the roar of the wind drowned out his voice. Yamamoto's chin frowned deeply, while Nakamura Shit queried. How could such a tempest arise so suddenly? No sooner had he voiced his concern than water spouts began to rise from the depths, rushing toward the fleet. Tornadoes. Steady the fleet, or we shall suffer heavy casualties. Yamamoto's chin commanded gravely. As he spoke, a powerful aura enveloped the fleet, and his abilities surged forth, forming a protective barrier around them. Seeing Yamamoto's chin's seriousness, Nakamura Shit also infused his abilities into the shield. The moment the protective barrier materialized, calm descended upon the fleet, shielding them from the raging tornadoes and storms. The crew quickly rose, cheering, "Excellent. Our masters have intervened. We are saved. Long live our masters." Above the clouds, Zhao Lei watched this scene with displeasure. His amusement derived from the suffering of the little bastards below. Their cheers irked him. With a hand imbued with the law of lightning, he pressed downwards. A bolt of lightning, as thick as an adult and Appo's arm, struck down fiercely. The fleet shook violently as the thunderbolt struck the protective barrier. Seeing this, Yamamoto's chin intensified his output and shouted, "Everyone, channel your abilities into the shield." The crew understood the gravity of the situation and complied, pouring their abilities into the barrier. Zhao Lei's smile widened. This was precisely what he desired. If these ability users fell into the sea, they would not perish easily. However, if their powers were depleted, their fate would be drastically different. Zhao Lei's expression was one of playful malice. This was the fate that awaited those who dared to covet Huaxia. With a deliberate motion of both hands, he unleashed a torrential barrage of lightning upon the fleet. At that moment, everyone aboard, including Yamamoto's chin and Nakamura Shit, gritted their teeth, enduring the onslaught. Nakamura Shit cursed, "Damn it. The lightning seems to have a mind of its own, targeting us directly." The tempest of wind, water, and thunder resembled the apocalypse, far more terrifying than any outbreak of the zombie virus. Despite expending every ounce of strength, they felt like insignificant ants against the overwhelming forces of nature. Despair filled the hearts of every little bastard. Recognizing the moment had come to dismantle their final line of defense, Zhao Lei's hands gathered the law of lightnings, manifesting a colossal lightning dragon measuring 100 meters in length. Satisfied with this creation, Zhao Lei nodded approvingly. As the dragon extended from the clouds, the little bastards below, upon witnessing this monstrous apparition, some lost control, releasing their fear in the form of yellow liquid. What manner of beast is this? It resembles a dragon from legend. A dragon? But dragons are depicted with wings and breathing fire, are they not? Are you certain that is a dragon? Indeed, that is a dragon. I once read of it in an ancient tome. It is the divine dragon of Huaxia. The divine dragon of Huaxia? Could it be that our plans to attack Huaxia have been discovered? The little bastards murmured in terror. At that moment, the enormous lightning dragon emerged from the clouds, its massive form visible to all. Yamamoto's chin gazed at the dragon, a complex expression flickering in his eyes as he muttered, "The divine dragon of Huaxia?" With a resounding roar, the dragon's cry echoed throughout the fleet. The immense power of the lightning descended, colliding with the protective barrier, which instantly dissipated into the air. The dragon's might was undiminished as it struck the massive warship, sparks flying in all directions. Except for Yamamoto's chin and Nakamura's shit, every other little bastard collapsed, convulsing uncontrollably. Chapter 62. The destruction of the little Baka fleet. As they watched everyone convulsing on the ground, Yamamoto's Jun and Nakamura Shid wore grave expressions. "Brother, could it truly be the handiwork of the Huaxia people?" Nakamura Shid inquired. Yamamoto's Jun immediately dismissed the notion, stating, "Impossible. Even if the 7 guardians of Huaxia joined forces, they could not wield such overwhelming power." "Oh, is that so? It seems you are quite confident in your assumptions," came a booming and resounding voice that filled the air. Startled, Yamamoto's Jun exclaimed, "Who are you? Why have you attacked my Baka nation's fleet?" Zhao Lei responded indifferently. "You intend to assault my country and yet inquire about my identity? Do you not find that rather foolish? You are a Huaxia citizen. But I recall that there are no individuals of your caliber in Huaxia," Yamamoto's Jun challenged. True depth is seldom displayed openly for your kind to see." As soon as he finished speaking, a tall figure materialized before Yamamoto's Jun and Nakamura Shid. It was none other than Zhao Lei. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Lei seized one individual by the throat with one hand. Nakamura Shid and Yamamoto's Jun struggled violently against Zhao Lei's grip, but to no avail. Realizing the dire situation, Yamamoto's Jun immediately utilized his shadow clone technique, and 2 identical black figures appeared behind Zhao Lei. Sensing the presence of the 2 clones, Zhao Lei remained unfazed, employing the principles of death, which began to drain the vitality from Yamamoto's Jun and Nakamura Shid. The 2 shadow clones swiftly executed a shadow/attack towards Zhao Lei. Seeing that Zhao Lei showed no intent to evade, Yamamoto's Jun believed him to be unaware, a smirk creeping upon his lips. However, in the next moment, Yamamoto's Jun was left astonished. The shadow/attack left no trace upon Zhao Lei's form. In disbelief, Yamamoto's Jun observed the unfolding events. Under the astonished gazes of Yamamoto's Jun and Nakamura Shid, Zhao Lei slightly tightened his grip. Crack! The sound of 2 bones fracturing echoed throughout the area. At the same time, a system notification chimed in Zhao Lei's mind. "Congratulations! You have slain 2 Lord-level ability users. You have gained 1,000,000 cultivation points and obtained 2 Lord-level ability cards." As the notification registered, Zhao Lei's figure began to ascend. He surveyed the entire fleet, and in an instant, a vast wave of deathly energy enveloped the scene. Zhao Lei siphoned the life force from all present, leaving them barely clinging to existence. With a flick of his hand, the sea surged upward, engulfing the entire fleet, which vanished beneath the waves without a ripple. Having completed his task, Zhao Lei stepped forward and vanished from sight. The following morning, within the Zhangzhou safe base, Hui Guo received word of the complete disappearance of the little Baka fleet. According to intelligence reports, Hui Guo learned that the fleet had vanished overnight. Coupled with Zhao Lei and Apos' earlier declaration of intent to eliminate the Baka, Hui Guo surmised that Zhao Lei was indeed responsible for this occurrence. Contemplating this, Hui Guo retrieved a communication token. Having exchanged contact information during their previous meeting, he promptly dialed Zhao Lei's number. Upon connection, Zhao Lei's figure materialized. Seeing Zhao Lei, Hui Guo immediately clasped his hands in greeting. "Brother Zhao, I have resolved the matter of the little Baka nation." Before Hui Guo could inquire further, Zhao Lei's voice resonated. "Indeed, I have taken care of it." Hui Guo was astounded, unable to believe that Zhao Lei single-handedly obliterated a fleet guarded by 2 Lord-level ability users. Such power was truly terrifying. Realizing this, Hui Guo quickly expressed his gratitude, bowing deeply. "Brother Zhao, you have greatly aided me. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask." "I do indeed have a request," Zhao Lei replied. "I wish to become a guardian of Huaxia. Do you think this is feasible?" Hui Guo, elated at Zhao Lei's ambition to become a guardian of Huaxia, responded eagerly, "Rest assured, Brother Zhao. You have eradicated all Lord-level zombies for our nation and single-handedly vanquished the Little Bacca fleet. You already meet the criteria to become a guardian. Allow me to discuss this with a few elders, and you shall soon be recognized as a guardian of Huaxia. Good. I shall await your favorable news. After concluding the communication, Zhao Lei arrived at the Linjiang safe base. Liu, Lu Zhibing, and other members of the Rising Dragon Pavilion were gathered there. It was hard to believe that Zhao Lei had annihilated all the Lord-level zombies in Huaxia within a mere 2 days. During this time, Sun Shiqiang and several ability users had assisted Peng Nian in expanding the base, which had now become quite substantial. As Zhao Lei approached the entrance of the Linjiang safe base, a soldier recognized him. Zhao Lei was renowned for having shattered the Lord-level zombies. And within the Linjiang safe base, he was a figure known to all. Without further ado, the soldier escorted Zhao Lei directly to the conference room. Inside, Peng Nian and Sun Shiqiang were already present. Upon seeing Zhao Lei, they both clasped their hands in salute. Senior Zhao, Brother Zhao, Commander Peng, Captain Sun. Has anything untoward occurred during my absence? Zhao Lei inquired. Sun Shiqiang laughed heartily. Brother Zhao, with so many of us ability users present, how could anything go awry? Indeed, now that the 6 guardians of Huaxia have taken action, the zombies will soon be purged. There is little purpose in remaining here. Let us gather everyone and return. Zhao Lei declared solemnly. Upon hearing this, Peng Nian immediately interjected. Brother Zhao, you are leaving so soon? I have yet to extend my hospitality properly. Commander Peng, you are too courteous. We have already overstayed our welcome, and there are pressing matters awaiting us back at our base. We must rally everyone and depart, Zhao Lei insisted, resolute in his decision to leave. Reluctantly, Peng Nian refrained from further objections. After Sun Shiqiang gathered the group, Zhao Lei opened a spatial passage and led a contingent of 200 individuals away. Within the Rising Dragon Pavilion safe base, Zhao Lei took a seat at a table, and the members queued to submit their crystal cores. The first to present his crystal cores was Sun Shiqiang. He deftly tapped his spatial ring, and a pile of crystal cores appeared on the table. With a mere thought, Zhao Lei caused the crystal cores to vanish from the table. Sun Shiqiang was taken aback, marveling at the spectacle. Yet, considering that Zhao Lei could tear through space, such feats were hardly surprising. After receiving Sun Shiqiang's crystal cores, Zhao Lei stated, Captain Sun, please collect the subsequent crystal cores on my behalf. Ensure you keep track of contributions. For every 50 second-tier crystal cores, record a third-class merit. For 100, a second-class merit. And for 150, a first-class merit. Those that do not meet these standards will be considered ordinary contributions. Chapter 63. The mysterious vortex. After Zhao Lei received the crystal core from Sun Shiqiang, he spoke, Captain Sun, please collect the subsequent crystal cores on my behalf. When you do, ensure to keep track of the contributions. For level 3 and above abilities, if you collect more than 50 level 3 crystal cores, it counts as a third-class merit. Over 100 counts as second-class merit, and over 150 counts as first-class merit. If the standards are not met, it counts as ordinary merit. For level 2 and below abilities, if you collect more than 50 level 1 crystal cores, it counts as a third-class merit. Over 100 counts as second-class merit, and over 150 counts as first-class merit. If the standards are not met, it counts as ordinary merit. Please categorize accordingly, and I will distribute the appropriate rewards later. I appreciate your assistance. Captain Sunday, rest assured. Brother Zhao, I will take care of it, Sun Shiqiang assured, patting his chest. With everything discussed, Zhao Lei proceeded to the Lingtian district. Previously, he had cultivated a substantial amount of grain, which was sufficient for the base. However, given the extensive devastation the nation had endured, the resources would likely not last much longer. Since he had the ability to rapidly grow food, he felt compelled to contribute to the country. With this thought, Zhao Lei waved his hand, scattering countless seeds into the rice fields. Utilizing the law of wood, nearly 1,000 acres of rice fields began to gradually turn green, then transitioned to golden as the rice matured. When the golden hue enveloped the entire expanse, Zhao Lei made a swift motion, severing all the rice stalks at once. He skillfully separated the rice from the roots, and, using the law of space, detached the rice from its husks. Once he had collected all the raw rice into the system space, he employed the law of fire to incinerate the remaining roots, scattering the ashes across the fields. Zhao Lei repeated this procedure over 100 times. As he gathered the final batch of raw rice, evening descended. In total, Zhao Lei harvested 61.5 million kilograms of raw rice. While this may seem a mere drop in the bucket for the nation, he reasoned that it was better to have done something than nothing at all. With this in mind, he dismissed any further thoughts and headed to find Sun Shiqiang. Upon arrival, he found Sun Shiqiang had gathered all the crystal cores, stacking them in the room like a small mountain. After greeting Sun Shiqiang, Zhao Lei took all the crystal cores and returned to his own chamber. He activated the system and Oppo's synthesis function to begin his work. After 5 hours, Zhao Lei synthesized all the golden cores 4 times, resulting in 200 level 4 crystal cores, 980 level 5 crystal cores, 640 level 6 crystal cores, and 34 level 7 crystal cores. He intended to distribute these not for personal cultivation points, but rather to create a set of spiritual equipment for everyone in the Shenlong Pavilion. At that moment, the clothing, shoes, and other items he had scavenged from the abandoned warehouse came into play. These garments were all of similar style. Zhao Lei laid out over 100 sets before him and began the synthesis process. Ding. Synthesis successful. Obtained level 7 defensive spiritual artifact. Flowing light garb. Ding. Synthesis successful. Obtained level 7 defensive spiritual artifact. Flowing light shoes. Ding. Synthesis successful. Obtained level 7 defensive spiritual artifact. Flowing light pants. Ding. Synthesis successful. As the system chimed repeatedly, the night swiftly passed. By the following morning, over 200 sets of synthesized spiritual garments, shoes, and pants were neatly arranged before Zhao Lei. He surveyed the fruits of his labor with satisfaction. During breakfast, everyone gathered at the military management area, and Zhao Lei made his way there without delay. As anticipated, everyone was present. Once breakfast concluded, he requested everyone to stay behind to distribute the spiritual equipment based on their contributions. First class merit, 1 set of level 7 spiritual equipment. Second class merit, 1 set of level 6 spiritual equipment. Third class merit, 1 set of level 5 spiritual equipment. Ordinary merit, 1 set of level 4 spiritual equipment. After distributing the items, an hour passed. Everyone left joyously, eager to test the efficacy of their new spiritual artifacts. Once they departed, Zhao Lei chose not to linger at the base. After bidding farewell to Sun Shiqiang and Li Yu, he set off. Previously, Zhao Lei had mentioned that after clearing out the Lord-level zombies, he would investigate the depths of the Black Dragon River to ascertain the existence of dragon bones. The moment he stepped forward, he vanished from sight. Simultaneously, above the Black Dragon River, Zhao Lei's figure slowly materialized. His immense consciousness reached out toward the riverbed. Should he indeed discover dragon bones, it would confirm the previous existence of cultivators in that area. Zhao Lei focused his consciousness, persistently probing. His heart longed to find the dragon bones, yet often, great hope leads to profound disappointment. After searching for over an hour, he found nothing. If a dragon had truly fallen, it would have been impossible for its remains to remain undiscovered until now. Indeed, the naive youth would eventually be harshly confronted by reality. Just as Zhao Lei was about to abandon his search and return home, his peripheral vision caught sight of a glimmering object at the river's bottom. Concentrating his consciousness, he attempted to investigate. Strangely, nothing came to light. If there were something reflecting light at the riverbed, it should not have evaded his detection. With this thought, Zhao Lei submerged into the river. As he neared the source of the light, he gradually discerned its form. It resembled a vortex. When he was still 100 meters away from the vortex, he used his consciousness to probe once more, yet he felt nothing. Zhao Lei was genuinely astonished. What on earth could this be? Approaching the vortex, he discovered it was a plane emanating an unusual aura. Attempting to touch the vortex with his hand, he found that there was no tactile sensation. His hand simply passed through, not re-emerging from the other side. Upon witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon, Zhao Lei conceived a bold idea. Could this be a type of teleportation portal? He circled the vortex, scrutinizing it, and ultimately decided to lean in to take a closer look. After all, with his 3,000 protective laws, he should be safe. With that thought, Zhao Lei brought his head closer to the vortex, slowly extending it inward. As soon as his eyes entered the vortex, a blinding light enveloped him, obscuring all vision. After approximately 2 minutes, the radiance gradually dissipated, allowing Zhao Lei to finally perceive his surroundings. At that moment, his head floated within a vortex suspended in the air. Looking downward, he was met with a desolate expanse of land, littered with countless corpses. However, these were not human remains. Some resembled giant wild boars, while others appeared akin to water buffaloes, their bodies adorned with armor resembling stone. A bewildering array of peculiar animal corpses dazzled Zhao Lei's senses. Chapter 64. The Elder of the mysterious space surveying the myriad animal corpses surrounding him. Zhao Lei stepped into this peculiar realm. He casually examined the information panels of several animal remains. Corpse of the Starry Sky Barbarian Bull, former cultivation level, legendary beast. Corpse of the Starry Sky Giant Python. Former cultivation level, legendary beast. Corpse of the Starry Sky Wild Boar, former cultivation level, Lord level beast. Corpse of the Starry Sky Demon Bear. Former cultivation level, Lord level beast. As Zhao Lei gazed upon the countless corpses of starry beasts, a thought suddenly struck him. Last time, Zhang Zhenghua had mentioned that the national protector of the Huaxia Kingdom was defending against foreign invasions in a secret location. Could it be here? Surely it couldn't be that coincidental. Zhao Lei scrutinized his surroundings. The sky here was a dark crimson, and coupled with the strewn corpses, it evoked an apocalyptic atmosphere. Were it not for Zhao Lei's unwavering confidence in his mastery of the 3000 laws, he might have been tempted to flee. After circling the area a few times, he realized there was nothing but corpses around him. He also made a disturbing observation. All the starry beast corpses bore the same characteristic. Each had been slain by a single, enormous claw. The wounds were fatal, deep enough to reveal bone, a gruesome sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Lei discovered another peculiar detail. Remnants of magical energy lingered on these wounds. Within this residual magic, he perceived a force transcending mere magical power, immortal energy. Was it possible that an immortal practitioner resided here, one who had cultivated such power? Zhao Lei expanded his vast consciousness, quickly perceiving his surroundings within a 1,000-mile radius. He realized he was situated on a riverbed, where the waters had long since dried up, leaving only yellow sands, rocks, and a multitude of starry beast corpses. He could scarcely believe that such a place existed on Blue Star. If someone were to unleash these starry beasts into the world, it would spell disaster for all living beings. It was important to note that the weakest among them was a legendary beast, indeed, terrifying. With these thoughts in mind, Zhao Lei soared into the air, eager to discern the differences between this world and Blue Star. He ascended rapidly, reaching the stratosphere in the blink of an eye, and continued his ascent into the vastness of space. Soon, he found himself in the void, confronted by a dark, lifeless planet. As he scrutinized it, he found the following information panel. Planet name, Blue Star. Note: the essence of Blue Star is on the verge of collapse due to an invasion by external beings. Zhao Lei was momentarily entranced, sensing he had stumbled upon something significant. Just as he pondered this, a resonant voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Hidden main quest activated. Eliminate all invading beings on the essence of Blue Star. System reward, unknown. Zhao Lei was left bewildered. There were no living creatures on this planet. What was the system asking him to exterminate? As he wrestled with this confusion, a profound voice resonated from all directions. Did you come from the outside? Before he could react, a golden-clad elder appeared before him, startling Zhao Lei. Instinctively, he utilized the spatial law to teleport 100 meters away. After regaining his composure, he peered at the elder with his insightful eye. Name: Long Zhentian, Jiao Dragon. Protector of the Huaxia Kingdom. Cultivation level: peak of the 9-tier tribulation, unable to break through due to world rules. Technique: 10,000 Dragons Art, top-tier Dragon Clan technique. Skills: 5 Elements Law. Spatial Law, Thunder Law, Divine Dragon Tail, 10,000 Dragons Ascend. After absorbing the information panel, Zhao Lei's eyes widened in astonishment. He hadn't anticipated that the figure before him was none other than the protector of the Huaxia Kingdom, a true Jiao Dragon. Stunned into silence, it took him a while to recover. Eventually, he approached the elder and spoke. Junior Zhao Lei pays his respects to Senior Dragon. This time, it was Long Zhentian's turn to be astonished. He had not expected Zhao Lei to recognize him. Though puzzled, he concealed his surprise and replied calmly. You are from the Huaxia Kingdom, aren't you? I didn't expect you to reach this level despite the incomplete laws of Blue Star. Long Zhentian discerned Zhao Lei's status as an immortal practitioner, yet could not gauge his precise strength, prompting him to test Zhao Lei further. Understanding that the protector likely held many secrets, Zhao Lei seized the opportunity to inquire. Senior, I am indeed from the Huaxia Kingdom. Currently, the entire world is besieged by a zombie virus, transforming most people into the undead. I stumbled into cultivation through a fortuitous encounter. Upon hearing Zhao Lei mention the zombie virus, Long Zhentian and Appos expression shifted momentarily before he regained his composure. I see. Noticing the elder and Apos' contemplative demeanor, Zhao Lei pressed on, Senior, what exactly has happened to this world that has led to its current state? Long Zhentian sighed deeply. I am uncertain of this place's origin. But the starry beasts here refresh daily, as if they are inexhaustible. I have guarded this realm for 70 years, and every day, hundreds of billions of starry beasts emerge, an unending battle. Should they be unleashed, it is likely that within a day, countless nations would face destruction, leading to untold suffering. As Long Zhentian spoke, Zhao Lei perceived a sense of helplessness, loneliness, and sorrow emanating from the elder. After all these years of vigilance, few were aware of his existence. Living amidst constant slaughter, had Long Zhentian not possessed the unwavering resolve of a peak tribulation warrior, he might have long since lost his sanity. Zhao Lei held deep admiration for such a figure. After a moment of reflection, he offered, Junior possesses some strength, if Senior does not mind. I am willing to assist in clearing the beasts. Zhao Lei had his reasons for this proposal. Firstly, it would aid in ridding the area of the beasts, and secondly, it would help him forge a closer bond with Long Zhentian, potentially gaining further valuable information. Upon hearing Zhao Lei's willingness to stay and accompany him, Long Zhentian broke into a rare smile, his joy evident. You truly wish to keep me company in my old age? Of course, Senior. It is an honor to have the strength to assist you, Zhao Lei replied earnestly. Ha ha ha, splendid. Long Zhentian laughed heartily. He approached Zhao Lei, patting him on the shoulder. From now on, we shall fight side by side. This world shall be under our protection. Long Zhentian raised his hand, striking a heroic pose. Perhaps truly delighted to converse after so long. Chapter 65. The Celestial Beast of the Starry Sky. Zhao Lei engaged in extensive conversation with Long Zhentian. Through Long Zhentian's words, Zhao Lei gleaned some insights regarding cultivators. It is said that in the ancient era, when the laws of the Blue Star were still intact, extraordinary talents would be born as beings of the immortal realm. However, a cataclysmic war ensued, resulting in the demise of countless immortals and nearly obliterating the entire Blue Star. Ultimately, several immortals expended their life force to wield supreme powers, dividing the Blue Star into two parts. Though the Blue Star was preserved, the path of cultivation was severed due to the fractured loss. Zhao Lei listened intently as Long Zhentian recounted these tales, which were passed down by his master, now long deceased, leaving the veracity of these events uncertain. It was evident that Long Zhentian's earlier claims of ignorance about their location were meant to mislead Zhao Lei. Contemplating this, Zhao Lei inquired, Senior Long, do you have any knowledge of the origins of the celestial beasts in this realm? I do not know, Long Zhentian replied solemnly. But it is certain that whenever these beasts appear, the bodies of those I have slain vanish without a trace. Zhao Lei speculated quietly. This implies that these beasts might all be from the same batch. Long Zhentian nodded in agreement. I have entertained this hypothesis, yet it remains unproven. Just as he finished speaking, the Blue Star trembled violently beneath their feet. Long Zhentian immediately adopted a vigilant stance. Be cautious, the beasts are approaching, he warned gravely. Zhao Lei glanced downward. Through the lens of the eye of disruption, he observed the slain beasts transforming into wisps of black mist, emanating a peculiar aura that suggested they were foreign to this realm. In Zhao Lei and Apos' vision, the black mist gradually morphed into the forms of the beasts before solidifying. However, to Long Zhentian, who lacked the eye of disruption, these beasts seemed to materialize from thin air. The resounding roars of beasts echoed through the heavens as the Blue Star became engulfed by a throng of celestial beasts. It is time for us to take action, Long Zhentian declared nonchalantly, charging towards the horde of beasts, as if accustomed to such scenarios. Zhao Lei, seeing this, hesitated not a moment. He invoked the laws of space and instantly found himself amidst the swarm of beasts. As he unleashed the law of destruction, a formidable force of annihilation radiated outward. Within moments, the beasts within a 1,000-meter radius dissipated into black mist surrounding him. Zhao Lei sought to obliterate the black mist using the law of destruction, yet it appeared immune to his efforts. Just as he pondered his next course of action, a notification chimed. Ding. Slain legendary celestial beast X530. Cultivation points gained. 53, 200. 000 ding. Slain Lord level celestial beast X103. Cultivation points gained. 51, 500, 000. Zhao Lei was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that defeating celestial beasts would yield cultivation points. with even the lowest tier beasts providing a substantial 100,000 points. Considering the sheer number of beasts, totaling in the billions, he exclaimed, this could lead to immediate ascension. His thoughts turned to Long Jintian, now transformed into a colossal dragon. The dragon's body spanned nearly 1,000 meters, and with a single sweep of its tail, a multitude of beasts fell to the ground. Zhao Lei felt a pang of regret. That was a fortune of cultivation points. The black mist was soon forgotten. Enhancing his strength was of utmost importance. With that determination, Zhao Lei vanished from his location, intercepting Long Jintian's descending claw. Senior Long, you have protected this realm for so long. Allow me to take charge today. You deserve a moment of respite, he implored. Long Jintian furrowed his brow, questioning, can you truly eliminate such a multitude of beasts? Rest assured, Senior, while my cultivation may not match yours, I can dispatch these beasts just as swiftly. Even without your assistance, I am capable of handling this, Zhao Lei responded confidently. Casting forth a wave of destructive energy, Long Jintian watched in astonishment as the black sphere descended upon the horde, instantly annihilating the beasts. You have comprehended the law of destruction, he exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, Senior Long, you can rest easy. I am more than capable, Zhao Lei assured him with unwavering confidence. Seeing Zhao Lei's determination, Long Jintian acquiesced to his request to confront the beasts alone, recognizing that he had not rested in quite some time. Settling into a meditative posture, Long Jintian began to recuperate. Despite the dragon race's formidable physique, years of relentless combat had inflicted numerous hidden injuries. With Long Jintian seated, Zhao Lei plunged into the fray. The majority of the beasts were legendary, lord level, and warrior level, with only a few kings present, while none were of the extraordinary tier. Zhao Lei's current strength was more than sufficient to face them. As he entered the midst of the beasts, the law of destruction erupted forth. Before the beasts could mount an offensive, they were all reduced to black mist. Zhao Lei, indifferent to the black mist, soared into the air, simultaneously harnessing the laws of lightning, destruction, and space. Dark clouds swiftly amassed overhead, with crimson lightning crackling within. Under the influence of Zhao Lei's spatial power, the bolts of lightning descended upon the beasts below. The earth trembled as the relentless onslaught of black and red lightning rained down, creating a cataclysmic bombardment zone where all beasts were consumed by the dark mist. Should an observer witness this scene, they might believe they were witnessing the end of the world. Zhao Lei commanded the storm, while notifications of cultivation points continued to ring in his ears. Ding! Slain legendary celestial beast X-173, cultivation points gained, 17,300,000. Ding! Slain lord level celestial beast X-32, cultivation points gained, 11,500,000. Ding! Slain legendary celestial beast X-234. Cultivation points gained, 23,400,000. The system's notifications filled Zhao Lei with joy, his smile growing wider as he continued his relentless assault. The ground enveloped in the brilliant light of lightning. The landscape transformed into a sea of storms, where the celestial beasts had no hope of escape, succumbing to the void of black mist. Chapter 66. The Tao of Heaven Points after 5 hours of relentless bombardment by Zhao Lei. 50% of the monstrous beasts plaguing Blue Star had been eradicated. It was estimated that in another 5 hours, the remainder would also be vanquished. At this moment, Long Jintian had also restored his body, with most of the injuries accumulated over the years having healed significantly. In truth, Zhao Lei could have waved his hand to fully restore Long Jintian's hidden injuries, but he was solely focused on acquiring cultivation points and did not consider this. As Long Jintian rose, he beheld the desolate land around him, now charred black from the relentless strikes of lightning. However, he could not find Zhao Lei's figure, prompting him to unleash his peak divine sense to scan the surroundings. The entire Blue Star materialized in his mind, and he swiftly pinpointed Zhao Lei's location. The laws of space activated. Long Jintian traversed the vast expanse and appeared not far from Zhao Lei. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, crackling with lightning. The sound of thunder was incessant, and the black-red lightning rampaged across the land. The apocalyptic scene left Long Jintian in awe and trepidation. He marveled inwardly. The terrifying destructive force contained within the black-red lightning was likely insufferable even for him. At this moment, Zhao Lei was growing more exhilarated with each kill, blissfully unaware of Long Jintian's watchful gaze. Ding! Legendary Star Beast X-173 eliminated, Cultivation points increased by 17. 3 million. Ding. Lord level star beast X32 eliminated. Cultivation points increased by 16 million. Ding. Legendary star beast X234 eliminated. Cultivation points increased by 23. Per million. Ding. Legendary star beast. Listening to the notifications of cultivation points being credited, Zhao Lei's smile never wavered. Under Long Jintian's astonished eyes, Zhao Lei continued to advance through the lightning-stricken area. After another 5 hours, every monstrous beast on the planet was cleared away by Zhao Lei. Ding. The number of cultivation points detected is too lengthy, converting at a ratio of 100 million to 1 into Tao of Heaven points. As Zhao Lei struck down the last beast, the system notification resonated within his mind. Zhao Lei instinctively attempted to open the information panel to check, but after several futile attempts, he realized he could not access it. Ultimately, he deduced that the system was busy converting cultivation points and ceased his insistence on opening the panel. At that moment, Long Jintian flew over. Zhao Kid, your destructive laws are impressive. If I ever comprehend the laws of destruction, I must spar with you. He laughed heartily. Zhao Lei responded with a smile, saying, if Senior Long wishes to comprehend the laws of destruction, I may be able to assist you. As he spoke, Zhao Lei conjured a black orb of light and handed it to Long Jintian. Observing the orb with some confusion, Long Jintian asked, Zhao Kid, why are you giving me a sphere of destructive power? Do you intend to harm me? Zhao Lei quickly waved his hand, saying, Senior Long, you misunderstand. This orb has had its destructive power erased. It is merely the essence of the law. If you meditate on it carefully, you should be able to grasp the laws of destruction in no time. Is this true? Traditionally, one must comprehend the laws on their own. This method is unprecedented to me. Long Jintian's eyes brightened, though a hint of skepticism remained. Zhao Lei smiled, reassuring him, rest assured, even if you cannot comprehend it, the orb poses no threat as the destructive force has been expunged. This method is recorded in the Panga Creation Sutra, so it is assuredly safe. However, this method is not for everyone. At the very least, one must be at the threshold of tribulation like you, and possess a formidable physique for it to be effective. Clearly, Long Jintian met these criteria. Although he was still merely a dragon, he belonged to the dragon lineage with an exceptionally robust physique. Once he heard that Zhao Lei's gift would not harm him, he willingly accepted the orb of destructive law. Zhao Kid, since the beasts have been exterminated, I shall now endeavor to comprehend the laws of destruction. Long Jintian was eager to begin his pursuit of this knowledge. Senior Long, please wait a moment. As he spoke, Zhao Lei waved his hand, invoking the laws of life. Long Jintian felt the long-accumulated injuries within him rapidly healing. Experiencing this swift recovery left him astounded. Zhao Kid, you have also comprehended the laws of life? Truly a prodigy. I have lived for nearly 500 years and find myself outmatched by you, a rising star. It seems the heroes emerge from youth. I shall focus on understanding the laws of destruction. If the beasts reappear, I shall rely on you. After uttering this, Long Jintian activated the laws of space and vanished from sight. He wished to avoid further humiliation, employing the wisdom that retreat is the best strategy when one cannot compete. Once Long Jintian departed, the system notification chimed in Zhao Lei's mind. Ding! Conversion of Tao of Heaven points completed. As the system notification sounded, Zhao Lei's information panel materialized before him. Host. Zhao Lei, human, cultivation, mid-stage divine transformation, can increase by consuming 100,000 Tao of Heaven points. Tao of Heaven points. 10 million points cultivation method. Pangu creation technique. Increases with cultivation level, skills. Basic staff technique. Demon slaying sword technique. Eye of insight. Unity of man and ship. Pangu creation sutra. Pangu opening heaven decision. 3,000 laws of power. System space. Infinite. Automatically recycles the crystal cores of slain zombies. Synthesis function. Current synthesis limit 5 times. Cannot be upgraded. Dragon Ascension Pavilion. View member information here. Safe base. View base information here. Mission function. Main mission. Eliminate all zombies on Blue Star and uncover the mastermind behind them for eradication. Mission reward unknown. Hidden main mission. Exterminate all invading creatures on the body of Blue Star. System reward unknown. Random mission. Become the guardian of Huaxia. System reward. Ancestral Dragon Sutra. Note. Ancestral Dragon Sutra is a special cultivation technique for the people of Huaxia. Individuals from other nations cannot cultivate it. As long as one is devoted to the nation and willing to contribute, they can awaken extraordinary abilities. With the talents and powers varying by individual, Zhao Lei gazed at his information panel, his smile widening. 10 million Dao of Heaven points, and the prospect of acquiring another 10 million daily. It was an exhilarating revelation. He felt as though this place was a tailor-made avenue for his accumulation of Dao of Heaven points. Contemplating this, Zhao Lei opted to enhance his cultivation. Ding. Do you wish to consume 100,000 Dao of Heaven points to advance your cultivation to late-stage divine transformation? Yes. Ding. Consuming 100,000 Dao of Heaven points. Cultivation enhancement in progress. Chapter 67. The Power of Creation. Ding. Consuming 100,000 Heavenly Dao points to elevate cultivation to the late stage of transformation. As the system notification echoed, an invisible force surged into Zhao Lei's body. The capacity of his magical energy began to expand exponentially, growing to several hundred times its original size, and even his divine consciousness augmented by severalfold. Sensing the purity of the magical energy within him, Zhao Lei felt a faint presence of celestial power, albeit not very pronounced. With this thought, Zhao Lei continued to expend heavenly Dao points to further enhance his cultivation. Ding. Consuming 1,000,000 heavenly Dao points to elevate cultivation to the first level of tribulation crossing, entering the tribulation. At the moment the system notification concluded, storm clouds began to gather in the sky above. Within minutes, a vortex of lightning formed above Zhao Lei and Appo's head. This lightning vortex was markedly different from the lightning he summoned. The rolling thunder of this calamity shimmered with a golden hue, exuding an aura of the divine. Observing the golden lightning vortex in the sky, Zhao Lei promptly settled into a meditative posture. Despite the fragmented laws of Blue Star, this tribulation contained the essence of the thunder path. Zhao Lei was determined not to miss this opportunity for enlightenment. Given his protection from 3,000 laws, Zhao Lei harbored no fears of the impending tribulation harming him. Thus, he could focus entirely on comprehending the profundities of the thunder path. As he contemplated, the first bolt of thunder was already brewing in the sky. Thunder rumbled. The golden lightning struck Zhao Lei without deviation. As he had surmised, the tribulation did not inflict any harm. Instead, it melded directly into his being. Zhao Lei felt the laws of lightning within him intensifying. Without hesitation, Zhao Lei calmed his mind and began to grasp the power of the thunder path. Thunder rumbled. Not long after, the second bolt of tribulation lightning descended. Just like the previous bolt, this tribulation did not affect Zhao Lei at all. It merely refined the purity of the lightning laws within him further. Meanwhile, on a nearby mountain, Long Jintian was startled by the commotion surrounding Zhao Lei's tribulation. His divine consciousness, at the pinnacle of tribulation crossing, spread out and soon located the meditating Zhao Lei. Long Jintian retracted his consciousness with a smile of satisfaction, which soon turned to disappointment. He sighed deeply, reflecting, in this realm, the laws are incomplete and the path of cultivation is severed. Although the tribulation can be summoned, it lacks the power of creation, making it exceedingly challenging to break through. Long Jintian shook his head in self-deprecation. He had remained stuck at the pinnacle of the 9th level of tribulation for 300 years. In truth, he had already endured the 9th bolt of tribulation lightning. Yet the world lacked sufficient creative power to assist him in breaking through. With another sigh, he closed his eyes to meditate on the destructive laws imparted by Zhao Lei. At this moment, Zhao Lei was approaching the 7th level of tribulation. The intensity of the tribulation increased with each level. However, aside from aiding Zhao Lei in comprehending the thunder path, it exerted no other effects. Zhao Lei's mastery of lightning laws had grown severalfold. Yet he still fell far short of the threshold for transformation. Thunder rumbled. The final bolt of tribulation lightning struck down, and the storm clouds began to dissipate. After absorbing the last bolt, Zhao Lei opened his eyes, gazing at the retreating clouds of tribulation with a puzzled expression. He sensed his body and noted a definite increase in strength compared to before the tribulation, yet his cultivation remained at the late stage of transformation, without any breakthrough. Just as Zhao Lei wrestled with his confusion, the system's notification suddenly chimed. Ding. Detection indicates that the host has successfully passed the tribulation, but due to incomplete laws, there is insufficient creative power for the host to transcend the tribulation stage. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei was bewildered. What does this mean? No creative power. Does that imply that I am destined to remain at the pinnacle of transformation for eternity without the possibility of advancement? Zhao Lei was utterly flabbergasted. Although he was invincible among mortals, it did not mean he did not aspire to ascend to higher realms. Just as he grappled with disbelief, a sudden spatial fluctuation drew his attention. Turning around, he beheld Long Jintian stepping forth from the space. Do not despair, young Zhao. I have been stuck at this realm for 300 years, Long Jintian consoled him. Zhao Lei inhaled deeply at these words. Is there truly no other way to obtain creative power? Long Jintian shook his head. I do not know. If I had a method, I would have already broken through. Hearing this, Zhao Lei sighed despondently once more. Not wishing to further dishearten Zhao Lei, Long Jintian invoked the laws of space and vanished from sight. Watching Long Jintian depart, Zhao Lei stood up, staring at the scorched earth, lost in thought. Ding. Detection indicates that the host is unable to advance due to the deficiencies of heaven and earth. The system has activated the creative power exchange function. Ding. Would you like to consume 1,000 heavenly Tao points to exchange for the creative power needed to break through the tribulation stage? As Zhao Lei was lost in contemplation, the series of system notifications jolted him back to reality. When he learned that the system allowed for the exchange of creative power, he was momentarily taken aback. After standing dazed for 2 minutes, Zhao Lei finally reacted and responded eagerly. Exchange. Ding. Consuming 1,000 heavenly Tao points to exchange for creative power, enhancing cultivation. As the system's notification concluded, Zhao Lei felt a surge of creative power flood into his body. Recognizing the creative power within, he quickly settled into a meditative position and activated the Panga creation technique. As Zhao Lei practiced the technique, the creative power began to transform his body. At that moment, he felt his Dantian's capacity expanding rapidly and his magical energy becoming increasingly refined. He sensed a trace of celestial energy. Realizing the changes within himself, Zhao Lei did not pause, but continued to channel the Panga creation technique. Half an hour later, he had absorbed all the creative power. His cultivation had now reached the first level of tribulation crossing. Zhao Lei felt as though he had undergone a profound transformation. Exhaling a breath of stale air, he rose to his feet. He pondered the nature of this system. Not only had it enabled him to comprehend 3,000 laws, but it also allowed for the exchange of creative power. The more powerful Zhao Lei became, the more he sensed the system's terrifying nature. This system lacked autonomous consciousness, functioning instead like a fixed program. Zhao Lei had previously inquired about various issues with the system, but it was utterly unresponsive. He felt as though his fate was already predetermined. He could not fathom the essence of this system or why it had chosen him. Yet, Zhao Lei was certain that the system was aligned with the interests of Blue Star. Otherwise, it would not have issued 2 mainline quests urging him to save it. Aside from the system's existence, Zhao Lei harbored many other questions. For instance, what cataclysmic conflict had befallen the divided Blue Star to render it on the brink of collapse? And what was the nature of the dark energy enveloping the very core of Blue Star? Chapter 68. The second stage of tribulation aside from the existence of the system. Zhao Lei harbored numerous uncertainties. For instance, what kind of cataclysmic battle did Blue Star endure to bring it to the brink of collapse? Furthermore, what was the nature of the ominous black energy present on Blue Star? And where did the zombie virus originate? Just contemplating these matters left Zhao Lei with a throbbing headache. Each issue was far from trivial and could not be resolved lightly. Alas, one must proceed step by step. Reflecting on this, Zhao Lei calculated the time remaining until the next arrival of the celestial beasts, realizing that only a few hours remained. He opened his information panel to check. Host, Zhao Lei, human, realm. First stage of tribulation, can be increased by consuming 10 million heavenly points. Zhao Lei noted that the next advancement in his cultivation required 10 million heavenly points, along with the points needed to exchange for the power of creation. A conservative estimate would be 20 million. He believed that after slaying another wave of celestial beasts, he could potentially elevate his cultivation by another stage. With this thought, Zhao Lei settled into a meditative posture, awaiting the descent of the celestial beasts. Time flew by. The ground began to tremble violently, awakening Zhao Lei from his meditation. Rising to his feet, he observed the surrounding black energy solidifying from the void, preparing himself for combat. Meanwhile, in another location, Long Jintian, who was contemplating the laws, opened his eyes. Zhao, do you require my assistance this time? Long Jintian inquired. Zhao Lei replied, there is no need, Senior Long. Please continue your study of the laws. This minor matter is well within my capabilities. Long Jintian, appreciating Zhao Lei's confidence, felt increasingly fond of him. With Zhao Lei around, he could relish a well-deserved respite. After all, he had been guarding this place for many years. A few days of leisure should not be too much to ask. Thus, Long Jintian said, Zhao, I shall leave this to you. I'm off to take a break. With a chuckle, he vanished into thin air amidst a ripple of spatial fluctuations. Roar, roar, roar. As soon as Long Jintian departed, a multitude of celestial beasts began to swarm around. Observing the beasts, Zhao Lei merged the laws of thunder and destruction in his hands. In an instant, a colossal sea of destructive thunder radiated outwards from Zhao Lei, engulfing a vast area. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, everything was shrouded in this thunderous maelstrom. The celestial beast struck by the divine thunder instantly transformed into black vapor, dissipating into the air. Zhao Lei found himself at a loss regarding the black vapor, opting to disregard it for the moment. With all his might unleashed, Zhao Lei moved with purpose, causing countless celestial beasts to dissolve into black vapor. Ding! Slain legendary celestial beast X 342, heavenly points acquired, 3420. Ding! Slain lord level celestial beast X 23, heavenly points acquired, 1150. Ding! Slain legendary celestial beast X 243, heavenly points acquired, 2430. Ding! Slain legendary celestial beast. As the notifications of heavenly points continued to chime in, Zhao Lei became increasingly exhilarated with each kill. Time sped on, and Zhao Lei observed that this wave of celestial beasts appeared significantly more numerous than the last. Despite his curiosity, he paid it little mind. Whether there were more or fewer, slaying them was still slaying them. For him, the additional celestial beasts bore little consequence. Under Zhao Lei and Apos' relentless assault, the celestial beasts were swiftly eradicated. These beasts were predominantly concentrated on land, making them easy targets for Zhao Lei and Apos' area of effect attacks. During this slaughter, Zhao Lei noticed an intriguing phenomenon. Although these celestial beasts possessed legendary and lord-level powers, they were incapable of flight. They seemed firmly anchored to the ground, struggling even to rise a meter into the air. The vortex Zhao Lei had traversed upon entering was suspended in the air, indicating that these celestial beasts, regardless of their fate, would not escape. Moreover, Zhao Lei observed that these beasts incessantly attacked the ground, as if searching for something. Uncertain of what secrets lay within the body of Blue Star, Zhao Lei was convinced that it harbored mysteries. Otherwise, these celestial beasts would not be drawn here. With these thoughts, Zhao Lei checked his gains. Heavenly points, 23 million. Zhao Lei sat cross-legged and decided to elevate his cultivation. Ding! Consumed 10 million heavenly points. Cultivation elevated to the second stage of tribulation, undergoing tribulation. As the system's notification faded, dark clouds began to gather in the sky, ultimately forming a vortex of lightning. The second 9 heavens tribulation consisted of 18 bolts of heavenly lightning, double that of the first. Just as before, Zhao Lei sat cross-legged, preparing to comprehend the profound truths of thunder within the tribulation. Boom, boom. The first 2 bolts of heavenly lightning struck down without disturbing Zhao Lei in the slightest. They entered his body seamlessly. Zhao Lei began to absorb the essence of the thunder and comprehend its profound principles. Meanwhile, Long Jintian, meditating in a void while grasping the principles of destruction, was startled awake by the commotion of Zhao Lei's tribulation. His eyes snapped open as his peak-level consciousness radiated outward, immediately locking onto Zhao Lei, who was undergoing tribulation. Long Jintian was puzzled by the dark clouds swirling above Zhao Lei. Didn't this lad just undergo tribulation not long ago? Why is he facing another one? With a flicker, Long Jintian activated the spatial laws, instantly appearing not far from Zhao Lei. Boom, boom. During Zhao Lei's previous tribulation, Long Jintian had not observed closely. However, witnessing 2 bolts of heavenly lightning strike consecutively now confirmed that Zhao Lei was undergoing the second 9 heavens tribulation. The world's laws were incomplete, unable to generate the power of creation. How did this lad manage to break through last time? Could he possess some treasure capable of manifesting such power? No. When I last saw him, he clearly had not broken through, and he even asked me if there were any methods to obtain the power of creation. Could it be that he did not break through last time? And is this his second tribulation? Standing still, Long Jintian watched Zhao Lei undergo his tribulation, filled with questions. He could not discern Zhao Lei's exact cultivation level, leaving him uncertain about whether Zhao Lei had truly broken through previously. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei diligently comprehended the principles of thunder within the tribulation, oblivious to Long Jintian's scrutiny. Under the refining power of the lightning tribulation, the thunder laws within Zhao Lei's body grew increasingly robust. After the ninth bolt of heavenly lightning struck, the dark clouds began to dissipate gradually. Seeing that Zhao Lei had concluded his tribulation, Long Jintian promptly approached him. After absorbing the final bolt of tribulation lightning, Zhao Lei exhaled a breath of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. Upon meeting Long Jintian's gaze as he approached, Zhao Lei spoke, "Senior Long, why have you come back? Young Zhao, you must explain to me how you achieved this breakthrough in your cultivation." Chapter 69. Absorbing the power of creation. Zhao Xiaozai. Confess honestly how you transcended your cultivation. Long Jintian interrogated Zhao Lei directly. Zhao Lei was about to concoct an elaborate excuse when, suddenly, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully endured the heavenly tribulation. Would you like to expend 10 million heavenly Tao points to exchange for the power of creation to break through to the second level of tribulation? Upon hearing the prompt, Zhao Lei immediately sat down cross-legged, disregarding Long Jintian. Once settled, he silently intoned, "Exchange." Ding. The exchange for the power of creation was successful. As the system's announcement faded, Zhao Lei felt a surge of creation power flowing into his body. This power was at least tenfold greater than before. Sensing this newfound energy, he promptly initiated the Pangu creation technique. Meanwhile, Long Jintian, observing Zhao Lei in meditation, was engulfed in confusion. He initially assumed Zhao Lei was simply ignoring him. However, in the next moment, he suddenly sensed a distinct aura of creation power emanating from Zhao Lei. Focusing his divine consciousness on him, he Kuden and Appos, he discerned Zhao Lei and Appos as cultivation level. Yet he was acutely aware of the sudden influx of creation power. Once Long Jintian recognized it as the power of creation, he became utterly bewildered, standing there in a daze as he watched Zhao Lei absorb this energy. He could not fathom the source of this creation power. At that moment, a thought struck him. If he could acquire this creation power, might he not ascend to the legendary realm of immortals? Yet, how had Zhao Lei obtained such power? Long Jintian's mind was consumed with thoughts of acquiring the creation power, and he felt a surge of envy. A fleeting, sinister thought of seizing it crossed his mind. He quickly suppressed this impulse and settled down to meditate. An hour passed, and Zhao Lei finally absorbed all the creation power. He exhaled a breath of stale air and slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Long Jintian still seated before him, he recalled the earlier inquiry about the origin of his creation power. This energy had been exchanged from the system, and he wondered if it could be shared with Long Jintian. If possible, he would gladly do so, for this man had safeguarded the nation of Huaxia, and indeed, the entire Blue Star for centuries. However, he was uncertain if the creation power could truly be shared. The system operated like a machine, offering no answers to his queries. Though the system would only prompt him to exchange for creation power after he had completed the tribulation, Zhao Lei speculated that it must possess this capability. Contemplating this, he decided to attempt it. If he could indeed share the creation power with Long Jintian, Huaxia might gain another immortal, an extraordinary boon. With this thought, Zhao Lei silently intoned, "Expend 10 heavenly Tao points to exchange for creation power." Ding. Detected that the host does not currently require creation power. Would you like to expend 10 heavenly Tao points for the exchange? Upon concluding his silent command, the system's prompt immediately followed. Hearing this, Zhao Lei felt a surge of joy. Even if he did not need the creation power, he could still utilize his heavenly Tao points for the exchange. Resolutely, he intoned, "Exchange." Ding. The exchange for the power of creation was successful. As the system's announcement concluded, a pinpoint of light, no larger than a hair, materialized in Zhao Lei's hand. He carefully attuned himself to its essence and confirmed it was indeed the power of creation. This meant that with this power, Long Jintian could potentially transcend the tribulation stage. At that moment, Long Jintian, sensing Zhao Lei and Appos' actions, opened his eyes and immediately noticed the small white light dot in Zhao Lei and Appos' hand. "Zhao Xiaozai, where did you acquire this creation power?" Long Jintian exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Zhao Lei had already prepared his response. Seeing Long Jintian and Appos' eagerness, he replied, "Elder Long, I am uncertain of the origins of this creation power, but it seems I have some residual energy left. If I were to impart the remaining creation power to you, I wonder if it might aid in your breakthrough? Long Jintian gazed at Zhao Lei in disbelief. He had not anticipated Zhao Lei would offer him the creation power. After a few seconds of stunned silence, he finally spoke. Zhao Xiaozai, are you truly willing to share the creation power with me? Elder Long, time is of the essence. Let me bestow this creation power upon you. If you truly ascend beyond the tribulation realm, it will bolster our human race's might against the unknown foes we face. Zhao Lei stated gravely. Zhao Xiaozai, if you genuinely wish to share the creation power with me, I, Long, will become your subordinate henceforth, Long Jintian declared, nearly kneeling in gratitude. Thankfully, Zhao Lei stepped forward to support him. Elder Long, there is no need for such words. I have never sought anything from you. I implore you, do not speak of this again. Upon hearing Zhao Lei and Appo's words, Long Jintian immediately clasped his fists in respect. Thus, the two exchanged no further words. Long Jintian settled down once more, and Zhao Lei positioned himself behind him, placing a hand on Long Jintian's back, silently intoning. Expend all heavenly Dao points to exchange for creation power. Ding. The host does not currently require creation power. Would you like to expend all heavenly Dao points for the exchange? Exchange. Without a moment and Appo's hesitation, Zhao Lei chose to proceed with the exchange. Ding. The exchange for the power of creation was successful. As the system and Appo's announcement faded, a surge of creation power manifested within Zhao Lei, guided by his magical essence. This power flowed along his arm into Long Jintian and Appo's body. Sensing the creation power entering him, Long Jintian immediately initiated the 10,000 Dragons technique. As he began to absorb the creation power slowly, Zhao Lei withdrew his hand once all of it had been transferred. Long Jintian was fortunate indeed. Had he acted upon his initial impulse to kill Zhao Lei for the creation power, he would have been obliterated, never to have the chance to absorb this energy. This is no exaggeration. Zhao Lei was protected by 3000 laws, his body a realm unto itself, rendering Long Jintian's peak tribulation cultivation utterly incapable of breaching Zhao Lei's defenses. Had Zhao Lei reacted, dispatching Long Jintian would have been a mere gesture. Chapter 70. Shadow Clones. As Long Jintian began to absorb the power of creation, Zhao Lei settled down nearby, lost in thought. He suddenly pondered a question. If those with supernatural abilities could not cultivate immortality, could cultivators then learn supernatural powers? Having never attempted it before, he recalled that he had recently acquired 2 Lord-level supernatural ability cards, making it the perfect opportunity to experiment. Zhao Lei believed that the ability of Shadow Clones was exceptionally potent. If he could create 2 clones, each possessing the same strength and mastery of 3,000 laws as himself, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. With this thought, Zhao Lei retrieved the Shadow Clone Lord-level ability card from his system space. Since Lu Zhibing had awakened his powers using a supernatural ability card for the first time, Zhao Lei was somewhat familiar with the process. He concentrated and dripped a drop of his blood onto the ability card. Instantly, the card radiated a brilliant light. Just as Zhao Lei anticipated the awakening of his powers, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Detection of host using Lord-level ability card, Shadow Clone. Automatic acquisition of Shadow Clone technique. Note, the Shadow Clone technique can simultaneously create 5 clones with identical strength as the host. Upon hearing this notification, Zhao Lei's heart soared with joy. Although he had not awakened a supernatural ability, the Shadow Clone technique sounded even more formidable. He promptly prepared to test the technique. As Zhao Lei activated the Shadow Clone technique, 5 figures resembling him appeared before him. He sensed that he could control these 5 clones at will, as if they were extensions of his own body. Consequently, his efficiency in eliminating the celestial beasts would quintuple. What once required 9 hours could now be accomplished in just 2, allowing him ample time for other endeavors. Although the 5 clones consumed significant mana, Zhao Lei possessed an inexhaustible supply within him. Having reached the second stage of tribulation, even without a continuous flow of mana, his reserves should theoretically be limitless. Zhao, what are you doing? Long Jintian, having finished absorbing the power of creation, approached Zhao Lei. Seeing Long Jintian's approach, Zhao Lei inquired, Senior Long, have you made your breakthrough? Not yet, but my cultivation has significantly improved, Long Jintian replied with a smile. The mere advancement in cultivation brought him immense joy. At this moment, Long Jintian was likely just a step away from the immortal realm. Senior Long, when I undergo my next tribulation, there might still be residual power of creation. I can give it to you then. Breaking through should not be a challenge, Zhao Lei stated solemnly. Long Jintian's smile widened at this. I am already very pleased with my current progress. We can discuss the next matter later. Agreed. Let us save that discussion for when there is surplus power of creation. Continuing, Zhao Lei remarked, Senior Long, it seems you have not ventured into the outside world for many years. Though we are both on Blue Star, this place is rather lifeless. It is time to explore beyond. Upon hearing Zhao Lei and Apos' intention to leave, Long Jintian grew excited. Zhao, are you leaving? Zhao Lei corrected him. Not just me, we are leaving. We? Long Jintian's expression was filled with confusion. If we leave, who will handle the celestial beasts here? They will handle it. Zhao Lei gestured toward the 5 clones beside him. Long Jintian's face was one of disbelief. Are you serious? Zhao Lei explained, of course. Do not underestimate their strength. Each clone is on par with me. Their efficiency in eliminating beasts is exponentially greater than when I was alone. Surely, you can trust them. I may not be well-read. But do not attempt to deceive me, Long Jintian replied skeptically. If you truly doubt it, feel free to test their abilities, Zhao Lei encouraged. Fine, I shall test them. Am I afraid of these 5 shadowy figures? With that, Long Jintian assumed a combat stance. Senior Long, I shall begin now. As Zhao Lei spoke, he controlled the 5 clones to snap their fingers in unison. Instantly, the laws of strength and time activated simultaneously, rendering Long Jintian immobile. One of the clones, harnessing the law of strength, struck a punch toward Long Jintian. With 4 clones enforcing the time law, Long Jintian had no chance to evade the incoming blow. Bang! The clone and Apos' fist collided with Long Jintian and Apos' chest, sending him flying. This punch was not executed with full force, otherwise, it might have cost Long Jintian half his life. Once the time law's influence dissipated, Long Jintian, still reeling from the impact, felt a sharp pain in his chest. Zhao Lei waved his hand in Long Jintian's direction, employing the law of life to restore him to peak condition. How formidable are these 5 clones, Senior Zhao? Zhao Lei teased. Long Jintian, now recovering, was in shock. Do your clones possess mastery over the time law? Indeed, Zhao Lei confirmed. Upon hearing this, Long Jintian gasped, his heart racing with disbelief. The time law was among the most supreme of the 3,000 laws. It was no wonder he was so astonished. Thankfully, Long Jintian remained unaware that Zhao Lei had comprehended all 3,000 laws, or he might have fainted in sheer amazement. After a prolonged silence, Long Jintian finally regained his composure, exclaiming in astonishment, these 5 clones possess such power. Long Jintian realized how foolish he had been when he once sought to kill Zhao Lei for the power of creation. Had Zhao Lei summoned these 5 clones, he would not have known how he met his demise. Observing Long Jintian's astonished expression, Zhao Lei smiled. Senior Long, you can now trust me to leave. These 5 clones will manage everything here without issue. Long Jintian's expression was complex as he processed Zhao Lei's words. After years of guarding this place, he could finally step outside and witness the world beyond. I have longed to venture out, yet I never had the opportunity. I am immensely grateful that fate brought you here to assist me in clearing these beasts. Senior Long, you are too kind. It is merely my duty. Then let us depart. After so many years in this lifeless place, I can hardly contain my excitement. Chapter 71. Arrival at the Sangzhou safe base as Zhao Lei and Long Jintian departed from the main body of Blue Star. Zhao Lei observed that the vortex connecting the 2 realms possessed a formidable barrier. This barrier could only be traversed by cultivators. However, to ensure utmost security, he employed the power of the 3,000 laws to establish an additional protective formation around the vortex. The 3,000 laws, interdependent and perpetually vibrant, rendered it nearly impossible to breach this formation without dominion over the Great Tao. Having completed these preparations, Zhao Lei turned with a sense of relief and left with Long Jintian. Even after departing from Blue Star, Zhao Lei retained the ability to monitor the situation through his 5 avatars. Yet, he soon realized that since exiting the vortex, he could no longer replenish their spiritual energy. Fortunately, each avatar embodied Zhao Lei's full strength, thus possessing the 3,000 laws within them. Their internal mana flowed ceaselessly, allowing them to sustain themselves independently, even in the absence of Zhao Lei's direct support. Upon recognizing this situation, a term suddenly sprang to Zhao Lei's mind: perpetual motion machine. By creating avatars, he no longer needed to provide them with energy. Instead, they could slay cosmic beasts on Blue Star, allowing Zhao Lei to garner corresponding Tao points. It was akin to effortlessly enhancing his cultivation. Since leaving the main body of Blue Star, Zhao Lei and Apos' smile had been unceasing. Zhao Lei promptly opened a spatial passage, bringing Long Jintian to the Zhangzhou safe base. After many years of absence, he noted the significant changes in the external world. It has changed remarkably, Long Jintian remarked, surveying his surroundings. Zhao Lei smiled slightly in response, noting that in the past century, technology in the Huaxia nation had advanced rapidly, ranking among the world's best. Had it not been for the outbreak of the zombie virus, prosperity would have flourished even more. Upon hearing Zhao Lei mention zombies, Long Jintian and Apos' expression shifted noticeably. In a tone only audible to Zhao Lei, he lamented, "Zombies?" It seems they remain undeterred. Sensing that Long Jintian possessed knowledge about the zombie virus, Zhao Lei inquired, "Elder Long, do you know the origin of these zombies?" "I do not know for certain, but I have heard from my master that during that unprecedented war, all races participated, and zombies were among them. I suspect this virus emerged from the surviving zombies of that era, but the specifics elude me," Long Jintian explained. Zhao Lei was taken aback. He had believed that the great battle was solely between cultivators, unaware that it had involved multiple races, implying that humanity was not the only race in this universe. Reflecting on this, Zhao Lei voiced, "Do they intend to instigate another conflict among the races?" "I cannot say. The information I possess is merely what I gleaned from my master, and I am not well versed in the details," Long Jintian replied, to which Zhao Lei nodded in agreement. As they conversed, the duo arrived at the tea house where Zhao Lei had previously encountered Bai Wu. Upon entering, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. "Zhao, you certainly have a knack for selecting venues. The tea here is quite delightful," Long Jintian remarked, savoring the scent. Zhao Lei chuckled in response. They chose a window-side table, ordered a pot of tea, and resumed their leisurely dialogue. Their conversation encompassed numerous topics regarding cultivators. Zhao Lei learned that when Long Jintian first met his master, he was merely a nascent black snake at the 5th level of qi refining, while his master had already reached a transcendent state. His master often imparted a piece of wisdom. "You have survived the great calamity. Henceforth, cultivate diligently to preserve the last flicker of humanity's flame." At that time, Long Jintian had just begun to awaken his intellect and did not comprehend his master and Apos' words. As time passed, his master taught him many skills, guiding him along the path of cultivation. While Long Jintian grew stronger daily, he noticed his master's health deteriorating until he could no longer rise from his bed. Before long, his master passed away, leaving behind the final words, "Though I possess myriad powers, akin to the longevity of heaven and earth, in the face of calamity, I am but a speck of dust." As their conversation deepened, Long Jintian and Zhao Lei grew increasingly familiar with one another. Time flitted by, and as they prepared to depart, Zhao Lei's communication talisman unexpectedly illuminated. He retrieved the talisman, piquing Long Jintian's curiosity. "What is that, Zhao?" Long Jintian inquired. "Elder Long, this is a recently developed communication device," Zhao Lei explained as the talisman hovered before them. An image began to materialize, revealing the figure of Hu Weiguo, the head of the Zhangzhou safe base and the highest authority in Huaxia. "Brother Zhao, do you have a moment? Regarding your appointment as the guardian of Huaxia, I have discussed it with several elders. Please come to the Zhangzhou safe base tonight for deliberation." Hu Weiguo's voice resonated as his figure appeared. Zhao Lei responded, "Yes. I am currently at the Zhangzhou safe base. Should I come to you?" "Excellent. Please come to the conference room. The elders will arrive shortly," Hu Weiguo replied. After terminating the communication, Zhao Lei felt elated. The system task was finally within reach. Long Jintian, noticing Zhao Lei's excitement, asked, "You are to become the guardian of Huaxia?" "Indeed, Elder Long. I believe I am also referred to as the national guardian," Zhao Lei remarked. Long Jintian appeared deep in thought. Zhao Lei admired his earnestness, realizing that perhaps only this elder could forget such matters. "Elder Long, I must head to the conference room. Would you care to accompany me?" "Of course. I wish to see what caliber the current guardians of Huaxia possess," Long Jintian replied. With that, the two set off towards the center of the Zhangzhou safe base. As cultivators in the crossing tribulation stage, their speed was unquestionable. Soon, they arrived at the tallest building within the base. "You there? Who are you?" "The command center of the Zhangzhou safe base is not open to just anyone. Depart at once." A man in a black suit bellowed as they approached the entrance. Long Jintian's expression darkened at the guard's rude demeanor, while Zhao Lei's countenance soured. He had previously entered with Bai Shan and had not anticipated such treatment. Just as they were at a loss for how to proceed, a young man emerged, and upon spotting Zhao Lei at the entrance, he immediately froze in surprise. Chapter 72. Mission accomplished. The moment the young man spotted Zhao Lei at the entrance, he felt a sudden jolt of surprise. Quickly recovering, he hastened to Zhao Lei, cupping his fists in a gesture of respect. "Thank you, Senior Zhao, for your mercy last time. You spared my life. I vow to mend my ways from now on." The man in black, stationed at the door, was astonished to witness Bai Wu paying his respects to Zhao Lei. His eyes widened in disbelief. After all, Bai Wu was the son of the head of the Zhangzhou safe base. The doorman was perplexed. Who exactly was this young man? At that moment, Zhao Lei realized that the doorman recognized Bai Wu, which alleviated his immediate concerns. "It and Appos, s all right. Acknowledging one and Appos, s mistakes is commendable. My companion, Senior Long, and I have some matters to attend to. We shall take our leave now." With that, Zhao Lei gestured for them to proceed. The doorman, caught in a state of shock, dared not impede their passage. If even Bai Wu, the son of the Zhangzhou safe base's leader, addressed this man as senior, any attempt to stop them would surely spell disaster. The pair, Zhao Lei and Long Zhentian, made their way directly to the conference room on the top floor. Upon entering, they were greeted by Hu Weiguo. "Brother Zhao, you're quite prompt. The others will take a little longer to arrive." "Commander Hu, you are as courteous as ever, while I remain rather impolite," Zhao Lei chuckled. Hu Weiguo acknowledged Zhao Lei's words, though he refrained from voicing his agreement in this setting. His attention shifted to Long Zhentian, standing beside Zhao Lei. "Brother Zhao, may I inquire about this esteemed elder?" Zhao Lei, puzzled, responded, "Commander Hu, are you not familiar with the State Protector?" "You mean this esteemed elder is the State Protector?" Hu Weiguo asked, his face a mask of disbelief as he sought confirmation. Zhao Lei had assumed that those in high office would be acquainted with Long Zhentian, so he was surprised to discover otherwise. It seemed they were only aware of the existence of a State Protector without any personal knowledge or images to go by, limiting their understanding to mere hearsay. Realizing this, Zhao Lei explained, "This is Senior Long Zhentian, the State Protector of Huaxia. I encountered him in a secret realm by chance, and he has come out to explore the world beyond." Upon hearing this, Hu Weiguo felt a sense of calm wash over him. His knowledge of the State Protector had come from the previous head of the military command. Seeing Long Zhentian in person left him utterly astonished, but as the commander, he maintained his composure. With that in mind, Hu Weiguo approached Long Zhentian, cupping his fists in respect. "I pay my respects to State Protector Long. I was unaware of your esteemed status earlier. If I have caused any offense, I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Zhao Lei had previously shared some basic information about Huaxia with Long Zhentian, including the identity of Hu Weiguo as the military commander. Long Zhentian's first impression of Hu Weiguo was that this younger man was quite polite, unlike some who resorted to violence daily. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Commander, you are too kind. I do not concern myself with such trivialities, and as for any perceived offenses, there is no need for forgiveness." Just as Long Zhentian finished speaking, a hearty laughter echoed from outside the conference room. "What a lively atmosphere. It seems I, old Lei, have arrived a tad late." The newcomer was none other than Lei Lingxiao, the only combat-level ability user among the 7 State Protectors. Both Hu Weiguo and Zhao Lei greeted the newcomer, who reciprocated with respectful gestures. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lei Lingxiao noticed the elderly gentleman standing nearby. To him, the elder emanated a profound aura, instilling a sense of fear even in a combat-level ability user like himself, a fear that resonated from the depths of his soul. Curious, Lei Lingxiao asked, "Who is this esteemed elder? I have never seen him before." "This is Senior Long Zhentian, the State Protector of Huaxia," Hu Weiguo promptly replied. Upon hearing this, Lei Lingxiao strode forward, cupping his fists in respect. "So you are the State Protector." Suddenly, he realized the implications of the title. The State Protector, wasn't he the one rumored to defend against foreign invasions in the secret realms? With disbelief etched on his face, Lei Lingxiao looked at Long Zhentian. "Indeed, that is correct," Long Zhentian confirmed. Stunned, Lei Lingxiao stood frozen, unable to comprehend that he was in the presence of the legendary State Protector. He bowed again, stating, "I am Lei Lingxiao, and I pay my respects to you, State Protector. I was unaware of your presence earlier. If I have caused any offense, please feel free to reprimand me. I would not dare to protest." Long Zhentian was amused by Lei Lingxiao's fervent speech. This young man was quite entertaining. Time flew by, and soon the remaining 5 State Protectors arrived, each expressing astonishment at Long Zhentian's identity and promptly offering their apologies. After a series of introductions, Long Jintian became well acquainted with the new cohort of state protectors. Before long, the meeting officially commenced. Hu Weiguo was the first to voice his opinion. As you are all aware, Brother Zhao intends to become a state protector of Huaxia. He is here to discuss this matter with everyone. Brother Zhao has cleared all the Lord-level zombies from our territory and single-handedly obliterated an entire fleet from the Baga Nation. With these two achievements, he fully qualifies to become a state protector. I trust there are no objections? Upon hearing this, Lei Lingxiao was the first to express his support. I believe Brother Zhao possesses remarkable strength, and upon becoming a state protector of Huaxia, he will serve the nation even better. Therefore, I do not oppose this matter. Following suit, Zhang Zhenghua echoed, indeed, Brother Zhao is exceptionally capable and devoted to our country. Should the entire world turn against us in the future, they would still need to weigh their options carefully. Soon after, Tian Xinghua, Su Guoping, Wu Rongguo, and Sun Jigua each chimed in, voicing their support for Zhao Lei's ascension to state protector. Seeing that no one opposed the idea, Hu Weiguo smiled. Since there are no objections, I shall present this emblem, which signifies the 8th state protector, to Brother Zhao. As he spoke, Hu Weiguo produced a red badge adorned with golden stars from his possession and handed it directly to Zhao Lei. The moment Zhao Lei accepted the badge, a notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on becoming the 8th state protector of Huaxia. The random task has been completed. System reward, Ancestral Dragon Heart Sutra. Note: the Ancestral Dragon Heart Sutra is a cultivation method specifically designed for the people of Huaxia. It cannot be practiced by foreigners. Only those who are wholly devoted to the nation and willing to make sacrifices for it may awaken their abilities, with the nature of their talents and powers varying from person to person. Chapter 73. The Grand Dragon Scripture. As soon as the system's prompt resonated, the Grand Dragon Scripture materialized within the system's space. Observing the ancient and elegant appearance of the scripture, Zhao Lei exhibited no hesitation and promptly retrieved it. Commander Hu, by an unexpected stroke of fortune, I have acquired a remarkable tome. The cultivation methods inscribed within possess the potential to transform any individual into an extraordinary being, provided their heart is devoted to the nation of Huaxia. For those lacking patriotism, however, this method proves utterly futile. While speaking, Zhao Lei handed the Grand Dragon Scripture to Hu Weiguo. Brother Zhao, do not attempt to deceive me. How could such a wondrous artifact exist in this world? Hu Weiguo responded skeptically as he examined the scripture. Several guardians nearby, upon hearing his words, gathered around. The Grand Dragon Scripture, what a commanding name. Is it truly as marvelous as Brother Zhao claims? Indeed. Let us unveil it and ascertain the truth. Exactly. If what Brother Zhao says holds true, our nation could soon boast a multitude of extraordinary beings. As the crowd exchanged eager remarks, Hu Weiguo slowly opened the Grand Dragon Scripture. The instant it was unveiled, a mystical energy surged throughout the conference room. This sensation is remarkable. My spirit and vitality have instantly reached their zenith. The content is profoundly enigmatic. I can feel a slight enhancement in my cultivation. I too have experienced growth. If I were to practice this method, I might soon transcend to the realm of the war god. Zhao, indeed, speaks no falsehood. This cultivation method is astonishing. The guardians were animated, each contributing to the discussion. Hu Weiguo gazed at the Grand Dragon Scripture in disbelief, unable to fathom such a cultivation method existed. Having merely perused the first page has already yielded a modicum of improvement. Imagine if one were to study the entire tome. Wouldn't transcending cultivation become as effortless as eating or drinking? The assembly was taken aback. The potential consequences of this cultivation method falling into the hands of foreign nations were unimaginable. Brother Zhao, is it truly the case that this cultivation method is exclusive to the people of Huaxia? Lei Lingxiao inquired, his expression grave as he regarded the Grand Dragon Scripture. Zhao Lei confidently nodded in response. Rest assured, even if individuals from other nations were to study this method, they would remain unable to awaken extraordinary powers. It would be as worthless as discarded paper. Should Brother Zhao's assertion prove accurate, the potency of this cultivation method is beyond comprehension. The author of the Grand Dragon Scripture must surely be an unparalleled genius. The assembly came to accept the authenticity of the cultivation method. Zhao Lei addressed Hu Weiguo, saying, Commander Hu, please take this cultivation method and reproduce multiple copies to disseminate throughout the military. If the results are significant, we can implement it nationwide. With that, Zhao Lei had attained the position of the 8th guardian of Huaxia, and the purpose of this meeting had been fulfilled. Thus, the assembly concluded. Time is of the essence. I shall arrange for the reproduction of the Grand Dragon scripture and expedite its distribution among the troops. Hu Weigua instructed the others, then departed the conference room with the Grand Dragon scripture in hand. The guardians recognized the gravity of the matter and refrained from hindering his departure. After bidding farewell to Zhao Lei and Long Jintian, each guardian returned to their respective territories to address their local concerns, unlike Zhao Lei, who remained unencumbered. Once the room was vacated, a smile graced Zhao Lei and Amp Oppo's face. Just moments ago, the system and Amp Oppo's prompt had echoed in his mind. Ding. Slayed legendary Starry Sky Beast X 947. Gained 9,470 heavenly points. Ding. Slayed Lord level Starry Sky Beast X 23. Gained 1150 heavenly points. Ding. Slayed legendary Starry Sky Beast X 763. Gained 7630 heavenly points. These prompts signified the triumphs of Zhao Lei's avatar stationed on Blue Star as it vanquished Starry Sky beasts and accrued heavenly points. At this moment, only Zhao Lei and Long Jintian remained in the conference room. Long Jintian noticed Zhao Lei's joyous demeanor and patted him on the shoulder. What brings about your mirth? Young Zhao? Nothing much, merely the anticipation of Huaxia soon gaining a fresh cadre of extraordinary individuals, Zhao Lei replied, offering a nonchalant diversion. Subsequently, Long Jintian and Zhao Lei settled into the Ascending Dragon Pavilion's secure base. Time passed swiftly, and soon 3 days had elapsed. During this interval, Zhao Lei and Amp Oppo's heavenly points surged to 50 million. Meanwhile, Hu Weigua had initiated the widespread distribution of the Grand Dragon scripture within the military. At present, every soldier held the rank of at least a level 1 extraordinary being, although individual enhancements were modest, with the highest ranks reaching only level 3 or 4. The overall strength of Huaxia had ascended to an entirely different echelon. For instance, a standard soldier who could barely run 10 kilometers previously now, as a level 1 extraordinary being, could effortlessly sprint over 100 kilometers without breaking a sweat, highlighting the disparity in capabilities. At this juncture, Zhao Lei perched atop a mountain, accessing the information panel. Host: Zhao Lei, human, cultivation level, second stage of tribulation transcendence, can be enhanced by consuming 10 million heavenly points. 50 million cultivation method, Pangu creation technique, enhances with cultivation level, skills, basic staff technique. Demon slaying sword technique, insightful eye, unity of man and ship, Pangu creation heart sutra, Panga's opening technique, 3000 laws of power, shadow clone technique. System space, infinite, automatically recycles the cores of slain zombies, synthesis function. Current synthesis cap is 5 times. Cannot be upgraded. Ascending Dragon Pavilion. Can view member information here. Safe base. Can view base information here. Mission function, main mission, eliminate all zombies on Blue Star and uncover the mastermind behind them for elimination. Rewards unknown. Hidden main mission, exterminate all invading creatures on Blue Star. System rewards unknown. Random mission, none. Zhao Lei beheld his 50 million heavenly points. A slight smile gracing his lips. In the next moment, he opted to break through. Ding. Would you like to consume 20 million heavenly points to break through to the 3rd stage of tribulation transcendence? Breakthrough. Ding. Consuming 20 million heavenly points. Breakthrough in progress. As the system's prompt faded, dark clouds began to converge above Zhao Lei's head, swiftly coalescing into a swirling vortex. Within the Ascending Dragon Pavilion's secure base, Long Jintian, sensing the external changes, slowly opened his eyes. Could it be that this young lad is undergoing tribulation again? Chapter 74. The world-destroying divine thunder. Long Jintian murmured softly. And in an instant, a vast consciousness radiated outward, swiftly locking onto Zhao Lei. Indeed, it was this young man once more, an absolute prodigy. Merely 3 days had passed since his last tribulation, and here he was embarking on another. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he caught up to me. Having spoken, Long Jintian utilized the laws of space and vanished from his location. Boom, boom, boom. 3 bolts of tribulation thunder struck Zhao Lei in rapid succession. As before, the moment the thunder touched Zhao Lei's body, it was absorbed seamlessly. After Zhao Lei absorbed the thunder, the laws of lightning within him grew even more robust. An hour later, the dark clouds of tribulation slowly dissipated. After absorbing the final bolt of thunder, Zhao Lei exhaled a breath of turbid air. Immediately, a notification from the system echoed in Zhao Lei's mind. Ding. The system detects that the host has successfully passed the tribulation. Do you wish to expend 20 million heavenly Tao points to exchange for the power of creation needed to break through to the third level of tribulation? Exchange. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Zhao Lei hesitated not a moment and chose to exchange. In an instant, a tremendous force of creation manifested within him. Zhao Lei began to cultivate the Panga creation technique, absorbing the power of creation. In the distance, Long Jintian gazed in disbelief at Zhao Lei's direction. He could distinctly sense the newly accrued power of creation emanating from Zhao Lei, which was at least tenfold greater than the last time. If he were to receive this power of creation, he might not even need to absorb it fully to break through the celestial realm. Though envious, the thought of Zhao Lei's 5 avatars wielding the laws of time sent shivers down Long Jintian's spine. The ability to freeze time was not something he could contend with at present. Besides, after knowing Zhao Lei for such a long time, he understood the kind of person Zhao Lei was all too well. Long Jintian quietly watched as Zhao Lei absorbed the power of creation. After approximately an hour, Zhao Lei finally completed the absorption of the last wisp of creation power. At this moment, his cultivation had ascended to the third level of tribulation. When Zhao Lei opened his eyes, his consciousness expanded outward. He immediately noticed Long Jintian in the distance. Senior Long, the remaining power of creation I have this time is several times that of the last. If I were to impart it all to you, it should aid in your breakthrough. Zhao Lei conveyed through magical sound transmission. As soon as Zhao Lei's words fell, a ripple of spatial fluctuation emanated beside him. Long Jintian promptly appeared before him. Young Zhao, are you truly willing to bestow the power of creation upon me once more? Senior Zhao, what are you saying? Did we not agree on this? I shall provide you with the remaining power of creation whenever I have it. Hearing this, a smile spread across Long Jintian's face. Then I shall not hold back. This was the power of creation, a chance to break through the celestial realm, and Long Jintian was determined not to miss this opportunity. Having spoken, Long Jintian sat cross-legged, preparing himself. Observing Long Jintian's demeanor, Zhao Lei also smiled. Without hesitation, he placed his hand on Long Jintian's back. Consume all heavenly Tao points to exchange for the power of creation. Zhao Lei silently recited in his heart. Ding. The system detects that the host currently does not require the power of creation. Do you wish to expend all heavenly Tao points to exchange for the power of creation? Yes. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Zhao Lei decisively affirmed his choice. Ding. Exchanging all heavenly Tao points for the power of creation. As the system's notification concluded, a colossal force of creation surged within Zhao Lei. The first time he exchanged power of creation for Long Jintian, he had spent less than 3 million heavenly Tao points. This time, he expended a total of 14 million heavenly Tao points. Previously, Long Jintian was merely a step away from a breakthrough, and Zhao Lei believed that this time, barring any mishaps, Long Jintian would undoubtedly succeed. Zhao Lei guided the power of creation into Long Jintian's body through his magical energy. Upon feeling the power of creation enter his being, Long Jintian immediately activated the 10,000 Dragons technique to absorb it. As Long Jintian absorbed more and more power of creation, the magical energy within his dantian gradually transformed into celestial energy. Time passed slowly, and Long Jintian finally absorbed the last wisp of power of creation. At this moment, Zhao Lei's eyes reflected changes on Long Jintian's information panel. Name: Long Jintian, True Dragon. Envoy of the Nation of China, Cultivation, Early Earth Immortal Technique, 10,000 Dragons Technique, Top-Tier Dragon Clan Technique, Comprehended Laws, 5-Element Law, Space Law, Lightning Law, Destruction Law, Incomprehension. Skills: Divine Dragon Tail Sweep, 10,000 Dragons Ascending to Heaven. Long Jintian's cultivation had progressed from the peak of tribulation to the early stages of Earth Immortal. Moreover, the laws previously listed under skills were now distinctly categorized. Most importantly, his designation had transitioned from Jiao Dragon to True Dragon. At this moment, Long Jintian also sensed the changes within himself. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and opened his eyes. Senior Long, how do you feel? I feel. Long Jintian began, but suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a cacophony of thunder erupted. Both man and dragon looked up. The sky was thick with clouds, and within, purple-black lightning writhed ominously. Zhao Lei stared at the thunderclouds, exclaiming, "What is happening? Why has the weather suddenly changed?" The rolling lightning within the clouds was purple-black. Could it be the legendary world-destroying divine thunder? Long Jintian's voice trembled with astonishment. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei focused intently on the essence of the thunder rolling within the clouds. The world-destroying divine thunder bears a striking resemblance to my destruction divine thunder, yet it contains the essence of the path of destruction. As he observed the approaching bolts of lightning, a sense of foreboding surged within Zhao Lei. Thunder imbued with the essence of destruction, aptly named world-destroying, was no exaggeration. Should the lightning from the clouds descend, the surrounding area would likely be reduced to scorched earth. However, why would such terrifying thunder manifest here? Young Zhao, this is bad. Run. The world-destroying divine thunder is aimed at me. Just as Zhao Lei pondered, Long Zhentian suddenly shouted, Senior Long, you say this thunder is directed at you, but how can that be? There is no time for explanations. If this divine thunder falls, the surrounding area will be annihilated. How confident are you in withstanding this divine thunder? Confidence? At this level of divine thunder, touching it spells certain death. What confidence could I possibly have? Long Zhentian chuckled wryly as he gazed upon the purple-black lightning in the sky. This era has rendered ascension to immortality nearly impossible, but since you, young Zhao, have aided me in defying the heavens, this old dragon shall confront the heavens today. Boom. The moment Long Zhentian uttered these words, the thunderclouds roiled even more violently, as if in furious protest. With a thunderous roar, the sound reverberated across the skies. People across the entire blue star heard the resounding thunder. Chapter 75, The Cataclysmic Thunder Pearl Look. What is that? A vast expanse of thunderclouds. Those clouds are a deep purple-black. Is this the end of the world? What nonsense are you spouting? The zombies are nearly eradicated. How could it be the apocalypse? But look at those ominous purple-black clouds. It's genuinely terrifying. The thunder sounds as if it resonates deep within my soul. It's utterly horrifying. Countless individuals gazed at the purple-black thunderclouds above, murmuring amongst themselves. Beneath the cataclysmic divine thunder, Long Zhentian had steeled himself for the impending divine retribution, ready to face his doom. Boom! Another thunderclap echoed, shaking the very earth beneath them. It appeared that just upon reaching the realm of the earth immortal, he would perish here. Long Zhentian's countenance darkened as he stared at the roiling purple-black sea of thunder above. Beside him, Zhao Lei observed the tempestuous clouds in silence, pondering whether his 3,000 laws could withstand this annihilative divine thunder. This was the pure essence of the path of destruction. Although Zhao Lei could ensure his own safety through the 3,000 laws, if this divine thunder struck, it would render the surrounding area lifeless for a century. One must understand that this was the ultimate path of annihilation. Even an earth immortal like Long Zhentian would dissipate into thin air upon contact, let alone ordinary mortals. Roar! A resounding dragon's cry shattered the air, echoing through the heavens. While Zhao Lei contemplated, Long Zhentian transformed into a colossal black dragon, soaring into the sky to confront the impending divine thunder. Look, a dragon. Is that truly a dragon? It's indeed a dragon. Could the heavenly tribulation be summoned by that black dragon? So terrifying. Is this the legendary dragon? Its form is astonishingly vast. No one has ever witnessed such a sight before. It is the black dragon facing its tribulation. This is a scene one might not encounter even once in a lifetime. Someone capture it on camera. As many beheld the enormous black dragon in the sky, reactions varied. Some cheered, others rejoiced, and many stood in awe. Some had even begun to photograph the spectacle. At this moment, the purple-black thunder had nearly reached its zenith. Boom! A thick bolt of purple-black lightning cleaved through the sky, tearing apart the surrounding space. Long Zhentian mobilized all his celestial energy, bracing himself for the cataclysmic divine thunder. With a heavy sigh, he beheld the approaching lightning, preparing himself for his demise. Come, let me witness the true might of this heavenly retribution. Long Zhentian bellowed defiantly. Surrounding him, his celestial energy coalesced into a vast barrier, enveloping his entire being. Just as Long Zhentian braced for his impending fate, a sudden spatial fluctuation occurred before him. A tall figure emerged from the void. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Long Zhentian's eyes widened in shock. Zhao, what are you doing? This cataclysmic divine thunder is beyond our capacity to withstand. Flee while there is still a chance to survive. The newcomer was none other than Zhao Lei. Turning back with a grin, Zhao Lei replied, Senior Long, just because you cannot endure it, does not mean I cannot. As he spoke, Zhao Lei summoned the power of the 3,000 laws, erecting a barrier that firmly encased Long Zhentian within. Why are you trapping me, you fool? Let me out. This thunder is aimed at me. Do not act recklessly. Long Jintian protested, colliding against the barrier with his dragon form. Yet despite his efforts, the barrier remained unyielding. Astonished, Long Jintian realized that Zhao Lei had effortlessly cast a barrier that he could not breach. As the purple-black lightning drew closer, anxiety surged within him. But he remained trapped within the barrier. Zhao Lei, meanwhile, murmured to himself as the thunder loomed overhead, "Let me see just how formidable this cataclysmic divine thunder truly is." With that, Zhao Lei summoned back his avatar from the blue star, and in an instant, 5 replicas of himself appeared beside him. Together, they wielded the 3000 laws, forming a colossal bowl overhead that enveloped the entire sky. Boom, boom. The cataclysmic divine thunder seemed to respond to Zhao Lei's actions, unleashing several bolts of purple-black lightning that struck the bowl. The thunder left deep scorch marks upon the surface of the bowl. Zhao Lei directed his 5 avatars, utilizing the 3000 laws to swiftly mend the bowl's charred surface. A smile crept across Zhao Lei's face as he realized that this divine thunder was not as fearsome as he had anticipated. With newfound resolve, Zhao Lei pushed the power of the laws to their limits, causing the bowl to ascend skyward. He aimed to ensnare the entire sea of thunder within the bowl. Long Jintian watched in stunned silence, unable to comprehend Zhao Lei's extraordinary strength. Even the annihilative divine thunder could not harm Zhao Lei in the slightest. The divine thunder continued to strike down, but only succeeded in marking the bowl with scorch marks. Zhao Lei and his 5 avatars persevered, lifting the bowl higher until they had captured the entire sea of thunder within it. Not pausing for a moment, Zhao Lei propelled the bowl beyond the atmosphere. As the bowl exited the atmosphere, he swiftly sealed it with a lid. Inside, the purple-black lightning raged uncontrollably. Observing this, Zhao Lei began to compress the bowl. Through the concerted efforts of himself and his 5 avatars, the bowl ultimately shrank the sea of thunder into a small orb of dark purple-black energy. Employing the 3000 laws, Zhao Lei meticulously arranged over 100 barriers around the orb before finally dissolving the massive bowl. With a decisive gesture, he grasped the small orb, which now rested in his palm. Item name: Cataclysmic Thunder Pearl. Note: formed by the compression of the cataclysmic divine thunder. Handle with care. Gazing at the dark purple thunder pearl, an audacious idea struck Zhao Lei. He wondered if the system's synthesis function could combine this orb with other items. If so, he might acquire a weapon embodying the path of destruction. With that thought, Zhao Lei stored the thunder pearl away, intending to experiment with it when time allowed. After securing the thunder pearl, he returned his 5 shadow avatars to his main body on Blue Star, the source of his Dao points, ensuring that connection remained unbroken. Chapter 76. The Celestial Realm. After dispatching all his avatars, Zhao Lei stepped forward and vanished from his original location. Simultaneously, before the colossal form of Long Jintian, Zhao Lei's figure gradually materialized. With a mere wave of his hand, the protective barrier surrounding Long Jintian dissipated instantaneously. Young Zhao, I never anticipated that. Despite only being at the 3rd stage of tribulation, you would possess such formidable prowess. Even the world-destroying divine thunder cannot injure you, Long Jintian remarked, astonished. Unable to fathom Zhao Lei's remarkable strength. Feeling somewhat bashful at the praise, Zhao Lei scratched his head and returned a polite, yet awkward smile. Senior Long, you previously mentioned that ascending to immortality in this era is impossible. What did you mean by that? Upon hearing Zhao Lei's inquiry, Long Jintian sighed deeply. I once heard my master recount that following the cataclysm of the myriad races, the celestial realm was shattered. Since then, practitioners have been barred from ascending the immortal path, lest they invoke celestial retribution. Upon learning of the existence of the celestial realm, Zhao Lei's expression reflected his astonishment. Senior Long, could it be that the legendary celestial realm truly exists? I have merely heard my master speak of it. I have never witnessed it myself, Long Jintian replied. At that moment, the sky above suddenly erupted with a radiant spectrum of colors. Both man and dragon looked up to behold a portal formed from the vibrant hues hovering in the heavens. What is that? Zhao Lei inquired, perplexed. Could it be the celestial gate leading to the celestial realm? Long Jintian gazed at the resplendent portal, his voice tinged with awe. Curiosity blossomed on Zhao Lei's face as he exchanged a knowing glance with Long Jintian. In unison, they stepped forward and vanished from sight. Before the multicolored portal, their figures slowly reemerged. Zhao Lei extended his hand to sense the aura emanating from the portal, and to his astonishment, he discovered it was composed of 3000 laws, surpassing his own in tier. Senior Long, this portal embodies 3,000 laws. Its level is exceedingly high, Zhao Lei spoke solemnly. Long Jintian, taken aback, responded thoughtfully. Could this be the legendary laws of the Immortal Path? The laws of the Immortal Path? No wonder they surpass my own 3,000 laws, Zhao Lei mused, stepping forward to enter the portal. However, in the next moment, bang! Zhao Lei collided with an invisible barrier. Rubbing his forehead, he felt a slight sting. Given that he was shielded by 3,000 laws, the pain indicated the terrifying nature of the laws contained within the portal. Stepping back, he peered through his inside eye. Item name: Ascension Gate Projection, a portal from the Celestial Realm. Only those who have endured the 9 tribulations and attained the status of Earth Immortal may gain the Ascension Gate's recognition to pass through to the Celestial Realm. This Ascension Gate holds significance, Zhao Lei murmured. Long Jintian inquired, Young Zhao, have you discovered something? This Ascension Gate can only be traversed by those who have achieved Earth Immortal status after enduring the 9 tribulations. Since only Earth Immortals may pass through, I must take a closer look, Zhao Lei declared. Upon hearing that only Earth Immortals could enter, Long Jintian's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he promptly took a step towards the gate. Let us enter together. It is prudent to have each other as support, Zhao Lei suggested. Long Jintian halted momentarily. Am I not the only one permitted entry? Young Zhao, how do you intend to pass through? With a grin, Zhao Lei replied, I have my methods. He approached the multicolored portal and placed his hand upon it. Carefully attuning himself to the portal's essence, Zhao Lei felt his own aura begin to shift. Long Jintian observed Zhao Lei's actions in silence. The Ascension Gate was composed of the 3,000 laws of the Immortal Path. Yet it was merely a shade stronger than Zhao Lei's own 3,000 laws. Their essence remained fundamentally the same. As long as Zhao Lei could emulate the essence of the Ascension Gate, it would accept him as part of itself, allowing him to pass through. Within 2 minutes, Zhao Lei successfully mimicked the essence of the Ascension Gate. Once more, he attempted to step through the portal. Sure enough, his hand passed effortlessly through the spot where he had previously collided. Zhao Lei turned to Long Jintian, grinning. Look, we can enter. Young Zhao, impressive. Let us proceed. With that, both man and dragon stepped into the Ascension Gate. Upon entry, a blinding light enveloped them, rendering their eyes unable to open. The brilliance persisted for approximately 5 minutes before gradually receding. Both man and dragon stood in a daze, gazing at the scene before them, spellbound. They found themselves in a void, with only a few massive stones floating in the emptiness, devoid of anything else. It said that passing through the Ascension Gate leads to the Celestial Realm. Where is the Celestial Realm? Could this desolate void be the Immortal Stage? Both stared in disbelief at the barren sight before them. What a farce of a Celestial Realm. Not even a single hair to be found. Zhao Lei exclaimed. Young Zhao, do you think I am suffering from presbyopia? Am I seeing illusions? Long Jintian pondered aloud. Senior Long, I believe you are not mistaken. There is indeed nothing here, Zhao Lei replied. By the way, Senior Long, did you not mention that the Celestial Realm was shattered? Could this be its current state? It is no wonder the laws of heaven and earth have sealed the Celestial Realm. This cannot even be called a ruin, Long Jintian concurred. Thus, we have arrived at nothingness, rather than the Celestial Realm. Here, apart from the void and massive stones, there is nothing worthy of our presence. Perhaps we should return, Zhao Lei suggested, finding the place lacking in allure. Nodding in agreement, the two turned and stepped back through the Ascension Gate. As they re-entered the gate, it vanished from sight. In a flash of light, they found themselves back on Blue Star. With their return, the vibrant portal in the sky disappeared as well. At the same time, in the Celestial Realm, after Zhao Lei and Long Jintian's departure, a wisp of black mist drifted to the spot where the Ascension Gate had vanished. Slowly, the black mist began to take form, gradually solidifying into a peculiar creature with wings, resembling a tiger, yet not quite. Roaring fiercely, the strange creature bellowed towards the place where the Ascension Gate had disappeared, then soared into the distant void. Following the departure of the winged, tiger-like entity, a multitude of bizarre creatures began to emerge. There were colossal turtles towering over 50 meters, foxes with 9 tails, tigers with 9 tails, cows with 3 eyes, snakes with 9 heads, creatures with wings that resembled sheep yet were not. A myriad of peculiar beings materialized, all sharing a common trait. They were manifestations of black mist. Should Zhao Lei observe them with his inside eye, he would discern that the lowest among these creatures possessed a realm above Earth Immortal. Chapter 77. Rapid development after Zhao Lei and Long Jintian emerged from the Ascension Gate. They returned to the safe base of the Ascension Pavilion. In the following days, the base continued its operations as usual. After Zhao Lei was appointed as the guardian of the Huaxia Kingdom, Huiguo originally intended to assign a portion of the military to him. But Zhao Lei declined the offer, stating that having Sun Shiqiang's small team with him was sufficient. Huiguo, familiar with Sun Shiqiang, consented to this arrangement. Previously, Sun Shiqiang had remained with Zhao Lei due to the latter's ability to awaken their latent powers. However, upon receiving the orders from Huiguo, Sun Shiqiang and his fellow soldiers became Zhao Lei's subordinates, which they embraced wholeheartedly. Under Zhao Lei's leadership, their days were filled with cultivation. And if they chose not to engage in training, they had the option to partake in other leisurely activities. In such a tranquil environment, who would not wish to stay? With the collaborative efforts of the 7 guardians of Huaxia, the zombie threat was nearly eradicated. The term nearly is used because it cannot be ruled out that some zombies may be hiding in obscure corners, yet to be discovered. Despite the zombie outbreak rendering communication devices inoperable, most other equipment remained functional. Currently, the populace of Huaxia was concentrated in various safe bases, ensuring their safety. However, due to limited agricultural land, Huaxia was soon to face a food shortage. Some may wonder why, with the zombies nearly eradicated, people still sought refuge in the safe bases. The reason lies in the fact that, although Huaxia had dealt with its own zombie crisis, there was still a possibility of advanced zombies from other nations encroaching upon their territory, making the safe bases the most secure option. Upon learning of the impending food shortage, Zhao Lei spent his days either awaiting the notification of his Dao points or tending to the fields. With his current cultivation level during the tribulation phase, farming became an effortless task. With a mere wave of his hand, he could yield hundreds of thousands of pounds of grain, and occasionally, he would cultivate some vegetables. Although employing the power of the laws for such mundane tasks seemed excessive, these were indeed extraordinary times. Over the course of several days, Zhao Lei managed to harvest over 1 billion tons of grain, alleviating the immediate food crisis in Huaxia. When he presented this substantial amount of grain to Huiguo, the latter was taken aback, astonished by the sheer volume Zhao Lei had acquired. Not wishing to elaborate, Zhao Lei simply claimed that he had scavenged it. With the food issue resolved, Huiguo initiated the widespread dissemination of the ancestral Dragon Sutra. Soon after, the majority of the Huaxia populace became awakened beings. As for the small fraction that did not awaken, they either yearned for foreign lands, harbored resentment towards Huaxia, or were even foreign infiltrators. In response, Huiguo decided to implement concentrated re-education for these individuals. If they proved irredeemable, their existence posed a threat to Huaxia, warranting execution. Following this decree, many were executed, while numerous others ascended to become awakened beings. Henceforth, the entirety of Huaxia united in purpose, with no one daring to betray their homeland. As a result, Huaxia began to flourish at an unprecedented pace. With the entire populace now possessing abilities, the nation experienced rapid advancements in military strength, agriculture, and technology. At this time, within the Ascension Pavilion's safe base, even the children, including Lin Days and Zhang Xiaowen, had reached the level of Tier 4 awakened beings. The most accomplished among them, Xue Xiaoran and Sun Shiqiang, attained the status of legendary awakened beings. Zhao Lei could not help but marvel at the potency of the ancestral Dragon Sutra. Noting how the cultivation levels of the Ascension Pavilion members surged dramatically, he perceived the ancestral Dragon Sutra and the Daoi Derivation Sutra as complementary techniques, one enhancing aptitude to SSS level while the other expedited cultivation, forming 2 unrivaled secret arts. With everyone's cultivation levels ascending, Zhao Lei did not lag behind. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the 6th level of tribulation. Host, Zhao Lei, human, cultivation, 6th level of tribulation, can increase with 60 million Dao points, 10 million technique. Pengu creation technique, increases with cultivation level, skills, basic staff technique. Demon slaying sword technique, insightful eye, unity of man and ship, Pengu creation heart sutra, Pengu heaven opening decision, 3,000 laws of power. System space, infinite, automatically recycles the cores of slain zombies. Synthesis function, current synthesis limit 5 times. Cannot be upgraded. Ascension Pavilion, view member information here. Safe base, view base information here. Task function, main task, Eliminate all zombies on Blue Star and identify the mastermind behind them for extermination. Reward unknown. Hidden main task. Exterminate all invading creatures on Blue Star. System reward unknown. Random tasks. None. Upon glancing at the information panel, Zhao Lei grinned. Just then, a soldier returned with a peculiar zombie corpse, one that bore an odd resemblance to a human yet was distinctly different. A robust middle-aged man in military attire approached Zhao Lei to report, who was none other than Sun Shiqiang, since being formally assigned as Zhao Lei's subordinate. He had also altered his manner of address. "Where's the corpse? Take me to see it." Zhao Lei expressed his curiosity. Without hesitation, Sun Shiqiang led him to the site. "Follow me, Guardian." Soon, they arrived at the military district's plaza, where nearly all the personnel of the base had gathered. At the center of the crowd lay a green humanoid creature covered in bone spurs. "What is this thing?" someone speculated. According to Captain Sun, it appears to be a zombie. How can such a strange zombie exist? Could it be a mutation? Actually, that is quite possible. The world is vast and full of wonders. Perhaps it's an extraterrestrial being. Don't say that. It's quite frightening. A throng of people encircled the spine corpse, engaging in animated discussion. Make way, make way. The Guardian has arrived. Everyone, step aside. A short soldier shouted, prompting the crowd to part. This soldier was Wang Yanwu, who often spoke ill of Sun Shiqiang behind his back. Upon hearing Wang Yanwu and Appo's call, the crowd parted, allowing Zhao Lei to approach, and everyone greeted him warmly. The members of the Ascension Pavilion were now formally integrated into the national structure and could no longer afford to be as lax as before. The basic etiquette of greeting superiors was to be maintained. Chapter 78. The arrival of alien zombies. Zhao Lei approached the peculiar corpse adorned with bone spines. Gazing intently, he observed the details. Species: zombie star being corpse. Level: Level 5 zombie corpse. Note: this corpse can be utilized to manufacture zombie virus. Upon examining the zombie's body and its information panel, a sudden thought struck him regarding the aliens he had previously pried information about from Jiang Yun. Zhao recalled that the alien he had heard of was also covered in bone spines, albeit with a blue hue. Just as humanity is divided into various races, perhaps these zombies are as well, he speculated. Were these zombies preparing to launch an offensive? Previously, Long Jintian had mentioned that during the Great War of Myriad Races, zombies were among the factions involved. Zhao surmised that these zombies might be gearing up to instigate another such conflict, though he lacked concrete evidence. With this thought in mind, Zhao addressed the others. "Attention! This bizarre zombie with bone spines is highly likely to be an alien. Please remain vigilant and report to me immediately if you encounter similar beings." "Yes, Commander Zhao." With that, Zhao Lei collected the spine zombie's corpse. After completing this task, he vanished from the scene. Once Zhao departed, the crowd erupted in chatter. "What did I just hear? That spine zombie is supposedly an alien." Commander Zhao only suggested it was highly probable. He never confirmed it was an alien. Since Commander Zhao has said it, it must be true. "I too believe it is quite possibly an alien." "Captain Sun, you think it and Appo's an alien as well, don't you? Did you see? Even Captain Sun agrees it's an alien. Although I think it's an alien, I don't have any evidence." Everyone was engaged in animated discussions about whether the corpse they had seen was indeed an alien. At that moment, Zhao Lei had already entered a room. "Senior Long, take a look at this." Zhao Lei presented the spine zombie corpse before Long Jintian. Upon seeing the body, a fleeting coldness washed over Long Jintian's eyes as he replied solemnly, "I fear those creatures can no longer remain idle." He was referring to the spine zombie aliens. During their time at the Shanglong Pavilion safe base, Zhao Lei and Long Jintian had discussed Jiang Yun and the zombie aliens. Both believed that a significant movement from the zombies was imminent. The decision to keep the people of Huaxiao within the safety of the base was also proposed by Zhao Lei and Long Jintian to avoid inciting panic. They attributed it to concerns over high-level zombies crossing borders, though such a situation was unlikely. For both Zhao Lei and Long Jintian possessed spiritual senses that could cover the entirety of Blue Star. Should any legendary-level zombies attempt to cross, they would detect it immediately. After deliberating on the matter of the zombie aliens, Zhao Lei promptly contacted Hu Weiguo. Upon learning of the potential alien zombie invasion, Hu Weiguo immediately informed the other 6 guardians, urging them to bolster defensive measures and to keep low-level ability users within the safe base for the time being. Once arrangements were made, Hu Weiguo felt a sense of relief, trusting that Zhao Lei and Long Jintian would not create trouble without cause. 2 days passed, and as anticipated, the zombies indeed arrived. At that moment, Zhao Lei was seated cross-legged in the Military Management Area's office building, his eyes narrowing. Just moments ago, his spiritual sense detected over 100 spatial disturbances manifesting across Blue Star. Given that his spiritual sense enveloped the entire planet, he could perceive the spatial fluctuations. Yet the specifics eluded him. As he prepared to narrow his spiritual sense for a closer examination, a sudden spatial disturbance emanated beside him. Turning to look, he saw Long Jintian emerging from the spatial realm. "Senior Long, you sensed it too?" Long Jintian replied gravely. "I felt a massive horde of zombies descending upon Blue Star. A great battle is imminent." It was indeed Long Jintian, who, upon sensing the spatial fluctuations, had rushed to Zhao Lei. Although Long Jintian's strength was not on par with Zhao Lei, his spiritual sense was significantly superior. He had a clear grasp of the recent spatial disturbances. Hearing that a large number of zombies were arriving, Zhao Lei's expression turned serious. "It seems that we are on the brink of true apocalypse." No sooner had he spoken, Zhao Lei's communication talisman lit up. "Zhao, it's bad. A massive swarm of alien zombies has appeared outside the Sangzhou safe base. Conservatively estimated to be in the millions." Zhao Lei retrieved the talisman, and an anxious voice came through. It was Hu Weiguo, stationed at the Sangzhou base. As soon as Hu Weiguo's voice fell, Zhao Lei and Long Jintian vanished from their location. Simultaneously, on the ramparts of the Sangzhou safe base, Zhao Lei and Long Jintian materialized. Atop the steel-forged walls, Hu Weiguo, Wang Kaishan, Bai Shan, Bai Wu, and several high-ranking military officials were present. "Commander Zhao?" "Senior Long." The officers greeted Zhao Lei and Long Jintian as they appeared. However, both Zhao Lei and Long Jintian were focused on the scene outside the base. The sight of countless alien zombies filled both their faces with shock. Scanning with their spiritual senses, they determined that the number of zombies had approached nearly 100 million. Such a terrifying count could easily devastate the entire Sangzhou safe base. Moreover, the lowest rank among these zombies was level 5. While all of Huaxiao was composed of ability users, none had reached such an alarming level. Moreover, this was not an isolated incident. There were thousands of similar occurrences worldwide. Following this wave of zombies, it was likely that 9 out of 10 nations would face obliteration. As the crowd reacted in astonishment, both Zhao Lei and Hu Weiguo and Apos' communication talismans glowed simultaneously. "Commander Zhao, a vast horde of zombies has appeared outside the Shenglong Pavilion safe base. I estimate there are already millions. It's impossible to count them all." "Old Hu, I and Apos' encountered a large number of zombies here as well. I estimate it could be over 100 million. What should we do now?" The voices of Sun Shiqiang and Lei Lingxiao resonated through Zhao Lei's and Hu Weiguo's communication talismans, respectively. Zhao Lei responded promptly, "Do not worry. I have set up barriers at the base. Keep a close watch on the zombies' movements. If they concentrate their attack on the base, we can manage. But should they begin to spread to other areas, inform me immediately. Once I handle the situation here in Sangzhou, I will come to assist." Hu Weiguo, hearing Lei Lingxiao's report, advised him to hold on for now, as the situation was becoming increasingly dire. Chapter 79. The Unrivaled Barrier of the 3,000 Laws. After Zhao Lei and Hu Weiguo ended their communication, they exchanged a tacit glance. Following this moment of eye contact, silence enveloped them both. At this juncture, Zhao Lei was contemplating strategies. Despite their formidable prowess alongside Long Jintian, the sheer expanse of the zombie horde rendered their efforts futile. Although the populace had largely become superhumans, the majority remained at levels below 5, facing a horde comprised entirely of level 5 zombies. For lower-tier superhumans to charge into such a fray would be tantamount to sending them to their doom. In a flash of inspiration, Zhao Lei recalled his avatars. Summoning them back would undoubtedly bolster their combat strength. Moreover, if he could establish the 3,000 Laws barrier at all secure bases, it would be impenetrable to any zombie onslaught. With this thought crystallized, Zhao Lei channeled his energies, and a vast barrier enveloped the entirety of the Sangzhou safe base from the heavens. Once the barrier was established, Zhao Lei spoke solemnly. "This barrier can withstand any attack from superhuman beings and those below. With it in place, the safety of the entire base is assured. Commander who can muster the troops and gradually wear down the zombie threat." All present, save for Long Jintian, were left in a state of shock. The concept of a superhuman was foreign to them, as no such beings existed across the entirety of Blue Star. The fact that this barrier could repel attacks from superhuman-level zombies rendered it an invincible force, unbeknownst to Hu Weiguo and the others. The 3,000 Laws barrier was capable of withstanding even the mightiest of assaults. Even a full-force strike from a celestial practitioner like Long Jintian would leave not the slightest ripple upon its surface. As for the throngs of lesser zombies, even a millennium of relentless assault would not mar its integrity. Is this barrier truly so formidable? Someone pondered aloud. Are you questioning the capabilities of Commander Zhao? With the inquiry posed, Zhao Lei felt compelled to respond. If you doubt the barrier's defensive prowess, I suggest Commander Hu unleashes full power upon it to test its strength. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Hu Weiguo. Very well. I shall put it to the test, he said, acknowledging the gazes of the gathered crowd. After mastering the ancestral dragon scripture, all but Lei Lingxiao had surpassed their limits, and Hu Weiguo had ascended to the rank of a war god-level superhuman. Hu Weiguo soared into the air, gathering his powers into his right arm. With a thunderous impact, his fist struck the barrier. A tremendous recoil emanated from the 3,000 Laws barrier, sending Hu Weiguo hurtling backward over 60 meters, nearly collapsing to the ground. Witnessing this, Wang Kaishan and the other soldiers were wide-eyed. They were astonished that even Hu Weiguo's war god level might left no trace upon the barrier. Indeed, this barrier was terrifying. As the soldiers murmured among themselves, Hu Weiguo returned to Zhao Lei's side. Brother Zhao, this barrier is truly formidable. My full-force strike did not even stir a ripple, he remarked, incredulity etched upon his face. Zhao Lei responded with a smile, raising his hand to restore Hu Weiguo's expended energy points to their peak. Feeling the immediate restoration of his powers, Hu Weiguo gazed at Zhao Lei in disbelief. Yet Zhao Lei chose not to elaborate further. At that moment, extraterrestrial zombies were invading all over Blue Star, and every passing minute could mean the obliteration of a secure base. With urgency, Zhao Lei declared, Commander Hu, Senior Long, I entrust the defense of the Linjiang safe base to you. I must now hasten to establish barriers at various locations. I hope you can swiftly eliminate the zombies here and then offer support elsewhere. Do not worry, Zhao. With me, the old dragon, here, even the mightiest of foes will not breach our defenses. Go forth and establish those barriers, Long Jintian assured him, a nod accompanying his words. You can proceed without concern. Brother Zhao, with Senior Long and myself here, all shall be well, Hu Weiguo echoed, both affirming their commitment. Zhao Lei, smiling at both the elder and the commander, nodded in acknowledgement before invoking the power of spatial laws, vanishing from sight. Upon departing the Sangzhou safe base, Zhao Lei promptly recalled a shadow avatar from Blue Star. With 5 avatars acting in unison, he traversed the secure bases with the application of spatial laws. Zhao Lei soon arrived above the Kyoto safe base, where vast hordes of zombies were assailing the outer walls. Observing the scene, he summoned his magical energies. The power of the 3,000 Laws surged forth from within him, swiftly forming an immense barrier that enveloped the Kyoto safe base. The inhabitants of the Kyoto safe base, upon witnessing this spectacle, were struck by panic. We are trapped. Is this how I meet my end? I have yet to marry. They lamented, fearing for their lives. Fear not, citizens of Kyoto. I am the 8th guardian of the Huaxia nation. This barrier is my protection for you, as long as you remain within it. You shall be safe for the time being, Zhao Lei proclaimed, commanding their attention as they looked skyward. At that moment, a bolt of lightning shot from the Kyoto safe base, racing toward Zhao Lei. Recognizing the familiar figure, he smiled. It was none other than Lei Lingxiao. Brother Zhao. Lei Lingxiao called from a distance, eager not to miss the opportunity to speak. Zhao Lei nodded in acknowledgement. Senior Lei, I must continue to other locations to establish barriers. I cannot linger here. I did not come to detain you, but rather to express my gratitude. I understand you are busy, so let us reunite after the battle. Lei Lingxiao responded. Very well, Zhao Lei replied before vanishing from sight. Lei Lingxiao watched Zhao Lei and Appo's swift departure, sighing deeply as he turned to face the Kyoto safe base. Despite being a war god-level superhuman, he felt woefully inadequate against the billion-strong horde of zombies. Among the countless zombies outside the base, there were numerous war god-level threats as well. He understood that should he venture beyond the safe confines, he would likely attract the attention of hundreds of war god-level zombies, with no hope of survival. Ultimately, he lamented his own lack of strength, sighing once more before departing. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei had arrived above the Heilong safe base. Without hesitation, he unleashed the power of the 3,000 Laws, creating a colossal barrier that enveloped the Heilong safe base within its protective embrace. Chapter 80. Alien Zombies. After establishing the protective barrier of the Black Dragon safe base, Zhao Lei immediately activated the spatial laws to teleport away. Upon his arrival, he found himself on the vast prairie of the Zhongzhou safe base. The walls here were constructed from reinforced concrete, rendering them relatively fragile compared to other safe havens. As Zhao Lei expanded his consciousness to survey the surroundings, he was relieved to find that no zombies had yet descended upon this place. Otherwise, the safety of the base would have been compromised in an instant. With this thought in mind, Zhao Lei ascended above the Zhongzhou safe base. Drawing upon his internal power, he unleashed 3,000 laws, which surged forth from within him. A kaleidoscope of colors converged in the sky, forming a colossal barrier that enveloped the Zhongzhou safe base in its protective embrace. The 3,000 laws Zhao Lei employed created a one-way barrier, allowing those within the base to attack zombies from a distance while preventing any from entering. Once the barrier was established, Zhao Lei dispatched his 5 avatars to set up similar protections at all the safe bases across the Huaxiao nation. After ensuring that every barrier was in place, he returned the avatars to his main body on the Blue Star. Having completed this task, Zhao Lei vanished from sight. At that moment, within the Shenglong Pavilion safe base, all members stood atop the walls, observing the zombies below and engaging in lively discussion. The barrier set by Zhao was indeed formidable. It was only natural, for Zhao's cultivation far exceeded that of other guardians. "Look at those zombies in the sky. They seem utterly frantic," one exclaimed. "Haha, they won't be able to breach the barrier Zhao has set," another added. "Once Zhao returns, we shall charge out and eliminate them all." As the discourse among the defenders continued, the zombies outside the barrier grew increasingly agitated. "Captain, this barrier is astonishingly robust. According to reports from other locations, several also possess such defenses. What should we do?" A small, green-skinned zombie inquired of a robust companion. The muscular zombie furrowed his brow in concern. Teams sent to other major states had already conquered several nations, while they struggled to claim even one. If word of their failure spread, how could he maintain his standing among the zombies? With this in mind, the strong zombie commanded, "Notify all squads to intensify their firepower. We must seize this Huaxiao nation at all costs." Meanwhile, the members of the Shenglong Pavilion remained vigilant atop the walls, watching the zombies below. Sun Shiqiang continued to monitor their every move, ready to contact Zhao Lei at the first sign of retreat. Suddenly, a spatial disturbance erupted beside Sun Shiqiang. Turning to investigate, he saw Zhao Lei emerging from the void. "Guardian Zhao, I have adhered to your instructions and remained here. The zombies show no signs of retreating," he reported. Zhao Lei nodded in acknowledgement. In the next moment, Zhao Lei's actions nearly dropped Sun Shiqiang's jaw in astonishment. The Shenglong Pavilion safe base was protected by 2 barriers, one established by the system based on Zhao Lei's own strength, and the other, the barrier composed of 3,000 laws. With a mere wave of his hand, the barrier formed by the 3,000 laws dissipated into thin air. Sun Shiqiang gaped in disbelief, yet, knowing this was Zhao Lei and Appo's doing, he dared not voice any objections. The zombies, previously assaulting the barrier, immediately sensed its disappearance and surged towards the Shenglong Pavilion. In response, Zhao Lei unleashed his formidable presence, emanating the weight of a 6th-tier heavenly tribulation. In an instant, the leading zombies were flattened to the ground, while those behind halted in their tracks, paralyzed by fear. With a resounding boom, as Zhao Lei's pressure intensified, the zombies pinned to the ground suddenly exploded. The remaining zombies were filled with dread, retreating several steps in panic. "All zombies, heed my command. Summon your highest leader to meet me, or I shall effortlessly reduce every one of you to nothingness." His voice resonated within the minds of all the zombies, leaving those beneath the legendary threshold dazed and disoriented. After a brief pause, Zhao Lei, seeing no zombies approaching, raised his hand towards the sky and proclaimed, "Let the thunder come." In an instant, dark clouds gathered over 100 miles, crackling with electricity. The alien zombies, sensing the impending doom, bristled with fear as the storm descended. With each bolt of lightning, 1/10 of the zombies perished in the tempest. Zhao Lei was acutely aware that among this horde, a leader must exist. Otherwise, such a large gathering of zombies would not remain concentrated at the Shenglong Pavilion. Furthermore, these zombies exhibited a level of intelligence far superior to the mindless ones birthed on the Blue Star. Amid the throng of zombies, the small one urged, "Captain, the human's power is terrifying. You should go meet him before we meet our end, before our campaign even begins." The robust zombie frowned deeply, reflecting on the strength of the human before him. who claimed that the blue star was merely a level 0.8 civilization. Utter nonsense. A planet under the rule of such a formidable being cannot even be classified as level 1 civilization. What does that make me? The muscular zombie resolved that if he survived, he would rend the mouth of the one who had belittled the blue star. Captain, the human is about to launch another attack. The small zombie urged once more, noticing the captain's momentary stupor. Realizing the urgency, the muscular zombie hastened towards Zhao Lei. As Zhao Lei prepared to unleash another strike, he noticed a zombie soaring through the air in his direction. Name: Dalba, Zombie Legion Commander, Cultivation, King-level zombie skills, Limb Regeneration. Blade as a dragon, strength to move mountains. Zhao Lei regarded the approaching commander with a slight nod, recognizing that this entity was among the elite of the zombie ranks. With a flick of his wrist, he effortlessly grasped the robust zombie. In an instant, the muscular zombie vanished from his position, and Zhao Lei now held the commander in his grip. The zombie and Apos' eyes widened in terror as he gazed at Zhao Lei, unable to fathom the level of power he faced, amazed by such a formidable display of might. Chapter 81. The Surge of Heavenly Dao Points. You. Dalba, gripped by Zhao Lei from a distance, stammered in fear. Zhao Lei paid no heed and stated directly, from now on, you will answer my questions. Do not even think of resisting, or your suffering will surpass death. A glint of ferocity flickered in Dalba's eyes as he retorted defiantly, you won't pry anything from me. I will say nothing. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei exerted a slight pressure, and Dalba's expression contorted with agony. How many zombie legions do you have, and why do you invade Blue Star? Speak honestly, and perhaps I shall let you go if I am in a good mood. Never. I will tell you nothing, Dalba replied stubbornly. Witnessing Dalba's obstinacy, Zhao Lei swiftly unleashed the laws of lightning and destruction. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds gathered. What are you doing? Let me go, Dalba shouted. Since you refuse to cooperate, your legion shall perish. As Zhao Lei's words fell, a torrent of lightning descended from the sky. With this single strike, at least 10 million zombies perished. Enraged, Dalba roared, do not go too far. We have a sovereign-level zombie. With a mere snap of his fingers, he can obliterate you. Zhao Lei burst into laughter. You claim I am excessive? What a grand joke. When you invaded my country, did you consider how outrageous you were? Since you refused to cooperate, do not blame me for making you watch your army perish. With that, Zhao Lei lifted Dalba into the air. As he gestured, a colossal barrier formed, composed of 3,000 laws, enveloping all the zombies outside the Rising Dragon Pavilion's safe base. Under Zhao Lei's command, the barrier began to shrink. Once it contracted to a certain size, Zhao Lei raised a hand, encasing all the zombies within a spherical barrier, which then ascended into the sky. As he clenched his fist, the barrier compressed further, eliciting the wails of the zombies. Zhao Lei intentionally projected these tormented cries into Dalba and Apos' mind. As time dragged on, Dalba and Apos' expression twisted into a grotesque mask of terror. Do not come near. This is not my fault. Stay away. Dalba, like a madman, struggled in Zhao Lei's grasp. The barrier, composed of 3,000 laws, continued to constrict. The remaining zombies were at least of the battle god level. Yet, Zhao Lei and Apos' expression remained devoid of any emotion. As he tightened his fist, the space within the barrier warped under the immense pressure. Finally, nearly 80 million zombies were compressed into a singular sphere. The sheer magnitude of this power was unfathomable. Observing Dalba's futile struggles, Zhao Lei invoked the law of death, gradually siphoning the life from Dalba until he perished. Ding! Killed a king-level zombie, gained 0.1 heavenly Dao points, and acquired a king-level crystal core. Hearing that he only received 0.1 heavenly Dao points for slaying a king-level zombie, Zhao Lei swiftly employed the law of destruction to erase Dalba completely. After completing this act, he disdainfully shook his hand and turned his gaze to the massive, compressed sphere of nearly 80 million zombies. Without a blink, Zhao Lei unleashed a destructive force upon the sphere. Upon contact, the zombie mass disintegrated into thin air, scattering across the heavens. Once all the zombies were dealt with, Zhao Lei teleported back to the safe base. At that moment, Sun Shiqiang and others atop the base walls remained in shocked silence, their mouths agape as they beheld the desolation outside the base. Following their gazes, Zhao Lei noticed the once lush forests had been utterly ravaged. In response, he waved his hand, invoking the law of wood, and instantly, a verdant lawn sprouted outside the base. Content with his handiwork, Zhao Lei smiled slightly, disregarding Sun Shiqiang and the others, and departed. After vanquishing over 100 million zombies, Zhao Lei had much to attend to. Upon returning to his room, he sat cross-legged and accessed the system's synthesis function, executing a series of operations. This time, he had acquired a staggering number of crystal cores, 43, 2 million 5th tier, 23, 6 million 6th tier, 18 million 7th tier, 1, 48 million legendary, 8, 9 million lord level, 4, 5 million battle god level, and 1 king level crystal core. After lamenting the system for 3 seconds, Zhao Lei began synthesizing fervently. Ding. Synthesis successful. Obtained a legendary crystal core X1. Ding. Synthesis successful. Obtained a lord level crystal core X1. Ding. Synthesis successful. Obtained a battle god level crystal core X1. Ding. Synthesis successful. Obtained a 7th tier crystal core X1. The system and Oppo's notifications echoed incessantly in Zhao Lei and Oppo's mind as his hands moved with increasing speed. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the sky, and Zhao Lei finally completed the synthesis of all crystal cores. In the end, he acquired 35 million battle god level crystal cores, 737, 500 king level crystal cores, 562, 500 extraordinary level crystal cores, 625 peerless level crystal cores, 278, 125 unmatched level crystal cores, and 625 supreme level crystal cores. Gazing at the vast array of crystal cores in the system space, Zhao Lei was captivated. He first reclaimed the battle god level crystal cores. Ding. Reclaimed battle god level crystal cores. Gaining 35 billion heavenly Dao points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Zhao Lei felt as though he could soar to new heights. After a brief moment of astonishment, he continued reclaiming the crystal cores. Ding. Reclaimed 737, 500 king level crystal cores, gaining 375 billion heavenly Dao points. Ding. Reclaimed 562, 500 extraordinary level crystal cores, gaining 625 billion heavenly Dao points. Ding. Reclaimed 625 peerless level crystal cores, gaining 3,125 billion points. Ding. Reclaimed 278, 125 unmatched level crystal cores, gaining 8,125 billion points. Ding. Reclaimed 140, 625 supreme level crystal cores, gaining 3,125 billion points. In just a few minutes, Zhao Lei finished reclaiming all the crystal cores. The numbers were staggering, leaving him curious about the heights he could attain. Zhao Lei opened his information panel to check. Host. Zhao Lei, human, cultivation, 6th stage of tribulation transcendence, can be increased by consuming 60 million heavenly Dao points. Heavenly Dao points, 114. 7 billion cultivation technique. Pangu's creation technique improves with cultivation, skills, basic staff technique, demon slaying sword technique, eye of insight, unity of man and ship, Pangu's creation heart sutra. Pangu's heaven opening decision, power of the 3,000 laws. System space. Infinite, automatically recovers crystal cores from slain zombies. Synthesis function. Current synthesis limit, 5 times. Cannot be upgraded. Rising Dragon Pavilion. View member information here. Safe base. View base information here. Task function. Main task. Eliminate all zombies on Blue Star and uncover the mastermind behind them for extermination. Rewards unknown. Hidden main task. Eliminate all invading creatures on Blue Star. System rewards unknown. Random task, none. Chapter 82. The Terror of the Celestial Being. After reviewing the information panel, Zhao Lei was taken aback. 114, 7 billion Dao points. He wondered to what heights this could elevate him. Contemplating this, Zhao Lei rose from his seat, invoked the laws of space, and instantly vanished from his location. Simultaneously, his figure gradually materialized above an expansive, boundless sea. The surroundings were devoid of anything but water. Zhao Lei walked on the surface of the sea for 2 laps before casually selecting a spot to sit down. He then opened the information panel to begin enhancing his cultivation. Ding. Do you wish to expend 60 million Dao points to elevate your cultivation to the 7th stage of tribulation? Yes. Zhao Lei did not hesitate and chose affirmatively. Ding. Consumed 60 million Dao points, cultivation raised to the 7th stage of tribulation, undergoing tribulation. As the system's prompt faded, dark clouds began to gather in the sky. Moments later, A massive vortex of lightning formed directly above Zhao Lei's head. Boom, boom, boom. The instant the lightning vortex materialized, 6 bolts of tribulation descended upon Zhao Lei. However, the lightning seamlessly merged into Zhao Lei's body, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Meanwhile, outside the Zhangzhou safe base, a horde of zombies surged toward the 3,000 rule barrier set by Zhao Lei. The sheer number of zombies was astounding, their momentum fierce, yet they left no trace upon the barrier. In contrast, the soldiers on the city wall grew increasingly exhilarated. Some unleashed a barrage of gunfire, while others hurled grenades relentlessly. Others still hefted rocket launchers, bombarding the undead. Hu Weiguo and Long Jintian stood atop the city wall, hands clasped behind their backs, observing the fallen zombies below with radiant smiles. Hu Weiguo pointed at the numerous zombies that had collapsed and laughed. Brother Zhao's barrier is truly formidable. Over 10 million zombies attacking simultaneously have left not a single mark upon this formation. Long Jintian nodded in agreement and praised. I have no idea how this kid Zhao constructed this barrier. Even my full-strength strike leaves no trace upon it. Hu Weiguo was thoroughly astonished to hear that even the national protector, Long Jintian, could not breach this barrier. If even he could not, then who in this world could? Hu Weiguo was taken aback internally, though he concealed his astonishment well. While Hu Weiguo was still reeling from the barrier's might, Long Jintian noticed something intriguing. He watched a soldier nearby, joyfully firing a machine gun at the zombies. He too wished to test whether the machine gun was as entertaining as it appeared. With that, Long Jintian patted Hu Weiguo's shoulder and inquired about the machine gun. Do you have any of that, Hu? Hu Weiguo, interrupted by Long Jintian, turned to follow his gaze. At that moment, the soldier wielding the machine gun was frantically firing down at the horde, with most of the zombies collapsing under the onslaught, while others, though resilient, bore several new wounds. As he observed, Hu Weiguo suddenly realized something. These alien zombies seemed different from those on Earth. Earth's zombies, when struck by such gunfire, would be pierced but not immediately perish. Rather, they would swiftly regenerate, almost like the pinnacle of recovery. Noticing Hu Weiguo's distraction, Long Jintian slapped his shoulder again, somewhat irked. Hu, are you even listening to me? Startled by the slap, Hu Weiguo quickly regained his composure and responded, Senior Long. You mean the machine gun? Yes, of course. We have plenty of those at the military headquarters. I'll have someone bring one over right away. Without delay, Hu Weiguo summoned a soldier to fetch a machine gun. Shortly after, the soldier returned, presenting the weapon to Long Jintian. Long Jintian accepted the machine gun, set it upon the city wall, and summoned his celestial energy, condensing it into bullets that he loaded into the gun. As he pulled the trigger, the bullets, infused with his celestial power, shot forth rapidly. The contrast between the machine gun in Long Jintian and Appo's hands and that of the soldier was staggering. The bullets, empowered by his celestial force, detonated upon impact with the zombie throng, each one exhibiting the force akin to a small cannonball. This spectacle left Hu Weiguo utterly dumbfounded. In Long Jintian's hands, the machine gun had transformed into a devastating artillery piece, its power truly terrifying. As Long Jintian's firepower escalated, all the soldiers on the city wall were captivated by him. Wow, this elder must be the national protector. This is utterly frightening. With such firepower, I can't help but feel anxious for the zombies below. Is this the might of the national protector? If one day I could achieve such a level, perhaps I too could safeguard the people. Hey, brother, you currently lack such capability, yet you still protect the citizens? That does make a bit of sense. I too am safeguarding the people of Zhangzhou Safe Base. A group of soldiers engaged in spirited discussion as they watched Long Jintian. Seeing all the soldiers cease their attacks to gaze at Long Jintian, Hu Weiguo immediately reprimanded, What are you all staring at? Get back to shooting. Do you want the zombies to breach the barrier and flood in? Hastily, the soldiers redirected their focus, resuming their assault on the undead below. Ding. Detection indicates the host has successfully overcome the tribulation. Would you like to consume 60 million Dao points to exchange for the transformative power needed to elevate to the 7th stage of tribulation? At that moment, upon the C and Appo's surface, Zhao Lei had just completed the final bolt of tribulation. Upon hearing the system and Appo's prompt, he chose affirmatively. Ding. Consumed 60 million Dao points. Transformative power exchange successful. As the system and Appo's prompt concluded, an immense surge of transformative power emerged within Zhao Lei. Sensing the newfound energy, he immediately activated the Panga transformation technique. Time flew by, and soon Zhao Lei had absorbed all the transformative power, elevating his cultivation to the 7th stage of tribulation. After completing the absorption, Zhao Lei opted to continue enhancing his cultivation. 5 hours passed, and Zhao Lei and Appo's cultivation reached the 9th stage of tribulation. Ding. Would you like to consume 90 million Dao points to elevate your cultivation to the early stage of Earth Immortal? As Zhao Lei continued to choose enhancement, the system's prompt resonated in his mind once more. Yes, Zhao Lei, without hesitation, selected affirmatively. Ding. Consumed 90 million Dao points. Cultivation elevated to the early stage of Earth Immortal. Chapter 83. Rapid Ascension of Cultivation. Ding. Consuming 90 million Dao points to elevate cultivation to the early stage of Earth Immortal. As the system's alert resonated, golden thunderclouds gathered in the sky. In a brief moment, a colossal vortex of lightning formed, obscuring the sun. The thunder rumbled, echoing through the clouds. Is this the legendary 9-9 heavenly tribulation? Indeed, it is formidable. Zhao Lei murmured softly as he gazed at the rolling thunder above. As time progressed, the aura of the lightning intensified above Zhao Lei. He could faintly sense the underlying essence of destruction within. However, compared to the last cataclysmic judgment, this was trivial. For an ordinary cultivator at the 9th level of tribulation, facing such a formidable lightning tribulation would likely result in a 60 chance of demise. Yet, for Zhao Lei, who had mastered 3,000 laws, the minuscule essence of destruction contained within posed no threat whatsoever. Boom! A deafening clap of thunder reverberated across the heavens. Zhao Lei looked up to see 9 golden dragons of lightning emerging from the clouds, their imposing presence unmistakable. Observing the 9 lightning dragons, Zhao Lei smirked disdainfully and closed his eyes, awaiting the descent of the tribulation. Roar! The 9 lightning dragons unleashed a thunderous roar, plunging towards Zhao Lei with overwhelming force. The space around them warped under their might. Boom! The 9 dragons struck Zhao Lei, unleashing a dazzling display of lightning, sending waves crashing across the sea and forming towering surges. Yet, none of this affected Zhao Lei in the slightest. He sat cross-legged at the eye of the storm, as steady as a mountain. Ding! Detecting the host has transcended the heavenly tribulation. Do you wish to consume 90 million Dao points to exchange for the power of creation necessary for breaking through to the early stage of Earth Immortal? An hour passed, and the system as prompt arrived as expected. Exchange, Zhao Lei responded, and the power of creation materialized. He immediately began to cultivate the Panga creation art, absorbing the newly acquired energy. Another hour later, Zhao Lei successfully reached the early stage of Earth Immortal. Ding! Host has attained the early stage of Earth Immortal. The Panga creation art is advancing. 30, 60, 90, 100. Ding! The Panga creation art has successfully upgraded to the simplified version of the Great Tao Genesis record. Note: the Great Tao Genesis record is the closest heart method to the essence of the Tao. Upon reaching mastery, one can transform into all things, creating vast worlds with bare hands. As the system's notification faded, a tempest of emotions surged within Zhao Lei, leaving him unable to calm his thoughts. The heart method closest to the essence of the Tao. The Tao does not refer to any specific entity, but rather signifies the totality of all things in existence. From the Tao comes one. One gives rise to two. Two births three, and three generates all things. Everything in the world originates from the Tao. Though Zhao Lei had only grasped the simplified version of the Great Tao Genesis record, it was sufficient to render him invincible within the realm of immortals. Pondering this, Zhao Lei accessed the information panel to continue enhancing his cultivation. Ding! Do you wish to consume 500 million Tao points to elevate your cultivation to the mid-stage of Earth Immortal? Without a flicker of hesitation, Zhao Lei chose to proceed. Ding! Consuming 500 million Tao points to elevate cultivation to the mid-stage of Earth Immortal. Sensing the breakthrough, Zhao Lei embarked on a fervent journey of ascension. Without the need to face another tribulation, his cultivation soared rapidly. Ding! Consuming 1 billion Tao points to elevate cultivation to the late stage of Earth Immortal. Ding! Consuming 5 billion Tao points to elevate cultivation to the initial stage of True Immortal. Ding! Consuming 10 billion Tao points to elevate cultivation to the mid-stage of True Immortal. Ding! Consuming 15 billion Tao points to elevate cultivation to the late stage of True Immortal. Ding! Consuming 50 billion Tao points to elevate cultivation to the initial stage of Profound Immortal. Ultimately, Zhao Lei's cultivation reached the initial stage of Profound Immortal. To ascend to the next tier would require 60 billion Tao points, leaving him with merely 331 Dao points remaining. At this moment, there were likely over 1,000,000 zombies in Huaxia. Once he eradicated them all, he could potentially elevate his cultivation by 2 more levels. With this thought, Zhao Lei took a step forward, vanishing from the surface of the sea. Simultaneously, at the Zhangzhou safe base, Zhao Lei's figure gradually materialized. The moment he appeared, Long Zhentian sensed the spatial fluctuations, halting the pull of the trigger and turning to face Zhao Lei. The two exchanged smiles, a silent acknowledgement between man and dragon. As Zhao Lei ascended the city wall, soldiers greeted him warmly, yet their fingers remained steady on their triggers. Zhao Lei nodded in response. Seeing Zhao Lei approach, Long Zhentian eagerly showcased his machine gun, exclaiming, "Zhao, what do you think of this old dragon's machine gun?" With that, Long Zhentian lifted the machine gun and unleashed a barrage upon the horde of zombies. Boom, boom. Each bullet exploded among the zombies like miniature artillery shells. Zhao Lei nodded in approval and solemnly remarked, "While your method is indeed powerful, it also consumes celestial energy. Allow me to make some modifications." Without further ado, Zhao Lei seized the machine gun from Long Zhentian's hands. Long Zhentian, unfazed by the action, leaned closer to Zhao Lei, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. "Zhao, how do you plan to modify this machine gun?" "You shall see shortly," Zhao Lei teased, and then the machine gun vanished from his grasp. Long Zhentian, noticing the absence of any spatial disturbance, inquired with intrigue, "Zhao, where did your machine gun go?" Zhao Lei merely smiled in response, opting not to disclose that he had placed it into the synthesis panel. After all, he could hardly tell Long Zhentian that he had stored the machine gun in the system's synthesis panel. Recognizing Zhao Lei's silence, Long Zhentian refrained from pressing further, understanding that everyone harbors their own secrets, himself included. After placing the machine gun into the synthesis panel, Zhao Lei added a 7th-tier crystal core for the synthesis. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 7th-tier spiritual artifact. After synthesizing the machine gun 5 times, Zhao Lei emerged with a weapon of artifact-grade caliber. When Long Zhentian beheld the transformed machine gun, his jaw dropped in astonishment. Zhao Lei handed the newly synthesized weapon to him, declaring, "Long, I have refined this machine gun into a top-tier artifact. Now, should you infuse it with your magical energy, its power may increase by dozens of times." Long Zhentian, taken aback, exclaimed, "Zhao, are you saying this machine gun has been refined into a top-tier artifact?" Chapter 84, The Large-Scale Purge of Zombies. Upon hearing this, Long Zhentian was left utterly astonished, his mouth agape in disbelief. He exclaimed, "Zhao, are you truly claiming that this machine gun has been refined into a superior magical artifact?" Long Zhentian could hardly fathom the veracity of Zhao Lei and Appo's assertion. He possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding magical artifacts, understanding that even during the zenith of the cultivation era, the number of craftsmen capable of forging superior magical artifacts was exceedingly limited. The fact that Zhao Lei proclaimed to have achieved this in mere seconds was simply unfathomable to him. Noticing Long Zhentian and Appo's astonishment, Zhao Lei was not particularly surprised. Had it not been for his system's fusion capability, even he would have found it challenging to forge a superior magical artifact. With this thought in mind, Zhao Lei spoke in a grave tone, "Senior Long, why not test the machine gun to ascertain whether it truly qualifies as a superior magical artifact?" Long Zhentian found merit in this suggestion and aimed the machine gun at the horde of zombies below the city wall, with a resounding series of explosions. As Long Zhentian infused his celestial energy into the superior magical artifact, the machine gun automatically converted that energy into bullets. Upon impact with the zombies, these energy-infused projectiles detonated with a force nearly tenfold greater than before. Witnessing this spectacle, Long Zhentian was left in a state of sheer astonishment. It was indeed a superior magical artifact, and its power was undeniable. As Long Zhentian caressed the machine gun in his hands, his fondness for it deepened. This artifact was a pinnacle of craftsmanship, especially in this age of dwindling magical resources. Observing Long Zhentian's growing admiration for the weapon, Zhao Lei felt a surge of secret delight, though he maintained a composed exterior. Zhao Lei approached the edge of the formation, waved his hand, and dispelled the barrier formed by 3,000 rules. "What is happening? Why has the formation suddenly vanished?" Soldiers exclaimed in confusion. "The zombies are charging at us. Brothers, increase the firepower. Even with the formation gone, we must fend off these zombies." The soldiers, momentarily stunned by the disappearance of the formation, quickly regained their focus. Those with ranged abilities unleashed their powers, while others wielded rifles, machine guns, and rocket launchers in a fervent assault. The sheer volume of firepower was more ferocious than during the formation's presence. The soldiers grew increasingly exhilarated, eager to eradicate every last zombie beneath the city wall. At this moment, Huegwa was among the soldiers, equally taken aback by the dissolution of Zhao Lei's formation. However, witnessing the unwavering resolve of his comrades brought a smile of reassurance to his face. Meanwhile, Long Jintian, puzzled by Zhao Lei's decision to dismantle the barrier, inquired, "Zhao, why have you removed the barrier?" "Simply because it is no longer necessary," Zhao Lei replied nonchalantly. Then, Long Jintian observed as Zhao Lei raised his hand, and the previously clear sky became enveloped in ominous clouds. Realizing Zhao Lei's intent, Long Jintian refrained from intervening. Meanwhile, dark lightning began to churn within the clouds under Zhao Lei's control. "Look at the sky. How has it suddenly turned so dark and stormy? Could it be an attack from extraterrestrial zombies? What are you afraid of? We have Zhao and Long Jintian with us. Brothers, keep firing." The sudden change in the weather caused panic among the soldiers atop the wall, but they quickly regained their composure and continued their assault on the zombies. At that moment, the lightning in the sky had fully charged. With a deafening rumble, torrents of lightning descended upon the horde of zombies. "Look, the lightning seems to be targeting only the zombies." "I see it too. Each bolt is powerful enough to annihilate hundreds of zombies." As the lightning continued to strike, soldiers began to notice its peculiar nature. Unbeknownst to Zhao Lei, who was engrossed in the notifications of zombie crystal cores being collected, Long Jintian observed the dense lightning with a newfound appreciation. To him, the celestial energy infused within the lightning felt purer and more potent than his own. He gazed incredulously at Zhao Lei, who was grinning foolishly, and pondered, could it be that this young man has experienced another breakthrough? It seems improbable. He just advanced to the 6th stage of tribulation not long ago. It is truly inconceivable how extraordinary he has become. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei remained oblivious to Long Jintian's thoughts, focused solely on controlling the lightning to eliminate the remaining zombies. At this point, approximately 60% of the zombies had been eradicated. Huegwa and the soldiers, awed by the ferocity of the lightning, paused in their attacks. After approximately half an hour, the zombies outside the Zhangzhou safety base had been largely cleared away by Zhao Lei. After completing the task, Zhao Lei exchanged greetings with Huegwa and Long Jintian before departing, intending to cleanse other safety bases of zombies. Zhao Lei estimated that once all the zombies in Huaxia were eradicated, he could further elevate his cultivation. With determination, he stepped forward and vanished from sight, only to reappear at another zombie-infested location. This time, Zhao Lei was resolute in his approach. As he emerged from the void, his early-stage Xianxian pressure radiated outward, forcing all nearby zombies to the ground. "Look, the zombies outside have suddenly collapsed. Look up. There appears to be a figure in the sky. It resembles Zhao. Zhao is immensely powerful. He can annihilate so many zombies single-handedly. If only I possessed Zhao's strength, I would soar to new heights. Dream on, with your 3rd-level ability. It would take you centuries to reach Zhao's level, if you could even achieve it in your next life." The inhabitants of the safety base marveled at the sight of the zombies exploding one after another. Once Zhao Lei had eliminated all the zombies, he stepped forward once more, arriving at the next safety base. Aside from Zhangzhou, other safety bases faced a larger zombie population due to a lack of ammunition. Unlike Zhangzhou, which had stockpiled ample military supplies, other bases were not as fortunate. Relying solely on ranged abilities proved impractical, as there were not enough capable ranged attackers, and their energy reserves were finite. Consequently, the overall strength of other safety bases paled in comparison to the well-supplied Zhangzhou. Chapter 85. Further elevation of cultivation. Although Zhao Lei had reached the initial stage of the profound immortal realm, single-handedly purging the nation of zombies proved to be somewhat arduous. After pondering for a moment, he summoned back his 5 shadow avatars. The simultaneous emergence of 5 avatars at the profound immortal level unleashed an immense pressure that swept across the land, leaving not a single zombie in their wake. Approximately 4 hours later, all zombies within the borders of Huaxia had been eradicated. Once the cleansing was complete, Zhao Lei returned the shadow avatars to his main body on Blue Star. Following their departure, Zhao Lei ascended a hill and sat cross-legged. After the extermination, the energy cores accumulated in his system space had formed a small mountain. Without hesitation, Zhao Lei began to synthesize the energy cores. Ding! Synthesis successful. Acquired 1 Lord-level energy core. Ding. Synthesis successful. Acquired 1 War God-level energy core. Ding. Synthesis successful. As the system continued to chime, time flew by swiftly. Roughly 10 hours later, Zhao Lei had synthesized all the energy cores to their highest level. Gazing at the mountain of energy cores before him, a slight smile graced Zhao Lei's lips. Ding. Recovering all energy cores will yield 560 billion heavenly Tao points. Would you like to proceed? Recover. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Zhao Lei unhesitatingly chose to recover. Ding. Recovery of all energy cores grants an additional 560 billion heavenly Tao points. After the recovery, Zhao Lei opened the information panel and began to enhance his cultivation. Ding. Would you like to consume 60 billion heavenly Tao points to elevate your cultivation to the mid-stage of the profound immortal realm? Yes. Ding. Consumed 60 billion heavenly Tao points. Cultivation elevated to the mid-stage of the profound immortal realm. Upon receiving Zhao Lei and Apos' affirmative response, the system and Apos' prompt echoed immediately. Feeling his celestial energy becoming increasingly pure, Zhao Lei did not hesitate and continued to enhance his cultivation. Ding. Consumed 70 billion heavenly Tao points. Cultivation elevated to the late stage of the profound immortal realm. Ding. Consumed 140 billion heavenly Tao points. Cultivation elevated to the initial stage of the golden immortal realm. As the system's prompt concluded, a white lotus began to form above Zhao Lei and Apos' head, transitioning from the ethereal to the tangible. Instantly, a wondrous sensation enveloped Zhao Lei. As if he were submerged in an ocean of energy, he felt an indescribable transcendence, an ineffable feeling that lingered in his heart. Before long, the white lotus gradually faded, and Zhao Lei exhaled a breath of turbid air, opening his eyes. Observing that 300 billion cultivation points remained on the information panel, Zhao Lei chose to enhance his cultivation once more. Ding. Would you like to consume 200 billion cultivation points to elevate your cultivation to the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm? Yes. Ding. Consumed 200 billion cultivation points. Cultivation elevated to the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm. With the system's prompt, the previous enigmatic sensation resurfaced within Zhao Lei. He closed his eyes to savor it. At that moment, the white lotus, which had previously vanished, reappeared above his head, accompanied by a silver lotus. With the emergence of the silver lotus, Zhao Lei's experience of that ineffable sensation intensified. After approximately 20 minutes, he slowly opened his eyes. He felt entirely transformed, as if he had genuinely become an immortal. Previously, he was merely a powerful mortal. Realizing this, Zhao Lei glanced at the information panel, noting that only over 1,000 heavenly Tao points remained. Such a meager amount. Zhao Lei sighed in resignation. Nearly 2 days had passed since the large-scale zombie outbreak, and thanks to Zhao Lei, Huaxiao was temporarily free of danger. However, to prevent foreign zombies from infiltrating the nation, Zhao Lei needed to notify Huwei Guo to implement border defenses. With this thought in mind, Zhao Lei stepped forward and vanished from his location. Simultaneously, outside the Zhangzhou safe base, soldiers were busily collecting energy cores. These cores were invaluable. While they could not utilize them as Zhao Lei did to enhance their cultivation, they could be employed to craft communication tokens and assist researchers in developing further applications. Atop the walls of the Zhangzhou safe base, Huwei Guo and Long Jintian stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, observing the soldiers below gathering energy cores. Huwei Guo inquired, "Senior Long, do you know what realm Brother Zhao has attained? His effortless annihilation of so many zombies suggests his cultivation is extraordinarily formidable." Long Jintian shook his head in response, saying, "I too am unsure, old dragon. That lad is truly monstrous. It is likely his cultivation has already surpassed mine." Upon hearing Long Jintian and Apos' remark, Huwei Guo felt a surge of astonishment. After all, Long Jintian had lived for nearly a millennium to reach his current level of cultivation, while Zhao Lei was merely a rising star, yet his power was astonishingly overwhelming. Truly a prodigy, Huwei Guo silently praised. Just as Huwei Guo finished his contemplation, a spatial fluctuation emerged behind him and Long Jintian. Both turned to see Zhao Lei walking out of thin air. Upon seeing Zhao Lei, an unusual sensation surged within Long Jintian. Though he could not discern Zhao Lei and Apos' exact power, he sensed that should a confrontation arise, Zhao Lei could easily suppress him with a mere gesture. As Zhao Lei approached, this feeling intensified. In contrast, Huwei Guo did not share this sentiment. Long Jintian speculated that this might be the pressure inherent among cultivators. Although he too was an immortal, he was merely an earth immortal. In ancient times, his cultivation would have barely qualified him as a local deity. Senior Long Tian. Commander Hu, Zhao Lei greeted as he stood before the duo. Long Jintian, upon hearing this, jested, "When did you start being so polite, young Zhao? This old dragon is still getting used to it, haha. Senior Long, please do not tease me. I have come to discuss important matters with Commander Hu." Zhao Lei replied with a slight smile before turning to Hu Weiguo. "Commander Hu, I have nearly eradicated all the zombies within Huaxia. But to prevent foreign zombies from infiltrating, we should arrange some personnel to guard the borders." Hu Weiguo frowned slightly at Zhao Lei's statement. He had considered this issue as well, but currently, Huaxia was in dire need of personnel, and it was impossible to dispatch sufficient forces for border defense. "Brother Zhao, I have thought about this, but we simply cannot spare the manpower right now," he admitted. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei nodded in agreement. Although the zombies had been dealt with, there were still areas that suffered significant casualties, and given the vast expanse of the borders, deploying adequate personnel was indeed challenging. "If there are truly no available personnel, it is no matter. I can temporarily take up the guard duty myself," Zhao Lei stated solemnly. Chapter 86. Long Jintian takes action. If there truly are insufficient personnel, it matters not. I can stand guard for a while. Zhao Lei replied in a solemn tone to Hu Weiguo. Upon hearing this, Hu Weiguo, puzzled, asked, "Brother Zhao, how can you possibly guard such a vast area alone?" Zhao Lei fell silent at this remark. Observing the exchange, Long Jintian interjected, "With my current cultivation, I can sense the entire situation of Blue Star, let alone Zhao, who is even more powerful than I." Hu Weiguo nodded in a manner that suggested he understood, yet he held back his curiosity about how such sensing was possible, deeming it inappropriate to inquire further. At this point, Zhao Lei had achieved his purpose for the visit. After bidding farewell to Long Jintian and Hu Weiguo, his figure gradually faded from sight. Meanwhile, aboard a spacecraft in the depths of the cosmos, a green-skinned alien zombie reported to a blue-skinned counterpart, "Commander, we have received reports from the front lines that an unknown powerful being has appeared on Blue Star, eliminating 1/10 of our forces within 2 days. Should we report this to our superiors?" The blue-skinned zombie frowned slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he replied in a deep voice, "For now, do not report it. Take a king-level squad to assess his capabilities, but remember, do not engage in prolonged combat. Return immediately after gathering information." "Understood," the green-skinned zombie affirmed before turning to depart. Concurrently, Zhao Lei had returned to the safety base of Shenlong Pavilion. With the zombies eliminated, the pavilion resumed its previous tranquility. Over the next few days, Zhao Lei spent time with his parents, engaged in conversations with Liu, and played with the younger children, leading a rather contented life. If circumstances permitted, Zhao Lei wished to remain in this serene state indefinitely. However, numerous tasks awaited him, and many enigmas yearned for resolution. At this moment, Zhao Lei reclined atop a mountain, a blade of grass held between his teeth. He reminisced about the time he was nearly frightened into submission by zombies. A thought that inexplicably brought a smile to his face. The invincible being he was now had once been timid and weak. A self-deprecating smile crossed Zhao Lei's lips. When he initially established Shenlong Pavilion, it was to combat zombies alongside others, but as his strength grew, the members of the pavilion could no longer assist him. While lost in contemplation about life, his communication token suddenly illuminated. As Zhao Lei produced the token, it floated before him. "Zhao brother, where are you?" A group of god-level zombies has suddenly appeared at the Zhangzhou safety base, and Elder Long has engaged them in battle. An anxious voice transmitted through the token. "I am on my way," Zhao Lei replied calmly before severing the connection and vanishing from his location. Simultaneously, Zhao Lei's figure materialized at the Zhangzhou safety base. Upon seeing Zhao Lei's sudden appearance, Hu Weiguo exhibited no surprise, having grown accustomed to such phenomena. He quickly said, "Brother Zhao, those god-level zombies have come to the Zhangzhou safety base seeking the strongest individual. Elder Long rushed to confront them, and I am uncertain if he can withstand their might, which is why I urgently contacted you." Zhao Lei, upon hearing this, gazed skyward. At that moment, approximately 100 zombies were encircling Long Jintian, who stood alone against them. Without hesitation, Zhao Lei activated his insightful eye to assess the situation. The information became instantly clear. Among the horde, he identified one extraordinary-level zombie, while the rest were king-level zombies. Zhao Lei surmised that the extraordinary-level zombie was likely the leader of this contingent. Noticing Zhao Lei's silence, Hu Weiguo urged, Brother Zhao? Are you not going to assist? Zhao Lei waved his hand dismissively, responding unconcernedly, there is no need for worry. They are merely insignificant clowns. Elder Long can handle them. Very well. Though Hu Weigua held a firm belief in Long Jintian and Appo's strength, he felt reassured after Zhao Lei and Appo's response. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei contemplated the extraordinary level zombie. Recognizing its ability to lead such a formidable group of king-level zombies, indicating its significant status. Should he capture it for interrogation? Perhaps it could yield useful information. As Zhao Lei's thoughts wandered, he continued observing the battle above. Hundreds of zombies had surrounded Long Jintian. Undaunted, Long Jintian transformed into his dragon form, his massive body blocking out the sun. The inhabitants of the Zhangzhou safety base witnessed this spectacle, pointing skyward in astonishment. Look, is that a dragon in the sky? One exclaimed. I'm certain that's a dragon, a black dragon. Another shouted in awe. Oh my goodness. It's my first time seeing a dragon. Quick. Does anyone have a camera? We need to capture this moment. Is that black dragon fighting zombies? He's so impressive. If only he would come down for an autograph. Someone joked. You might as well wash up and sleep. In your dreams, you can have whatever you wish for. The crowd continued to murmur excitedly, gazing upward. Standing beside Zhao Lei, Hu Weigua was momentarily entranced by Long Jintian's grand form. Having spent so many days with him, he had never realized Long Jintian was a true dragon, a revered symbol throughout the history of China. Hu Weigua resolved to ask Long Jintian for an autograph upon his return. After all, he was a genuine dragon. Even Hu Weigua, the commander of the Chinese military, felt a surge of excitement. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei, observing Hu Weigua's expression, merely averted his gaze and continued watching the combat between Long Jintian and the zombies. At that moment, Long Jintian unleashed a mighty tail swipe, sending half of the zombies soaring hundreds of meters away. A thunderous dragon roar resonated through the air, shaking the very heavens. Following this, Long Jintian executed the technique of 10,000 dragons paying homage. In an instant, a multitude of dragon-shaped illusions filled the sky, the sound of their roars disorienting the zombies, leaving them dazed and bewildered. Seeing the zombies stagger and falter, Long Jintian seized the opportunity to gather a fragment of destructive power in his tail. And with a sweeping motion, he struck. The space warped where his tail passed, and the unfortunate zombies caught in the sweep were instantly transformed into blood mist, scattering throughout the realm. The remaining zombies, witnessing this, fled towards the outskirts of Blue Star. However, Long Jintian would not grant them such an opportunity. With another swift strike of his tail, dozens more zombies were reduced to blood mist. Yet, two zombies, swift as the wind, narrowly evaded Long Jintian's lethal attack. Chapter 87 traces above the skies of Long Jintian's realm. A single sweep of his tail transformed dozens of zombies into a mist of blood. Yet, despite this display of power, two particularly swift zombies managed to evade Long Jintian and Appo's lethal strike. He intended to pursue them for a thorough extermination, but at that moment, Zhao Lei's voice resonated nearby. Senior Long, there's no need to chase any further. Let one escape and await the opportunity to catch the bigger fish. Upon hearing this, Long Jintian found merit in Zhao Lei's reasoning. Otherwise, once the zombies were eradicated, more would inevitably appear, which would be truly vexing. Contemplating this, he gestured towards the two zombies that had already fled. Zhao, aren't there still two that got away? With a grin, Zhao Lei replied, that's quite simple. As he spoke, he raised his hand and grasped at the air towards the escaping zombies. In an instant, one of the zombies materialized within his grasp, the strongest of the lot. An extraordinary level zombie. Who are you? Release me at once, or I shall summon my allies. The zombie bellowed, oblivious to its dire predicament as it continued to boast. Zhao Lei regarded the captured creature with a slight smirk, and with a subtle exertion of force, a crack echoed from the zombie's neck. The overwhelming pressure caused the zombie to cease its threats. I will ask, and you will answer. Should you refuse to cooperate, your suffering will far exceed death itself. Who are you? Let me go? The zombie insisted. Unperturbed by the creature's defiance, Zhao Lei unleashed the laws of death, slowly siphoning away the zombie's vitality. As he did so, Long Jintian returned to his side. Zhao, what are you doing? Long Jintian inquired, puzzled by the sight of Zhao Lei gripping the zombie and Appo's neck. In his worldview, zombies should simply be eliminated. What purpose did it serve to keep one alive? Zhao Lei, sensing his confusion, casually replied, Senior Long, do you not find it intriguing? Have you not wondered why these zombies are invading Blue Star? What is their ultimate goal? Where is their headquarters? And who is their strongest member? Are you not curious about these matters? Zhao Lei posed 5 consecutive questions, leaving Longjin Tian momentarily speechless. After a pause, he finally responded. Regardless of their intentions, they should all be killed. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei chuckled, surprised by Longjin Tian and Appo's bluntness. Senior Long, the great war among the myriad races could not have erupted without cause. There must be a reason behind it. I seek to extract valuable information from these zombies. Yet it is evident that this one lacks such knowledge. Therefore, I intend to inquire about their lair. Once I ascertain their location, I will eliminate them all in one fell swoop. Longjin Tian nodded, acknowledging Zhao Lei's rationale. Then, Zhao, when you uncover their location, do not forget to take me along. After all, I am a terrestrial immortal. Dealing with these lowly creatures will be as effortless as slicing through vegetables. He punctuated his words with a few gestures in the air. Zhao Lei gazed at the elder before him, increasingly perceiving him as a playful old man. With a smile, he replied, "Very well, I shall certainly invite you, Senior Long haha. Old Long awaits your good news." Longjin Tian laughed heartily at Zhao Lei's promise. Meanwhile, the zombie in Zhao Lei's grasp seethed with rage, feeling utterly disregarded by these humans. Yet, it could do nothing but watch helplessly, as it was reduced to a state akin to a desiccated corpse. After bidding farewell to Longjin Tian, Zhao Lei departed with the zombie in tow. Utilizing the principles of space, he reappeared at the surface of the ocean where he had previously broken through his cultivation. The zombie he held was barely clinging to life. Yet as long as Zhao Lei willed it, it would not perish. Looking at the semi-conscious creature, Zhao Lei declared, "I will ask, and you will answer. Otherwise, your fate will be far worse than mere depletion of your vitality." With that, he restored a hint of life to the zombie, allowing it the ability to speak. As he revitalized the creature, Zhao Lei inquired, "First question, why are you invading Blue Star?" With a semblance of regained composure, the zombie replied, "My lord, I do not know the reasons for the invasion. It is merely the will of those above me. I am but a servant following orders." Seeing no deceit in its words, Zhao Lei proceeded with another question. "Where is your headquarters?" "Not far from this planet, in a place called Mars. Our cosmic warships are stationed there," the zombie answered. "Oh, near Mars, is it? Very well. Since you possess no further useful information, you may meet your end." Zhao Lei and Appo's face lit up with a smile upon hearing the whereabouts of their base, just as the zombie believed it might be spared. Zhao Lei's next words sent a chill through its being. "You," the zombie began, but before it could utter another word, Zhao Lei unleashed a force of annihilation, causing it to disintegrate into nothingness. After completing this act, Zhao Lei brushed off the dust from his hands and raised his gaze to the sky, his eyes seemingly piercing through the cosmos to distant worlds. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he took a step forward, leaving the ocean's surface behind. Meanwhile, aboard a massive cosmic warship outside Mars, a green-skinned zombie stumbled into a command room. Within, a blue-skinned zombie stood with arms folded, observing a vast display screen showcasing a water-blue planet. Upon entering, the green-skinned zombie exclaimed, "Commander, all 150 of our operatives have been slain. I am the sole survivor." The blue-skinned zombie turned to regard the newcomer. "If they are all dead, why have you returned?" Its voice was chillingly devoid of emotion. As it spoke, the blue-skinned zombie raised its hand, drawing the green-skinned zombie toward it. "Commander, what are you doing? Since they are all dead, you may join them," the blue-skinned zombie declared. And with that, it dispatched the green-skinned zombie without hesitation. Chapter 88. Understanding the zombies on Blue Star, Zhao Lei's figure gradually materialized outside Blue Star. His consciousness swept across the planet, revealing all circumstances at a glance. At this moment, apart from Huaxia, the rest of Blue Star was overrun with zombies. Nearly 99% of the countries had been annihilated. In Zhao Lei's perception, only a few individuals remained in the beautiful nation in the northern country. No other nation had a single survivor. Zhao Lei felt that Blue Star could officially be renamed Huaxia Star. With this thought, Zhao Lei summoned 5 shadow clones to his side. He commanded the 5 clones to act simultaneously. In an instant, a torrent of law power surged toward Blue Star. Zhao Lei continued to infuse his power of law, gradually forming a colossal protective shield around Blue Star, enveloping the entire planet within. Through this barrier, Zhao Lei could grasp the situation of Blue Star without the need for conscious probing. More importantly, he could unleash large-scale attacks through this barrier. Given that Blue Star was already deficient in laws, after establishing this 3,000 law barrier, Zhao Lei effectively became a complete embodiment of the heavenly Tao. Although his power of law was still far from the great Tao, it was sufficient compared to the fragmented version. The purpose of erecting this immense barrier was twofold. Firstly, to eradicate the zombies on Blue Star more effectively, and secondly, to withstand attacks from alien zombies. With this barrier in place, even if all the zombies from the zombie star came, they would struggle to breach it. Contemplating this, Zhao Lei began to manipulate the 3,000 law barrier to commence the extermination of the zombies on Blue Star. The simplest method to eliminate all the zombies was to utilize the law of death to reduce them to desiccated corpses. Initially, Zhao Lei considered employing the law of destruction. But upon further reflection, he realized that such an action would likely devastate 8/10 of Blue Star's land. Hence, he opted for the law of death, which was far more convenient. With this in mind, Zhao Lei, along with his 5 clones, initiated the law of death. A tremendous force of death continuously surged into the 3,000 law barrier. Except within the borders of Huaxia, the life force of all creatures in other regions began to be siphoned away. In an instant, a massive wave of death energy enveloped Blue Star. Countless alien zombies writhed in agony. Some of the more powerful alien zombies attempted to escape beyond Blue Star, only to realize that the higher they flew, the quicker their life energy was drained. Faced with this reality, all the alien zombies were terrified and burrowed underground. Yet, all their efforts were in vain. In the face of absolute power, they were as insignificant as ants. Zhao Lei observed all their futile actions with unchanging expression throughout the process. He resembled a reaper from hell, devoid of any emotion. Time flew by swiftly, and approximately 2 hours later, all the zombies on Blue Star were thoroughly eliminated. Even the remaining survivors from the beautiful nation and the northern country were dealt with by Zhao Lei. After accomplishing this, Zhao Lei finally revealed a smile, then took a step forward and vanished from his location. After exterminating the zombies on Blue Star, Zhao Lei acquired a substantial number of crystal cores. He planned to synthesize these cores first and subsequently convert them into heavenly Tao points. To be prudent, Zhao Lei decided to enhance his cultivation level first. With this thought, Zhao Lei arrived in a vast grassland. Currently, aside from Huaxia, there were no living beings in other regions. He casually selected a spot and sat down cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, a mountain of densely packed crystal cores amassed before him. Without hesitation, Zhao Lei began to synthesize the crystal cores. Ding! Synthesis successful. Acquired Ward God-level crystal core X1. Ding! Synthesis successful. Acquired extraordinary level crystal core X1. Ding! Synthesis successful. Amidst the series of system notifications, 2 days swiftly passed. During these 2 days, Zhao Lei finally synthesized all the crystal cores to the highest level. Ding! Detected a large number of crystal cores for recovery? Just as Zhao Lei finished synthesizing all the crystal cores and had yet to take a moment's rest, the system's prompt sounded again. Without hesitation, Zhao Lei opted for recovery. Ding! Recovered a large number of crystal cores, gained 56,700 billion heavenly Tao points. Upon hearing the notification of his heavenly Tao points being credited, a smile spread across Zhao Lei's face. After 2 days and nights of hard work, he finally reaped the rewards. The next moment, Zhao Lei opened the information panel. Host: Zhao Lei, human, cultivation level, mid-gold immortal, can be increased by consuming 3,000 billion heavenly Tao points. Heavenly Tao points, 57,700 billion techniques. Simplified version of the Great Tao Genesis record. Increases with cultivation level, skills, basic staff technique. Demon Slayer sword technique. Eye of Insight. Unity of man and ship. Panga's Creation Heart Sutra. Panga's Opening the Heavens Decision. 3,000 Laws of Power. System Space. Infinite. Automatically recovers the crystal cores of slain zombies. Synthesis function. Current synthesis limit 5 times. Cannot be upgraded. Dragon Ascension Pavilion. View member information here. Safe base. View base information here. Mission function. Main mission. Eliminate all zombies on Blue Star and identify the mastermind behind them for extermination. Mission reward unknown. Hidden main mission. Exterminate all invading beings on the body of Blue Star. System reward unknown. Random mission none. Ding! Do you wish to consume 3,000 billion heavenly Tao points to raise your cultivation to late gold immortal? Yes. Seeing the option to elevate his cultivation level for 3,000 billion heavenly Tao points, Zhao Lei decisively chose to proceed. Ding! consumed 3,000 billion heavenly Tao points. Cultivation level increased to late gold immortal. As the system notification faded, 3 lotus flowers materialized above Zhao Lei's head, a white human flower, a silver earth flower, and a golden heavenly flower. The convergence of the 3 flowers and the 5 energies is the hallmark of achieving gold immortal status. In ancient times, upon ascending to the immortal realm and attaining gold immortal status, one often received an official position in the celestial realm. However, this was not the ancient era now. Possessing gold immortal cultivation, Zhao Lei was more than capable of looking down upon the world, unmatched by any opponent. Sensing that his cultivation had reached late gold immortal, Zhao Lei unhesitatingly chose to enhance his level once more. Ding. Do you wish to consume 5,000 billion cultivation points to elevate your level to early Tai Loose Immortal? Yes. Ding. Consumed 5,000 billion cultivation points. Cultivation level increased to early Tai Loose Immortal. As the system's notification concluded, Zhao Lei distinctly felt a peculiar energy surge within him. This force was remarkable, rapidly propelling Zhao Lei's cultivation forward. Furthermore, Zhao Lei discovered that this power bestowed upon him a stability in cultivation that surpassed that achieved through personal training, as if he were inherently meant to exist at this realm, devoid of any discomfort. Chapter 89. The Search for the Zombies. It seemed as if Zhao Lei was born to exist in this realm, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. During his previous breakthrough in cultivation, he had never experienced such power. Zhao Lei silently speculated, could this force be the power of the system? Might he also reach such heights? However, all this was mere conjecture. The pressing matter at hand was to swiftly enhance his cultivation. With that thought, Zhao Lei opened his information panel and began to advance his cultivation further. Ding. Do you wish to expend 600 billion Tao points to elevate your cultivation to the mid-stage of Tai, Celestial Immortal? Yes. Ding. Consumed 600 billion Tao points. Cultivation has risen to the mid-stage of Tai, Celestial Immortal. As the system's notification faded, the mysterious force that aided Zhao Lei in his cultivation re-emerged. Uncertain of its nature, Zhao Lei chose not to ponder it further. At the very least, it posed no harm to him. Sensing the purity of the celestial energy within him intensifying, Zhao Lei knew he had indeed reached the mid-stage of Tai Celestial Immortal. Without hesitation, he sought to elevate his cultivation once more. Ding. Do you wish to expend 700 billion Tao points to elevate your cultivation to the late stage of Tai, Celestial Immortal? Yes. Zhao Lei unhesitatingly affirmed. Ding. Consumed 700 billion Tao points. Cultivation has risen to the late stage of Tai, Celestial Immortal. Ding. Consumed 1 trillion Tao points. Cultivation has risen to the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Ding. Consumed 1.5 trillion Tao points. Cultivation has risen to the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Amidst the continuous chimes of the system, Zhao Lei's cultivation soared to the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal. He meticulously assessed his newfound strength, which was exponentially more powerful than before. With the addition of his 3,000 laws, who in this world could rival him? When a person acquires the strength to look down upon the entire world, there is nothing left to fear. It was time to bring this farce of zombies to an end. After completing his cultivation, Zhao Lei rose and murmured softly to himself. With a single step, he vanished from his original location. Simultaneously, within the Zhangzhou safe base, Zhao Lei's figure gradually materialized. His immense consciousness radiated outward, swiftly locking onto Long Jintian, who sat in an armchair savoring tea. Zhao Lei invoked the spatial laws, and his form faded from sight. By the time he reappeared, he was already at Long Jintian's side. Puff! Zhao Lei's sudden appearance startled Long Jintian, causing him to spray tea everywhere. Senior Long, what are you doing? Were you attempting to ambush me? Zhao Lei teased as he witnessed Long Jintian's blunder. Long Jintian retorted, Zhao kid, you appear and vanish without a sound. If it were someone else, they might have had a heart attack from the fright. Long Jintian had been savoring his tea and had failed to notice the spatial fluctuations accompanying Zhao Lei's arrival, which had caught him off guard. After exchanging a few playful jabs, Zhao Lei shifted to more serious matters. Senior Long, are you not joining me to eradicate the zombies? We can set off now and capture them all at once. Zhao kid, have you found their location? Of course. You should consider who I am. Among the only 2 celestial beings in the world today, is there anything I cannot uncover? Keep boasting. Why would you think there are not things you don't know? Zhao Lei felt a flush of embarrassment upon hearing those words. Long Jintian spoke the truth. There were indeed many things he was oblivious to. To illustrate, He still could not ascertain the cause of the Great War among the myriad clans from years past. Zhao Lei had pondered this several times but could not comprehend the reasoning behind it. Ultimately, he concluded, was Blue Star a coveted treasure? A land of fortune that everyone desired? The specifics could only be revealed by someone in the know. Zhao Lei speculated that since the Zombie Star people were attacking Blue Star, there must be survivors from that great war remaining on Zombie Star. Therefore, it was imperative to head there without delay. With this thought, Zhao Lei spoke, Senior Long, time is of the essence. Let us depart to eliminate the zombies. As he spoke, Zhao Lei placed a hand on Long Jintian's shoulder and, in an instant, they vanished from the spot. Zhao Kid, you were too rough. You didn't even give me, old dragon, a heads up before whisking me through such vast space. Long Jintian grumbled as they materialized. Ignoring Long Jintian's complaints, Zhao Lei gazed ahead. They found themselves amidst a starry sky. Surrounding them were various celestial bodies and meteors, but the most prominent was a colossal red sun. Before them lay a planet of similar size to Blue Star, yet it radiated a crimson hue. Long Jintian, observing the red planet, questioned, Zhao Kid, are you not taking me to eradicate the zombies? Where's this place? This is near Mars. Surely, Senior Long knows of Mars? Of course I know. Who says I don and oppose? Long Jintian began to stubbornly defend his knowledge. In truth, he was quite ignorant of Mars. He had spent decades on Blue Star, and Mars was only discovered later. Zhao Lei knew Long Jintian was unaware of Mars, and he was merely teasing him. Upon hearing Long Jintian's claim of knowledge, Zhao Lei simply smiled and nodded, the teasing evident in his expression. Long Jintian, noticing Zhao Lei's smug demeanor, turned his head away, refusing to look at him. Seeing Long Jintian turn away, Zhao Lei opted to refrain from further remarks. He unleashed his mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal Consciousness to probe the surrounding space. According to the description provided by the zombie he had captured, the alien zombie spacecraft should be nearby. However, after scanning the entirety of the surrounding area with his consciousness, he still could not locate any trace of the ship. Puzzled, Zhao Lei scratched his head. Could it be that the zombie had deceived him? Or perhaps the alien zombies had sensed his approach and fled in advance? After contemplating for a while, he leaned toward the latter possibility, as he was certain that the alien zombie he had captured would not lie to him. Left with no other option, since he could not detect anything with his consciousness, Zhao Lei decided to employ some special methods. He retrieved a zombie crystal core and snapped his fingers. Instantly, countless strands of causal threads connected from the crystal core to the distant void. Zhao Lei surmised that this direction might lead to Zombie Star. With that thought, Zhao Lei exchanged greetings with Long Jintian and proceeded with spatial traversal. After several jumps through space, Zhao Lei realized that the point where the causal threads connected was still quite distant. Unable to continue, Zhao Lei was forced to stop. He speculated that Zombie Star was likely beyond the Milky Way. At this pace, it would take an eternity to arrive. Chapter 90. The Zombie Star. Zhao Lei speculated that the Zombie Star was likely still hundreds of light years away. At this pace, it would take an eternity to reach it. Why has Zhao Lei stopped? Long Jintian inquired, observing the young man's sudden pause. Senior Long, the distance to the zombies is probably several hundred light years. At our current speed, it would take us decades to arrive. By then, the opportunity will have long since passed, Zhao Lei replied in a somber tone. Long Jintian was taken aback by this revelation. Although he was unaware of the exact distance of a light year, he understood that Zhao Lei and Appo's spatial traversal allowed him to cover millions of kilometers with each leap. If it would still take decades to reach, the distance must be unfathomably vast. Then what shall we do now? It's impossible to embark on a journey of several decades, Long Jintian exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei began to pace thoughtfully in the void. Not wishing to interrupt, Long Jintian simply observed. After a considerable time, Zhao Lei suddenly recalled that the system had rewarded him with a spaceship, which he had yet to utilize, lying dormant in the system's storage. With a spark of inspiration, Zhao Lei summoned the spaceship. He remembered that this vessel possessed a spatial jump function, unlike Zhao Lei's own ability to traverse space, which was limited by the range of his spiritual consciousness. The spaceship could jump vast distances as long as it had sufficient energy. When Long Jintian beheld the ship, roughly the size of the moon, his jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. He hurried to Zhao Lei's side and inquired, "What is this remarkable object? And why does it have such a peculiar shape?" Having lived for centuries, it was Long Jintian's first encounter with such a craft, and his curiosity was piqued. Senior Long, this is a cosmic battleship. It can be operated by ordinary individuals without any cultivation, allowing them to engage in combat in space. And it can also serve as a means of transportation. However, this particular vessel is far too large for Blue Star, Zhao Lei patiently explained. As Zhao Lei elaborated on the ship's capabilities, Long Jintian scrutinized the magnificent craft with keen interest. Together, they proceeded to the cockpit. This vessel was specially designed by the system, its power requiring magical energy to operate. Zhao Lei and Appo's celestial power surpassed regular magical energy, allowing him to replenish the ship's energy with ease. Once fully charged, the fusion of Zhao Lei and the ship began to manifest, and he expertly navigated the controls. In no time, the cosmic battleship was activated. Without hesitation, Zhao Lei initiated a spatial jump towards the point connected by the threads of causality. In an instant, the ship enveloped itself in a radiant glow and vanished from sight. Zhao, this cosmic battleship truly is extraordinary. Its speed must be at least several 100 million times faster than your previous pace. Long Jintian marveled at the ever-changing scenery outside the vessel. Zhao Lei, pleased by the compliment, felt a sense of pride. This was indeed a fine product from the system. The rapid speed of the spatial jump brought them to their destination in just over half an hour. However, upon witnessing the entangled threads of causality leading into a vast expanse of stars, Zhao Lei was bewildered. What is happening? He exclaimed in astonishment. Long Jintian, observing Zhao Lei's incredulous expression and the surrounding scenery, deduced the situation. Could it be that we have veered off course? Impossible. I am certain we are in the right place, Zhao Lei asserted, dismissing Long Jintian's suggestion. He believed that his understanding of the laws of causality could not be flawed. Zhao Lei speculated that the zombies must have employed some nefarious means to conceal the entire planet. With this thought, he activated his Eye of Destruction, and in an instant, a murky green planet materialized before him. Simultaneously, on the murky green planet, a blue-skinned zombie, adorned with bone spurs, reported to a golden-skinned zombie, "My lord, a mysterious powerful being has appeared on Blue Star, single-handedly annihilating our entire zombie legion. What should we do next?" The blue-skinned zombie's voice trembled as he recalled the harrowing scene of their legion being drained of vitality. The golden-skinned zombie's expression darkened upon hearing this. What a bunch of useless fools. You took 1/10 of our empire's army and still could not conquer a mere 0.8-level civilization like Blue Star. What purpose do you serve? As he spoke, the golden-skinned zombie struck the blue-skinned one across the face, severing its head in an instant, resulting in immediate death. After this, the golden zombie and Appo's demeanor softened slightly as he turned and strode into a secret chamber. Inside, a frail, black-skinned zombie sat cross-legged on a high platform. "My lord, we have received news from Blue Star that our dispatched legion has been entirely obliterated. According to reliable intelligence, it was due to the emergence of an unknown powerful being. What course of action should we take next?" Upon entering the chamber, the golden-skinned zombie bowed respectfully to the elder zombie on the platform. The elder zombie slowly opened his long-closed eyes. "A mysterious powerful being, you say?" His voice was raspy, as if he were on the brink of death. At that moment, the golden-skinned zombie lowered his head deeply, afraid to meet the gaze of the elder. In this tense atmosphere, the elder zombie suddenly spoke. "He has already arrived." The golden-skinned zombie, puzzled, asked, "My lord, what do you mean he has arrived?" The elder zombie did not respond but instead gazed towards the distant horizon. Just as the golden-skinned zombie was about to voice his confusion, a resonant and commanding voice echoed across the entirety of Zombie Star. "To the denizens of Zombie Star, you have 1 minute to summon your highest leader before me, or I shall unleash a massacre." This voice belonged to Zhao Lei, who, having discerned the trickery of Zombie Star, amplified his voice using magical power to reach the entire planet. At that moment, within the secret chamber of Zombie Star, the golden-skinned zombie suddenly shivered. Chapter 91. Capturing the sovereign-level zombie. At this moment, within the confines of the Zombie Star's secret chamber, the golden-skinned zombie trembled upon hearing Zhao Lei's voice. "Master, what shall we do?" The golden-skinned zombie nervously inquired, fearing that the elder zombie would summon him. "You go." The elder zombie's voice echoed in the golden-skinned zombie's ears. Hearing this, the golden-skinned zombie felt a deep sense of dread. It was truly a case of fearing what one wished to avoid. Helpless, he dared not defy the elder zombie and steeled himself for the task ahead. Outside the Zombie Star, Zhao Lei and Long Jintian stood poised in the void, hands clasped behind their backs. Zhao Lei meticulously observed the planet with his spiritual sense. noting that its technology surpassed that of Blue Star significantly. After all, they had the capability to construct interstellar battleships, while Blue Star had only recently begun developing rockets. Zhao Lei intended to scour the advanced technology of the zombie star to bring back for research, hoping it would elevate Blue Star's civilization into the interstellar age. While Zhao Lei contemplated the development of Blue Star, Long Jintian stood beside him, utterly bewildered. He had heard Zhao Lei's call to the zombie star but had seen not a trace of the zombies. He inquired about the source of the zombies, and Zhao Lei assured him that they merely needed to wait for the zombies to arrive. After approximately 40 seconds elapsed following Zhao Lei and Appo's call, a golden figure soared forth from the zombie star. However, Long Jintian could not perceive the moment of its emergence. To him, the zombie appeared instantaneously. The instant Zhao Lei spotted the figure, he employed his insightful eye. Name: Parahati, zombie. Level: unmatched zombie skills. Necromancy, limb regeneration. Observing the visitor's mere unmatched level, Zhao Lei inwardly shook his head. He had been informed that the zombie star housed sovereign-level zombies. Yet they had dispatched a lowly minion. In his mind, Zhao Lei had already condemned this zombie to its demise. Shortly thereafter, the zombie approached Zhao Lei. Without a word of greeting, Zhao Lei raised his hand and grasped the zombie, which instantly found itself ensnared. Human, what are you doing? This is our territory. At my command, countless armies will surround you. The golden-skinned zombie, caught off guard, stammered in panic, intending to threaten Zhao Lei with an army. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei smirked, tightening his grip. Do you truly believe I fear your armies? Even if your entire zombie star were to mobilize, I would not be intimidated. It was evident that Zhao Lei took pride in referring to himself as this esteemed one. The zombie's neck contorted under Zhao Lei's grip, rendering it unable to emit a sound. Yet Zhao Lei paid no heed to its silence and continued. You, an insignificant and of unmatched level, dare to boast before me? I seek the highest authority of the zombie star, not you. With that, Zhao Lei unleashed the power of his laws, casting the zombie back toward the zombie star. With a resounding boom, a mushroom cloud erupted from the zombie star, a testament to the devastating power of his attack. Unsurprisingly, the golden-skinned zombie was beyond saving. After executing this feat, Zhao Lei shouted toward the zombie star's secret chamber, "Aren't you coming out yet? If not, I shall commence my assault." This declaration was aimed at the elder zombie atop the high platform within the secret chamber. No sooner had Zhao Lei spoken than spatial fluctuations rippled before him. A cloaked, ancient zombie emerged from the void, and upon recognizing the newcomer, Zhao Lei immediately employed his insightful eye. Name: Sang Daejil, zombie ancestor. Level: sovereign-level zombie skills. Principles of reincarnation. Gate of creation, eternal time. Zhao Lei nodded inwardly, satisfied. Now this is more like it. At that moment, the cloaked elder zombie scrutinized Zhao Lei. Though the youth appeared unremarkable, he exuded a strangely familiar aura of oppression. Why have you sent your minions to invade Blue Star? You better confess. Or not only will you perish, but your entire planet will share your fate, Zhao Lei questioned coldly. Sang Daejil sneered, foolish boy. Do not presume that a modicum of strength affords you the right to be so brazen. Before your grandfather was even born, I was already formidable. What right do you have to shout before me? Qualifications? Absolute power is my qualification, Zhao Lei retorted, snapping his fingers. Instantly, 5 shadowy duplicates resembling Zhao Lei surrounded Sang Daejil. The elder zombie realized he had been deceived, but it was too late to flee. In unison, the 5 figures struck, establishing a 3,000 law barrier that ensnared Sang Daejil within. Regardless of his attempts to assault the barrier, it remained unscathed. Sang Daejil seethed with rage. You wretched brat. If you have the audacity, release me for a fair fight. Do not waste your breath. Even if I released you, you would still be no match for me. Remain there quietly while I deal with your progeny, Zhao Lei declared, ignoring Sang Daejil further and vanishing with Long Jintian. Seeing this, Sang Daejil pounded against the barrier's inner walls. Brat, if you have the guts, let me out. He bellowed, but the surroundings were devoid of life, and no one paid him heed. Simultaneously, Zhao Lei had transported Long Jintian above the zombie star. Senior Long, this is Zombie Star, where all the zombies are our enemies. We may slay them at will. Today, I, Old Dragon, shall revel in slaughter, ensuring these wretched creatures dare not invade Blue Star again, or rather, we shall eradicate them from this world entirely, Long Jintian exclaimed with enthusiasm, having long harbored disdain for the zombies. With that, the duo commenced their purge of the zombies from different directions. To prevent any from escaping, Zhao Lei erected an enormous 3,000 law barrier above the zombie star. Unlike the one established on Blue Star, this barrier lacked offensive capabilities, yet its defensive strength was formidable. Zhao Lei was confident that no zombie could elude its grasp. Chapter 92. The slaughter of the zombie star. This barrier is distinctly different from the one established on Blue Star. It possesses no offensive capabilities, yet its defensive strength is unparalleled. Zhao Lei is confident that not a single zombie can escape from this place. After setting up the barrier, Zhao Lei once again summoned 5 shadow clones. Together with Zhao Lei, they form a formidable force equivalent to 6 Tai golden immortals, making the annihilation of this zombie star a trivial task. This time, Zhao Lei refrains from employing large-scale attacks, fearing the potential damage to some advanced technology, which would indeed be counterproductive. With this in mind, Zhao Lei diligently eliminates zombies while searching for high-tech products from the zombie star. Upon sighting Zhao Lei, all zombies flee in panic, some even piloting spacecraft in a desperate attempt to escape the zombie star. However, the entire zombie star is enveloped by Zhao Lei's blockade, leaving them with no avenue of escape. The zombies trying to flee in their spacecraft crash directly into the 3,000 law barrier, resulting in their destruction. After 3 days and nights of relentless slaughter, Zhao Lei and Long Jintian finally eradicated every last zombie. During the massacre, Zhao Lei also scavenged numerous valuable items, including several spacecraft and a number of battleships. Although these battleships do not compare to Zhao Lei's own, they are equipped with space-jumping technology. Zhao Lei believes these must be taken back for thorough research, aiming to develop Blue Star's own spacecraft and battleships at the earliest opportunity. After collecting all that could be salvaged, Zhao Lei and Long Jintian departed from the zombie star. Outside the zombie star, Sang Daojiu remained trapped within the 3,000 law barrier. Looking utterly disheartened, he had attempted over 1,000 methods, but none proved effective against the barrier before him. Ultimately, he had no choice but to remain inside the barrier obediently. At this moment, when Zhao Lei saw Sang Daojiu, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of amusement, though he maintained the demeanor of a superior. Standing before Sang Daojiu with his hands clasped behind his back, Zhao Lei spoke in a grave tone. Sang Daojiu, speak. Why did you send people to invade Blue Star? What is your true purpose? Speak honestly. Upon hearing his name called directly, Sang Daojiu was taken aback. He hadn't mentioned his name in front of anyone for over 1,000 years. How could this young man possibly know it? Despite his bewilderment, Sang Daojiu, being an ancient creature who had lived for thousands of years, was not one to easily reveal his true thoughts. He calmly replied, Youngster, if you wish to know the answer, then release me. Otherwise, I will not divulge anything. Hearing this, Zhao Lei revealed a peculiar smile. What he desired was exactly for Sang Daojiu to withhold his secrets. Otherwise, if Sang Daojiu spoke freely, how could Zhao Lei continue to torment him? Noticing the smile on Zhao Lei's face, Sang Daojiu felt a sense of foreboding, yet he resolved to stick to his words even at the cost of his life. Are you truly resolved not to speak? Zhao Lei inquired solemnly. You can try whatever means you wish. I am not afraid of a mere child who has yet to grow up, Sang Daojiu retorted defiantly. Since you are so uncooperative, allow me to let you experience a new method I have developed. With that, Zhao Lei infused the 3,000 law barrier with the powers of lightning and destruction. Instantly, a multitude of black lightning surged around Sang Daojiu. Zhao Lei controlled the intensity of the destructive force, ensuring that Sang Daojiu felt pain without facing fatal consequences. Even if by chance he were to perish, Zhao Lei had a way to resurrect him. Crackle! The black lightning coursed through Sang Daojiu and Appo's corpse, reducing the black robe he wore to ashes. With the robe's disappearance, it became evident that Sang Daojiu's body had not developed bone spikes but resembled a human form entirely. Zhao Lei was taken aback by this revelation. Could it be that the progenitor of the zombie star was originally human? He pondered in confusion. At this moment, within the 3,000 law barrier, Sang Daojiu was charred black from the electric shocks, wisps of smoke rising from his skin. Zhao Lei couldn't help but admire Sang Daojiu's resilience. Even with smoke billowing from him, he still gritted his teeth and endured. Long Jintian, witnessing Sang Daojiu's contorted face while he held on, inhaled sharply in astonishment. Although Zhao Lei had diminished the destructive force contained within the lightning, it was still beyond the endurance of an ordinary individual. Observing Sang Daojiu's response, Zhao Lei concluded that it was unlikely he would reveal any secrets in the near future. Therefore, he resolved to return to Blue Star and continue secretly tormenting Sang Daojiu. With a wave of his hand, The spacecraft they had arrived on materialized before the three of them, one human, one dragon, and one zombie. Elder Long. The matter here is settled. Let us return. Zhao Lei indicated that Long Jintian could depart. Subsequently, Zhao Lei, along with Seng Daojiu and Long Jintian, boarded the spacecraft together. The journey was silent as Zhao Lei activated the spacecraft's space-jumping technology, transporting them back to the vicinity of Blue Star. Upon retrieving the spacecraft, Zhao Lei and Long Jintian returned to the Ascending Dragon Pavilion's secure base. Once back at the base, Zhao Lei specifically excavated an underground chamber to confine Seng Daojiu, leaving a shadow clone to relentlessly torment him until he was willing to divulge the information Zhao Lei sought. Zhao Lei was convinced that Seng Daojiu possessed knowledge about the Great War among the myriad races that had transpired years ago, and he suspected that Seng Daojiu might even be a survivor of that conflict. In the following days, Zhao Lei sought out Hui Gua, presenting some of the advanced technologies from the zombie star for him to study thoroughly. Particularly, the spacecraft and space-jumping technology were of utmost importance to master. Only by truly understanding these technologies could they claim them as their own. During this exchange, Zhao Lei also learned a piece of news from Hui Gua. The reason communications devices on Blue Star were non-functional was due to a complete signal blockade imposed by someone. Zhao Lei immediately deduced that this was the handiwork of the inhabitants of the zombie star. Now that the zombie star had been annihilated, the signal would naturally be restored. In the ensuing days, Zhao Lei returned to the Ascending Dragon Pavilion's secure base, announcing his intent to enter seclusion for a few days, requesting not to be disturbed unless absolutely necessary. In reality, Zhao Lei isolated himself to continuously synthesize crystal cores. Having cleared the entire zombie star, he must have accumulated at least hundreds of billions of crystal cores. Ding. Synthesis successful, obtaining extraordinary level crystal core X1. Ding. Synthesis successful, obtaining Lord level crystal core X1. Ding. Synthesis successful, obtaining War God level crystal core X1. Ding. Synthesis successful, obtaining King level crystal core X1. Ding. Synthesis successful. The system's incessant chimes echoed in Zhao Lei's mind, nearly overwhelming him. Yet, he knew that to enhance his cultivation, he must endure such trivial disturbances. What greater matters could he aspire to achieve otherwise? After several days and nights, Zhao Lei finally synthesized all the crystal cores to the highest level. Gazing upon the dense accumulation before him, he couldn't suppress a smile. Ding. A large number of crystal cores detected. Recycle? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Zhao Lei unhesitatingly chose to recycle. Ding. A large number of crystal cores recycled. Heavenly Tao points increased by 25 trillion. As the notification echoed, Zhao Lei accessed his information panel. Host, Zhao Lei human. Zhao Lei and Appos, as total Heavenly Tao points, including those previously held, now amounted to over 26 trillion. Advancing to the next stage of cultivation would require 2 trillion Heavenly Tao points. Zhao Lei was uncertain of the cost for subsequent advancements, but he anticipated being able to elevate his cultivation by at least 3 minor stages. With this in mind, he rose and vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, Zhao Lei materialized in the midst of a vast desert. He immediately assumed a cross-legged position in midair. Ding. Expend 2 trillion Heavenly Tao points to elevate cultivation to the late stage of the Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm. Upon the system's confirmation, Zhao Lei promptly selected to proceed. Ding. 2 trillion Heavenly Tao points expended. Cultivation elevated to the late stage of the Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm. As the system's notification subsided, Zhao Lei immediately sensed the mysterious force aiding his cultivation breakthrough. Soon, his cultivation reached the late stage of the Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm. Seeing that advancement to the Grand Luo Golden Immortal Realm required 5 trillion Heavenly Tao points, Zhao Lei immediately opted to elevate his cultivation. Ding. 5 trillion Heavenly Tao points expended. Cultivation elevated to the initial stage of the Grand Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Ding. 6 trillion Heavenly Tao points expended. Cultivation elevated to the intermediate stage of the Grand Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Ding. 7 trillion Heavenly Tao points expended. Cultivation elevated to the late stage of the Grand Luo Golden Immortal Realm. With the system's continuous prompts, Zhao Lei's cultivation ascended directly to the late stage of the Grand Luo Golden Immortal Realm. At his current level, Zhao Lei would be among the elite in the immortal realm of ancient times. Having completed his cultivation advancement, Zhao Lei initiated the Great Tao Genesis record to familiarize himself with his enhanced power. Once he fully grasped the extent of his capabilities, he stood and vanished. In an instant, Zhao Lei arrived at the ascending Dragon Pavilion's secure base, in the underground chamber where the zombified Gil was confined. Upon entering, Zhao Lei found Gil on the brink of death. "How is it, Gil? Do you find the taste of lightning to your liking?" Zhao Lei and Apos' mocking voice echoed in the chamber. Gil, upon hearing this, strained to turn his head, an effort that nearly exhausted him. Seeing this, Zhao Lei snapped his fingers, and a wisp of life force emerged, entering Gil's forehead. Replenished by the life force, Gil pressed his face against the 3,000 laws barrier, pleading, "Ask what you wish. I will tell you everything I know. I only ask for a swift end afterward." Zhao Lei and Apos' eyes lit up at this. He had anticipated resistance, but he had underestimated the power of the god-slaying lightning. With this in mind, Zhao Lei inquired, "You are also human?" "Yes." Gil immediately answered, seemingly terrified. Zhao Lei continued, "How did you become a zombie? And why invade Blue Star?" "I was infected with a strange virus 5,000 years ago. I do not know what that virus is. I invaded Blue Star because I heard of a magical treasure that grants invincibility." Zhao Lei chuckled, "Invincibility? If such a thing existed, I would know. Where did you hear this?" "I learned this during the 10,000 Races War 10,000 years ago. I heard this war was to seize this treasure. Later, the experts shattered the world, and the treasure vanished. I survived because of my low cultivation." Zhao Lei frowned, combining this with the information from Long Jintian. The zombie race participated in the 10,000 Races War, but Gil became a zombie 5,000 years ago. This meant Gil was not the original zombie ancestor, and the strange virus was likely the zombie virus. Realizing this, Zhao Lei asked, "Where did you encounter the virus that turned you into a zombie?" "On Zombie Star. After I became a zombie, the virus enhanced my cultivation, so I settled there. The zombies there are also transformed by the virus." Zhao Lei asked, "Does that virus still exist?" "No, I have absorbed and refined it." Zhao Lei sighed upon hearing that Gil had completely refined the virus. From these conversations, Zhao Lei learned that Gil was not a participant in the 10,000 Races War, but a mere ant who escaped during the conflict. His current cultivation was solely due to the residual virus on Zombie Star. Realizing that Gil was useless, Zhao Lei sent him to hell with a surge of death law. Ding. Killed a Dominator-level zombie. Heavenly Dao points increased by 100,000. Obtained Dominator-level Crystal Core X1. The 100,000 Heavenly Dao points did not interest Zhao Lei. Ding. Main quest. Eliminate all zombies on Blue Star and find the mastermind. Quest completed. Reward. Cultivation increased by 1 level. As Zhao Lei prepared to leave the underground chamber, the system and Apos' prompt echoed in his mind, followed by a surge of profound power. In an instant, Zhao Lei and Apos' cultivation reached the quasi-saint realm. Before Zhao Lei could revel in his breakthrough, the system prompted again. Ding. Triggered main quest. Investigate the 10,000 Races War and eliminate all initiators. Reward, unknown. Zhao Lei was perplexed. How was he supposed to find them? But then he realized that he was now a quasi-saint with a long lifespan. So he had time to search. Perhaps they would come to him. With this, Zhao Lei relaxed and vanished from the underground chamber. Chapter 94. The dark energy. In the ensuing years, communication devices were restored, and Blue Star technology flourished at an astonishing pace. Drawing inspiration from alien spacecraft, the Huaxiao Nation, nay, Huaxiao Star, successfully developed its own cosmic battleship, the Phoenix. Though the Phoenix remains inferior to the battleship awarded to Zhao Lei by the system, it is powered by ability points, making it significantly superior to the vessels from the Zombie Star. Moreover, the technology of spatial jumping has been thoroughly mastered. The term ability user has been fully embraced, and ability points have been harnessed as a form of energy. A unique method has been devised to condense ability points into crystals akin to zombie cores. These crystals serve as energy sources for spaceships, vehicles, and other devices that can utilize ability points. Regrettably, these crystals cannot be recycled into heavenly points. Standing atop the city wall of the Shenglong Pavilion's secure base, Zhao Lei clasped his hands behind his back, reflecting on the passage of time. Over the years, even the least skilled among the Shenglong Pavilion's members have attained the rank of War God-level ability users. Sun Shiqiang and Xue Shaoran have both reached the level of unparalleled ability users, garnering a modest reputation in the outside world. Following the resolution of the zombie crisis, Huaxiao Star has established schools, with curricula focusing on mathematics and science. However, Physical education has been replaced by practical combat training. Even first-grade students, after receiving patriotic education from their teachers, have transformed into Level 1 ability users. Due to the prevalence of ability users, the police, once tasked with maintaining order, now boast at least legendary-level abilities. The rapid advancement of technology in Huaxiastar is closely linked to the emergence of ability users. Compared to ordinary individuals, ability users possess numerous advantages. Not only do they enjoy enhanced physical prowess, some can conjure food, bricks, iron, and even firearms. Others can manifest aircraft and artillery. The myriad of abilities renders the notion of depleting Blue Star's resources utterly unfounded. Throughout these years, Zhao Lei has not been idle. Through rigorous training, he has attained a late stage of quasi-saint. Nevertheless, he remains at a loss regarding the impending war of the myriad races, unsure of how to proceed. Zhao, why are you daydreaming here again? As Zhao Lei gazed into the distance, the voice of Long Jintian resonated from behind. Turning to see Long Jintian stepping onto the city wall, Zhao Lei greeted him, Elder Long. I wonder, Zhao, are you pondering the mysteries of life while standing here? Long Jintian smiled. Zhao Lei, not responding to the inquiry, stated, Elder Long, there hasn't been much happening lately, so I think I shall take a look over there. With that, Zhao Lei vanished from sight. Long Jintian stood bewildered, staring at the spot where Zhao Lei had just been. Simultaneously, Zhao Lei, having disappeared, manifested above the core of Blue Star, the very place he had referred to. As Zhao Lei expanded his consciousness, he discovered that this locale resembled a sealed microcosm. Unlike the outside world, where one could venture beyond the Milky Way, he suspected that Blue Star had been deliberately placed here to confine the dark energy within. Despite the current incompleteness of Blue Star's laws, Zhao Lei realized he was incapable of moving the entire planet. The individual capable of separating Blue Star into two parts must possess unfathomable power, a notion that filled Zhao Lei with dread. Suddenly, the ground beneath Zhao Lei began to tremble violently. The dense dark energy coalesced into numerous astral beasts. Sensing this, the laws of death surged within him like a tide. However, in the next moment, Zhao Lei was horrified to discover that these astral beasts were devoid of life. It is known that every living creature possesses vitality. The absence of such indicates that these astral beasts were mere inanimate objects. Previously, Zhao Lei had utilized the laws of destruction to transform astral beasts into dark energy. Yet this time, employing the laws of death revealed their lifeless nature. Realizing this, Zhao Lei withdrew the death laws and summoned forth the laws of destruction, unleashing an overwhelming wave of destructive energy that enveloped the entire core of Blue Star. In an instant, all astral beasts were reduced to dark energy, dissipating into the air. Extending his hand to grasp the void, Zhao Lei felt a mass of dark energy materialize in his palm. Concentrating his consciousness, he scrutinized it, but found nothing particularly noteworthy. Zhao Lei surmised that the system's task of eliminating all invading creatures from Blue Star aimed to eradicate this dark energy. Yet, its elusive nature left him at an impasse. While pondering this, the dark energy in his hand suddenly surged up his arm and into his body with astonishing speed, leaving Zhao Lei no time to react. Alarmed, he quickly sat cross-legged to introspect. Within him, the dark energy traversed his meridians, seemingly following a specific path. Calming his mind, Zhao Lei observed closely. The route taken by the dark energy began to appear increasingly peculiar. To his astonishment, he discerned that it mirrored the trajectory of the Great Path Genesis. Bewildered, Zhao Lei pondered the lack of sentience in the dark energy. How could it possess knowledge of the Great Path Genesis? Upon further examination, Zhao Lei realized that while the dark energy indeed followed the path of the Great Path Genesis, it was not complete. With this thought, Zhao Lei initiated the Great Path Genesis. At that moment, the dark energy within him seemed to sense something terrifying and erupted violently. Before the dark energy could execute any significant actions within Zhao Lei and Apos' body, it was instantaneously refined by the Great Path Genesis. Just as Zhao Lei struggled to comprehend the unfolding events, the system's notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Refining of the ominous primordial source has increased cultivation. Upon hearing this system notification, Zhao Lei's eyes brightened. He promptly opened his information panel to examine it. Host: Zhao Lei, human, cultivation, late-stage quasi-saint, consumed 49, 582, 300. 000 heavenly points to increase. Seeing the information displayed on the panel, Zhao Lei was left speechless in astonishment. The absorption of such a significant amount of dark energy had at least reduced his required heavenly points for cultivation by 100 million. Zhao Lei felt as if he had stumbled upon a new realm of discovery, a smile gracing his countenance. He regretted not having discovered the extraordinary properties of this dark energy sooner. With this in mind, Zhao Lei began to operate the Great Path Genesis, eager to absorb the surrounding dark energy. However, as he believed his cultivation would ascend rapidly, the dark energy around him seemed to sense an impending dread and swiftly scattered in all directions. Chapter 95, The River of Time Though Devoid of Consciousness. The dark energy exhibited a remarkable instinct to flee. However, Zhao Lei was soon left dumbfounded. The speed of this dark energy rivaled that of light, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. Bewildered, Zhao Lei glanced around, questioning, "Am I truly that fearsome?" He murmured softly before ceasing the operation of the great Tao Genesis. To his astonishment, as soon as he halted the process, the fleeing dark energy began to return en masse. Realizing the reason behind this phenomenon, Zhao Lei understood that the dark energy was terrified of the great Tao Genesis. With this revelation, he commenced capturing the dark energy. Raising his hand, he grasped the air, summoning a clump of dark energy into his palm. As it arrived, it burrowed into Zhao Lei's body, initiating the operation of the great Tao Genesis. While the dark energy had entered his being, it posed no tangible threat to him. However, for one untrained in the great Tao Genesis, the mere entry of this dark energy would likely result in a fatal reverse flow of their meridians. Thus, Zhao Lei captured a strand of dark energy, refined it for 2 minutes, then captured another, repeating the process. During this period, he considered utilizing the 3,000 law barrier to confine the dark energy for refinement. Yet, the barrier proved utterly ineffective, as the dark energy seemed to pass through it as if it were insubstantial. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Zhao Lei was left in a state of shock and disbelief. Subsequently, he diligently continued to capture and refine the dark energy. After a day's passage, Zhao Lei radiated a dazzling array of colors. Accompanying this brilliant glow were countless golden lotuses blossoming around him. Whispers of the great Tao echoed in his ears, lingering long after. Eventually, as the radiance subsided and the golden lotuses faded, Zhao Lei slowly opened his eyes. Within their depths lay an expanse reminiscent of the cosmos. He opened his information panel to check his status. Host, Zhao Lei, human, level, primordial golden immortal, sage, can increase with 100 trillion heavenly Tao points. Zhao Lei had successfully ascended to the sage realm. As he perceived the alterations within himself, he exhaled a breath of stale air. Just then, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Detected host has broken through to the primordial golden immortal stage. Great Tao Genesis automatically completes. Ding. Congratulations, host has comprehended the complete version of Great Tao Genesis, automatically acquiring all paths return to 1. Ding. Acquired all paths return to 1. Comprehending the Tao of understanding. Ding. Acquired all paths return to 1. Comprehending the Tao of fire. Ding. Acquired all paths return to 1. Comprehending the Tao of space. Ding. Acquired and oppos. All paths return to 1. And oppos. Comprehending the Tao of time. Ding. Acquired and oppos. All paths return to 1. And oppos. Comprehending the Tao of the sword. The notifications continued to resonate in Zhao Lei's mind, an immense volume of information aligning within him. After approximately 5 to 6 hours, the notifications finally ceased. Upon their conclusion, Zhao Lei effortlessly grasped the 3,000 Great Taos. Unexpectedly, he felt no astonishment. It seemed a natural occurrence, as though the 3,000 Great Taos were inherently his. With a grand gesture, he conjured a vast barrier encompassing the core of Blue Star. As he altered the hand seals, the barrier formed from the 3,000 Great Taos compressed all dark energy towards him. As the complete version of Great Tao Genesis commenced its operation, the dark energy, having nowhere to flee, was wholly absorbed and refined by Zhao Lei. Ding. Refining the mysterious primordial essence. Cultivation level breaks through to the mid-stage of primordial golden immortal. Ding. Refining the mysterious primordial essence. Cultivation level breaks through to the late stage of primordial golden immortal. Ding. Refining the mysterious primordial essence. Cultivation level breaks through to the early stage of the Great Tao realm. Ding. Refining the mysterious primordial essence. Cultivation level breaks through to the mid-stage of the Great Tao realm. Under Zhao Lei's fervent refinement, his cultivation surged to the Great Tao realm. He now possessed the power to create a world with his bare hands, capable of obliterating the heavens with a mere gesture. Mastering the 3,000 Great Daos. Zhao Lei surpassed even the creator god Pangil. Feeling his newfound power, Zhao Lei exhibited no emotional fluctuations. Rising to his feet, he stepped into another dimension. Within the boundless starry sky, a silvery river flowed serenely, its essence steeped in the passage of time. This silvery river was none other than the River of Time. Zhao Lei's figure gradually emerged above it, seeking the origins of the Great War among the myriad races that transpired millennia ago. As he traversed the River of Time, he searched for that historical moment. Time flowed swiftly, and after an indeterminate duration, Zhao Lei found himself at the river's end. Although he had reached the great Dao realm and was now indifferent to joy or anger, he furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. He discovered that no records of the Great War existed upon the River of Time, as if deliberately erased, leaving no trace behind. Pacing along the River of Time, Zhao Lei pondered this mystery. Despite his formidable strength, he could not uncover any remnants of the Great War. He began to speculate about the existence capable of erasing the causality surrounding such a monumental conflict. After an unknown period, Zhao Lei emerged from his reverie. Having failed to find the answers he sought, he turned and vanished from the River of Time. Upon returning to the core of Blue Star, Zhao Lei's figure materialized slowly. Ding. Task to eliminate all invading entities from the core of Blue Star has been completed. System reward: restoration of the laws of Blue Star's core. As Zhao Lei appeared, the system and Oppo's notification chimed in his ears, momentarily catching him off guard. Had the system not alerted him, he might have forgotten this matter entirely. Following the system and Oppo's prompt, the once dry rivers of Blue Star instantly resumed their flow, and life began to awaken anew. In mere moments, the surroundings transformed into a vibrant green landscape, accompanied by the harmonious sounds of chirping insects and singing birds. Observing this flourishing scene, Zhao Lei felt a sense of relief. As his earlier disappointment from not finding information about the Great War in the River of Time began to dissipate, he strolled leisurely to the riverbank, peering down to catch a glimpse of small koi fish swimming back and forth, seemingly searching for something. Noticing this, Zhao Lei waved his hand, creating a golden portal at a rising point along the river. The portal was adorned with intricately carved dragon motifs. Upon spotting the golden portal nearby, the koi fish's eyes sparkled with delight, and they happily swam towards it, tails wagging in joy. Chapter 96. The little carp leaps over the dragon gate as a few small carps in the river caught sight of the distant golden portal. Their eyes seemed to glimmer with a spark of excitement. With a splash, a golden-red little carp joyfully leapt from the water, creating a cascade of droplets as it landed back in the river. Subsequently, the golden-red carp swam swiftly toward the golden portal. Zhao Lei, observing this curious spectacle, followed the little carp with rapt attention. The golden portal was an illusion conjured by Zhao Lei using the Great Path Genesis record, so lifelike that it was nearly indistinguishable from reality. However, Zhao Lei harbored doubts about whether the dragon gate he had created could genuinely facilitate the transformation of the little carp into a dragon. Yet he was nonetheless intrigued to see if the little carp could leap over it. In Zhao Lei's gaze, the golden red carp's speed increased, with several red carps pursuing closely behind. Soon, the group of small carps arrived beneath the dragon gate. Zhao Lei estimated that the water's surface where the carp swam was approximately 1 meter below the gate. Among them, the largest was the golden red carp, measuring about 10 centimeters in length. Zhao Lei's curiosity piqued. How would these little carps attempt the leap? At that moment, all the little carps halted beneath the dragon gate, as if they had conspired together, surrounding the golden red carp in the center. The golden red carp circled in the water before swimming up to the surface, cautiously peering out to gauge the height it needed to clear. After a few moments of contemplation, the carp returned to the depths of the river. It positioned itself at the riverbed and, with a powerful thrust of its tail, surged rapidly toward the water's surface. With a splash, the golden carp broke through the water, its tail striking the surface with such force that it propelled its body toward the golden dragon gate. Just as the golden red carp neared the gate, it suddenly began to sink. The little carp frantically flicked its tail, striving to ascend once more. Alas, its tail was no wing, and despite its vigorous efforts, it ultimately plummeted back into the water. Zhao Lei shook his head in disappointment at the sight. Just as Zhao Lei was about to turn away, the golden red carp gathered its strength once more and charged toward the surface. Zhao Lei, noticing this, hesitated and halted his departure. The little carp, mirroring its previous attempt, leapt from the water with a powerful stroke of its tail, soaring into the air. The other red carps floated to the surface, watching in awe as the golden red carp ascended. With a resounding thud, as the golden red carp soared into the sky, a celestial sound resonated in Zhao Lei and Apos' ears. He focused his gaze and saw the little carp had reached the apex of the dragon gate. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed as the carp crossed the threshold. Zhao Lei looked up to witness a golden beam of light descending from the heavens, striking the golden red carp. The moment the golden light enveloped the carp, its body underwent a remarkable transformation, shifting from its original golden red hues to a radiant gold, its length extending to nearly 1 meter. Zhao Lei marveled in astonishment, realizing that his casual conjuration of the dragon gate had indeed bestowed the little carp with the ability to transform into a dragon. In that instant, as the golden light cascaded down, Zhao Lei perceived more than just the physical change of the little carp. He recognized that this realm was not merely a completion of laws, but had undergone a profound metamorphosis. The former blue star, once constituted by 3,000 laws, had now transformed into a realm composed of 3,000 great paths. The distinction between the two terms, though subtle, was monumental. For instance, mastering the power of laws allowed one to manipulate existing laws, whereas comprehending the great path enabled one to create laws from nothing. Thus, it was only through the understanding of the great path that one could forge worlds, a feat unattainable through mere comprehension of laws. If this realm were indeed built upon 3,000 great paths, it could be aptly named the Chaos Realm, a realm far superior to ordinary worlds governed by the laws of heaven. Even cultivators like Zhao Lei, who had reached the realm of the great path, would face catastrophic retribution should they transgress the will of the heavenly laws of the Chaos Realm. Thank you, divine being, for granting me the opportunity to transform into a dragon. As Zhao Lei pondered the nature of the Chaos Realm, a youthful voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning his head, he beheld the little carp that had crossed the dragon gate, its fins pressed together in reverence, offering Zhao Lei a bow. Noticing this, Zhao Lei raised his hand slightly, and the little carp floated toward him. Once an ordinary creature, it had now awakened its intelligence, refined its essence, and gained the ability to speak. You are the first being of this realm to embark on the path of cultivation. Do you possess a name? Zhao Lei inquired solemnly. The little carp, still new to its intellect, replied respectfully, I have yet to receive a name. Then henceforth, I shall bestow upon you the name Long Bing. To receive a name from the divine being is an immense honor, Long Bing exclaimed, performing another bow in midair. Zhao Lei smiled at the sight before waving his hand, sending Long Bing back to the water. You may inform your companions that they too can leap through the dragon gate and commence their journey of cultivation. Zhao Lei's voice echoed in Long Bing's ears as he vanished from sight. Upon hearing this, Long Bing bowed once more in the direction of Zhao Lei's departure before rushing to share the news with the other little carps that had accompanied him to the dragon gate. Soon after, several little carps attempted to leap through the gate. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei, having disappeared from the riverbank, found himself amidst a grove of trees. Although this realm had only recently formed, the trees were substantial, each one thick enough for 2 adults to encircle with arms. As Zhao Lei wandered through the thicket, he could faintly hear the scattered chirping of birds. Immersed in the rich spiritual energy of this new world, Zhao Lei felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. Before long, he arrived before a towering tree, where various birds frolicked in the branches above. Chapter 97. The mocking of the phoenix. By 100 birds before Zhao Lei stood a magnificent tree, adorned with a myriad of small birds frolicking upon its branches. However, his gaze fell upon a lone sparrow perched awkwardly on a branch, distinctly out of place. The chirping of the birds filled the air as a flock landed beside the solitary sparrow, chattering incessantly, their words a mystery to Zhao Lei. Driven by curiosity, he swiftly transformed into a more commonplace bird and soared to the branch. Zhao Lei's transformation was not merely superficial. He truly became a bird. With the powers granted by the Great Path Genesis record, he could embody any entity, rendering him indistinguishable from the creature he mimicked. As he perched among the birds, he listened intently to their conversation. Look at that bird, how ugly it is, one exclaimed. Indeed, such an unsightly bird has no place among us, another chimed in. Yes, drive it away. It does not deserve to stand with us. Go away, they clamored, rallying to expel the little sparrow. The sparrow, unperturbed by the avian onslaught, simply spread its wings and took flight into the distance. Observing this, a human-like smile crept across Zhao Lei's beak. He could only lament that the narrow-mindedness of these birds would prevent them from grasping the opportunity before them. Upon noticing the little sparrow, Zhao Lei had utilized his insight to discern its true nature. This was no ordinary sparrow. It was, in fact, a phoenix. Truly. The mocking of the phoenix by 100 birds. Zhao Lei mused silently as he followed the sparrow. Before long, he trailed the phoenix to a sycamore tree. As the sparrow alighted upon its branches, a faint crimson glow flickered through the tree. Utilizing his insight once more, Zhao Lei discovered that this sycamore was a companion spirit tree of the phoenix. He marveled at the sight before him. The phoenix, sensing Zhao Lei and Appo's scrutiny, spoke. "Are you here to mock me as they do?" Zhao Lei, unfazed, retorted, "They ridicule you, scorn you, isolate you. Do you bear no resentment towards them?" "Of course not." The phoenix replied solemnly. "If I were beautiful, I would surely mock those who are less so. Their derision and ostracism are only to be expected." Impressed by the phoenix's perspective, Zhao Lei inwardly commended its wisdom. "Would you not wish to become both beautiful and powerful?" he inquired. "Naturally, who would not desire beauty?" The phoenix answered eagerly. "Very well. If you promise to engage in good deeds henceforth, I shall grant you beauty." As he spoke, Zhao Lei transformed back into his original human form. Upon witnessing this, the phoenix exclaimed, "Are you a deity?" "One might say so," Zhao Lei replied nonchalantly, then pressed. "You have yet to answer my previous question. I would gladly accept such a change. Even if you, a celestial being, did not grant me beauty, I would still strive to assist all living creatures," the phoenix replied earnestly. "Then I hope you will not disappoint me." Zhao Lei chuckled heartily, and with a wave of his hand, a stream of white energy surged into the phoenix. Thunder rumbled ominously overhead as the energy enveloped the phoenix. In an instant, a golden light pierced through the clouds, illuminating the phoenix. Its diminutive, drab form began to swell, its plumage transforming into a resplendent array of colors. Ultimately, the phoenix emerged as a magnificent five-colored bird radiating a celestial aura. Observing the remarkable transformation, Zhao Lei inquired, "Did you possess a name before?" "I have always been isolated, referred to only as the ugly bird. I have never had a name of my own," the phoenix replied softly. "In that case, I shall name you Fengjiu," Zhao Lei announced. Upon hearing the bestowed name, the phoenix immediately flew before Zhao Lei and bowed graciously. "Thank you, O Divine One, for granting me a name." The phoenix's change in address stemmed from the ancestral memories awakened by the golden light that had descended from the heavens. It recognized Zhao Lei's aura as that of a divine being, akin to the reverence shown by Long Bing earlier. "Focus on your cultivation and strive to transform at the earliest opportunity," Zhao Lei advised before vanishing beneath the sycamore and Appo's boughs. After departing, Zhao Lei found himself in a vast grassland, where he reflected upon his newfound strength. Although his cultivation was merely at the Great Path realm, the mastery of the Great Path Genesis record and his understanding of the 3,000 Great Paths positioned him above this chaotic realm. Thus, any beings he acknowledged would likewise gain recognition from this world, ensuring that their cultivation would yield swift results. With the original celestial realm having crumbled, Zhao Lei envisioned constructing a new celestial domain within this realm. A world founded upon the principles of the Great Path would be exponentially stronger than the previous celestial laws, and he believed this endeavor to be feasible. His immediate goal was to accelerate the development of this realm, while the world would continue to evolve without his intervention. He thought it far too slow. With just a nudge from him, the pace of progress could be advanced by at least 1,000 years. Wandering aimlessly across the grassland, Zhao Lei sought to usher the creatures of this world into the realm of cultivation. Whenever he encountered a suitable being, he would intervene, facilitating their early entry into the path of cultivation. As he strolled, a herd of cattle came into view in the distance. With his keen eyesight, Zhao Lei quickly discerned their nature. A herd of cows. Approaching the group with calmness, he observed them gathered closely, mooing animatedly, their purpose unclear. To better assimilate as an observer, Zhao Lei transformed into a large yellow bull. As he neared the periphery of the herd, he overheard their conversation. "This calf is quite peculiar. It is covered in scales. Could it be a monster? Such a strange appearance may bring calamity to our herd. Perhaps we should eliminate it." Upon hearing a suggestion to kill her newborn, the mother cow, fiercely protective, retorted, "You shall not harm my child. I will not allow it." She stood vigilantly beside her calf, glaring menacingly at the surrounding cows. Any who dared approach would surely feel the force of her horns. Chapter 98. The fire Chelan, the mother cow, stood vigilantly beside her calf, casting fierce glances at the surrounding herd. Should any bovine dare to approach, she would unhesitatingly launch an assault with her formidable horns. Zhao Lei ventured into the midst of the cattle, leaning forward to observe the calf lying on the ground. Its body adorned with vibrant red scales, a dragon's head, a cow's tail, a tiger's back, and a bear's waist. Instantly, he reached a conclusion. Subsequently, he employed his insightful eye to scrutinize the creature. As anticipated, the scaled calf was indeed a rare beast, a qilin. According to legend, qilins are the offspring of dragons and cows. However, this particular qilin clearly did not meet such criteria. Thus, the only plausible explanation was that it was a product of the Earth's primal forces, resulting in its impure bloodline. Zhao Lei extended his spiritual senses and discerned that the qilin was on the brink of death. He speculated that its impure lineage was likely the cause. Nevertheless, this predicament was trivial for Zhao Lei, easily resolvable with a mere wave of his hand. Moo, moo, moo. Just as Zhao Lei was poised to intervene and save the calf, the herd erupted in a cacophony of mooing, scattering in a frantic escape. Zhao Lei, now transformed into a large yellow bull, clearly heard the warning. Run. The lions are hunting. Quickly, do not linger here. With the shouts echoing, the herd immediately dispersed. Despite their rapid retreat, 5 cows were overpowered and pinned to the ground by powerful male lions. Among nearly 40 cattle, faced with a dozen lions, not a single one dared to resist. Ultimately, only Zhao Lei, the mother cow, and the calf remained. Roar, roar, roar. 3 lions roared a few times before swiftly charging towards the trio. The mother cow instinctively shielded the calf behind her, glaring fiercely at the approaching predators. 2 lions lunged at the mother cow and calf, while one targeted Zhao Lei. 1 lion leaped towards the mother cow. Just as the lion was 2 meters away from her, the mother cow suddenly sprang forward, launching herself with a powerful kick. The lion, caught off guard, was sent flying 4 or 5 meters away. In that instant, another lion seized the opportunity and bit down on the mother cow's neck, overpowering her with tremendous force, causing her to collapse to the ground. Meanwhile, the lion charging towards Zhao Lei reached him. Unfazed by the lion's advance, Zhao Lei merely shook his head. With a resounding impact, the lion was instantly reduced to a mist of blood. Boom. As Zhao Lei dispatched the lion, a sudden explosion resonated nearby. Turning to investigate, he witnessed a fiery red figure swiftly trample another lion into a cloud of blood mist. The small qilin, having just witnessed its mother being overpowered, emitted a fierce glint from its eyes. The tiny flame within it surged to its zenith, and in an instant, flames enveloped the ailing calf, which sprang back to its feet. The lion that had bitten the mother cow turned to flee, but the enraged little qilin was not one to provoke. With its entire body ablaze, the qilin leapt forward, intercepting the lion before it had a chance to react. It pinned the lion to the ground with a single stomp, reducing it to a mist of blood. The entire sequence was fluid and seamless, devoid of any discord. Zhao Lei watched with admiration. Although the qilin's bloodline was impure, it was still a noble creature, easily capable of handling mere lions. Thud. As soon as Zhao Lei finished his praise, the little qilin collapsed, its flames extinguishing. Zhao Lei swiftly vanished from his spot, reappearing beside the small qilin in human form. He expanded his spiritual senses to meticulously assess the qilin's condition. Upon closer examination, he quickly comprehended its dire state. The qilin's already impure bloodline was on the verge of death, and its recent outburst had severely diminished its blood purity to less than 5. If Zhao Lei did not act now, the little qilin would surely perish. With this thought, Zhao Lei raised his hand, condensing a white orb the size of an egg on his palm. This orb was the creation power he had harnessed from the great Tao Genesis record. Previously, he had infused this very power into Fengjiu. This force could manifest all things in the world, and everything it produced was genuine. If he wished, Zhao Lei could even create various life forms, including ancient divine beasts. However, the creatures he conjured would possess inherent flaws, lacking high intelligence. Moreover, their cultivation level would be fixed at the moment of creation, requiring the absorption of creation power to improve. At this moment, Zhao Lei infused the creation power into the little qilin. This power would generate a complete qilin bloodline within the creature. Once it attained a true qilin lineage and gained the approval of the heavenly will, the little qilin would be resurrected. Boom. Just as Zhao Lei contemplated this, a peal of thunder rumbled ominously. A golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping the little qilin. Bathed in this radiance, the qilin ascended, flames igniting anew, its form becoming robust and vibrant, no longer frail. As the golden light dissipated, the little qilin had successfully transformed into a fiery red fire qilin. As soon as the fire qilin touched the ground, it knelt before Zhao Lei. Thank you, Divine One, for granting me a second chance. The little Qilin will forever be grateful." Zhao Lei accepted the gesture of reverence. Subsequently, he raised his palm slightly, and an invisible force lifted the fire Qilin. "Divine One, I know what you wish to say." The fire Qilin began to speak, only to be interrupted by Zhao Lei. He pointed towards the mother cow lying on the ground, and a beam of white light entered her body. Boom. The moment the white light penetrated the mother cow, another thunderous roar echoed from above. Instantly, a golden beam pierced through the clouds, illuminating the mother cow. As she basked in the golden light, she too began to levitate, her form undergoing a transformation. First, green scales sprouted from her skin, followed by the emergence of a dragon's head. After approximately 5 to 6 minutes, the mother cow ultimately transformed into a smaller green Qilin, slightly smaller than the fire Qilin. Chapter 99. Return to Earth. Time elapsed. Greetings, celestial being, and boundless gratitude for your life-saving grace. The bovine, now transformed into a verdant, wooden Qilin, knelt before Zhao Lei in reverence. Zhao Lei responded with a gentle gesture, an invisible force lifting the wooden Qilin. "You and your offspring have shed your mortal forms, becoming auspicious Qilin. Dedicate yourselves to diligent cultivation, striving for early ascension to immortality," Zhao Lei intoned solemnly. The Qilin pair responded in unison with assenting nods. Subsequently, Zhao Lei bestowed upon the Qilin pair appellations: Fire Qilin, Fortuity; Wooden Qilin, Verdancy. "This golden Qilin shall remain here as the protector of your Qilin lineage henceforth," Zhao Lei declared, employing the power of creation to conjure a golden Qilin to safeguard the mother and son. Although the two were at the golden core and nascent soul stages respectively, with the nascent world teeming with opportunities and treasures, some beings might chance upon fortuitous encounters, achieving immortality instantaneously. Thus, Zhao Lei and Apos' measure served as a safeguard for their well-being. Having imparted his instructions to the Qilin pair, Zhao Lei vanished in a flash. Now that the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin have embarked on the path of cultivation, their eventual ascendancy will establish a tripartite balance. This equilibrium among the three tribes would forestall major conflicts, affording the world's inhabitants ample time for cultivation. Furthermore, Zhao Lei's provision of guardians for each tribe would ensure utmost security. With these thoughts, Zhao Lei arrived at the phoenix's dwelling beneath the parasol tree. Phoenix 9 greets the celestial being. Phoenix 9, perched atop the parasol tree, hastened to descend and pay her respects upon Zhao Lei's arrival. Zhao Lei waved his hand, signaling Phoenix 9 to rise. He then employed the power of creation to conjure another phoenix, its strength commensurate with the golden Qilin stationed with the Qilin pair. Having completed this task, Zhao Lei imparted a few additional instructions to Phoenix 9 before departing. Following Zhao Lei's departure, Phoenix 9 bowed deeply in the direction of his disappearance before returning to the parasol tree. Departing from Phoenix 9, Zhao Lei arrived at the banks of a small river, the very location where he had created the Dragon Gate. Dragon Ice greets the celestial being. Sensing Zhao Lei's presence, Dragon Ice materialized, no longer the small carp of yore. It now possessed limbs, with nascent protrusions adorning its head. Zhao Lei nodded in satisfaction at the sight, and with a grand gesture, a beam of white light permeated Dragon Ice's form. Previously, Zhao Lei had merely created the Dragon Gate, enabling Dragon Ice to embark on cultivation without bestowing upon it any specific bloodline. He deemed it fitting that Dragon Ice should possess a dragon bloodline, akin to Phoenix 9 and Apos' Phoenix bloodline and Fortuity and Apos' Qilin bloodline. Upon the infusion of that energy, Dragon Ice underwent a profound transformation. Its body, formerly a mere 10 meters in length, surged to nearly 30 meters, and the small protrusions on its head blossomed into a magnificent pair of dragon horns. Dragon Ice spiraled through the air, and after a moment of elation, it immediately approached Zhao Lei to pay its respects. Subsequently, Zhao Lei imparted a few words of counsel to Dragon Ice, leaving behind a 5-clawed golden dragon as the dragon clan's protector before departing. Zhao Lei arrived above his earthly avatar, marveling at its tenfold increase in size. He had not only restored the laws of the earthly avatar, but had also discovered a suitable substitute for the future restoration of the immortal realm. However, the enigma of the myriad races war persisted. With this thought, Zhao Lei vanished in a single stride. What is the meaning of this? Zhao Lei stood upon the Black Dragon River, utterly bewildered by the scene before him. Countless small spacecraft flitted through the sky, and numerous structures floated in midair. In the distance, colossal pillars of light pierced the heavens. The familiar yet alien panorama left Zhao Lei in a state of astonishment. It seemed as though he had been gone for a mere moment, yet Earth had undergone such a metamorphosis. Zhao Lei gazed in disbelief at the scene before him, his vast divine consciousness enveloping the entirety of Earth in an instant. A torrent of information flooded his mind. Upon examining all the information, Zhao Lei was astonished to discover that 25 years had elapsed since his departure. During these 25 years, Earth's technology had advanced at an astounding pace, reaching the interstellar era. Even ordinary ability users possessed their own spaceships. Small spacecraft had become as commonplace as automobiles, with nearly every household owning one. Zhao Lei gazed at the scene before him, lost in contemplation. It felt as though he had been gone for a mere moment, yet 25 years had passed. Zhao Lei reflected upon the events that had transpired since his arrival at the earthly avatar. He had spent several days absorbing the ominous source at the earthly avatar before venturing into the River of Time. The River of Time? Zhao Lei suddenly realized something. Upon the River of Time, he had traversed upstream, unaware of the passage of time. Now, in retrospect, he had likely spent 25 years upon the River of Time. With this realization, Zhao Lei teleported to the Black Dragon safety base, or rather, what should now be called Black Dragon City. Over the course of these 25 years, Earth had undergone rapid development, although the original safety base's walls remained intact. The gates were now wide open. The area surrounding the safety base had been transformed into a sprawling metropolis of skyscrapers, estimated to be 4 times the size of the original Black Dragon safety base. Zhao Lei strolled through Black Dragon City, observing the bustling streets and the spacecraft soaring through the sky, and he couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, the outbreak of zombies, while claiming many lives, has also ushered in an era of rapid development for Earth. As Zhao Lei walked along the street, his lack of any discernible aura, coupled with his transcendent demeanor, drew the attention of many onlookers. Some even whispered amongst themselves, "Look at that man. Doesn't he resemble the immortals from the movies?" You and Amp, Oppos, reletting the movies get to your head. There are no immortals in this world. Exactly. This is the age of ability users. Only a fool like you would believe in cultivation. Yes, everyone believes in science and abilities now. Dawn and Amp, Oppos, T spread such absurd ideas. But look at him. You can't sense any ability fluctuations from him. We live in an age where everyone has abilities. There's no way he's an ordinary person. If he's not an immortal, could he be an ordinary person? Don't say that. It's possible he's just an ordinary person. Have you heard the rumors? Heard what? Recently, it seems that some extraterrestrial beings have infiltrated Earth. These aliens can disguise themselves as ordinary people. Do you think it and Amp, Oppos, as possible? Dawn and Amp, Oppos, T-talk nonsense. The zombies have already been dealt with. Where would aliens come from? Spreading rumors can get you locked up. Be careful.